Jinho asks if the other student has played the Dark Spirit before. The other student replies enthusiastically, calling it a hardcore video game classic. One of the students sighs, wondering why they don't make games like that anymore, something dark and hard to beat. Another student stands in the background. One of the students asks if the other even knows how to make a video game. The other student replies that they didn't say to make one, but to figure out the premise conceptually. Since they're not making one for real, there's no limit on what they can imagine, one of the students says. The other student replies that it sounds fun. One of the students thinks that it's about the dumbest idea they've heard, but it sounds freaking fun, so let's start right now. One of the students asks what they want to call it, suggesting it should be something cool. The other student agrees, saying they should make up something fancy. One of the students suggests Shadow of the Dungeon. The other student exclaims that it sounds perfectly obnoxious and suggests they go with that. He toiled away, but unlike an ant, these houses would never be his. There was no way Taijun could afford one. In a capitalist society, being poor was worse off than being an ant. Taijun wanted to climb out of the poverty he'd known, so he got a job before his friends did. A coworker called out, suggesting they take a break. All Taijun could rely on was his physical strength, so he worked himself to death and saved every penny. Taijun heard the news. Taijun thanked his coworker for the information, saying he appreciated it this weekend. His coworker expressed surprise, noting that Taijun hadn't even worked that long, but had already saved up enough for a deposit. He asked how long he'd been working there. Taijun replied that it had been about 5 years and 4 months. His coworker was amazed that he'd already saved up enough for it. Taijun downplayed it, saying it was just for a small 2-bedroom. Taijun insisted that it wasn't too hard. The world was so. The coworker stated that it was much harder on the poor. He suggested they stop chit-chatting and get back to work. Taijun agreed. Taijun reflected that he could see Namsan Tower from where he lived now, on top of this hill. In this tiny little space, Taijun was home. The world is so Taijun. His younger sister noted that he got home earlier than she thought. She mentioned that she lived with her younger sister. His sister asked why he was home at this hour and what about school. He and his sister arrive home, kicking off their shoes. Taijun's sister asks if he's eating junk food from the convenience store again, judging by the bag in his hand. His sister scolds him, saying he needs to eat better. Taijun tells her to leave him alone, saying he just didn't. Wanting to avoid the hassle of arguing, she offers to make him some food. Taijun thinks to himself that it's not like he's unhappy where he is. He continues his internal monologue, admitting he couldn't just keep living in a dump like this, at least for his sister's sake. Meanwhile, night falls on the karaoke bar where Taijun works. Taijun stands behind the counter, his stomach growling. He thinks he might have a cup noodle. 2 drunk customers approach the counter, one slurring that they want a karaoke bar to wrap up the night. Taijun replies, fine, fine. The drunk customer welcomes Taijun and asks him to grab a big room and bring some whiskey and fresh fruits. He then asks why Taijun doesn't call a couple of girls for them while he's at it. Taijun thinks to himself that it's definitely less strenuous on his body. Taijun tells the customers that they don't provide services like that here. One of the customers asks, what? The customer insists that the customer is king and asks if Taijun hasn't heard. He demands to know what Taijun means they don't provide it. The other customer tells him that Taijun said they don't have it and to just go. Taijun apologizes, saying they're just not that kind of place. He stands behind the counter, a blonde customer grabbing at his shirt. Another employee looks on, concerned. What are you shitting me? The customer snarls, his grip tightening. It's not that kind of a place. Does that make me that kind of a customer? The other employee attempts to defuse the situation. Sorry kid, he's just really drunk. I hope you understand. The customer continues to struggle. F***ck, let me go? What's there to understand? Taxi service cards litter the counter. Frustrated, a hand crumples the taxi service cards with a sharp tear. Taijun looks down, his expression troubled. Damn it. The night view of Namsan greets him on his way home. Passing through the alleys, the lights are so bright and colorful. The view brings him such comfort. He thinks, I'm a little sad that I won't get to have this night view once I move. Back in his room, Taijun sighs, wiping sweat from his brow. He glances at his computer, a thoughtful expression on his face. His computer mouse sits on the desk. He recalls the name of the game. A coworker explains that it's a console game his work is developing, asking if Taijun can test it out for them. The coworker admits he doesn't have much time these days, and asks why he's asking Taijun instead of his coworkers. The coworker says that Taijun will see when he tries it. The computer beeps. Taijun thinks that Jinho never asks him for favors, so he guesses he can do this for him. The screen displays the title of the game, Shadow of the Dungeon. It prompts the user to press any key. Taijun realizes the game sounds familiar, exclaiming that he remembers it. The coworker is amazed that Taijun really made this from what they joked about in middle school. Taijun says he'll see how realistic he made it then. The screen displays, you're dead. Continue, with options for yes or no. Taijun is shocked that he just got killed by a single shot from the very first field mob. He wonders why they don't make stuff like that anymore, something so dark and hard to beat. He realizes that the coworker really did make it that way. He sits at his computer, illuminated by the screen. Taijun muses about making a hardcore game, noting it's been a while since he's really gotten into one. Taijun resolves to at least reach the first boss before going to sleep tonight. The next day, the sounds of construction echo through the air. The sounds of metal clanging and machinery whirring fill the construction site. Footsteps approach, the sound growing louder. Taijun, wearing his hard hat and work clothes, answers his phone. The voice on the other end asks what he needs from him, mentioning the police. Taijun's eyes widen in shock as he listens to the caller. The voice on the phone explains that they are trying to figure out the size of a deposit scam, and Taijun's name was on the list of transactions. Taijun asks what it is. The caller asks if Mr. Taijun Lim can hear him, and Taijun thinks to himself that he needs to leave work early today. The sounds of hammering fill the air as Taijun is called out to by his name. Taijun curses under his breath, his face contorted in distress. He screamed, a raw, guttural sound of pure anguish tearing from his throat. The weight of the world seemed to crush him. Later, Taijun sat perched on a rooftop, the view of Namsan Tower stretching before him in the night. The view was no different than any other night, just as pretty, yet it offered no solace. A dark thought consumed him. He wanted everyone to die. It felt so. The tower loomed, its presence obnoxious in its unwavering beauty. And the next day, breaking news flashed across a phone screen. News stories filled the airwaves as Taijun and his younger sister stared in disbelief. He murmured, barely audible, "What is this?" As the reality of what was taking shape became clear, a city had disappeared overnight. Across the continent, mysterious monsters appear. These monsters swiftly take over the world underground, threatening the safety of the world above. Covered with ores, their hard flesh is their main weapon. They are called golems. Hello, this is reporter Sue from OBC News. Reporter Sue stands in front of what used to be Namsan, now destroyed. Many experts are still formulating explanations. Meanwhile, the government imposed strict restrictions, seeking an explanation of what might have happened. The cameraman films the scene. Around the site, in case of a second destructive event, reporter Sue wonders what that is, as a golem appears behind him. Reporter Sue turns, a look of confusion on his face. KRRK. The golem attacks, shattering the camera lens. Thud. The cameraman continues to film as reporter Sue is struck. The cameraman's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the attack. A horde of golems descends upon the city. A phone displays a news article featuring grotesque, rock-like monsters with glowing red eyes. A man sighs, looking at his phone. He says, "Oh my. Everywhere I look these days, everyone's talking about these monsters. Please be mindful of the safety perimeter that's been secured." Another man sits on a pipe, responding, "Of course. Some monsters are killing innocent people. What is this, a movie?" A man stares off into the distance, thinking, and while no one knows the identity of these, that's true. Mysterious monsters. What are these monsters? I'm definitely curious. A drawing of a monster is shown, with the text, "Do they really look like the monsters?" I drew in middle. A man asks Taijun, "Taijun, you're spacing out again. What's wrong?" Taijun replies, "What? Oh no, it's nothing. Anyway, have you heard this new info on the monsters?" Another man asks, "What new info?" The man from panel 8 thinks, "Treasure golems? You know how those golems are made of, or is all over their body?" One of the men mentions that some golems are made of treasure, like gold or diamond. The other scoffs, saying it sounds like someone just made that up. Taijun looks surprised, wondering if they should quit their current job. One of the men suggests capturing treasure golems instead. The other calls it crazy, saying those things can kill you any moment. He urges them to stop being crazy and get back to work. Taijun walks alone, thinking that for a scam like this, it's difficult to be compensated for your loss of deposit. He reflects on the treasure golems, recalling that Mr. Lee made a few thousand, but had to split the profit with a group of people. Taijun thinks if he took one down on his own, he'd probably make. Taijun arrives home. Startled, Taijun hears his sister calling him to come in. His sister reassures him that nothing happened. She tells him not to get all worked up. Taijun thinks to himself that he can't believe her work is still doing construction projects in the middle of all this, and that they must have gone mad. His sister mentions that even school and the karaoke bar shut down because of it. She's fortunate she still has a source of income. She asks what he'll do if he comes across those monsters and dies, wondering how she'll live. A man greets Taijun, asking what brings him here. Taijun replies that it's nothing urgent, just that. The man says he didn't get the rent money yet for this month. Taijun apologizes, saying he was just so busy and will send the rent money right away, as soon as he gets paid. The man says that'd be nice, knowing Taijun just got scammed out of a lot of money. But it's not like money grows on trees for him either, and asks him to please try to keep the due dates for rent. The text says the monster is here, the monster called poverty, that eats away at your heart. He sat on the edge of his bed, the weight of his financial situation pressing down on him. He considered the information he had received. It was probably reliable. A monstrous figure loomed in the shadows of the dungeons. But if these monsters... Taijun grabbed a makeshift weapon, the sound of metal scraping against metal echoing in the room. He thought he could at least defend himself with this. The danger zone comes up after he passes through these buildings. Taijun approached a door, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. As he walked past the buildings in the dark, Taijun kept asking himself if this was the right thing to do. Even if it wasn't, he had no choice. Taijun stood before a destroyed city, the moonlight casting long shadows across the rubble. He needed money. He finds himself in a desolate, ruined city, the skeletal remains of buildings clawing at the sky. Taijun steels his resolve. Fine. He mutters, a whisper against the silent backdrop of destruction. He hoists his pickaxe, the metal glinting in the dim light. Let's do it, Taijun declares, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. A monstrous figure looms in the distance, its form a grotesque tapestry of jagged edges and ominous shadows. The creature stands tall, a nightmarish golem of stone and malice, its red eyes burning like embers in the gloom. Taijun grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Keep calm. I'm dead if I get nervous and tense up, he thinks, fighting to suppress the rising tide of fear. His mind races, recalling every detail. If that monster is really like a golem from the video game, I've already learned all of its moves. I might get off scot-free as long as I don't make any mistakes, Taijun muses, clinging to a sliver of hope. The golem lunges, its massive hand a blur of stone and shadow, the air cracking with the force of its attack. Yeah, that's a possibility, Taijun thinks, his eyes fixed on the approaching monster. It's more probable than the idea that these monsters are somehow the exact ones in a game that hasn't even been released yet. Doubt flickers in his mind. Am I confusing a video game with reality? Is this just a crazy thing to do? Maybe I should just go back home. But what would that do? There isn't gonna be. His eyes narrow, determination hardening his gaze. Another opportunity to score big like this ever in my lifetime, he thinks, steeling himself for the fight. A surge of surprise washes over Taijun as he hears his name called out. If he were to die, how would she be able to live? Taijun grips his weapon tightly. He thinks to himself that he can save up again, slowly, but safely. The monster looms. Taijun wonders what is going on. A sharp sound echoes. Blood splatters across the scene. To be continued. The screen displays the words, 3. Strategy, above a scene of Taijun's character facing a large, monstrous enemy. The monster swings its massive arm, the motion blurring as it comes down. The attack connects with a resounding whoom, the screen flashing white. A spray of blood erupts across the screen, accompanied by a heavy thud. The game displays, "You're dead," on the screen, offering options to continue or not. Taijun thinks to himself, damn it. Taijun slams his fists on the desk in frustration. His younger sister calls out, Taijun, what's wrong? Taijun, sitting at his computer, responds, so sorry, it's nothing. Go back to bed. He thinks to himself, wow, this game is so not forgiving. Taijun reflects, how many times am I going to get killed by the very first monster? Phew, I need to calm down for a second. After dying like 7 times, I was able to pick up their patterns at least. A text box explains, probability the monsters will strike downward on the first encounter. The monster attacks again. Another text box explains, but there's a certain rhythm to this attack, so if you dodge it when its arm is up, the monster's attack connects again. Taijun thinks, so in order to dodge this, I shouldn't move right when it lifts its arm to attack, but move half a second later. He swings the pickaxe, aiming to match the timing of the delayed strike. The pickaxe connects with a resounding thud. He tumbles backward, losing his footing. The strategy from the game, it worked. The monster looms, a grotesque figure of rock and shadow. Blood splatters from the monster's claw. Taijun stares, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. His expression hardens, a grim determination settling in. He clutches at a wound on his stomach, blood seeping through his fingers. I should have known. Even if the monster moves exactly like in the game, this isn't a game. I'm not like the main character. My moves aren't completely clean, and there are no invincible frames. He swings the pickaxe again, desperation fueling his attack. I can't believe I didn't think of this until now. 3 consecutive attacks with its right hand. He took a step forward, his boot crunching on the rubble-strewn ground. The force of the blow sent Taijun sprawling, a searing pain erupting in his chest. The monster loomed over him, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent, readying another strike with its massive hand. Taijun's eyes widened as he realized, its left hand. He faced the monster, his body screaming in protest. Taijun thought, oh, the half a second delay. I tripped, and now I'm not sure about the timing. Then another strike landed, the force of it shaking the very ground beneath him. A strangled gasp escaped his lips as his hand trembled, struggling to find purchase on the shattered earth. Pain, 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 a relentless chorus echoing through his body. Taijun's thoughts raced. My back. It hurts too much. I have no sensation in my spine. I think my spine just got crushed. I feel like my body's been cut in half. The monster raised its hand again, poised to deliver the final blow. Is this? A voice pierced the haze of pain. Taijun. The world exploded in agony as the monster's attack connected, the sound of shattering bone echoing in the air. The monster's attack lands with a sickening thud. The monster stands over Taijun, who is kneeling on the ground. He thinks to himself that his back hurts like hell, but it's not fractured. He reflects that the metal plate absorbed a little bit of the shock from the powerful attack, but he doesn't have any more ways to protect himself. Taijun thinks that he also incurred injuries, and maybe he needs to just get back. He sees a vision of a happier time. Even if he just turned back now, all he can look forward to is manual labor without any future. He is being ridiculed by the rich, just his life in poverty. And it will never end, ever. The monster looms over Taijun. Taijun grits his teeth in anger. He swings his weapon with a mighty roar, the force of the blow echoing through the ruined landscape as he strikes the monstrous figure before him. Taijun grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. He thinks, but if I stop now? A close-up shows his hand gripping the weapon tightly. He thinks, move, aim for. The weapon connects with the monster, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Taijun exclaims, I landed it. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. He thinks, then next. His knuckles whiten as he tightens his grip, preparing for another strike. The weapon slams into the monster once more, the sound of shattering stone echoing through the desolate landscape. The monstrous figure looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy. Taijun cries out in pain as he collapses to the ground, clutching his side. He grimaces, his face contorted in agony. He thinks, my back is suffering so much today. Lying on the ground, Taijun clutches a small, dark object in his hand. He holds a dark, fleshy object in his hand. It's what he came here for, a piece of the monster's flesh. Taijun stares at his computer screen, wondering what the item does. He clicks the mouse. A cutscene begins to play. The armored figure clutches at its chest, screaming in agony. What is happening? The armored figure is thrown back by an unseen force. Taijun watches the cutscene, realizing that the first wave of monsters was too hard to defeat. A voice echoes, stating that it was supposed to go through this event first and get this. Taijun looks down at the piece of monster flesh, relieved that its side broke off. The cutscene shows a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes and a pulsating red core. The monster roars. The armored figure is thrown through the air. Taijun clenches his jaw, thinking that he didn't just come here thinking that. The golem's motions will be just like the game. Taijun never once believed that he could hunt down these monsters just by knowing how they move. He grips the piece of monster flesh, recalling why he risked his life to come all this way. A surge of crimson energy erupts from the flesh, crackling with unseen power. Taijun holds the flesh steady, his expression unwavering as the energy courses around him. His teeth grit, a surge of determination flooding his features. His hand clenches around the flesh, veins pulsing with the strange energy. Taijun stands before a hulking golem, its red eyes burning with ancient power. What he really wanted to check. A pool of viscous liquid drips from spiked formations, the air thick with an acrid scent. He lies prone on the ground, his hand outstretched towards a faint glow. The golem looms over him, a silent monolith of stone and power. Taijun narrowly avoids the monster's sweeping attack. The monster's fist trembles with effort. The monster's red eyes burn with rage. The monster lunges forward, claws outstretched. Taijun ducks under the attack, narrowly avoiding the monster's grasp. Gathering energy in his hand, Taijun prepares to strike back. A blast of pure energy erupts from his palm. The energy slams into the monster, sending it staggering backward. Taijun pants, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He struggles to catch his breath, his expression strained. A dark, underwater vision fills his mind. A voice echoes, filled with malice. I want everyone dead. He jolts awake with a scream, sweat beading on his forehead. His younger sister bursts into the room, concern etched on her face. What's wrong, Taijun? What is it? Taijun, eyes wide with lingering fear, touches his forehead. Was it? His sister approaches the bed. Taijun, are you okay? A thought bubble above her head reads, a dream? He forces a reassuring smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. His sister asks, but what happened to your arm? Taijun averts his gaze, his expression troubled as he glances at his bandaged hand. He tries to downplay the situation. Oh, it's nothing. I just sprained my hand at work, that's all. His sister responds, you should be careful. His sister attempts to reassure him. Yeah, okay, there's nothing to worry about. Get some sleep. Taijun nods, a forced smile on his face. Turning away from his sister, Taijun begins to unwrap the bandages on his hand, his expression hardening. His eyes widen, pupils shrinking to pinpricks, as a dark power surges within him. He clenches his teeth. For a fleeting moment, his hand transforms into a monstrous claw, the sound of rending flesh echoing in the room. The transformation subsides, leaving Taijun staring at his normal hand. He thinks, so what works in the game, works in reality, too. He glances at his phone, a thought bubble forming above his head. Did Jinho know something? Taijun turns away, holding his phone up to his ear. The call is not available or out of network. Is the network down again? He stares at his phone. This seemed to happen more frequently after the monsters appeared. But he found out later that it was no network error. A blue energy crack appears in the sky above a ruined city. The blue energy crack descends further, accompanied by a strange sound. The blue energy crack reaches the ground, where a golem's piece is attached. He stands in an abandoned building. First, he needs to see what he can find out on his own. No one's going to come to this abandoned building around this time of day. He needs to figure out what's exactly like the game and what's not. Taijun clenches his fist. Let's see how much of the monster's power has been transferred over to my body. It's only my right hand that went through a physical change, but I may have gained. He opens a door. I do feel more powerful in general, or perhaps it's just my own thinking. A pillar around this size. Taijun punches a pillar, shattering it with ease. Golem's piece attached. He clutches his head, feeling the tremor of newfound power. He eyed the distance, considering the possibilities. The ability to jump, perhaps? Taijun leaped, testing the limits of his enhanced leg strength. He sprinted forward, a blur of motion, speed, or endurance. Taijun hurled a rock, gauging his accuracy. A fellow construction worker called out, "Hey, Taijun." The man continued, "What happened to you?" Taijun replied, "Oh, I started exercising in the morning." He thought to himself, "I didn't become a superhero like so-and-so who got bit by a super spider." Taijun mused, "Maybe leveling up doesn't happen so immediately in reality, or maybe it's just not enough for me to feel it yet." He clenched his fist, thinking, "Regardless, I'm certain that my only weapon is my right hand for now. If that's the case, I need to test it out again." A primal yell escaped his lips. With a mighty roar, Taijun slammed his fist into a pile of rubble. Can it be done? He faces a hulking monster amidst the ruins of a city, the air thick with the stench of decay. The monster swings its massive arm, the sound of displaced air a deafening roar. Taijun thinks to himself that he is using just his right hand. The monster's foot crashes down, the impact sending tremors through the ground. As a result of the monster's attack, Taijun is surprised. Taijun lies sprawled on the ground, the taste of dust and defeat bitter on his tongue. He thinks to himself that he thought he was going to die. Lying on the ground, Taijun reflects that it's not easy. He thinks to himself that it's a good thing he learned their patterns from the game. The monster's clawed hand looms large, a symbol of the overwhelming challenge. Taijun thinks to himself that it's impossible to beat them, but he'll be killed soon enough if it's this hard every time. He also thinks that there's a need for some physical training. Starting that day, other than eating, sleeping, and working, Taijun spent all of his time analyzing the game and practicing moves. Taijun didn't realize it then, but through that process, his body was leveling up in experience, one day at a time. The moves were applicable in real life, and about a month later, Taijun unleashes a devastating attack, the force of his blow shattering the air with a thunderous boom. Taijun thinks to himself that he needs to start practicing fighting multiple monsters at once. Taijun stands alone, the weight of his ambition heavy on his shoulders. He thinks to himself that he needs to practice fighting not just one-on-one. A resounding crash echoes as he faces a hulking golem amidst the ruins. Taijun, his eyes glowing red, admits he's too tired to fight them right now. One of the figures observes that this golem looks different, noting it's not just covered with rocks, but shining gold, suggesting it's covered with pure gold ores. The figure exclaims that it's a treasure golem. The news reports that the so-called miners are increasing in number. Among the mysterious and unidentified entities are a species called treasure golems, whose bodies are composed of rare gemstones and metals. Their value is estimated between a few $1,000s to hundreds of thousands per monster, which is fitting for their name. Taijun's younger sister asks if he needs to watch that while they eat. The news reports that those who are looking to profit from them are secretly entering the danger zone to hunt these monsters while risking their lives. His sister states that she doesn't understand those people, saying they shouldn't play games with their lives, no matter how much money there is. She just wants to make sure Taijun will never do something like that, right? They call themselves the miners. He thinks that making a few thousand for one monster is possible. Maybe it is worth risking his life for. Taijun stands before a golden treasure golem, ready to fight. In real life, a treasure golem. Taijun appears in different colors from the others, covered in pure gold. He thinks to himself that he is tired, but he has a little more in him. It's just one more, he thinks. He should be able to take him down. Taijun clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. Here goes nothing. Taijun charges forward. With a mighty leap, Taijun closes the distance. His fist connects with the treasure golem's face. He winds up, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The punch connects with the treasure golem, the force of the impact echoing through the cavern. The treasure golem is sent reeling backward, the shock of the blow evident in its rigid form. Taijun thinks to himself, good, it moves just like the other monsters. The treasure golem recovers, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Taijun grits his teeth, preparing for the next attack. He launches himself forward, delivering another powerful punch to the treasure golem. The treasure golem is crushed under the force of the blow, its metallic body groaning in protest. The treasure golem struggles to regain its footing, its movements becoming sluggish. Taijun remains focused, his eyes narrowed in determination. The treasure golem attempts to retaliate, but its attacks are slow and predictable. Taijun dodges the clumsy strikes, preparing to deliver the final blow. He launches a powerful kick, connecting solidly with the treasure golem's side. The force of the blow sends tremors through the air as Taijun continues his assault. The treasure golem is struck, the sound of impact echoing through the cavern. The treasure golem is sent hurtling away from Taijun, crashing into the distance. Taijun prepares to strike again, his stance firm and ready. Taijun pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What was that, he wonders. Darn it, there was another one nearby. Taijun's expression shifts to concern. I forgot that I'm in the danger zone, he thinks. I've never fought two at the same time before. There's practically. Taijun's eyes widen as he realizes the gravity of the situation. What a loss. Just when I finally encounter a treasure golem. A few thousand. Meanwhile, Taijun's younger sister watches him from afar with Jinho. Make a few thousand for one monster. She thinks, maybe it is enough to risk my life for. A monstrous figure lurks in the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Its clawed hand clenches, ready to strike. Fine, let's just see what happens. A diagram illustrates the rarity of treasure golems compared to regular ones. He acknowledges that he is lucky to be in this situation, but the text above him reveals that more and more miners are competing for the same resources. Taijun thinks that he can't give up an opportunity like this, but he has to deal with two monsters at once. A treasure golem roars as it attacks. Taijun stays calm, reminding himself that he's fought 2-on-1 before. He needs to keep his distance for now, so he can analyze their movements. Even after he dodges an attack, the next one comes right away. He can't find an opening between both of them, so if he's going to counter, he needs to look for the right timing between their attacks. Taijun thinks that he has to land a strong one to knock them out for good. He has to aim where they're not covered with rocks. Taijun slashes at the treasure golems. Taijun realizes that he has found an opening. He thinks that he needs to dodge and counter at the same time. Taijun grunts as he flinches from an attack. Taijun grunts as he prepares to strike. Taijun attacks, destroying one of the treasure golems. The air crackles with the fading echoes of the battle. Lying on the ground, Taijun is covered in blood as the remaining treasure golem looms over him, a silent predator surveying its wounded prey. He thinks, I'm bleeding way too much. His body numb, Taijun grits his teeth. I need to get out of here. I can't just die like this. The treasure golem towers over him, a looming monument of stone and malice. Taijun struggles to find the strength to move. With a surge of adrenaline, Taijun pushes himself up, his boots scraping against the shattered ground. The treasure golem swings its massive arm, the air whistling as it closes in. Reacting instinctively, Taijun throws himself out of the path of destruction, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. He and the treasure golem clash once more, a desperate dance of survival amidst the ruins. Dodging another attack, Taijun feels the wind of the golem's passage. Blood streams down his face, blurring his vision, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve. Again, Taijun rises, his body screaming in protest, but his spirit unbroken. The treasure golem roars, the sound echoing through the cavern. He is on top of the treasure golem, trying to subdue it. His eyes glow with an eerie blue light. Taijun strikes the treasure golem with a powerful blow. What he saw as his mind was becoming hazy. Seemed so unrealistic. A voice echoes, I saved you this time. I'll take you to the hospital. You can rest up there. He thought it was a dream. When Taijun came to his senses at the hospital the day after, he found himself in a hospital bed. The first thing he saw was his sister's face. He couldn't quite tell if she was mad or crying. She exclaimed that she thought he was never going to wake up and that she was worried sick, asking what he was doing there. A backpack sat nearby. A speech bubble indicated that the guy who helped him left this for him. Inside the bag, Taijun saw a note read, use it for hospital bills. Taijun and his sister looked at the backpack, wondering just who. The text box asked, was that guy? On the screen, a fighting game unfolds. Someone complains that their opponent keeps cheating. Aram Shin finds Yunha playing games again. Aram Shin exclaims that Yunha has it made while she risks her life working. Aram Shin grabs Yunha's head, asking if she has gone mad. Aram Shin asks if it isn't Yunha's work hours too, questioning what she is doing there, and asks about the perimeter. Aram Shin is told not to bring it up. Someone says to just let them through this one time, as they are good at catching those monsters, and that they are probably better trained than the soldiers here. Aram Shin is told that breaching this perimeter itself is illegal. Someone tells Aram Shin that she is young and should be more flexible with things. They add that she looks so tough and mean, but shouldn't act like it, as it's really not so ladylike. Aram Shin thinks that she can't believe he said that, as she is just following orders, too, and wonders why she has to suffer through verbal harassment like that. Aram Shin continues to grab Yunha's head. Yunha cries out in pain, telling her to stop. Someone says that they get it, but they have no shame in breaking the law and have no conscience. They add that there are so many rude people out there. Yunha is told that that's a part of her work and she should just accept it. Aram Shin shakes Yunha's head violently. Yunha cries out. Aram Shin tells Yunha that she is lucky to sit here and play video games while she is toiling away outside. Yunha says that she was just taking a break for a second. Someone says that both of them are a part of the Namsan Disaster Response Committee, but look how differently they're treated. Yunha says that she was researching. She asks about those things, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern. Aram Shin responds with a simple, of course. Aram Shin suggests that Yunha follow her for a second, adding that she hasn't even reported this to her superiors yet. The two stand side by side, examining the monster pieces laid out before them. Yunha wonders what these things are, identifying them as pieces of the monsters. Yunha explains that one is just a piece that fell out, but the other still has the monster's skin tissue intact. Aram Shin asks why, and Yunha simply tells her to just try it. Yunha suggests trying the regular one first, as Aram Shin raises a hammer, ready to strike. The hammer falls, smashing the monster piece into fragments. Yunha exclaims that Aram Shin crushed it into pieces, questioning if she is even human. Yunha continues, stating that a regular piece off of a monster is just like any other rock. Yunha explains that it has the same components, density, and hardness, instructing Aram Shin to try the next piece. She tells Aram that she'll find out what makes this sample different. Aram replies that it's actually quite a stress reliever. Yunha suggests she be a little gentler this time. Aram swings the hammer down on the sample. The sound of the hammer striking the sample echoes through the lab, clang. Aram's expression is one of slight surprise. Yunha watches with a concerned expression. Aram thinks to herself that her hand feels numb and wonders why the sample is still in one piece. A speech bubble notes that it's not 100% in one piece, and that Aram cracked it, calling her a Hulk. Yunha explains that the samples look the same on the outside, but this one is way tougher. Yunha says she's not so certain yet, but she's guessing it's because of the monster's skin tissue. A close-up of the sample reveals its unique properties. It's skin tissue, and they've never seen this kind of material before. It acts as an outer skin when the monsters are alive and active, but once it's chipped off from their body, its form changes into something between air and dust particles. Aram asks what kind of tests Yunha ran. Yunha replies that she's not just making this up, and that she ran a few tests. Yunha is shown extracting some of the material. Yunha explains that she tried extracting some of the skin tissue and applying it to an ordinary rock. Aram asks what happened then. She recalls the few minutes before the skin tissue completely evaporated. Yunha explains that she was able to see that the whole rock dramatically increased in its density and hardness. Yunha holds out her hand, palm up, and asks Aram to give it to her so she can see. She adds that Aram doesn't have to be shocked if she doesn't find it surprising, and that it is pretty. Aram asks how it works. Yunha throws her hands up, palms up, and asks how she is supposed to know, as it's her first time, too. Aram says that she's right, and that she shouldn't have asked. Yunha says that while she's not sure how it works, this can make the rock much stronger. Aram agrees. Yunha says that of course she did, with various dosage and application methods. Yunha explains that she experimented on 74 different lab mice, but they all died. Aram is shocked. Yunha asks about trying it on something else, and if she tried it with any living things. She adds that it's a little scary, and that it's poison to things that are alive. She says that so far, yes, but she still needs to do some digging around to find out more details. Yunha holds the skin tissue in her hand. Yunha asks if Aram wants to try it out. Aram asks if she is crazy, and that she is not going to touch some mysterious and possibly deadly material, and that she'll have to be an idiot to try it. The fist draws back, ready to deliver a crushing blow, the force of the strike promising to be immense. The punch connects with a resounding crack, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The treasure golem is sent hurtling backwards from the sheer force of the blow, crashing heavily onto the ground with a resounding thud. After that day, and up to now, Taijun had faced 4 more treasure golems, and was able to beat them all. That guy's arm was just like mine. He had a golem's arm. The video game's not even out on the market yet. I must be the only person who knows this. So how did that guy get that arm? Is he somehow connected to Jinho? If not, did he find out the secret and attain that power all by himself? There must be more people out there who've harnessed this power already. More of them will surface, too. What if? Yunha stares intently at the skin tissue sample, her brow furrowed in thought. Maybe is it possible? The building stood silent under the starlit sky, unaware of the events about to unfold within its walls. The shrill ringing of her phone pierced the quiet of the night, jolting Yunha awake from a deep sleep. Groggy and disoriented, she answered the call, her voice thick with sleep. Aram's voice crackled through the speaker, laced with urgency. Yunha, can you come to the lab? It's urgent. She mumbled. Aram? What time is it? The message on the computer screen blared. It's urgent. Hurry. Meanwhile, Aram waited anxiously in the lab. Yunha's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Yunha, what? The floor lay in shattered pieces, revealing a fleshy tail disappearing into the darkness below. A small rat lay motionless amidst the debris. This? A woman stands outside a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, her hands clasped in supplication. She begs, pleading for just one chance, just a second to be let inside. Her voice thick with worry, she explains that her son hasn't returned home after going in there. She looks up at the soldier, her eyes filled with desperation. The soldier, his expression grim, explains that they want to help, but he apologizes, stating that they cannot let her in. Another soldier expresses their regret, promising that they should have checked more thoroughly. The woman explains that she came all the way from the countryside and just needs a minute in there. The soldier promises to find her son, no matter what. They will find him and have him return to her safely. The soldier asks her to trust them and give them a little more time. They ask for her patience. The woman, standing alone, feels frustrated every time she sees something like that. The city looms in the background, a stark contrast to her rural origins. The soldier, his face etched with concern, says it makes him want to take matters into his own hands and resolve the situation right away. Another soldier laments that every day they risk their lives, but they are unsure if things are getting better at all. They are lacking in manpower and equipment already, and to add to the problem, miners and thieves are all over the place. Deep within the facility, workers toil as one laments that the higher-ups are too busy fighting over politics to care about providing them with resources or manpower. Meanwhile, outside, Aram Shin tells the other soldier to stop complaining and worry about keeping tight security around the area. The soldier chuckles, admitting that these days, he wishes they had the Avengers. Aram Shin replies that it's not that, but honestly, doesn't he think that might as well be possible, given the monsters roaming around in real life? She continues, musing that who knows, maybe there are superheroes with superpowers. Aram Shin asks what if one could attain a superpower somehow. Would he use any means necessary to get it? The soldier responds that, well, as long as it weren't too inhumane, he'd love to have superpowers. Meanwhile, in her lab, Yunha is shocked by what she sees. Just what? She was looking at the monster pieces. Then, Yunha thought of something all of a sudden. What if she implanted the stronger piece with monster's skin tissue attached to another living thing? She observes that the mouse's physical form and strength increased dramatically. Its form changed. It looks just like a golem. Back outside, the soldier tells Aram Shin that the situation room is asking for her. He thinks they found another one. A golem's corpse lies in pieces. The golem's limbs are scattered across the ground. A soldier wonders how they keep finding at least one of these every day, finding it odd. Another soldier wonders who could be behind all this, considering it deliberate. Aram Shin stands with a fellow soldier, who states that there's no way. The soldier explains that the miners have no reason to take down ordinary golems, as there's no profit in them. He suggests it could be a. Aram Shin thinks that someone's definitely behind this. She has no idea why this is happening, but someone's been hunting these golems down. A man walks down the steps. Taijun reflects that it's been 2 months since he started hunting down the monsters. In those 2 short months, Taijun has already saved enough money too. Taijun thinks about making up for his loss from the deposit scam. On the other hand, it had taken him 5 years to make that same amount from working his construction job. Taijun thinks that a few pieces of gold or from the monsters match up to 5 years of hard labor. He feels lucky to be where he is. He steadies himself, pushing up from the ground with a grunt. The chain-link fence looms behind him. 3 hours prior, Taijun thinks to himself, he had found the means to make loads of money. Aram Shin lies in bed, an army uniform discarded beside her. She wonders about a mysterious golem hunter. A rat-like creature with wings and a syringe sticking out of its back is shown. Someone says that they didn't report this to anyone but them, right? They agree to keep it a secret between them. Aram Shin stands with Yunha. Yunha asks what and why. Aram Shin responds that it won't be too late to report it after, and that she understands. Yunha says that they need to find out more about this power first and its possible side effects. It'll just cause more confusion to the public if they announce it prematurely. Yunha says that she understands what Aram Shin means. Aram Shin thinks that someone could have attained this power already like she told her before. It is highly unlikely, but still, if this golem hunter attained that power. She is then asked by a captain if she thought he went home already. She responds that she forgot something. Aram Shin thinks to herself that she just needs to grab it from around here quickly and that they don't have to sign her name in. She is told yes, ma'am. Taijun walks down a street. He thinks that's odd and wonders why there are so many guards. Taijun, peering from behind a corner, thinks that there are so many guards today and that maybe he should just call it a day. The woman points her gun, her expression stern. Freeze. Don't move. I'll shoot. She demands the password, her grip tightening on the weapon. Now, keep your hands in the air and turn around slowly. The man in the hoodie raises his hands, his face partially obscured by the shadows of his hood. You don't seem like a miner since you're all alone here. Are you a thief? Been going through the pockets of dead people. A gunshot rings out. What? She exclaims. The woman's face is contorted with rage as she continues to point the gun. The man in the hoodie stands on the precipice of a ruined building, the woman's gun trained on him. You got nowhere to go from here, she shouts. The woman's expression is fierce as she aims her weapon. The man in the hoodie stands in the ruined building, a look of self-reproach on his face. What an idiot. Why did I run into a building and trap myself? The man's face is partially obscured by his hood. I guess you leave me with no cho dash. Aram Shin, her face etched with urgency, shouts a warning. The treasure golem looms, its presence suffocating. Aram Shin, gun raised, asks what Taijun said. Taijun dodges an attack from the treasure golem. Taijun wonders what is going on. Taijun thinks that this is not a good time for a golem to appear. Taijun thinks about what he should do. He realizes that the treasure golem is blocking the way out, and the ground is too small and unstable to fight him. Taijun contemplates using Aram Shin as bait to escape. Aram Shin tells Taijun that she will create a distraction, so he should make a run for it when he finds a chance. Taijun thinks that this is not a place for anyone to die. The treasure golem roars. The treasure golem continues to roar. Aram Shin aims her gun at the treasure golem, ready to create a distraction. He grits his teeth, a determined look on his face as the wind whips around him. Aram Shin, held securely in Taijun's arms, shouts, "You leave me." With no choice, the treasure golem smashes through the wall behind them, sending debris flying. Taijun continues to fall, carrying Aram Shin, the ground rushing up to meet them. Aram Shin screams, her voice filled with terror. Are you nuts? What do you think you're? The treasure golem's massive hand crashes through another section of the building, the sound of cracking stone echoing in the air. Taijun and Aram Shin plummet towards the ground below. Taijun embraces Aram Shin tightly, a loud thud echoing nearby. Aram Shin, caught off guard, asks what he just did. The hug continues, a silent question hanging in the air. Taijun tells Aram Shin that there may be other monsters around, and that she needs to get out of here quickly. Taijun continues, telling Aram Shin to pretend she didn't see anything, and that he just saved her life. He hopes he never runs into her again, as he holds a gun. Aram Shin wonders what kind of madness did she just witness? Yunha says thanks and that she is not a doctor, and Aram Shin needs to go see someone and receive proper treatment. Aram Shin thinks it's not too bad. She asks if Aram Shin has lost her mind or something. Aram Shin tells Yunha to stop it before she hurts her. Yunha responds that Aram Shin is lucky to have suffered a minor injury and asks how she got out of there anyway. Aram Shin says to pretend that she didn't see anything here. Yunha calls out Aram Shin's name in question. Aram Shin responds with a hum. Aram Shin says that the Avengers came and saved her. Yunha responds with an oh and says that Aram Shin is officially crazy. Aram Shin says, maybe I am. Yunha tells her to just shut up. Meanwhile, Taijun arrives home. He is greeted by an unseen person. Taijun says that he is quite frankly sick of it. He continues that it's been getting harder and harder to enter the danger zone with the beefed-up security around the perimeter. Taijun has decided to spend more time studying the video game. The monster's motions, patterns, frames, there's always more to study, but Taijun confirms that he is freaking sick of it, that's for sure. Jinho had mentioned it was a beta version, but there's only one map to play, and he's only encountered one type of monster. He had looked into the game's data, and it seemed like they'd already designed other maps and monsters, but access was blocked. Maybe they weren't completed yet. Taijun wonders why Jinho couldn't give it to him after it was more finished. A beep sounds. He is confused. Taijun wonders how there can be an update. It's not an online game, and it's a beta version that hasn't even been released. He wonders if it's not a bug. A sudden notification for an update appears. He should have given more thought to what this could mean in real life. Taijun stares at the screen. He wonders if it is done. The screen shows, update complete. Press any key. He surveys the surroundings. The city looks much the same. It appears that nothing has changed so far. The cityscape is a waste of a day. One of the men observes that the military is guarding the danger zone more tightly, and there aren't many monsters around anymore. He suggests it might be time to call it quits. Another man agrees, but still. One of the men points out that the treasure golems are still around. The military has been guarding the danger zone. Taijun wonders if that is another treasure golem, noting that it looks a little different from the others. He thinks only the horn is made out of treasure. An armored figure declares that they will take it down. The armored figure swings a sword at the treasure golem with a SHWO sound. The sword connects with the treasure golem, accompanied by a SHWO sound. The treasure golem is struck with a resounding crash. The force of the blow sends it hurtling backwards. The armored figure continues its relentless assault. The treasure golem remains still. Taijun observes, that wasn't so bad. It's no different from a regular golem. The treasure golem stands before a prompt. Do you want to release the blue seal? The armored figure stands over the treasure golem as the team looks on. One of the team members exclaims, hurry, what are all those muscles for? Another team member says, be quiet. It's tougher than it looks. A soldier shouts, what are you guys doing there? One of the team members is focused on the task at hand as he grips the blue seal. A soldier shouts, stop rushing me. I'm almost there. Another soldier shouts, over there. Stop what you're doing. Can't you hear me? The treasure golem releases the seal. He holds up a hand, stopping the others from advancing. The air crackles with energy as the seal begins to break. Taijun and the team look on as the blue seal is surrounded by black tendrils. The tendrils lash out, striking the surrounding buildings. With a final, deafening crunch, the seal shatters. Aram Shin's eyes widen in shock. Taijun stares in disbelief. The boss guard dog stands revealed. A colossal, crimson-skinned monster towers over the ruined city, its shadow falling upon the scattered survivors. Aram Shin stares up at the creature, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Just what is that? The word crush echoes ominously. The word USH reverberates, completing the destructive onomatopoeia. A monstrous form devastates the military security zone, breaking through the perimeter. Yunha and Taijun stare at the computer screen, which displays a warning, possible danger zones based on the analysis of the monster's behavior. Residents are urged to flee to prepared shelters immediately. Taijun's eyes widen in disbelief. The guard dog appeared in real life. Taijun's thoughts race. Is that his fault? When he installed the update inside the game, did it update reality, too? So many people died from his careless mistake. The realization hits Taijun hard. A hand gently touches his arm. Yunha looks at Taijun with concern. She knows it's shocking, but Taijun's expression hardens. He tells Yunha that they need to go to a shelter, too, as they are in a designated danger zone. Yunha agrees, telling Taijun that he's right. She suggests that they pack some essential necessities and get out of here. Taijun's eyes glow red with determination. He can't sit and feel guilty. If the monster continues to roam around, his own sister will be in danger, too. That's motivating enough. He is determined to take down the monster with his own hands, his fists clenched. The military officials express their disappointment in Aram Shin regarding the recent events. They assigned her this important duty after carefully considering the leadership skills she displayed during deployment. One of the officials points out that she wasn't even able to control the miners and small-time thieves, and on top of that, look what happened. Another official wonders if they shouldn't have trusted a woman to handle the job. The first official declares that there's nothing more to discuss, and Aram Shin is relieved of her commander position, effective immediately. The official continues, stating that Aram Shin is suspended until further decision is made by the military court. She mumbles something under her breath, while the official notes how quickly she gets things. Aram Shin, asked what she just did, replies that she understands and also feels responsible for what's happening out there. The captain states that she is ready to accept any kind of decision regarding her future status. The military officials watch her, their expressions unreadable. The sound of a door slamming shut echoes through the room. One of the officials remarks that she doesn't seem so apologetic at all. Another official expresses his hope that she won't do anything foolish. One of the officials wonders what a captain can possibly do. The other speculates that she'll probably just go and pray for those who died, as the camera pans to a wall of portraits. She reflects on the situation, a somber expression clouding her face. There's nothing she can do. Through the window, a soldier stands guard, wishing they had the Avengers to help. Aram Shin clenches her fist, her knuckles white with suppressed emotion. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. Yunha, visibly distressed, questions Aram Shin's recent statement. Aram Shin stares at her hand, contemplating something. That piece of flesh. She mutters. Aram Shin proposes a drastic measure. Let's implant it on my body. Yunha is taken aback. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? We have no idea how it'll affect your body. Aram Shin remains resolute. I think it'll be fine. Yunha recalls something, her expression troubled. I saw a case myself. Yunha presses Aram Shin, questioning her motives. Why are you being like this all of a sudden? You're the one who said we shouldn't reveal it to the public. Is this your guilt speaking? Because you feel responsible for what's happening now. Aram Shin replies, guilt? I guess. That's not it. Aram Shin explains her reasoning. The soldiers under my command died in the area I'm responsible for. Aram Shin's eyes narrow, a steely determination hardening her gaze. It's not guilt. It's a sense of responsibility, as their commander. The boss guard dog unleashes a devastating attack, its massive claws tearing through the city streets. The monster roars, the sound echoing through the ruined landscape. Taijun watches the destruction unfold from a nearby rooftop. He thinks to himself, when the boss level starts in the game, a battlefield. Taijun continues his internal monologue, is formed automatically, and the monster can't get out of the zone. The things that I actually need aren't actualized in reality, like leveling up and battle zones. He sighs, thinking, what a crappy game. Aram Shin approaches Taijun, asking, a game? Are you the type to confuse virtual reality with actual reality? Aram Shin continues, you don't look like a gaming nerd, but I guess you can never be for sure, just like someone I know. Aram Shin questions, WH, are you doing here? Taijun responds, I followed you here. Taijun explains, I came looking for that monster, then I saw you. Aram Shin asks, so what are you doing here? You're not thinking about fighting that monster, are you? Aram Shin states, I don't want any further. She states that there are civilian casualties. Taijun is told that he is not an ordinary civilian and that Aram Shin wants to borrow some of his power. Taijun understands that it's dangerous, but perhaps there's a good chance they'll make it out alive at least. He asks Aram Shin if he can join her in fighting that monster. Taijun asks why she would want him to join her. Aram Shin shows Taijun her monstrous hand, asking if he wants to do it even with this. Aram Shin's eyes widen. Aram Shin asks how. She tells Taijun that she will tell him later when they have more time. Aram Shin asks Taijun if he wants to do it together, yes or no. Taijun thinks that he did expect more people to attain this power, but this is a lot sooner than he thought. He is still not thinking straight from the shock, but Aram Shin thinks that it is probably better than fighting that thing alone. Taijun agrees to do it. Taijun states that Aram Shin made the right choice and tells her to try not to get herself killed, as he doesn't want that on his conscience. Aram Shin states that she will try her best. The pair stand before the treasure golem, its massive form dominating the ruined cityscape. Taijun considers their next move. Aram Shin, ever eager, declares, let's go show them what's up. She asks if he grabbed her and jumped, all for a point. Taijun explains that she is the same as any other person. Aram Shin looks surprised. She states that luckily for them, the treasure golem has a crucial weak point. Taijun says that it's the horn, and once that's destroyed. Aram Shin replies that it sounds super easy. Taijun tells her that she should get in the habit of thinking before she speaks. He asks if it's that easy to destroy them. Would they walk around with their weak point exposed wide open like that? He continues, noting how big it is, and the horns on the very tip of its head. He wonders how they would get close enough to strike it. Aram Shin suggests maybe shooting it from a tank or fire. Taijun says that she's so annoying and sounds like a know-it-all. He asks what her plan is. Aram Shin states that this is what they have to do. The city shows signs of damage. The treasure golem roars. She braces himself, preparing to evade the incoming assault. The treasure golem's tail whips through the air, closing in with terrifying speed. The monstrous golem continues its relentless assault, its massive form dominating the ruined landscape. With a burst of agility, Taijun narrowly avoids the crushing blow, the air crackling with displaced energy. Taijun grits his teeth, realizing the toll each dodge takes on his stamina. Damn it, I'm gonna run out of stamina if I keep dodging like this. The treasure golem looms over him, preparing another devastating attack. The treasure golem smashes its fist into the ground, sending tremors through the shattered earth. Taijun eyes the treasure golem, thinking, I just need to land a punch from here. The treasure golem's tail sweeps toward Taijun once more. The treasure golem continues its relentless assault. Taijun watches the treasure golem, surprised. It can do that? Do laws of physics not apply to these things? The treasure golem roars, its rage echoing through the desolate landscape. A massive explosion rips through the city, buildings crumbling under the force of the blast. The shockwave expands outward, a deafening roar echoing through the air. A fist connects with a hard, rocky surface, the impact reverberating through the air. He throws a punch at the treasure golem, hoping to break through its defenses. Taijun wonders if he finally got through, hoping he didn't strike the part protected by rocks. He thinks this one's way too big. Taijun wonders if he caused any damage at all. There's no health bar like the game. The treasure golem retaliates, hitting Taijun. He cries out in pain. The force of the blow sends Taijun flying backward. He curses, wondering where the laws of physics are. Aram Shin observes the fight between Taijun and the treasure golem. Aram Shin wonders if Taijun is okay down there, formulating a plan. Aram Shin notes that it may seem like the monster's movements are at random. Aram Shin continues, explaining that if you look closely, they have about 8 different patterns to their motions. She will teach them all 8 right now with twins attached to their moving patterns. She wonders how he knows all this. She explains that when the monster uses a specific pattern, that's their chance to take him down. Aram Shin says she's going to try to get it to use that pattern, and tells Taijun to wait there while she does that. He sounded so sure. The treasure golem attacks. He's barely keeping himself alive. Taijun thinks that this is so much harder than he thought. Taijun reflects that he thought he was already used to fighting the monsters, but facing one this size in real life is a whole different story compared to the regular golems. He knows he can take a few hits in the game, but taking a single strike in reality would kill him instantly. Taijun thinks that he can't get it to use the pattern he wants, and he can barely dodge its attack. Taijun decides he'll just have to wait and hope it uses it. The treasure golem strikes Taijun, sending him sprawling. The treasure golem looms over Taijun, preparing another attack. The treasure golem unleashes a powerful blast. Aram Shin notices the horn lighting up. Aram Shin explains that when the monster lifts its head and its horn starts to light up, there's a 100% chance it'll do a fire flame attack. Taijun didn't know it spit out fire, like a dragon. Aram Shin tells Taijun to carefully keep it in this area and get it to use that pattern. She explains that when it lifts its head, it will pause for 3 seconds before it attacks with a fire flame. Aram Shin instructs Taijun to try to wait at a place from where he can strike the monster's horn when he sees it using that pattern. He leaps into the air, aiming for the treasure golem's horn. Attack its horn. His fist connects with a resounding crack. Shatter it to pieces. A beam of light pierces the sky. The treasure golem reels from the blow, its horn now gone with a thwad. Taijun thinks to himself that the fire flame covers a huge area. It's not impossible to dodge it, but he won't be able to get out of the target area if he's a hair late. The best thing is for him to break its horn with a single strike, before it has a chance to use the flame attack. Taijun stands atop the treasure golem, which growls. The treasure golem groans. Aram Shin watches with concern. The treasure golem unleashes a torrent of flames. Taijun is engulfed in the inferno. He thinks he may die. The treasure golem's flames roared, consuming everything in their path. The heat was intense, and the sound of the fire filled the air. The battle was far from over. The boss guard dog unleashes a torrent of fire, bathing the street in an inferno. Taijun realizes with a surge of panic that he can't dodge the attack. The flames continue to pour forth, consuming everything in their path. He knows he has to move, and fast. Taijun sprints forward, hoping to escape the inferno. The boss guard dog continues its fiery assault, the flames licking at Taijun's heels. The fire continues to engulf the area, the heat intense. Aram Shin grits her teeth, her expression determined. With a cry, she leaps into action, her sword flashing as she attacks the boss guard dog. Aram Shin's eyes blaze with fury. She throws a punch at the boss guard dog, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The boss guard dog retaliates, its massive hand clamping down on Aram Shin. The boss guard dog slams her into the ground with tremendous force. Aram Shin's vision blurs as she struggles to comprehend the brutal impact. A pained groan escapes her lips as she lies prone on the cracked pavement. The sound of her body hitting the ground echoes through the desolate landscape. The boss guard dog continues its assault, crushing the ground beneath its massive feet. The landscape is devastated, reduced to rubble by the immense power of the creature. Her hand weakly touches the ground, seeking purchase on the broken earth. Aram Shin's eyes widen with a mix of pain and determination. Taijun rushes to her side. "How did you?" she asks, her voice strained. He replies, "Shut up and start running." The boss guard dog looms over them, a monstrous figure of destruction. "We gotta get out of here first." The boss guard dog roars, its massive jaws wide open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It closes in, its heavy footsteps thudding against the ground as Taijun shouts for Aram Shin to run faster. Aram Shin struggles to keep pace, complaining about her back. The moon hangs high in the night sky, casting long shadows across the battlefield. Catching their breath, Taijun and Aram Shin pause, the air thick with tension. Taijun asks Aram Shin how her back is feeling. Aram Shin, concerned, asks Taijun how he managed to survive the flame attack. Taijun curses, admitting he thought he could break the boss guard dog's horn by striking it from above, but he barely managed to dodge the attack. Taijun grimaces, deciding it's too risky to use the same strategy twice, deeming it not worth the risk. Aram Shin presses him, asking what the plan is, and if there's a plan B. He recalls that he was going to strike the horn when that happens, as that's how it worked in the game. Aram Shin notes that the drops are too short to get to it. She then states that she thinks that's a good plan. Aram Shin suggests that they try it. Taijun admits that he couldn't think of anything else, so he agreed to go along with it, but wonders if this strategy will really work. Aram Shin tells him to stop mumbling, as they've already decided. Aram Shin states that the problem she realizes now is that its range of motion is too wide, and the window she has while its head is out of the 8 patterns she's already learned for. And what does he take her for? She learned them while she was watching them fight just now. Taijun mentions including the fire flame attack. Aram Shin asks if they shall give it a go, then. The boss guard dog is seen in the distance. Taijun tells Aram Shin to hold on, asking where she is trying to go all the time. Aram Shin replies that they have no choice, as it just saw them. The boss guard dog leaps forward, creating a shockwave as it closes the distance. Taijun and Aram Shin watch as the boss guard dog descends. The boss guard dog crashes down, creating a large explosion. The boss guard dog roars, preparing for another attack. Aram Shin exclaims that was fast. The boss guard dog tilted its head, an unnerving gesture that sent a shiver down Aram Shin's spine. Taijun, standing nearby, looked on with concern. What? He asked. Aram Shin's eyes widened. This isn't a forward flame like the one from before, she shouted, her voice laced with urgency. This is the type that gets low on the ground. Get somewhere high. A monstrous roar ripped through the air as the boss guard dog unleashed a torrent of fire. The flames billowed outwards, consuming everything in their path with a deafening thwool. The force of the blast slammed into Aram Shin, sending her hurtling backwards. Ugh, that came out of nowhere, she cried as she tumbled through the air. With a guttural tchhhh, the boss guard dog prepared another attack, its maw glowing with renewed infernal energy. A strangled grrrrrh escaped Aram Shin's lips as she braced for the next onslaught. Another blast of searing energy struck Aram Shin, the impact echoing with a deafening kwang. A pained agh tore from Aram Shin's throat as she was thrown once more, the world spinning around her. The force of the attack sent Aram Shin flying, the ground rushing up to meet her with terrifying speed. The boss guard dog's attack slammed into the ground, detonating with a cataclysmic kaboom. Gasping for breath, Aram Shin struggled to rise, her body aching with every movement. Huh. The boss guard dog loomed over Aram Shin, its shadow casting a pall over her battered form. The air crackled with anticipation of the final blow. It's the third attack, Aram Shin realizes, steeling herself. This time, she thinks, its head should drop a bit. The boss guard dog's arm blurs forward. Taijun plummets from above. Dodge, stupid, he shouts. The boss guard dog roars, a guttural sound that vibrates through the ruined space. The monster's arm continues its descent, a red blur of destruction. Aram Shin steels herself. Let's try it, she thinks. What do you mean? She wonders, recalling Taijun's earlier advice. I just told you it doesn't work because of the timing and distance, she reminds herself. It's because you're wasting time dodging first, she concludes. What? So you want to just take the blow? Aram Shin braces herself, crouching low. No, she thinks, I gotta block it. She focuses, channeling her energy. Think about it, she muses. Asterisk, we can punch a monster hard enough to break it with our fists. It's impossible to do that if only our fists are strengthened. Asterisk, all the arm muscles connected to the fist must have been strengthened, too, she realizes. If we use it to defend ourselves, she thinks, I'm sure we can at least block one hit from the monster. So, one of us blocks, and the other one strikes? Aram Shin grits her teeth. Hey, you're smarter than I thought, she thinks, recalling Taijun's words. I don't have any other strategy, she admits to herself. But I'll be the one who blocks, since I know how it moves better than you. Taijun's voice echoes in her mind. Don't expose yourself to danger, he urges. Just focus on dodging its attacks. Ignoring his advice, Aram Shin prepares to meet the attack head-on. It can go for a sudden kill, she thinks, bracing herself. All my strength, she vows. With a resounding crash, Aram Shin meets the boss guard dog's attack, blocking the blow with all her might. The boss guard dog's massive fist slams into Aram Shin's raised arms, the force of the blow resonating with a sickening crack. Grit and determination etched on her face. Aram Shin grits her teeth against the pain as blood trickles from fresh cuts. The boss guard dog's hand recoils slightly, a faint spark of energy crackling from the point of impact. Gathering power, the boss guard dog prepares to strike again, a dark aura flaring around its monstrous form as it thinks, I gotta push back. Taijun watches with wide eyes, muttering, she blocked it. Aram Shin, despite the pain, realizes she'd actually succeeded. It was reckless, but... Taijun moves forward, concern etched on his face. Aram Shin, seeing an opportunity, thinks, awesome. I can't waste the opportunity you. Taijun watches as the boss guard dog looms over Aram Shin, thinking, risk your life for? I didn't think. The boss guard dog, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, prepares to unleash another devastating attack, snarling, die. Suddenly, a blinding explosion erupts, shaking the very foundations of the ruined city. The explosion echoes with a deafening boom. Floating shards of ice hang suspended in the air. Taijun sighs, wiping his brow. He thinks this completes the move. Aram Shin raises her arms in celebration, shouting about their move. Aram Shin asks if Taijun likes the place. She is glad they finally got out of that tiny studio. Aram Shin exclaims about their two-bedroom apartment, calling it a dream come true. Taijun says they could have gotten a bigger place, but Aram Shin tells him to scoot over so she can take a seat. Taijun thinks to himself that it's been 2 months since his battle with someone. He didn't want Aram Shin to be suspicious about where he's getting the money from, so he picked a convincing one. Aram Shin lies on the couch, exclaiming about her standard of living. An emergency alert blares. This is an emergency alert. This is an emergency alert. A monster has appeared. The emergency alert continues, but for the rest of the world, if you're near this area, please stay indoors until further notice. Taijun's eyes narrow. Things have gotten much worse. Under the night sky, someone asks, "We got it." Another responds, "I feel like it can come back to life any moment, but..." She lay on the ground, panting. It seemed like they had taken it down. Aram Shin felt a wave of relief wash over her, finally able to breathe. Taijun sat nearby, a somber expression on his face. He was sorry to burst her bubble, but Taijun stated that it wouldn't last long. The world was going to be so much worse from now on. Aram, confused, asked what he meant. Based on what he knew, that monster was just a guard dog to a gate. After this, the gate opens. Then all the monsters inside the gate start to pour out, and they're the real threat. The second wave will start soon. Taijun admitted he didn't know its full scale, but he was certain it was going to be a lot worse than how things had been so far. Aram asked him to wait a second, wondering how he knew all this. Aram's eyes widened, a sudden thought striking her. She asked Taijun if he was related to this whole thing. Taijun looked away, a conflicted expression on his face. He admitted he wasn't sure. Think however you want. Aram stared intently at Taijun, sensing he was hiding something. She thought he was so deep in thought. Meanwhile, Yunha spoke to an unknown man in a park. He seemed lost in thought. She greeted him, but he brushed it off, saying it was nothing. He is told that he shouldn't be out and about yet, and is asked what he wanted to talk about, since he's not fully healed up yet. Aram replies that the doctor told her to stay away from strenuous activities. A sign displays the casualties from the monsters in Seoul: 1,574 deaths and 30,541 injuries. Yunha approaches, her expression concerned. Yunha tells Aram not to worry about it too much, stating that it's not like anyone was able to foresee something like this. Yunha holds up her phone, showing a clip of Aram fighting the monster. She mentions that someone uploaded it. Yunha exclaims that it's got over 200 million views, and that Aram has a fan club now, joking that she's become a celebrity. Taijun, looking at his phone, calls himself a clown. Taijun thinks to himself that it was his own decision to fight the monster while he was suspended from the army, and as a result, mountain-sized sinkholes have begun to appear all over the world, along with the new kind of monsters. It's all because he couldn't. Yunha is frustrated, saying that she secured the area well enough, and that's what she said in her report, too. But the military ignored all of the facts, and the higher-ups are just. Taijun tells Yunha that he gets it, and not to get so worked up. He apologizes for bringing it up. She rests her head in her hand, looking weary. Aram apologizes, explaining that she's been feeling sensitive lately. Yunha smiles, her expression softening. She says it's unlike Aram to be so gentle and kind. She then asks what Aram wanted to see her for today. Aram looks at Yunha, waiting for her to speak. Yunha simply asks, "What?" Yunha raises a finger, mentioning the skin tissue. She admits she still has more research to do. A diagram shows that no skin tissue can be collected from the new monsters that came after the second wave. It can only be collected from the first kind of monsters. The diagram shows that none of the first kind of monsters have appeared since the second wave began. A thought bubble shows the monster thinking, they're not around anymore. Yunha explains that the monster's skin tissue is really hard to find. There are only a few of the first kind of monsters left roaming around. Besides them, all they have are the few samples kept in the lab. Aram asks if that's right. Yunha replies that the media has been pressing really hard about their skin tissue. Yunha says she told them she knew nothing about it, but Mickey is still at the lab, so it might be hard to keep hiding it. Aram asks what they should do. Yunha states that she has a plan. The footage of the battle with the guard dog went viral. He thinks to himself that luckily, he's not seen in that video. This allows him to continue to hide his identity and power without public interest. He then wonders if Yunha might be the one protecting his identity. He arrives home, a baseball bat slung over his shoulder. Taijun announces, "I'm home." Aram rushes to meet him, holding out her phone. "Taijun, look at this." "Hurry," she urges. The screen displays a live news broadcast. "It's live news," the reporter states. The reporter continues, "I will reveal the secret behind the power I attained, and share the power with you. Select few of the volunteers." Taijun stares intently at the phone screen, his expression unreadable. The pair stand in a hallway, discussing the gravity of the situation. They are now facing an unprecedented existential threat. The woman in the military uniform appears on a screen. She explains that military strength alone cannot guarantee their safety. That is why she is reaching out to the public for their determination and courage. A man with dark hair looks determined. He states that they need as many volunteers as possible for this task, and a select few among the volunteers will be given a special power. The man continues, explaining that the volunteers will be given the special power he was able to attain. He will also share the secret behind that power. A treasure golem sits in a room, its red eye glowing. One of the miners expresses his surprise. He couldn't believe it was a real treasure golem at first. One of the men states that he told them he wasn't lying. He then asks why they didn't capture it themselves. The miner explains that they only tip off the miners for a small fee as commission. The other man replies that he sees. One of the men scoffs at the idea of a commission, stating that he's not paying anything after he gets that treasure. He tells the others to stop wasting time and go in, reminding them not to forget their attack plan. The group of miners, hard hats gleaming under the dim light, charge forward, ready to execute their plan. The treasure golem emits a strange, smoke-like substance from its core. Its eyes glow with an eerie red light. The smoke billows outwards, filling the chamber with a strange, ethereal haze. The miners, caught off guard, question the nature of the smoke. One of the miners slams the door shut. Confusion spreads among the miners as they wonder why the door was locked. Frantically, they try to force the door open, their voices rising in panic. The treasure golem continues to unleash the smoke, its form now partially obscured by the swirling vapor. The miners gasp, their faces contorted in horror as the smoke takes its toll. Outside, the building remains silent, unaware of the tragedy unfolding within. The miners lie lifeless on the floor, victims of the treasure golem's deadly attack. A hand grips a bloody knife, ready to claim its reward. Taijun, holding the golden treasure, expresses his gratitude. The man in the gas mask questions whether their actions are truly acceptable. Taijun dismisses the concern, stating that they haven't killed anyone and are simply taking what was promised from those who were killed by monsters. The man in the gas mask questions if taking from dead bodies is a crime. Taijun retorts that he should be thanking him, as he found the treasure golem in the abandoned building. Taijun explains that he came up with a way to profit from the situation, allowing them to make a comfortable living. The man in the gas mask expresses disgust at the thought of profiting after seeing their colleague die, calling Taijun a real piece of work. Taijun ignores the comment, stating that thanks to him, they found a way to be rich safely and comfortably. Taijun continues, stating that people like them have no choice but to be creative to make a living, as they don't have powers like the captain on TV. Taijun mentions a rumor, asking if the man in the gas mask has heard about it. The man in the gas mask asks what the rumor is about. The man in the gas mask is told about the video that went viral. The man in the gas mask asks if the video was edited and the whole thing is fake. Taijun responds that it's not that, but they're saying there's actually another person, a man. Taijun adds that the man in the video also has special power and they fight the monster together, which was captured in the original footage. The man in the gas mask simply says, hey. He states that something can be useful for their business. A crescent moon hangs in the night sky. A golem explodes into pieces. Taijun throws a punch, the impact echoing through the air. A golden crystal is held aloft. Taijun sits on the stairs, reflecting on the past 5 months since Namsan was destroyed, a fact he keeps hidden from his sister. He thinks he has already amassed enough money to buy a small building. Just a few months ago, Taijun had lost all of his life savings from a scam. Taijun reflects that he never thought things could change so dramatically. He is unsure if he should just be happy about his current situation since the world has been destroyed. A close-up of Taijun's face reveals his inner turmoil. Taijun thinks he shouldn't be bothered by it, as it's not like he wished for the world to be ruined like this. Taijun screams in anguish. He sprints away from the treasure golem, his voice cracking as he cries out, somebody, help me, please. The treasure golem lumbers after Taijun through the ruined city, its massive form casting a long shadow. Taijun pauses, his expression grim as he looks back at the towering monster. He hurls something at the treasure golem, the impact creating a violent explosion that shatters the creature into pieces. Taijun stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. He exclaims, wow, I just tried throwing something at it, and it died instantly. Thank you. That was awesome. A hooded figure stands nearby, their face obscured by the shadows of their hood. Taijun says, I'm not sure how I can repay you. The hooded figure replies, don't worry about it. You shouldn't be here alone if you want to stay alive. Taijun and the hooded figure walk together through the ruined city. Taijun looks at the hooded figure and asks, what? You're all alone too. Elsewhere, the sound of a doorbell echoes through an apartment building. A woman with blonde hair presses the doorbell, her expression expectant. The woman with light brown hair stands before a building, her expression thoughtful. She wonders aloud if this is Taijun Lim's residence. The screen flickers to life, displaying a figure wearing a hat and mask. A text bubble identifies this person as Taijun's girlfriend. A finger, adorned with a neatly manicured nail, presses a button on an intercom. The woman's eyes widen in surprise, her mouth slightly agape as she stares at something out of view. To be continued. The sound of knocking breaks the silence as Taijun sits at his computer, lost in thought. Maybe he can buy a car. A woman's voice calls out, informing Taijun that someone is here to see him. He turns, surprised by the announcement. The woman, standing just behind him, wonders who it could be. Taijun's eyes widen in surprise as he sees who is at the door. Taijun demands to know how she found out where he lives, his expression a mix of shock and annoyance. The woman smirks, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She reveals that she borrowed some governmental authority, implying she used her connections to track him down. Taijun looks at her with disbelief. Taijun retorts that she's not supposed to use those connections to stalk people. He then asks about her claim of being his girlfriend. She explains that she was being considerate, actually. Taijun questions why she would make up a story like that. Considerate? He recalls that she asked him to keep his powers secret. The woman asks if things are awkward for him. She states that his getup invites more suspicion than anything. The woman thinks to herself that she has no choice but to hide her identity, as the whole country knows who she is now. Taijun begins by saying that he is sorry and that he really had to talk to her about something in person. She asks what it is and says that she has nothing to say if it's the same question he had before. The woman tells him not to worry. He asks what changed her mind, then says that she shouldn't have come here to ask about that anymore. She says that no matter how many times he asks, he has no plan of telling her anyway. Isn't that right? The woman says that she prefers not to waste her energy on pressuring him and that she thinks he would have told her if he could. She says that she is sure he has his reasons, so she won't ask him about it anymore. Then, she asks what he wanted to talk about. She adds that even considering his situation, doesn't he have a responsibility to fulfill? He thinks to himself that he has no idea how she could possibly know about the second wave beforehand. But she did have something to do with it. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives. He wonders if either one of them can really say that they had no part in it. He was not so sure. Taijun was unsure of what was going to happen. He wasn't sure what to think. The woman asks, so? She is certain that she doesn't want to have guilt lingering on her mind. Taijun asks what she expects him to do about it. The woman is sure that Taijun came because he has a plan in mind. The woman states that it's simple and asks if Taijun saw the video statement she made. She asks about the one about sharing his power. The woman says that she plans to form a team of people with that power. The woman tells Taijun that she wants him to be a part of it. The woman says that Taijun doesn't have to worry about keeping his secret. He'll be processed as just one of the many volunteers. She continues, saying that he doesn't have to and she won't ask him how he found out either. All that is required of him is to use his power and knowledge, not for his own gain, but to help others. She is asking him to take responsibility for the dead by protecting those who are alive. The woman asks what Taijun says and if he will join her. She'll be back in 3 days. She tells him to think about it and let her know. He sits on a pile of rubble, thinking about the woman's offer. He thinks that there aren't many people around to begin with, and that he has found so many recently. Taijun growls, thinking that he'll just go back. Suddenly, the treasure golem punches Taijun. The treasure golem runs away. Taijun thinks that he should use his power and knowledge to help others, and that she could have just told him that she came to recruit him. The man Taijun saved yesterday thanks him. Taijun hits the treasure golem with his bat. The bat connects with the treasure golem with a loud thwud. The man Taijun saved yesterday looks on in shock. The man thanks Taijun for saving him again, saying that it's the second time since yesterday. The man says that he really doesn't know how he can repay Taijun, but that he's incredibly. The man exclaims that Taijun destroyed that monster just with that bat, and that it was powerful. He thinks to himself that he tried using a bat before, but it only broke instead of the monsters. Taijun thinks that he can't let the other man know that he only used his bare fist to take down a monster, and that he should change the subject. The man he saved yesterday tells Taijun that it seems like he's alone again, too. Taijun replies that he just finished a raid with his team, and that they're done now. The man says that a raid means Taijun must be a veteran miner. The man says that he's jealous because no one wants a novice like him on their team. He asks Taijun why he doesn't look for a guild. Taijun replies that all the guilds are totally full these days. He adds that even if the man does find a guild to join, the older members just make him do a bunch of stuff they don't want to do, and that they never pay him, either. The man exclaims that he doesn't have time for that, and that he should at least build up some experience. He thinks to himself that he needs to make a lot of money now. Taijun looks at the man with a blank expression. The man says, excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but... He asks Taijun if he could take him on as his apprentice, and pleads with him. The man thinks to himself that he needs money, lots of it, until he's filthy rich. A man with a bowl cut asks if the other man wants to be an apprentice. The man with spiky hair responds with a yes. The man with the bowl cut asks if the other man just wants to make easy money without doing much while he fights. The man with the bowl cut says that is right, and there is no way he can be of any help in battle. Both men laugh. The man with the bowl cut says see ya. A text bubble says wait, please, hold on, mister. A screen shows a woman in a military uniform. The text on the screen says if you are determined to fight these monsters, please sign up to. A man asks what the other person is watching. Aram Shin says oh, isn't that from a few days ago? Aram Shin asks why the other person is watching that. She says you're thinking about signing up for it, but you're my tutor. The other person says don't be so nosy. Did you finish your homework? Aram Shin says yes, I did. You don't have to push my face. She says give it to me so I can check it. She asks if he is thinking about signing up for it. Jinho replies that he is not. Aram Shin asks why. Jinho explains that it is because she is all about bringing justice. He continues, saying that even if he had that kind of power, he would work in secret instead of letting the whole world know. Aram Shin looks at Jinho with a questioning expression. She accuses him of sounding like he is really hiding something. Jinho dismisses it as nonsense, telling her to be quiet while he goes over her homework. The conversation shifts to the one who is rumored to exist. The topic continues, now about the other person with the special power in the original footage. Aram Shin asks what he is talking about, saying that she really doesn't know and that everyone has been talking about it. She adds that she read something else online. The conversation shifts to a medicine that gives you the special power. A hand holds a bottle of medicine that gives you the special power. A person with a gas mask is shown, thinking that he didn't think anyone would be dumb enough to buy it. A scene of violence is shown. Someone says to look, and that all it takes is for someone to believe a made-up story. She recalls the man of mystery selling a medicine with special power, agreeing it's a part of human nature. Everyone wants an investment, something in return for risking a lot to attain that special power. No one would obtain that power and use it for the sake of others. The man in the gas mask explains that thanks to that human nature, they've been getting paid double by selling the medicine and collecting gold pieces from them after they're killed. He's glad the smoke is still effective in bottles and was worried it might not work as well. The man in the gas mask states that the medicine doesn't work for everyone. He then suggests showing them to the room with the treasure golem as a form of apology, solving the problem. The other man finds him more evil than Satan, stating he's got a plan for everything. The man orders to clear out these dead bodies quickly. He says that they need to get ready for the next batch of their precious customers. A man states that he'd like to join their party. One man asks why not, seeing that the other is working alone again today. He asks if he doesn't think he'll be better off as a team. The man asks if he expects him to capture a monster with a team member who's no help at all. He reminds him that he was able to capture a monster alone twice in a row. The hooded man says that he got lucky. The man questions if it was luck, twice in a row. He states that those golems seemed perfectly fine chasing him at full speed. Another voice says that he must have been mistaken, telling them to stop arguing. The hooded man is surprised. A group of monsters stand guard. The steel dogs have arrived. Taijun realizes that this must be their hunting ground. He clenches his fist, wondering what he should do. There are too many to take on, even with his golem power. The steel dogs stand guard. Taijun asks the hooded figure what his name is. The hooded figure tells Taijun to run to the manhole, and that he will figure out a way to break through the steel dogs. The hooded figure yells for them to go, and attacks the steel dogs with his bat. The steel dogs growl. The steel dogs are quick and strong, and they can be dangerous with their metal teeth and claws. The hooded figure continues to attack the steel dogs with his bat. The hooded figure is already aware of their movement patterns and light. Taijun tells the hooded figure that he is okay, and to follow right behind him. He can at least hit them off with this bat, without transforming his hand. Taijun and the hooded figure run away from the steel dogs. The boss guard dog lunges, jaws snapping shut. Taijun watches in horror. The boss guard dog's teeth clamp down on the unnamed character's arm, the sound echoing through the ruined street. The unnamed character grunts in pain, barely able to stammer out a thank you. Taijun shouts for the unnamed character to open the manhole. The unnamed character responds with an "oh, okay." The boss guard dog continues its relentless assault, attempting to bite the unnamed character again. The unnamed character throws a weapon at the boss guard dog, creating a small explosion. The unnamed character looks determined, holding what remains of the weapon. Taijun is already halfway down the manhole, looking up in alarm. Taijun thanks the unnamed character and urges him to come in quickly. The boss guard dog looms over the unnamed character, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The boss guard dog lunges again, jaws wide open. The sound of the boss guard dog's attack echoes. He and Taijun scramble up the side of the manhole, emerging onto the street under the pale moonlight. The boss guard dog's massive paw reaches for them, claws extended, threatening to drag them back into the darkness. He grits his teeth, fighting against an overwhelming urge. I tried my best not to transform, but a surge of energy courses through him, his eyes glowing red as his body begins to shift and contort. The transformation intensifies, a wave of raw power emanating from his rapidly changing form. With a final, desperate lunge, the boss guard dog plummets back into the open manhole, its frustrated snarl echoing from below. Taijun stares at him, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his eyes as the transformation subsides. He slams the heavy manhole cover back into place, sealing the creature within its subterranean prison. A grimace twists his face as he and Taijun move away from the scene, the stench of the sewers clinging to their clothes. Taijun glances at his phone, his expression sour. I guess I should throw away these clothes I wore today. What time is it? They continue down the street, the city lights casting long shadows behind them. Taijun looks back, his eyes filled with concern. Jin Young. He asks Taijun to promise him that he'll forget about what he saw today. Taijun looks confused, wondering what Jin Young is talking about. Jin Young's eyes glow with a menacing red light, as he thinks that he's going to assume it was Taijun's doing. Taijun tells Jin Young that he'll buy him another bat later. Jin Young walks away, leaving Taijun alone. Taijun thinks about the special power that Jin Young possesses. He wishes he could get that special power somehow. Taijun's phone rings, displaying a new message from an unknown sender. The message reads that he too can have the special power with this medicine and to please contact them. A vast pit yawns, filled with the shattered remains of buildings. A group of figures stands near a car, the air thick with unspoken urgency. One of them calls out, demanding if they are ready. Two men stand over a body at the edge of the pit. One confirms that this is the last one. The other asks if they are almost done. One of the men states that others must dump dead bodies here as well. The other agrees, noting that no human or animal could crawl out of the hole once thrown in. He finds it strange that this is where the monsters come out of. One of the figures observes the monsters around them, stating that nothing is strange anymore. Another figure tells him to stop saying things like that, as what they have is scary enough. The first figure wonders if all the dead bodies become monsters and crawl back out. A voice wonders what they should do if the dead really turn into monsters and come for them. A man wonders about a medicine that gives special power. One of the men says that some bastard who claims to be a mysterious man with special power has been selling such a thing. The other man asks if he didn't know there are rumors about who he is. A woman wonders if someone came all the way here to do that. A man asks if she doesn't get it, stating that someone's pretending to be her. The woman declares that she's giving him the chance to get him himself. This is all because two figures are presented as the man of mystery. One is a muscular man in a red and yellow suit, and the other is a cloaked figure in purple. She states that someone's taking advantage of the fact that no one knows who he is. Yunha admits she feels at least partially responsible, since she's the one who kept him from being exposed to the public. Taijun looks off to the side, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Yunha says that thanks to him, she's learned how to be an upright citizen. A speech bubble asks, "So what do you think?" A group of people are gathered, presumably to purchase medicine. A voice thanks them all for coming to purchase their special medicine. A man in a yellow jacket says he understands the dangers they had to face, hiding to keep themselves alive as they fight those monsters. The man continues, stating that they can now fight the monsters. Taijun holds a small vial, thinking that it better work, as it cost him a fortune, and he has special power, just like him. One man exclaims that it's super expensive, and he even took out a loan. Another man says that he came out of nowhere and just started talking to him, apologizing and saying it makes him anxious when he seems surrounded by a lot of people. Another man understands, saying it makes him want to talk to someone to calm himself down. The other agrees, stating that's what he's feeling. One of the men suggests sticking together, and the other agrees. A woman notes that there are so many people here, and someone thinks it'd be more on the hush-hush like a black market. The man with glasses agrees, and the other man thinks those guys must have thought the same. A woman laughs, saying they look so suspicious. Another agrees, saying it's as if they're purposely trying to stand out. She thinks they're making them look even worse. One of the masked figures is asked why they need that, and they respond that they have their reasons. A hooded figure thinks they didn't know Jin Young would be here, and things got trickier. Someone thinks they shouldn't have come here. They didn't come because they felt responsible for anything, and honestly don't think it's their fault. They only came along because they just wanted to know what this medicine is all about. Someone also wanted to see this man of mystery, thinking it might be him. A man says, but, and then says, okay, everyone. The man states that each of them should have received a bottle already. The man says he doesn't mean to rush them, but asks if they mind taking. A hooded figure speaks, warning that the medicine could become an issue if it falls into the wrong hands, hoping the others understand. One of the onlookers expresses disbelief at the medicine, stating they've never seen anything like it. Another asks if they can first prove that the medicine actually works. Whispering, one of the figures questions who the hooded man is, noting that he's drawing attention to them. The figure wonders what is up with the hooded man and why his face is covered, also questioning why he's hanging around next to them. A man in a yellow jacket asks if they want him to prove it, stating sure, and asking if this would suffice, showing his hand. The crowd is amazed by the man's hand. One of them exclaims that it's amazing, while another says they can't believe they're seeing this in person, calling it incredible. The hooded man observes that it looks like a real golem hand. One of the figures states that it looks just like it, but it's easy to make something like that appear real. Another says that just showing them his hand isn't enough, asking why he doesn't show them his actual power. The man in the yellow jacket responds that his power is nice, stating sure, and that he understands it may be hard to believe. The man in the yellow jacket asks if they would be satisfied if he broke through the pillar. One of the onlookers asks if he's going to punch it. The man in the yellow jacket punches the pillar, breaking it with a loud kaboom. The crowd is amazed, exclaiming woo-woo. One man exclaims in surprise, whoa, he really did it. Another, clutching his side, whispers, hey, this hurts a lot. What's going on? A voice whispers that it's custom-made. The man with slick back hair grins, thinking aloud, structure. It's fake all right, but it still needs to have a good amount of mass and density to be believable. Kakik. He then says, I'll talk to you later about this. So, do you believe? A man's face is shown in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Two figures wearing masks and caps discuss the situation. One asks, are you altering your voice on purpose? The other replies, no need to put on a show like that. A hand picks up a small rock from the ground. The man with slick back hair smirks, a dark aura surrounding him. He asks, that's an interesting suggestion. You want me to crush this rock? A figure in a cap and mask observes the scene, thinking, who is that guy? Most people just go along with it at this point. Another figure thinks, I knew it. He's hesitating. A man is shown injured and bleeding, surrounded by concerned onlookers. A man lies on the ground, defeated, pleading, boss, please, help me. A group of people stand over a fallen body. A group of people react with shock and concern. One asks, what's he talking about? Another questions, they dump dead bodies? Under the pale moonlight, two figures carry a limp body towards a dimly lit building. A third figure, cloaked in shadow, stands guard, the silence broken only by the rustling of nearby foliage. A voice whispers, "Coming." The scene shifts to a group of zombified construction workers, their faces decaying and bloodied. One of them lets out a guttural groan, a sound that chills the very air. Grih. The group stands around the bodies they've dumped. A man speaks, asking what the others mean by dead bodies. Someone murmurs that they're coming. A woman exclaims in shock, asking if they dumped dead bodies. A man is bitten by a zombie, a wet tup sound echoing in the air. A tail swings with a shwook sound. A woman is struck, blood splattering as she cries out. The woman's face is covered in blood as she gasps. A man is attacked by a scorpion-like creature, blood splattering. The group screams in terror. A group of people react in shock, realizing that the things attacking them are zombies. Jinho is urged to run. Taijun insists that they need to escape. The others disagree, reminding Taijun that they already have the power to fight the monsters. Someone tries to pull away, insisting that this isn't the time. One of the group asks if they're forgetting something. Taijun realizes he does have something special. Another member of the group points out that they already have the medicine in their hands, and that they can have special power for themselves and fight. Someone agrees, realizing that he's right. Two others agree, stating that it's true. One of the group declares that they all have the medicine now, and that they can have the special power, too. A woman in a blue cap and sunglasses calls out, telling everyone to wait. A man in a yellow jacket holds up a small purple bottle. The man takes a step forward. He states that he just needs to take this. Taijun warns him not to take it, reminding him that they don't even know what it is yet. Ignoring the warning, the man drinks the potion, the sound of it gurgling down his throat. The man clutches at his chest, a strange smile twisting his lips. He mutters, now I should have the. He doubles over, seized by a violent coughing fit. A dark silhouette screams in agony. Panic erupts as people scramble away from an unseen threat. A woman's scream pierces the air. The crowd surges forward, a wave of terror washing over them. A man in a cap observes the chaos, muttering about the stone fluorescence from the game, a medicine he's never seen in real life. Another man asks, "What's going on here?" A couple stares in horror, the man's face contorted in a silent scream. They're panicking. It'll be hard just getting them out of here safely. A figure lashes out, striking someone with brutal force. Taijun raises his voice, attempting to quell the rising hysteria. Remain calm, everyone. Two figures react with animalistic fury, their faces twisted in rage. A figure swings a weapon. One of the onlookers gasps, recognizing the attacker. Is she? It's her. The figure slams a monster with a glowing fist, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. No way, it is her. The monster crumples under the force of the blow. It's Captain Yunha Shin. Yunha stands firm, facing down the horde of monsters. Everyone, I'll hold the monsters here. A figure in a cap and mask watches the scene unfold. Do not panic, and look for an escape route. The crowd murmurs, no way, it's really her. They're calming down. Yes, we're saved. The masked figure's eyes narrow behind the mask. Did she already know seeing a hero would help people feel safe? Is that why she decided to reveal herself? Yunha continues to battle the monsters, protecting the survivors. She's definitely something else. Her fist connects with another monster, sending it flying. Tup. Yunha grapples with a monster, her expression determined. She summons a new weapon, energy crackling around it. The weapon smashes into the ground. Yunha's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise on her face. The masked figure extends a hand. Let me give you a hand. Yunha smiles, relieved. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. Examining the gruesome scene, one of the figures notes that the corpses are not as tough as the golems they've encountered before, musing that they simply need a weapon. The nature of the creatures is revealed. They are dead bodies controlled by parasitic monsters latched onto the back of their heads, using the corpses as hosts to hunt for food. One of the women insists that instead of focusing on the dead bodies, they must destroy the bugs before they find another host, warning that otherwise, this will never end. A man in a cap is questioned about how he knows so much, with another asking what he is hiding. He responds tersely, reminding them that they promised not to ask that question. The man in the cap stares ahead, his expression unreadable behind his mask. One of the men declares that they can handle the monsters, suggesting that they find a way to get out of here. A man shouts that he has found a back door. Fine with the plan, the group rushes towards the back door. A massive golem stands in the distance, its red core glowing ominously. A scream pierces the air. One of the women asks what that sound is, wondering if something is going on outside. The group is forced to fight the monsters, one of the men declaring that they should settle things here first. Taijun is asked if he's got this, but the hooded figure thinks to themselves that maybe they should just quit. The hooded figure thinks that she expects them to take care of all these monsters by themselves. The hooded figure thinks that this will happen more and more frequently, and that they should try out the skills they've been practicing. Things get dangerous, and the hooded figure thinks that they can use this. The treasure golem towers over the group. The treasure golem roars as it swings its massive arm. Jinho and a child look up in terror as the treasure golem's arm hurtles towards them. The treasure golem's attack slams into the ground with a deafening crash. Taijun holds the child, asking if they are okay. Someone shouts a warning, behind you. The treasure golem swings its arm again. The treasure golem continues its relentless assault. The younger sister, Aram Shin, is surprised by something. Her eyes widen in shock. Under the watchful gaze of a crescent moon, the night air hangs heavy over the ruined structure. Inside, a lone figure stands before a massive, glowing red orb, its light casting long shadows across the cavernous space. Jin Young, supported by another man, is asked if he is able to stand. The man urges Jin Young to follow the others and get as far away as he can. A group of people stand before a massive stone golem, a glowing red orb pulsing within its chest. Two figures watch someone, their expressions unreadable. A disembodied voice declares that someone is the one with the real special power. A monstrous roar echoes through the dungeon. A hooded figure unleashes a brutal punch, the force of the blow sending the other man reeling. The hooded figure continues the assault, his fist a blur of motion. Another devastating blow lands, eliciting a guttural scream of pain. He grapples with the guard dog, each struggling for dominance in the confined space. The hooded figure lands a solid punch, the force of the blow evident in the guard dog's distorted expression. Locked in a tight embrace, the hooded figure and the guard dog continue their struggle, neither willing to yield. With a powerful heave, he throws the guard dog through the air, sending it crashing to the ground. Another punch connects, the impact echoing through the room as the guard dog reels from the force. The sound of the impact reverberates. After fighting the guard dog, he realizes that he needs to get stronger. More and more monsters started coming out after the second wave, which means people will arm themselves better to fight. There will be more people with special powers, and there will be specialized weapons to fight the monsters, though they're not in production yet. This means competition will get more fierce. Jin Young lies on the ground, defeated. Taijun wonders what he needs to be. Taijun's weapon of choice is. A man falls. He plummets through the air, the impact imminent. He continues to fall, while below, a figure holds a mechanical spider. Crushing knowledge, the words echo in his mind. Two figures watch with shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Through the game, he is able to learn. They're the last two. He figured out the movements of the new monsters before anyone else. He stayed up nights to study the best possible way to combat the monsters in various situations, going through countless deaths and kills and documenting every monster's reach, attack motions, and timing. And fast as the steel dogs, he throws a punch. The punch connects, sending the other figure reeling. Hundreds and thousands of times every day. He is struck in the face, the force of the blow evident. He delivers a punch, the impact echoing through the training room. A hooded figure with glowing red eyes declares that he's sure he'll have no problem handling them, adding that the person he's addressing is the last one. Aram Shin's eyes widen in shock. Taijun and Aram Shin stand before the massive treasure golem. The treasure golem brings its massive fist down, smashing the ground with earth-shattering force. The treasure golem's fist looms large. The treasure golem's fist hurtles down towards Taijun. Taijun clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. The air crackles with energy. Taijun's fist connects with the treasure golem's rocky hide. Aram Shin's eyes widen in disbelief. Aram Shin exclaims in disbelief, recalling how he was defending himself earlier. The treasure golem reels from the impact, as someone wonders if it's possible to do that with just his right arm. The treasure golem is sent flying backward, a chunk of its rocky body exploding into dust from the force of the blow. The treasure golem struggles to regain its balance, its massive form teetering precariously. Its foot slams down onto the ground, sending tremors through the already unstable terrain. The treasure golem continues its descent, a cascade of stone and debris trailing behind it. The golem's foot crashes down, the impact echoing through the cavern. A figure in a hooded jacket crouches low, preparing to strike. Leaping into the air, the hooded figure closes the distance with incredible speed. Taijun clenches his fist, his eyes burning with an intense blue light. His fist slams into the hooded figure's face, the force of the blow snapping their head back. The hooded figure's foot lands, barely managing to keep them upright. The treasure golem finally crashes into the ground with a deafening roar, the earth shaking from the impact. The force of the impact sends both figures crashing through a wall with a resounding thud. Yunha reflects on the way he was fighting. The man with white hair slowly rises to his feet, the scene feeling surreal. Yunha thinks this must be a dream as she is struck on the head. The masked man says that she left him back there and ran out on him, questioning what is going on and accusing her of ditching him. Yunha apologizes. The man with white hair looks up. The man with white hair lies on the ground. Someone exclaims that it's him. Three figures stand in the distance, the air thick with unspoken tension. A figure in a hoodie and mask is observed. It's him, someone has identified. The silver-haired man remains silent, his expression unreadable. He admits, I was planning on hiding my power for a little longer. The group stands together, the silver-haired man asking, how many monsters are left inside? It'd be best to see things to the end. The silver-haired man states, I took care of all of them. The masked figure reaches up to remove his mask, revealing his face to the group. The masked man removes his mask, stating, but now that you know who I am, it was me. The night sky hangs heavy, the moon a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The silver-haired man points, exclaiming, "You're that guy from before." His eyes widen in shock, the silver-haired man stammering, "Who? I'm sorry, have." He looks at the person in front of him, a question mark floating above his head. "Are you serious?" Taijun recognizes the man. The man thinks to himself, "Ah man, now there's someone who recognizes me." Lying on the ground, Jinyoung exclaims, "I even wore a wig." Aram asks, "What's going on? You two know each other." Taijun responds, "Well, not really." Jinyoung chuckles, "Huh? I didn't think you'd remember my face. But I guess it's too late now." Jinyoung smiles, "I'm glad you're fully recovered. I was worried because you were bleeding quite a bit." Taijun and Jinyoung shake hands. Jinyoung says, "And it's really amazing that you took." Jinyoung exclaims, "Care of all the monsters in there. You must have golem power too." Jinyoung smiles, "How crazy is it that there are 3 people here with special power? How did you two find out about it?" Taijun says, "I'm sorry, but I don't think I can tell you that." Under the moonlight, Jinyoung says, "If I were to ask you that same question." The man's expression is unreadable. Taijun responds, stating that he wouldn't feel comfortable sharing that either. The man apologizes, saying he should have been more considerate. He wonders if Taijun is hiding something if he's not comfortable sharing. The man asks if he can ask just one question, his back turned. Jinho looks surprised. The man exclaims, explaining that he just threw it out there. Aram Shin looks shocked. The man states that he didn't think he'd find her here. The man says he's not sure how much Taijun knows about him. He continues, saying he'll tell everything about it, apologizing for interrupting. Aram Shin says she needs help. Taijun asks why she needs help right now, and why she's asking him. Aram Shin states that she needs to get those 2 crooks who ran away earlier. She listened as the silver-haired man told Taijun, "Stop whining. You know you're going to do it anyway." Taijun and Aram Shin walked away from the man. The silver-haired man watched them go. Taijun and Aram Shin continued their walk. Aram Shin called out, "Hey." She asked Taijun, "Who is this Jinho you guys were talking about?" Taijun thought, "But if you want to keep it a secret, you should avoid that guy earlier." The silver-haired man stood alone. Taijun continued to think, "The way I sensed it, it was definitely hostile. If it wasn't for that, I would have asked him to join us." Taijun thought, "He turned hostile? I did sense that a little bit. Anyway, you should go home now." Aram Shin questioned, "Go home? How about the search?" Aram Shin stated, "That's my job. I said that earlier just to get you out of there." She tells Taijun that he has done enough and that she will take care of the rest. Aram Shin suggests he go home now. Taijun looks off to the side, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, Taijun stands on a rooftop overlooking a street. The rooftop is close to Namsan. It's not like he owes her anything, but Taijun is curious how they got their hands on the stone fluorescence. Taijun says he can spend about an hour. Taijun stands in front of an animal hospital, talking to a man with silver hair. Taijun says he really needs to hear more about Jinho Yu. He asks if the man could tell him more about him, how he knows him, and where he is now. The man with silver hair says he doesn't know a whole lot actually, but he could tell Taijun, but the man says if he did, would Taijun also be willing to tell him how he? The man with silver hair adjusts his sunglasses. The man's hand gestures as he speaks. Well, he really doesn't like doing this, but Taijun clenches his fist, blue energy crackling around it. He needs to know this time. The man with silver hair apologizes, but revealing anything about himself right now is not an option. Fine then. The man clenches his fist, red energy swirling around it. Try to force it out of me. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the tense silence. It's still not too late. His expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Another footstep, heavier this time. Can't we do this in a civilized manner? He speaks, his voice laced with regret. I didn't want to do this to you since you've saved my life before. But it seems like neither one of us wants to talk. But I only know how to fight monsters, since there are no humans in the game. And if my memory serves me right. Taijun faces his opponent, the air thick with unspoken tension. He reflects on his actions, a hint of defiance in his eyes. I tried to act tough since I didn't want to give him any information. The man's words echo in his mind, a grim acceptance settling over him. But I only know how to fight monsters, since there are no humans in the game. And if my memory serves me right. The other man's internal monologue reveals his desperation. He's on another level. I don't stand a chance against him. Should I have just told him? Taijun throws the first punch, a swift and brutal strike. His opponent's eyes widen in shock. The punch connects with a sickening thwack, sending him reeling. He throws a punch, the force behind it promising a brutal impact. The air crackles with tension as Taijun's fist hurtles toward his opponent. The punch connects, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. The force of the blow sends the silver-haired man staggering backward. Taijun's expression is grim, his focus unwavering. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within them. He unleashes another punch, a blur of motion aimed at his adversary. The impact reverberates, a sickening thud that speaks of broken bones. The silver-haired man is sent reeling, his body twisting from the force. Taijun continues his assault, each blow a hammer strike against his opponent's defenses. His feet slam against the ground, the impact cracking the earth beneath him. A tear streaks down his face, a testament to the pain and humiliation he endures. He cries out in pain. He roars, his red eye burning with intensity, a fresh scar etched onto his cheek. The man faces his opponent, fists clenched, ready to strike. Taijun plummets from a great height, the city sprawling beneath him. The sound of shattering glass echoes as the building behind him crumbles. Fists collide with earth-shattering force. The man glares at Taijun, his expression a mask of fury. Elsewhere, a lone figure walks through the dense forest, the trees looming like silent sentinels. Aram Shin curses under her breath. Maybe searching for them all alone wasn't a good idea. She knew she should have asked for help instead of trying to be cool. Aram thinks about the man, hoping Taijun is okay. She wonders if she's being too sensitive about things. The younger sister continues her trek through the forest, the moon a silent witness to her worries. 3 figures stand in the shadows. One of them whispers, "It's that guy." She wonders where he is going. As she continues to walk through the forest, she recalls that someone was standing right next to them. Aram Shin looks forward with a concerned expression. The scene shifts to a city where Taijun is walking down the street. Taijun is definitely tough, but this isn't an impossible fight. He is standing in front of a hospital. Taijun wonders if his memory of him is exaggerated. The person Taijun is fighting says that if not, no way. The person Taijun is fighting says that this is difficult, and that he has never fought a human before. Taijun realizes that he has no choice but to use a little. The person Taijun is fighting is surrounded by a white aura. Taijun thinks to himself that he needs a little more power. The person Taijun is fighting says that Taijun is tough enough, and that this won't kill him. Taijun is surprised. The person Taijun is fighting is getting ready to attack. He throws a punch, the force of it creating a loud thwack. Taijun grabs the person he punched, holding them tightly. The person Taijun punched is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The person crashes into a building, the impact creating a loud, grinding noise. Taijun lies on the ground, looking up at the sky. He thinks to himself that this is a little more. A figure in the shadows remarks that he is holding back some of his power, but still, Taijun's power is on another level and his memory serves him right. The figure continues, stating that even if he uses up all of his strength, there's no way he can beat Taijun. Someone asks if he is going. Taijun looks angry, his eyes narrowed. He thinks to himself that he has to use something. The golem crystal is shown. Night blankets a building, the moon a sliver in the sky. Inside a warehouse, 2 figures stand amidst shelves stacked with boxes, their size echoing in the cavernous space. The figure in the gas mask exclaims, "Damn it, we didn't make any money this time. We almost died too. Maybe it's about time we quit this gig." The other figure, wearing a yellow jacket, smirks. "I did some prep." He continues, "Work before we left. I'm sure by now. There's a few who threw up gold before they died." The figure in the gas mask chuckles. "All we have to do is to go back there when things settle and collect the gold." The figure in the yellow jacket turns, spotting someone in the doorway. He asks the figure in the gas mask, "Hey, how did you get here? Did you follow us?" The figure in the doorway is wearing a cap and a mask. The figure in the doorway says, "I have a few questions to ask. Stay calm and tell me everything you know." The man in the cap asks where the man in the yellow jacket got the smoke. The man in the yellow jacket asks if he is crazy. The man in the cap says he knows a great doctor if he needs to see one. A punch is thrown. A kick lands. The man in the yellow jacket grunts in pain. Another blow lands. The man in the yellow jacket is hit again. The man in the yellow jacket lies on the ground. The man in the mask stares down at the man in the yellow jacket. Meanwhile, Aram Shin asks how he feels about talking now. She wonders what this place is. Aram Shin stands outside a building. The man in the mask chokes the man in the yellow jacket. A woman yells at the man in the mask, asking what he thinks he is doing. A white-haired man swings his sword with incredible speed. Aram Shin says, "You're here. I wanted to ask you something too." One of the men asks, "Much trouble, right?" The white-haired man's sword crashes against an unseen foe. The white-haired man continues his assault, swinging his sword with practiced ease. The white-haired man swings his sword, while another man coughs in the background. One of the men says, "Too hard. I have no choice but to use the crystal." A narration box reads, "Every dungeon boss in Shadow of the Dungeon leaves behind a crystal that contains its special skill before it dies. You can use each crystal just once. At first, I thought this crystal only existed in the game, and you can use the boss's skill inside the crystal for a limited time." The white-haired man swings his sword again. The white-haired man swings his sword with renewed vigor. The white-haired man holds a glowing crystal in his hand. The white-haired man uses the crystal, unleashing its power. A brass ball in a dark hand emits a burst of flames, filling the air with heat. An unseen force slams into Jin Young, the impact echoing through the street. Taijun swings his blade, a silver arc cutting through the air towards his opponent. Considering the flame's range, Jin Young realizes he needs to gain some distance between them. Taijun stares at Jin Young, a question forming in his mind. Jin Young uses the crystal to unleash a massive burst of flames, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. The flames rage around Jin Young, the heat intense enough to melt steel. Taijun is engulfed in the flames, the heat searing his skin. But Taijun is sure he can withstand its power. Jin Young prepares to strike back, knowing Taijun is trapped inside the inferno. The flames swirl around Jin Young, a vortex of heat and power. The flames begin to dissipate, the intense heat slowly fading away. He is sent flying backwards, a wave of heat washing over him. Taijun tumbles through the air, disoriented. A thud echoes through the air. Two figures stand before another in the doorway of a warehouse. One of them asks if they are causing too much trouble. The figure in the cap insists that it's simple, demanding to know how they got the special power. The figure in the doorway responds that they are unsure why that makes him so curious, but they can't tell him that. The figure in the cap points a finger, continuing to press the issue. The figure in the cap's expression hardens behind a mask. The figure in the cap wonders if they are just asking to be beaten before opening their mouths, launching a kick. The kick lands with a resounding thwack. The figure in the cap looks surprised by the block. The figure in the doorway grits their teeth, feeling the impact of the blow. Clutching their arm, the figure in the doorway asks if the figure in the cap learned kickboxing somewhere. The figure in the cap thinks that they knew she was going to block, but they thought she'd go flying out the door. The figure in the cap retorts that they did a little kickboxing in their day too, launching another kick. He lashes out with a kick, the impact echoing through the warehouse. The figure in the cap retaliates, throwing a punch. "You hit me first." Taijun responds with another kick, aiming to keep the pressure on. The figure in the cap raises their voice, declaring, "This is self-defense." Taijun throws a punch, connecting with the figure's face. The figure in the cap stumbles back, muttering, "You hit me first." Taijun continues his assault, launching another kick. He follows up with another kick, not giving the figure a chance to recover. The two stand their ground, ready for the next exchange. Taijun delivers a final punch, the sound echoing in the warehouse. The figure in the cap tumbles to the ground. Aram Shin watches him fall, a look of frustration on her face. The figure in the cap shuffles away. The figure in the cap pulls down his mask. He removes the mask completely. Aram Shin pushes herself up from the ground, determined to catch him. The figure in the cap speaks, his voice laced with malice. "I'm going to find out how you got that power soon. You better be ready for it." Aram Shin shouts after him, "Hey, stop there." She begins to chase after him. Aram Shin watches as the figure in the cap disappears into the night. "I lose him. How's he so fast?" Aram Shin reflects on his words. "He said he wanted to find out how I got the power. I'm sure he'll be back again." Aram Shin continues to reflect. "I'm not sure what he plans to do with that power, but from what he did today, I'm pretty sure it's not for any good cause. And not just him, but everyone who was there. What were they planning on doing with the power they attained illegally?" Aram Shin wonders to herself. "Will I be able to filter every person with bad intentions?" Taijun lies on his back, unconscious. He sits up, clutching his head, a wave of disorientation washing over him. "Ow, my head. Where am I?" he wonders. Taijun recalls the ground collapsing beneath him. "Oh, that's right. The ground underneath me caved in. Am I at the bottom of the nonsense sinkhole then?" He looks down, pondering how he survived the fall. "Well, how did I survive the fall?" A voice speaks up. "Oh, you're awake now." Taijun turns to face the speaker, his expression questioning. "Why are you?" The white-haired man raises a hand to his head, a sheepish look on his face. I tried to catch you from falling. I guess I got myself. Either way, it's not normal behavior." Taijun glares at him, suspicion lacing his tone. "Is that right? Thank you so much for trying to save me. You were just about to kill me when you caused the ground to cave in from under me." He pauses, then adds, "Almost killed too." The white-haired man looks away, a hint of defensiveness in his voice. "Control my strength. And come to think of it, you threw a flame at me first." Taijun's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed. I guess I have no excuse for that one. My bad. But he jumped into a sinkhole to save someone he was just fighting? How can anyone be that altruistic? Or maybe he just didn't want to be a murderer. Meanwhile, Taijun and the white-haired man stand in a vast cavern, the air thick with the smell of damp earth. But where are we? Taijun wonders. He wonders aloud why they are here, a nagging sense of familiarity tugging at his mind. The white-haired man pauses, glancing back before continuing towards a dark opening. He asks where Taijun is going. Taijun's eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. This is impossible, he thinks. The cavern stretches before them, a vast and echoing space carved into the rock. Taijun and the white-haired man stand as tiny figures against the immense backdrop. A rickety bridge spans a chasm, leading to a heavy, barred door. Torches flicker, casting long, dancing shadows that writhe across the stone. A staircase ascends into the darkness, its steps worn smooth by countless unseen feet. Taijun's voice trembles with disbelief. He can't believe it, it's exactly the same. The white-haired man's brow furrows. How could this exist under a mountain? How is this even possible? Taijun's eyes dart around, realization dawning. Of course not. There's no way the afterlife looks the same as a video game. The white-haired man places a hand on Taijun's shoulder. He suggests they go and see first, reasoning that they won't find out anything by just standing there. Taijun nods, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He thinks that just wondering what's going on won't give them any answers, so they should follow the game route and see what happens. With a determined step, Taijun moves forward, the sound of his footfall echoing in the cavern's depths. He sits among the spikes, having seemingly triggered a trap. The white-haired man behind him asks if he is okay. Taijun thinks to himself that this place is filled with traps that can kill instantly. Even though he has a basic understanding from the game, he still has to watch his step. He doesn't remember every single detail about the map since he didn't think it would appear in real life, as he was too busy memorizing the monster's motion patterns. Taijun and the white-haired man stand further into the cavern. He wonders if they will be able to. He wonders if they will make it out of here alive. A multi-story building stands against a clear blue sky. Aram Shin yawns widely, her hand covering her mouth. She walks through her apartment, a worried expression on her face. Aram Shin pauses, looking towards a closed door. Taijun, she calls out. She stands outside the bathroom door, calling out, Taijun. Aram Shin clutches her phone, a worried frown deepening. Where did he go? Did he not come home last night? He's never spent a night out without telling me first. I should call him. Her eyes widen in sudden realization. Wait, did he spend a night with that girlfriend of his? Meanwhile, Taijun throws a punch, the force of his swing creating a visible shockwave. His fist connects with a monstrous figure, shattering it into pieces. Taijun continues his assault, striking down another monster with a resounding blow. The monsters surround Taijun, closing in with menacing intent. The air crackles with anticipation as the battle is about to begin. One of the monsters unleashes a searing beam of energy from its maw, aimed directly at Taijun. With a swift and decisive strike, Taijun's fist connects with the monster's armored hide, the force of the blow echoing through the cavern. Taijun's fist slams into another monster, the impact reverberating through its frame. The force of Taijun's punch shatters the monster's form, cracks spider webbing across its surface as it begins to crumble. Taijun stands victorious amidst the wreckage of his foes, the dust settling around him as the last monster falls with a heavy thud. Jinho asks, his voice tinged with relief, if that was the last one. Taijun replies that he thinks they're done here, and Jinho wonders if they should continue. Taijun thinks to himself, remembering the fight, that he doesn't remember all the details, which makes him nervous. He thinks that they were able to keep themselves alive. Taijun thinks that the biggest reason he's been able to survive so far is because of his exceptional power. He's definitely been a huge help during battles like the one they just had. But what's really shocking is that he was able to destroy a few traps I didn't even know about. They promise not to ask each other questions until they make it out of this place. A tentacle trap is destroyed with a loud crack. The tentacle is severed. A monster is defeated with a thud. The monster lies defeated. Jinho asks, are you okay? Taijun responds, yeah that. Taijun says, was no big deal. This is a rock frog. Jinho asks, you're not tired? A narration box states, this monster was lurking around here. It means we're almost there. Taijun says, let's take a break for a second. The dungeon stretches before them. Taijun says, since shall we finally get acquainted while we take a break? He introduces himself as Suhyuk Lee, but asks to be called Iron Man. The other man retorts that he never told Suhyuk Lee to give him his real name, and that he did it himself. The silver-haired man concedes that he is right, but still. The man with silver hair says fine, forget it, he doesn't have to tell him if he doesn't want to. The silver-haired man asks if he has a question, and if it doesn't feel like they keep going further down. Suhyuk Lee says he doesn't know, and asks if they were supposed to go up if they followed this path. The silver-haired man says that it just seems unrealistic for them to climb up out of here if they keep going down, but to follow this one for now. The silver-haired man says he guesses he's right, but asks if he isn't hungry. Suhyuk Lee tells him not to mention it, and that he's trying to forget it. He says there's nothing realistic about this place to begin with. The two approach a dark opening in the stone wall. Suhyuk Lee asks if they're going in there, and the two walk forward. The two stand before a large stone wall with a glowing red symbol in the center. The silver-haired man exclaims that it's that monster again. Taijun pauses, his mind racing. If his memory serves him right, this is just a decoy. Something's about to happen. With a resounding shwook, something bursts through the wall, sending debris flying. The wall cracks and crumbles, revealing a dark passage beyond. A loud dung echoes as Taijun and Suhyuk Lee run towards the newly formed opening. They stop short, staring in disbelief at a massive, grotesque tongue that has emerged from the darkness. Taijun asks, what's that thing? A voice echoes, yeah? So, a monster with a tongue like that is inside that cave. Deep within the cave, a monstrous figure with glowing red eyes is revealed, its massive tongue slithering out to greet them. A dark cave entrance looms ahead, its depths concealing unknown dangers. Two glowing eyes peer out from the darkness. Taijun and Jinho cautiously advance into the cavern, the rough stone walls rising around them. Jinho questions why they have to move against the wall like this. Taijun explains that the tongue attack will most likely come down the middle of the pathway. Jinho asks why Taijun is walking behind him instead of going on the opposite side. Taijun replies that there's a chance it can come down the side too. Suddenly, projectiles rain down around Taijun, forcing him to defend himself. Jinho exclaims in surprise. The two look up in awe at a massive creature looming above them. Jinho can only manage to say that it's big. The creature is identified as the boss, Rocky Hippo Toad. Taijun reminds Jinho to remember the patterns he told him earlier, confident that with Jinho's physical strength, he'll be fine. That's all the information you need to dodge its attack. The Rocky Hippo Toad slams its hand down, the impact shaking the dungeon floor with a resounding thud. Jinho says that it won't give them any time to strategize, so they need to get to it. The Rocky Hippo Toad prepares to attack again, its red eyes gleaming menacingly as it towers over Taijun and Jinho. Taijun and Jinho leap out of the way, narrowly avoiding the toad's attack. Their feet hit the ground with a soft tack. Jinho continues to dodge, narrowly avoiding the toad's massive hand. Taijun realizes that if he charges it head-on, it'll do its tongue attack right away. The rocky hippo toad's tongue lashes out, a blur of pink muscle aimed at Taijun. The tongue slams into the ground, the force of the impact cracking the stone. Taijun dives to the side, narrowly avoiding the tongue strike. The air rushes past him with a shwook as the tongue slams into the ground with a boom. Taijun thinks that it's trying to block his path first. The rocky hippo toad attacks again, its tongue a pink blur. It could be tougher than he thought. With a burst of speed, Taijun leaps onto the rocky hippo toad's back. He throws a punch with all his might, the force of the blow echoing through the cavern. Blurring into motion, Taijun continues his assault. Taijun remains on the rocky hippo toad's back, while Jinho watches from a distance. The rocky hippo toad is struck with tremendous force, the impact creating a booming sound. The rocky hippo toad opens its massive maw, preparing to unleash an attack. Taijun narrowly avoids the snapping jaws, dodging with practiced ease. He continues to evade the rocky hippo toad's attacks, moving with incredible speed. Taijun steals his resolve, promising himself not to strike back, no matter how many times he is attacked. Yes, keep your eyes on me, just like that, he thinks. He thinks to himself, I'm playing a tank character now, and the dealer is. Jinho plummets from above, hurtling towards the rocky hippo toad. That one with his insane power. Jinho crashes into the rocky hippo toad with explosive force. With a resounding thud, Jinho lands atop the rocky hippo toad. Having landed a solid blow, Taijun thinks he just needs to land another hit. Jinho's attack connects with the rocky hippo toad, sending tremors through the cavern. Jinyoung observes that their plan must have been executed perfectly. The weaknesses of this monster are the 5 treasures on its forehead, and it'll disappear once they break all of them. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the rocky hippo toad's massive frame. Taijun and Jinyoung stand ready, preparing for the next phase of their assault. The rocky hippo toad is bombarded with a series of attacks, each strike echoing through the cavern. Taijun pants, the exertion of the battle beginning to take its toll. A close-up reveals the rocky hippo toad's menacing visage. Taijun and Jinyoung face the rocky hippo toad, ready for the final assault. Jinyoung notes that it's the last one. Taijun confirms that they just need to do this one more time, but Jinyoung warns that the last one won't be as easy. The rocky hippo toad's eye glows with an ominous light. Taijun and Jinyoung stand ready, facing the massive rocky hippo toad as a cloud of fog billows around them. Jinyoung observes the monster. He realizes that the rocky hippo toad is changing its attack pattern. It's the second phase. The rocky hippo toad lunges forward, its massive form a blur of motion. Taijun cries out as the attack commences. The fog thickens, obscuring the battlefield. Taijun wonders if they have to fight in this fog now that the toad has entered its second phase. A sudden impact sends tremors through the dungeon. Soo-hyuk Lee grits his teeth. Damn it, this makes no sense. Shouldn't the fog affect it? Soo-hyuk Lee continues to ponder. The monster's visibility, too? How can it aim so accurately? The ground cracks as something massive moves nearby. Soo-hyuk Lee shouts, it's over there. There's. Soo-hyuk Lee cries out, back. Nothing here. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders, what was that? I definitely saw its silhouette. Another voice chimes in. It's a mirage. Soo-hyuk Lee questions, how is that possible? He is warned not to get distracted. The white-haired figure urges him to watch where the tongue is coming from. The white-haired figure acknowledges the warning, declaring, got it. The white-haired figure resolves to act, stating he'll try it, and that he's not wasting any more time. The white-haired figure is caught off guard, exclaiming, what? Hold on. Soo-hyuk Lee warns that the tongue attack is coming straight at them. A massive, fleshy tongue hurtles towards them with incredible speed. The white-haired figure's eyes blaze with an intense blue light. The white-haired figure prepares to defend, energy crackling around his hands. Soo-hyuk Lee is shocked by the display of power. That's crazy. Soo-hyuk Lee reflects on the situation, thinking, I knew his powers were practically supernatural. But how can a human being do that? The monstrous tongue continues its relentless assault. The tongue slams into the ground with earth-shattering force. He leaps towards the rocky hippo toad, arms outstretched, ready to strike. The toad's massive jaws snap shut, catching Taijun in its grasp. Gotcha! It seems to gurgle. The toad's grip tightens, a monstrous crush, echoing through the cavern as it squeezes Taijun. A close-up reveals the toad's hand, its rough skin grinding against something, a trickle of blood seeping out. With a burst of unseen energy, Taijun is suddenly free, soaring away from the toad's crushing grip. The rocky hippo toad roars in frustration, a guttural jua shaking the very ground. Standing his ground, Taijun faces the toad, a blinding flash of light erupting around him. He clenches his fist, determination etched on his face as he prepares for the next attack. With a resounding thud, the rocky hippo toad collapses, crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust. Taijun stumbles, his legs unsteady beneath him as he struggles to maintain his balance. His strength failing, he collapses, hitting the ground with a soft flop. Soo-hyuk Lee rushes to his side, concern etched on his face. Are you okay? He asks. He could finally breathe a little. A hippo toad was exponentially harder to fight than a steel dog. But, thanks to Soo-hyuk Lee, it didn't feel so hard. Taijun wondered how Soo-hyuk Lee had gotten this strong, and if it was achievable through training. Soo-hyuk Lee speculated that it was some sort of training. Soo-hyuk Lee held 2 red orbs in his hands. He noted that these were the big marbles under the toad's weak point, and wondered if they were treasures too. Taijun observed that they were the toad's crystals. Soo-hyuk Lee responded that they were probably not treasures. Soo-hyuk Lee wondered what they were. He thought to himself that there was no need to tell Taijun everything he knew, as it would only make him more suspicious. Soo-hyuk Lee wasn't sure, but they looked like the fireballs he used on Taijun last time. Taijun asked if these shot out fire too. Soo-hyuk Lee suggested that they each take one. Taijun asked if he was sure, since he practically fought this one all on his own. Soo-hyuk Lee said that wasn't true. Taijun made it easy for him to land his punches because he played a tanker. Taijun thanked him and said he would take it. A strange light shone from above. Soo-hyuk Lee wondered if they weren't underground, and where this light was coming from. Taijun thought that at this point, he'd be shocked if anything happened. Taijun wonders if this is like the game. Soo-hyuk Lee suggests they go into the light. Taijun questions why a ray of light would appear for no reason, suggesting it must mean something. Taijun thinks they should go check it out. Soo-hyuk Lee assures Taijun that it's safe to get closer to the light. Taijun realizes something, stating that he knew it. They are back in the game. From their vantage point, the bottom of the pit is not visible. Taijun Lim can't believe a place like that exists down there, referring to the bottomless pit. The other man looks back at Taijun Lim, awaiting his thoughts. Taijun recalls their pact to not ask each other questions until they escape the dungeon. The man wonders if they should fight each other again for information. Taijun Lim says that he has already used up too much stamina for that and wants to get some rest now. The man asks Taijun Lim what he thinks. The man says he feels the same and is tired, thinking to himself that they will talk more next time, wondering when they ever talked before. The man says he'll get going then. The man looks off to the side. Taijun Lim reveals, it's Taijun Lim. The man replies, that's his name. He smiles, a thoughtful expression on his face. Taijun affirms that he will remember. The news report states that people think they're like the superheroes in movies. Another person wonders if it's too much, as people have lost their jobs and are desperate enough to break the law to make a living. Someone questions if they're just getting this monster power, and if they aren't any different than monsters. Aram lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling. She thinks to herself that she's expected this much, so she's not hurt by these comments. Bottom text present. After seeing what happened last time, a man states that he has more doubt. Bottom text present. Too many people are just greedy for their own profit, even after the world. Aram thinks that it's natural for people to think like that, but even if she has to endure some criticism, if she can just get rid of those monsters. A hand grips a pen, poised over a notebook. Aram Shin thinks to herself that she won't regret her decision, but wonders if her goal is achievable to begin with. Taijun Lim asks if she is tired. Aram replies that she didn't get much sleep last night, which is why. Aram smiles, stating that they have no other choice and should wrap up their lesson for today. She playfully whacks Taijun on the head, telling him not to pull any tricks and to do his work. Aram curses under her breath. Taijun asks if that is a song. A flashback shows a group of con men, a monster, and another person with special power in a dungeon. Taijun thinks to himself that last night was spectacular. Taijun wonders if the man really gave everything he had, but he is pretty sure he did. Aram thinks to herself that Taijun is more physically advanced than he is, and if that captain is about the same level as him, that means she is the only one. Aram wonders why she is the only one with these powers, and that she really has no idea. She thinks that there is still a lot she doesn't know about herself, and that she doesn't know how to solve this problem. She asks if that does that. Taijun asks if Guy Taijun knows anything else. He says that they went over this yesterday. Aram thinks to herself that if that's the case, maybe she should have stuck around to dig up more information from him, instead of acting cool about it. A building stands tall against a blue sky. She sits at his computer, lost in thought. He thinks to himself that he had no idea this dungeon inside the game really existed under Namsan. He didn't see any debris or dead bodies, so it must not be a physical space in real life. Is Jinho really? He wonders what is behind all of this and where Jinho is now. He tells himself to forget it and focus on what he can do now. Weapons are useless in shadow of the dungeon, but there are several useful items. Besides a dungeon boss's crystal, there are accessories with various buffing effects and restoring potions. He wants to find out if these things also exist in real life. He thinks about how effective they are, and if they do. He thinks to himself that all he could do last time was fight the toad, but he can probably get through 3 or 4 levels next. Days later, Soo-hyuk stands at the edge of a cliff, wanting to find out if these things also start in real life. He thinks to himself that now that he's here, he's a little scared to jump. There's no guarantee he'd end up in that space like last time. Should he just quit? With a yell, Soo-hyuk jumps. He wonders if this is it. He lands with a shwook sound, calling himself stupid. The treasure golem declares that it is definitely a treasure. One of the figures states that it's the first one they've found in 3 weeks and warns the other not to make any mistakes. The other figure acknowledges the warning. The treasure golem stands, unaware of the impending danger. A sudden explosion rocks the area. Two figures swing their weapons at the treasure golem, initiating the attack. The treasure golem is struck by the weapons. The figures continue their assault, bringing their weapons down on the treasure golem. Yunsu shouts at another figure, urging them to hit the treasure golem. One of the figures strikes the treasure golem with a weapon, the impact echoing through the dungeon. The treasure golem is struck again, the force of the blow visible on its metallic face. The treasure golem grabs a hold of one of his attackers, his massive hand engulfing the figure. Swinging the captured figure around with brutal force, the treasure golem continues his assault. The treasure golem roars, a guttural sound of rage and destruction. The treasure golem slams his captive against a hard surface, the impact echoing through the area. The treasure golem's golden hand tightens, its metallic fingers gleaming. Clenching his fist, the treasure golem exerts immense pressure on the figure trapped within his grasp. The treasure golem's skull-like face is a mask of fury, his red eyes burning with intensity. Meanwhile, two figures struggle to pull something, their faces strained with effort. "You monster," one of them shouts. The treasure golem stands tall, a symbol of overwhelming power. One of the figures from before exclaims, "Eek! How can it be this strong?" Another figure yells at Yunsu, "Yunsu, don't just stand there. Help!" The treasure golem crushes whatever is in his hand, the sound of splintering bone and metal echoing through the air. The treasure golem's face is splattered with blood as he continues his rampage. Someone cries out, "Mr. John!" Yunsu swings a heavy hammer, the metal head whistling through the air. The hammer slams into the treasure golem with a resounding thud. Yunsu raises the hammer again, ready for another strike. He brings the hammer down with brutal force. The hammer connects with the treasure golem's hand, the impact echoing through the air. A bone-jarring crack echoes. A body lies covered in blood. "Oh no, Mr. John, this is terrible. He's got 3 kids." Someone asks Yunsu, "Why did you hesitate, Yunsu?" Another voice chimes in, "Maybe if you were a little faster." Yunsu stammers, It's just, I." One of the figures says, "Come on, don't be so harsh." Everyone was in shock. Another adds, "He misspoke because he's so sad. Don't worry about it." One of the workers tells Yunsu that they will call the cleanup crew to figure out the rest, and that he can go home first. Another worker replies with a subdued, "Oh, okay." The worker continues, stating that they are giving all of their pay to Mr. John's family, and asks if that's okay with Yunsu. Yunsu replies with a smile, "Yes, of course." He says that he'll get going now. The worker tells Yunsu to get home safely. Yunsu scratches his head, looking troubled. Another worker, wearing a hard hat, looks surprised and asks, "What?" A sword cuts through something with a loud bam. Another worker yells at Yunsu, saying that he barely got rid of another mouth, and asks if he's going to give his share to whom. He continues, asking why everyone is acting like they're saints, and if they aren't all criminal miners anyway. Yunsu's eyes widen as he asks, "Aren't I right?" A building shows a large crack. Yunsu sits on a ledge, lamenting that he lost another team, and wondering why he can't be a little more. He thought to himself that he needed a little more patience, just like his mom is always yelling at him about. He internally screamed that he wanted money and to be rich. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression is grim. Dazed, he found himself on his hands and knees in a brightly lit area. He wondered where he was. He realized that it was the place where he fought that toad monster last time. He guessed he could teleport out of here through that ray of light like in the game, thinking it was fine then. He wondered if he should go pick up the items. The entrance to the next level looms ahead. Soo-hyuk Lee stands firm, his fist clenched as he surveys the dungeon. Darn, he thinks. He thought he had prepared himself enough for this. It's been about 7 hours since he came down here. Soo-hyuk Lee barely got to the 5th level, but he already feels exhausted. But he did come across several items. Soo-hyuk Lee got a few accessories that can buff his basic abilities like stamina and speed, and crystals from the 4th level dungeon boss. But does he feel any stronger? Quite honestly, he's not so sure. In the game, he can easily see the status of his powers and notice small changes. His fighting power is 530,000. But in real life, Soo-hyuk Lee can't tell if his stamina actually did increase by 3% from the item. An item, or it, there's no effect at all. One item that did have a clear effect is this feather-shaped ornament. It's a powerful item. The item decreases the weight of all his belongings to a third. Unlike other video games, Shadow of the Dungeon displays each equipment in kg like in real life. Maybe that's the reason this feather-shaped item is clearly effective. Well, he's lucky to have found some items at least. Soo-hyuk Lee will try one more level down. That's where his most powerful items are. Reports have been sparse lately. Captain Shin stands at attention. Some personal issues came up. One of the men says he has no idea what Captain Shin is going on in her personal life, but he is sure she has seen the news. The project has been put on hold because of that. The man asks how their project is going and if they still support it. He tells Captain Shin to keep in mind that people will change their minds if she doesn't produce any results. One of the men says he is sure Captain Shin is already aware that it's not because they like her that they let her do whatever she wants. Is that clear? Captain Shin says she believes she understands that better than anyone else, sir. If she does, then she better hurry. One thing, but he heard secret agents have been dispatched from overseas. They want to know the secret behind her special power, Captain Shin. One of the men asks if they need to worry about information being leaked. Captain Shin says she will make sure it doesn't happen. Come to think of it, that guy? It was just a brief exchange they had, but his speech felt a little awkward, and he had a bit of an accent. The memory begins with a glimpse of military-style boots. A thought echoes, wondering if the wearer is one of them. The disastrous situation is surrounded by golems. Many have been wanting to profit from it, but someone is just realizing something. A figure stands amidst swirling dark energy, admitting to greed for complete control over this power. Captain Shin realizes she's just as human as anyone else. Two heavy knight-type golems stand guard. Considering he needs to get back to the 4th floor right after, Soo-hyuk Lee realizes he can't. Based on his experience, if he uses enough power and aims for their heads, he should be able to get rid of them with a single strike. Soo-hyuk Lee notes he's got 2 metal stakes left. He thinks he better not mess up. His eyes narrow with determination. Shwook, Kwon. A metal stake plunges into a golem's head, shattering it. Shwo. Soo-hyuk Lee prepares to strike another one, thinking, here's another one. A beam of energy erupts from the treasure golem's singular red eye, cutting through the cavern air with a sharp CHWA sound. Soo-hyuk Lee grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Damn it, he exclaims. The treasure golem roars, its massive form casting a long shadow over the cavern floor. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression hardens. He's got no choice. The treasure golem swings its massive arm, the air displaced with a resounding SHWOK. Soo-hyuk Lee sprints away from the golem, determined to escape. But to run for my life, he thinks. The treasure golem is difficult to take down because it's so thick and large. Soo-hyuk Lee knows he can knock it down if he aims for its head, but he can't reach it with his fist since it's so big. A creaking sound echoes through the cavern as Soo-hyuk Lee reaches a treasure chest. He's just gonna grab that item and get the hell out of here. Inside the chest lies the wind bracelet. Just this thing in this huge box. Soo-hyuk Lee reaches out to get out. The treasure golem looms over Soo-hyuk Lee, ready to strike. Damn, it's as big as a mountain, but look how quick it moves. The treasure golem swings its arm again, the air whistling with the force of its blow. He wonders if he feels so tired or if something else is going on. Soo-hyuk Lee feels dizzy. The treasure golem towers over Soo-hyuk Lee, preparing to strike. The golem's massive arm swings down with incredible speed. Soo-hyuk Lee realizes it's too late to dodge. He decides to use the wind bracelet, hoping it will be effective. Soo-hyuk Lee pleads for the bracelet to work. A powerful blast of wind erupts from the wind bracelet, slamming into the treasure golem. Soo-hyuk Lee is surprised by the force of the wind. His eyes widen in shock. Soo-hyuk Lee exclaims in amazement. A man remarks that the price of gold has plummeted because of treasure golems. He wondered if a single treasure golem could really be worth that much. It had been a dumb idea to divide the reward between team members. Soo-hyuk Lee considered how he could catch a monster by himself. Then, he remembered the sexy-looking captain with a special power. He thought about enlisting and getting a salary. Soo-hyuk Lee wondered if he could find a way to get that power without enlisting. If he got her power, maybe he could take down a monster on his own, he mused. He thought she was so hot. Soo-hyuk Lee considered what would happen if someone like her were a family member of an awakened. He thought he could hold her hostage and threaten the awakened to find out about the power and have some fun while he was at it. It was exciting just to imagine it. The apartment building stands tall against the evening sky. Aram Shin approaches the entrance, her footsteps echoing softly on the steps. Inside, Aram Shin enjoys a popsicle. It's almost time for dinner. Taijun's running late, she thinks. She punches in her passcode to enter the building. He said he's been doing construction work, but is there that much work to go around these days? She wonders. Aram Shin's expression turns worried. Could he? Is he a minor? Can't be, right? Aram Shin's face is filled with concern. There's no way, she thinks as she walks up the stairs. A man lurks in the shadows, watching her ascend. I'm sure that's not it, he thinks. The man continues to watch Aram Shin. She punched in her passcode to enter. No one else is home then. Does she live alone? The man smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. I hope. She lives alone. The reporter introduces himself as Hyunji Bong from Daily.com. Hyunji Bong asks if he is Sung Oh-ha, the one who posted the original footage about the awakened. Sung Oh-ha confirms that he is the one. Hyunji Bong insists that he must be the one. Sung Oh-ha explains that Hyunji Bong is the one who has been calling him day and night, even after he changed his phone number. He came to see him because he was so tired of it. Hyunji Bong states that the footage was without anything edited out. He is glad they can cut to the chase and that he can pay premium for that video. Sung Oh-ha drinks from his mug and says that he doesn't have it. Sung Oh-ha states that he doesn't have the original footage anymore. Hyunji Bong asks a different question. If there was another awakened in the footage. Sung Oh-ha says no, it was just that captain lady the whole time. Hyunji Bong says that the footage had clearly been edited, but from people who've purportedly seen the video, there was another. Meanwhile, 2 people are working on computers. Hyunji Bong asks if it was edited. She asks if he's sure the footage has been edited. Sung Oh-ha confirms, recalling how strange men barged into his house within 10 minutes of him uploading it. Sung Oh-ha explains that they confiscated the original file, claiming it contained classified information. He adds that a few hours later, an edited version of the video was re-uploaded to his account. He insists that while the video was edited, he doesn't have the original file. Hyunji Bong asks if he didn't back it up or anything. Sung Oh-ha replies that they took that too, stating it was a matter of national security. He wonders why he would want to hold on to something like that, saying he's rather relieved it's gone. Hyunji Bong asks if that's really true, sighing. Sung Oh-ha apologizes for her wasting a trip, saying he's very busy. Sung Oh-ha states that it seems like there's nothing else to discuss there, and he better get going. Hyunji Bong tells him to hold on, saying she has one last thing to ask. Sung Oh-ha asks her to please not call him anymore. He asks if there was really no other awakened in the original file. Sung Oh-ha looks away, his expression unreadable. He averts his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. Sung Oh-ha's expression hardens as he thinks to himself that it's a lie. Of course there was. He thinks that there was definitely another man, much more powerful than her, but he has no choice because they've put him under a gag order. Money rains down around Sung Oh-ha as he thinks to himself that he would be rich in no time if he could just sell the video. But the reality, Sung Oh-ha thinks, is that his video has been confiscated. He enters a store, thinking about how he is being watched no matter where he goes. Sung Oh-ha asks for a pack of cigarettes, lamenting that his life has been ruined because of that stupid video. He wonders how he can make some money. Emerging from the store, a hooded figure passes him by. Sung Oh-ha recognizes the hooded figure. His face, he sighs. Sung Oh-ha looks down at his wrist, where he wears a bracelet. He thinks to himself that he is so exhausted, but he got what he wanted, and that this is the best thing he's found in a while. The wind bracelet, he recalls, can block the enemy's attack once by building a defense wall, but it takes 10 minutes to cool down until it can be used again. It's a different story in real life. He thinks it can be useful. He was worried it might not be so effective, but he's so relieved it works. If something serious were ever to happen, I know what to do to survive. I'm sure. If I can just lose those spies, I'm sure I can. That's the other awakened. Sung Oh-ha glances to his right, a worried expression on his face. Only the lower half of a person is visible as they walk down the street. One of the men walking thinks about the money he could make if he keeps following someone around. The man realizes he needs to lose the people following him first. The man thinks the government must already know about that man. The man is sure he'll capture something worth capturing. A hooded figure wonders if there is government surveillance too. Captain Shin presents this month's monitoring report. A man sits at a desk. The man looks at a tablet. Captain Shin says it's very detailed as usual, broken down by each hour of the day, and that she has put someone in charge of monitoring him. He asks if she is sure she saw everything mentioned in the report with her own eyes, because she requested to do so personally. The officer confirms that everything in the report is based on her personal observation and is 100% accurate, sir. The officer looks concerned. Captain Shin assures him that everything's fine. The officer replies that not everyone believes it. He says that they don't understand why she'd go this far to hide his identity, even to the point of getting him involved. He adds that all they get is the report she filled out herself. The officer asks Captain Shin not to put him in an awkward position. Captain Shin states that she is the one who approved this whole process and will make sure that doesn't happen, sir. She adds that she asked for all these things so he wouldn't suspect anyone, including herself. The officer says that this does make him feel a little guilty and apologizes for putting her on the spot, sir. Captain Shin replies that it's fine and that he's never asked for any kind of favor before. The officer says that he figured there must be a reason she's asking him for a personal favor after all this time. For her uncle, he means. Captain Shin closes her eyes, thinking about her uncle. She asks how the other project is going. The soldier replies that she has been giving it a lot of thought and has decided on the final candidates list, planning to do an in-person check. Captain Shin asks what exactly she is looking to do with them in person. The soldier responds that she wants to determine their desire, sir. Soo-hyuk Lee is asked if he wants to determine their desire. The woman asks if he means whether or not he wants to see if they desire something. She says no. The woman looks surprised. Soo-hyuk Lee says that at this point, he doesn't trust anyone who says all they want is to protect the citizens. He'd rather pick people who are at least honest about what they're after. The woman replies that as long as what they want doesn't harm others or their mission, she'd rather have them come clean and take. Soo-hyuk Lee says that might still be more realistic than looking for someone who's purely righteous. He asks why she is telling him this, and if she wants to know what his desire is too. She tells Soo-hyuk Lee that he would actually be doing her a favor by joining them. The woman asks if Soo-hyuk still wishes to join, even though the direction of the special troop might be a little different than what they had originally planned. Soo-hyuk Lee considers the offer. If he joins that troop, he wonders if that means he'll be a soldier and receive a government salary. The woman confirms that after a short training period, he'll be a temporary lieutenant. He'll also be paid. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks to himself that a lieutenant's pay must be tiny compared to what he can make from mining. He's saved up enough in his secret bank account to live off of for the rest of his life. Maybe it's not a bad idea to look for something more secure. It'll be easier for his sister to accept that he joined a special government force rather than mining alone. Soo-hyuk Lee realizes that he can't keep hiding his power forever. The woman waits for his answer. Soo-hyuk Lee tells her that he'll accept her offer. The woman smiles. Soo-hyuk Lee realizes that if he joins, she'll be his superior. He asks if he has to call her ma'am. The woman's superior smirks, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Of course, she replies. The building stands tall against the night sky, stars twinkling above. A pile of trash sits in the alleyway, the stench of decay hanging heavy in the air. Soo-hyuk Lee's face is flushed, his eyes half closed. He murmurs, MHNGHHA. I like it. A woman's voice cries out, filled with pleasure. Oh, right there. A man's face contorts in ecstasy, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his face. HNGH. Yeah, AH. Ow. Heh. Kakik. The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. Is this what love is? The man wonders if his identity will be exposed once he joins the troupe, stating he definitely doesn't want that. A non-disclosure agreement is shown, stating that no one will release any information about each other. The woman explains that they will also be allowed to wear masks if they want to protect their identity. The man asks if he can wear a mask. He agrees, but wonders if that wouldn't attract too much attention. He considers just covering half of his face. He decides he should cover his entire face to be safe, resolving to think about this some more. Elsewhere, the woman sits on a couch. The man thinks he needs to tell her he joined the special troupe for the awakened. He wonders how she will react, hoping that she won't be crazy and absolutely against it. The man realizes something. He exclaims, "Oh, that's right." The woman asks what it is. She tells him that they're having a sale today at the grocery store. She mentions needing to get some groceries. Soo-hyuk Lee offers to go with her to carry the items. The woman's superior insists that it's okay, explaining that they can have the groceries delivered if they're too heavy, and it's his day off, so he should rest. She adds that they shouldn't waste money on delivery fees. Soo-hyuk Lee suggests they go together, noting that it's still dangerous out. They walk down a street lined with buildings. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks about how much she's grown up. He continues to think that maybe it's because they're 10 years apart. Now that she's this big, Soo-hyuk Lee reflects that she still feels like a kid who begged for candy just a few years ago. He understands what it feels like to have a daughter. Soo-hyuk Lee observes that the construction site is abandoned, too. The woman's superior mentions that she's noticed he's been working every day and asks if he's really working as a construction worker. Soo-hyuk Lee asks what she's talking about and how else he's supposed to make money. He asks if she's serious. The woman's superior says that it's so strange, adding that it seems like most construction projects have been put on hold lately. She asks how he can have this much work. She wonders if Soo-hyuk Lee has been suspicious the whole time. He thinks to himself that maybe he'll just come clean. A public announcement warns that this is not a drill. A monster has broken out of the restricted zone and is near a grocery store in Daesandong. The woman's superior urges Soo-hyuk Lee that if they're already outside, they should find the nearest building or shelter as quickly as possible. Soo-hyuk Lee agrees that there's no time to chit-chat and they should go back. The woman's superior agrees that they can talk more at home. The two run. Soo-hyuk Lee and the woman's superior come face to face with the monster. The woman's superior looks shocked. Soo-hyuk Lee steps forward. Soo-hyuk Lee punches the monster. Soo-hyuk Lee exclaims, "Oops." The woman's superior notices Soo-hyuk Lee's hand. At home, the woman's superior demands that Soo-hyuk Lee tell her what's up with his hand. The woman's superior asks Soo-hyuk Lee if he is the other awakened that the rumors have been talking about, and if that is what he's been doing all this time. He thinks to himself that it's absolutely not true. Soo-hyuk Lee admits he's been working in construction, and his hand. Well, she's right. He's been losing work lately. He applied to the awakened troupe for a more stable income, and they accepted him and gave him this power. The woman's superior retorts that sounds pretty convincing for making it up just now. Soo-hyuk Lee replies that of course he cares, this is for both of them, but they didn't announce the results yet. The woman's superior says that they already know who made it, but just haven't announced it since it's top secret. She asks if that's really true, and how could he decide on something like that without telling her? The woman's superior asks if he even considered how she'd feel, and if he cares at all. She doesn't want him to be in any danger at all. The woman's superior says she told him many times already, what if he dies? How is she supposed to live then? She tells Soo-hyuk Lee that he's the only family she has left. The woman's superior says she told him already, so many times, not to do anything dangerous. Soo-hyuk Lee listens intently to the woman's superior. The woman's superior looks distraught. Soo-hyuk Lee tells her not to tell him already. He won't die, so don't jinx it. He apologizes for making her worry, but she doesn't need to. Soo-hyuk Lee explains that other members in the troupe and the government supporting them, it might even be safer than construction work. He tells her not to worry. He won't die, okay? A hand clenches tightly, knuckles white with strain. A voice whispers, "I trust you, Taijun." The word jackpot echoes repeatedly amidst a pile of rocks. More rocks are seen, the word jackpot lingering in the air. Taijun thinks, his expression hardening. I followed them to kill him if he was her boyfriend. He continues, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Who would have thought I'd witness something like this? He's an awakened. What a jackpot. Taijun's thoughts race, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Will he tell me how to become an awakened? I can have some fun with it too. He continues, a manic grin plastered on his face. Oh, F***CK? I'm happy just to think about it. I'm gonna do all sorts of things with her. I've been getting so lucky lately. Taijun's eyes widen, a strange mix of excitement and anticipation on his face. Is this how it happens? He wonders, his mind already racing with possibilities. The era of the great Yoon Soo. A woman sits alone at a table in a cafe, waiting. A man approaches the woman's table. The man states, "You're the one who told me to never call you again." A text message is displayed, reading, "Why did you send me this strange text message? I'd like to see you one more time. I want to share a new side of me you didn't know before. I'll wait for you at the same cafe." Let's have a seat so we can talk. The woman, support woman superior, replies, like what I wrote in the text message, I just. The man confesses, wanted to see you again. I developed a personal interest in you. The woman replies, you're saying this while you're playing with your phone? The man continues, I guess you can say. I'm asking you out. The phone screen displays, I'm currently being watched. I'm not able to speak or act freely. Need your help. The man's expression shifts to one of concern. He thinks, I'm currently being watched. The woman says, I'm not able to speak or act freely. I need your help. She adds, please order something. A close-up of the man's eyes reveals his fear. He thinks, it's about the awakened. He reads the address on the paper, a frown deepening on his face. The man sits in his car, watching the building. Hyunji-bong wonders how the target was able to find out so much while supposedly being watched. A woman's voice echoes in his mind, suggesting they split their coffee half and half. He thinks that the target must be very determined. He mutters that this must be too much for the target. Hyunji-bong stakes out the location, hoping something will come up. 5 days later, Hyunji-bong, looking worn, thinks that this easy money is anything but. He wonders how the target can stay inside all the time. The man exclaims that if the target isn't mining, he should go to work. He thinks that the target is too young to be unemployed. Hyunji-bong shouts that the target isn't awakened, but just a homebody with no life. The target hasn't stepped out once since that day. Hyunji-bong thinks that this must be a joke, and he can't wait to try this. He realizes that he can't do anything unless the target leaves, and that people have been looking at him suspiciously. He thinks that he can't pretend to be going down the steps every time he comes across someone. Hyunji-bong, while toiling away here, realizes that the target and his companion must be comfortable and relaxed at home, which pisses him off. He wonders if they are perhaps having fun together. His eyes wide with shock, Soo-hyuk Lee exclaims, no way, that girl's mine. The scene shifts to a memory. A figure with neatly styled black hair and another with brown hair and glasses stand side by side. One of them thinks, that's right, I'll have to drag him out. For the past few days, Soo-hyuk Lee has been sitting in front of his computer. A montage of images flashes by. He's told Yeonhee he already quit doing construction work. He's been stuck at home playing the game. He needs to test out the items he got from the dungeon, but he has no excuse to go out and mine. Soo-hyuk Lee reflects that his sister was in danger that day, but he used his power too publicly. It probably attracted the attention of anyone who saw him. He decides he should stay home for a while. Still, he sighs, thinking, this is so boring. The sound of a doorbell echoes. Startled, Soo-hyuk Lee wonders, who is it? He peers through the doorway. Soo-hyuk Lee stands in the doorway, looking down. A white envelope lies on the floor. He picks up the envelope, his eyes widening in alarm. Holding the note, Soo-hyuk Lee reads, I know about your special power. I already have proof. A message arrives, instructing someone to come to the third exit in Yaksu Station. The sender promises to be there until midnight. Taejun is asked what it is. He replies that it's nothing, just a neighborhood meeting. The woman asks if Taejun wants anything, as she was going to get some snacks. She exclaims that she wants a moncher, a popular cream cake. Taejun says he got it, and will be right back, telling her to hurry back. Taejun leaves the apartment. He walks down the stairs. Someone thinks that he's finally out. An observer thinks that Taejun is pretty good looking in person. The observer thinks to themselves that they will follow him like this, praying that he uses his power soon. Taejun stands in front of a door. He enters a passcode, already memorized. The woman hears the beeping and wonders what's going on. The woman's eyes widen, a question forming on her lips. Did you forget some? Suddenly, she is face to face with a man in a dimly lit room. He responds with a sinister grin. Nope. The man's hand shoots out, his fingers clamping down on her face. A message appears. I'm here to have you. The woman confronts a man with glasses, her expression serious. The man with glasses responds, you're the one who told me to never call you again. The woman continues, I wanted to see you again. I developed a personal interest in you. She notes that he is playing with his phone. The man with glasses says, I guess you can say, I'm asking you out. The phone screen displays a message. I'm currently being watched. I'm not able to speak or act freely. I need your help. The man with glasses is visibly shocked, his eyes wide with surprise. I'm currently being watched. The woman and the man with glasses sit at a table. He says, like what I wrote in the text message, I just. The phone screen displays. I'm not able to speak or act freely. I need your help. He adds, please order something. It's about the awakened. According to the address he gave me. How was he able to find out this much while being under watch? Must be very determined. We can split our coffee half and half, right? Be too much for this. Well, something will come up if I stake out here. 5 days later. Easy money, my ass. How can he never step foot outside this whole time? If he's not mining, he should go to work. Doesn't he have a job? He's too young to be unemployed. The man with glasses grits his teeth, muttering that the person he's watching is not an awakened, but a homebody with no life. Inside, the man with black hair remains oblivious, seemingly unaware that he hasn't stepped out once since that day. He wonders if this is a joke, eager to try something new, but he can't do anything unless the other man leaves. He's starting to feel like people are looking at him suspiciously. He thinks to himself that he can't pretend to be going down the steps every time he comes across someone. While he's toiling away here, they must be comfortable and relaxed at home, which pisses him off. Are they, perhaps, having fun together? The man with black hair's eyes widen in shock. He thinks to himself that there's no way that girl is someone else's. The man with glasses resolves to drag him out, thinking that's right, he'll have to. For the past few days, the man with black hair has just been stuck at home playing the game. He recalls telling Yeonhee that he already quit doing construction work, so he has nothing to go out and do. He needs to go mining one last time to at least get out the items he got from the dungeon. He reflects that, actually, no, he knows his sister was in danger that day, but he should stay home for a while. He used his power too publicly, and it probably attracted the attention of anyone who saw him. Still, he thinks to himself that this is so boring as a doorbell rings. He looks up, wondering who it is. The man with black hair peers towards the door. He opens the door. A white envelope lies on the floor near a pair of feet clad in blue sandals. Taijun picks up the envelope, a look of surprise on his face. He reads the note inside. I know about your special power. I already have proof. The note continues. Come to the third exit in Yaksu Station. I'll be there until midnight tonight. Taijun is asked, what is it, Taijun? He replies, oh, it's nothing. It's for a neighborhood meeting. The woman with blonde hair says, I was going to go get some snacks. Do you want anything? She mentions Moncher, a popular cream cake. Taijun responds, I got it. I'll be right back. Hurry back. Taijun heads out the door. He walks down the hallway. Meanwhile, the man with glasses watches him leave. He thinks, he's finally out. The man with glasses observes Taijun from his car, thinking, he's pretty good looking in person. The man with glasses prepares to follow Taijun. He thinks, yes, I'll follow him like this. I pray he uses his powers soon. He approached the door marked 301, his back turned to whatever lay behind him. His fingers danced across the keypad, the code already committed to memory. A series of beeps echoed through the room, prompting Aram Shin to turn, a puzzled expression on her face. Aram's eyes widened slightly as she called out, did you forget some? Taijun responded, his face twisted into a sinister grin. Nope. With terrifying speed, Taijun lunged, his hand raised to strike Aram from behind. A chilling declaration hung in the air. I'm here to have you. A figure in a purple jacket swings another figure around. The man in the purple jacket says to stop kicking so hard. The man in the purple jacket says that if the other figure is trying to buy some time, don't bother. He adds that he sent him away somewhere pretty far and to just give up. The man in the purple jacket is shown in close-up. A door is shown with a question mark and the word beep repeated. The man in the purple jacket is shown in close-up. A door is closing. Someone thinks it's the right thing to do and that they've been waiting for a very long time. Someone says they'll follow him like this and prays he uses his powers soon. A building is shown. A man peers out of a window, his expression unreadable. A man with glasses thinks, I couldn't help but notice, because that man's been standing on the third floor steps for 5 days straight. And as soon as this guy left his apartment on the third floor. The man with glasses continues, he went downstairs. This is too creepy. But who cares? A woman in a suit walks, the sound of her heels clicking on the pavement. She thinks, I need this hit news story. The woman's heels click as she walks, a tattoo visible on her ankle. A man calls out, excuse me, I need to tell you something. The woman in the suit walks away with another person. A man grabs a blonde woman from behind, covering her mouth. A man stands with a red aura surrounding him. The man looks up, his eyes wide with shock. He thinks, what I mean is. A fist flies forward, blurring with speed. Listen to me 4 dash. The man is punched in the face, the force of the blow sending him reeling. He is struck with a powerful blow. The man lies on the bed. He is kicked in the back. He grabs a piece of wood. He retaliates with a punch, shattering the blue-haired figure. The man looks shocked, clutching the broken piece of wood. What the F***? He is punched again. The man faces another man. He opens the door. The man looks angry. Wait. He is punched in the face. I'll listen to me first. He is punched again, his eyes glowing red. Sorry. I'll listen. Art. The sounds of violence echo through the room. A computer sits silently on a desk as blows land with sickening thuds. A man desperately tries to shield himself, his face contorted in fear and pain. Stop hitting me, he cries out. His expression hardens, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. What did I do? I haven't done anything to her yet. He glares, a chilling certainty in his voice. On top of that, I know who you are. His jaw tightens, a silent threat hanging in the air. You don't want everyone to find out who you. The other man, bruised and battered, attempts a placating tone. So, let's just wrap it up here, huh? That's why you left when you saw that letter. I won't press charges. He stares back, unreadable. I don't get it. Soo-hyuk Lee declares that he is not nice enough to let someone get away with messing with his family. He punches the man, declaring that he will die. Meanwhile, police officers arrive at the scene. A man with glasses looks concerned. Soo-hyuk Lee asks if that woman called the cops. He punches the man again, who cries out in pain. Soo-hyuk Lee runs away from the scene. Soo-hyuk Lee and a woman look shocked. The man falls to the ground. Taijun sits at his desk, working on his computer. Ultimately, he gave up writing the news story. The incident itself could have made headlines even without mentioning his power. But he couldn't possibly make an issue out of the victim after seeing it himself. Why was he worried about someone else? Life? His life is hard enough as it is. The guy who jumped from the third floor. Fortunately or unfortunately, he only suffered a broken leg and no other major injuries. Well, other than his face beaten to a pulp, that is. But there's one thing that's been bothering him. Let him just ask him one thing. Are you thinking about revenge? Or pressing assault charges? He hasn't thought about that at all. That's all he said. It seems like everything's wrapped up nicely. But why does this feel so unsettled? Oh, here. Come this way. You are Yunha Shin's sister Aram Shin. You're Taijun Lim, right? I'm glad the judge acknowledged your extenuating circumstances. My sister wanted to come too, but she didn't want to draw any more attention, so I came on her behalf. Well, I'm glad I got to meet you in person. He recalls someone saying they've been wanting to meet him, and awakened, more than his sister. They were one of the people who got to see the original footage of his fighting that monster. The younger sister of Taijun Lim smiles at him. Taijun asks if the researcher is the one who gave her the golem arm. Aram Shin confirms that she is the one who discovered it. Taijun asks if she found out about him before he found out about her. Aram smiles. Taijun suggests they share each other's information and asks if she wants to drop by his lab. Aram thinks maybe next time as the car drives away. The car approaches a building. Aram asks if he picked him up. Taijun says he dropped him off at his apartment. Aram is confused, thinking he was going to take her to the lab. Taijun says he wanted to stay with his sister today, which Aram understands considering what happened. The woman superior adjusts her cap, looking upwards. In a hospital room, a woman with glasses speaks to a patient. She says she's not the police, so she doesn't have any details, but she heard he's in the hospital now. The patient replies that's too bad. He was hoping he'd just die like that. The woman with glasses says he didn't suffer any major injuries, so he'll probably be arrested as soon as he's discharged. The woman with glasses asks where God is when you need him. The woman superior says that sounds harsh, but she doesn't disagree. The woman superior looks down, thoughtful. Meanwhile, a building stands against the night sky. The woman superior exits the building. She is asked if she is going. The woman superior stands across from another woman in a white jacket. The woman superior says, by chance, and asks if the other woman is heading with her. The woman in the white jacket says she bets the woman superior is thinking it's too bad that. The woman in the white jacket says she didn't finish him off. The woman superior is surprised. The woman in the white jacket asks if she isn't right, and says she does understand how the woman superior feels. She wanted to make it clear. It would be one thing if they actually finished him off then, but they missed him the moment he jumped. So, no matter what they have in mind, to do that to him now is just dumb. To be continued. The woman in the ponytail asks, dumb? She grabs the front of his jacket, her expression hardening. The woman demands, who do you think you are? Do you even know what this feels like? Her eyes widen, a flicker of vulnerability crossing her face. You're right. I don't know what you're feeling. I can't possibly tell you I know. The woman continues, when that's never happened to me before. But if something ever happens to him now, she says, you'll be the first one on the wanted list. You can't escape it. You'll either get arrested and serve time in jail, or a fugitive for the rest of your life. The woman asks, do you think I care about something like that? She shouts, care less about the aftermath. The woman says, that means while you're in prison or on the run, your sister will have to be alone without anyone to protect her. She clenches her fist, her expression conflicted. It's up to you to do whatever you want, but it's something to consider, don't you think? The man in the hoodie responds, I couldn't. Or her only family. A figure in a dark hoodie and cap exits a doorway, a package clutched in their hand. A tattoo is visible on their wrist. She turns to him, surprised. Where'd you go? She exclaims, oh, great. I was craving something sweet just now. Her eyes narrow slightly. Yeonhee's eyes glow red, a dark intensity burning within. He holds out a mellow Bingur bar. She smiles, offering the treat. You want one too, right? Yeonhee refuses the snack. Why are you handing me this one? I want the porky Bart. He thinks to himself. Yeonhee. She smiles sadly, thinking, her best to act normal around me. Forget it. That one's mine. If she ever shows any sign of trauma. Yeonhee clenches his fist, thinking, she's afraid I might do something to him. Aram's right. Yeonhee needs me now. Yeonhee stares at the snack bar, lost in thought. Golem's power? Money? Do any of these things matter anymore? The fury and powerlessness he's feeling now are no different from before. A memory surfaces, a room filled with an unsettling stillness. Taijun Lim's eyes widen in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. A menacing figure looms, its presence radiating an aura of dread. The figure's face is revealed, a grotesque grin stretching across its features. Piercing eyes stare out, filled with an unsettling intensity. A mouth opens, as if about to speak, the words unspoken hanging heavy in the air. A voice echoes, I am asking you to take responsibility for the dead by. A woman contemplates, her thoughts swirling around the concept of responsibility. Protecting those who are alive. What do you think? Take responsibility? A figure considers the weight of humanity. People are people. A building stands tall, a silent sentinel against the night sky. Worth that much work. The treasure golem stands menacingly. A voice declares, what did I say? It's right there. Yeah, but do you think that'd be? Two men stand amidst the ruins, their conversation hushed. One asks, all right. The other responds, why not? One of the men elaborates, I mean, it just looks so different from other treasure golems. And on top of that, remember that news about the giant monster? Someone pulled out treasure that looked just like that, and even. Taijun Lim expresses his frustration, thinking it's idiotic to report the treasure instead of trying to take it. He believes the government will take all the treasures. Another man hesitates, but Taijun finds him frustrating. Taijun argues that someone else is going to take it if they don't. He says it's hard. He asks if the other man wants to miss out on a chance like this. The other man agrees, saying they should do it. Taijun is pleased, stating that he's made the right decision. A massive explosion erupts. The Earth Dragon's remnant, a hidden boss, is revealed. The man at the table takes a sip from his mug. He's told not to worry, that once the suspect is found guilty, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail. The woman across from him wonders if that's truly the case. Taijun is glad to hear that, but notes that Korea is notoriously soft on sex crimes. He asks if she thinks he'll get a life sentence. She counters that it was only an attempted assault, questioning how he could get such a sentence. Taijun considers a few suspicious things. The woman explains that the investigation is still ongoing, so she can't provide any more details. Taijun is told that they are investigating his background. The woman states that he's an unprecedented serial killer who's killed at least 7 people. She adds that if the charges are proven, he might even get the death penalty. Taijun is told that it's not confirmed yet, but she's 99% sure based on what they've found so far. She believes he'll never be back out in society after the trial. Taijun thinks that he was crazier than he thought. He wonders why Korea doesn't actually carry out death sentences, stating he'd feel relieved if he were actually dead. A phone begins to ring. The woman answers the phone. She identifies herself as Captain, asking the communication security team what's going on. Captain is informed that another huge monster has appeared in their sector. The news report detailed that the gigantic monster currently active seemed to be twice the size of another big monster that was active 3 months ago. The monster had been breaching the military defense lines at an incredible speed, the news anchor urged. The Earth Dragon's remnant was a hidden boss in one of the side quests. It usually hid in open fields rather than inside a dungeon, maybe because it wasn't part of the main plot required to advance in the game. If that one's out and about, it meant someone must have pulled out its treasure horn. The news already warned people not to pull treasure horns from the monsters. We should go to a shelter too, Aram Shin suggested. The news reporter specifically remembered because he was surprised to hear an accurate news report when no one else knows about the game. He wondered if they had seen the news about it. They probably ignored it. They were constantly broadcast on TV. Breaking news. The soldier who became famous after thwarting. Greedy, only concerned about what they want. The previous giant monster attack. Captain Yunishin stood ready. It had arrived at the sighting zone. Let's hurry, Soo-hyuk Lee urged. He was sorry, but he'd have to do it alone. Like she said, his sister needed him by his side. You're saying? She listens as one of the soldiers reports that the monster heals itself, even after suffering damage from their firepower. It just heals right away, no matter how. Another soldier wonders how many layers of defense they have left, but Captain Shin assures him that their weapons are still effective. The soldier replies that it breached their 3rd layer, so they only have the 4th and last. The captain's expression darkens as she considers that there are just 2 layers left, and the monster can heal itself. One of the soldiers suggests that they gather all their forces and bombard it with everything they've got. The captain agrees, stating that it makes total sense. She orders them to send out in order to gather all of their forces at the final layer of defense. Another soldier suggests that they should move. Another soldier apologizes for interrupting. The interrupting soldier reports an urgent message for Captain Shin. A civilian was sighted near the 3rd layer of defense. Captain Shin's eyes widen in surprise. A civilian? Wouldn't it be better to gather and fight the giant monster? Meanwhile, the city lies under a dark, star-speckled sky. An explosion rocks the city, sending debris flying. The rocky hippo toad rears its head, spewing a torrent of viscous green liquid. Soo-hyuk Lee leaps into action, kicking the stream of green liquid away with a resounding splash. His gaze sharp, Soo-hyuk Lee prepares for what comes next. He launches himself into the air, his foot connecting with the monster's face. Soo-hyuk Lee stands panting, sweat dripping from his brow. Again, he strikes, the force of the blow echoing through the air. He turns away, the battle seemingly over for now. Soo-hyuk Lee hears a voice. Again? You're tiring me out. Captain Shin, disguised in a military uniform, remarks. I guess it really does heal itself. Captain Shin continues. Really trying to keep your identity hidden? Why are you allowing so many people to witness you? Do you know how hard it was to keep things under wraps after the last time with that con man? She adds, well, I'm wearing a disguise. Do you think a wig and a pair of glasses are enough? Captain Shin asks. Anyway, what are you doing here, Captain? Don't you have soldiers to command? I told them what needs to be done before coming here. If this, Captain Shin thinks to herself, one can really heal itself. We need to figure out a plan to minimize our damage. Soo-hyuk Lee is surprised by the question. Captain Shin asks, a plan? How are you going to find that on your own? Captain Shin states, I thought it might be you when I got the report that a civilian was fighting the monster. Captain Shin concludes, I figured you and I can find its weakness together. The monster lurks in the background, thinking, weakness? Do you think that thing's even got one? There's got to be something. Slice it in half or crush its head. He explains that he's already tried a bunch of stuff, including what Captain Shin just mentioned. It heals itself right after, as if nothing ever happened. Soo-hyuk Lee states that there's got to be a way. The monster responds with a sinister laugh, stating that otherwise, they'll all be dead. The story is to be continued. The city is being destroyed. A close-up of the treasure golem. The treasure golem is roaring. The man with glasses says, "We're running straight to the final defense line." The woman in the military uniform asks, "Shouldn't we do something to stop it?" The man with glasses replies, "Do you think I like running away like this? I'm giving myself time to." The man with glasses says, "Think since you've already tried everything. We'll have to try anything we can think of at this rate. It'll reach the residential areas in no time." The woman in the military uniform says, "We'll put everything on the line." The treasure golem roars, "Everything?" The treasure golem is attacking. The woman in the military uniform says, "We'll have to crush it to pieces until it can't heal itself." The man with glasses asks, "What? What kind of a plan is that? We're just doing whatever we can. There's no time to think." The woman in the military uniform replies, "Well, I guess. But still, whatever. Let's try it." The treasure golem roars, preparing to strike. Soo-hyuk Lee counters with a punch, connecting with the treasure golem's massive form. The force of the blow sends the treasure golem hurtling backward, cracks spiderwebbing across its rocky hide. The treasure golem crashes into something with a deafening thud, sending debris flying. Soo-hyuk Lee, undeterred, prepares another attack, his eyes narrowed with determination. He unleashes another punch, the impact echoing through the air. The treasure golem is sent careening into a nearby building, the structure groaning under the force of the impact. Soo-hyuk Lee pants, sweat beading on his forehead from the exertion. His breath comes in ragged gasps, the air thick with the smell of dust and pulverized stone. Captain Shin watches the fight, a grim expression on her face. Jinho stands beside her, concern etched into his features. He wonders if the treasure golem can heal itself after all that. Debris continues to fall, a constant reminder of the destructive power at play. A voice says, "I really hope not." Soo-hyuk Lee prepares to attack again, his resolve unwavering. The man with glasses, his face etched with desperation, pleads, "No, don't do this to us." The treasure golem, a monstrous serpent of stone and malice, prepares to strike again, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. The treasure golem unleashes a devastating beam of energy. The man with glasses and Captain Shin dive for cover as the beam obliterates the ground where they stood. "What do we do now?" the man cries out. Captain Shin, narrowly avoiding the blast, replies, "We've already tried everything we can. You should get out of here." Captain Shin, her gaze hardened with resolve, declares, "I'm a soldier. I have to fight." The man with glasses asks, "What about you?" Captain Shin responds, "No, we haven't. You don't know where Taijun is? Don't you have his number?" Feeling he might know how they should handle this, Captain Shin says, "I've got a." The man with glasses asks, "Why not?" Captain Shin replies, "Unfortunately, I can't call him." As they run, the man with glasses says, "Our network went down again after we sent out the disaster alarm. All the phones are dead." Captain Shin, her brow furrowed in thought, says, "That's right. But I think." The man with glasses, his expression grim, thinks, "He'll show up here without my asking." Elsewhere, people lie on the ground, seemingly unconscious. He wonders how long they have to stay like this, questioning why they haven't killed that monster after all this time. 2 other people are in the room with him. He thinks it'll be impossible to defeat the monster since it resurrects itself without limit. It's also difficult to figure out how to attack it. He reminds himself that he has to keep his sister safe. He decided not to care about things that don't concern him, but he feels like he's missing something. A can of soda drops into the vending machine's dispenser with a clunk. He thinks he's probably just moody and thinking too much as he stands in front of the vending machine. He takes a drink from the can. Someone calls out to him, "Huh? Aren't you?" Seo Sang exclaims that it's been a while and he didn't expect to see him here. He continues to drink the soda. He looks surprised. Seo Sang tells him that he didn't think he'd ever see him in a shelter. He replies, "This happens. What made you think that?" He takes a swig from his can, thinking that just because he has the power, it doesn't mean he has to fight a battle where there's nothing for him to gain. He wonders if Seo Sang would go out and put his life on the line. The man with glasses ponders the question, thinking that he would. Seo Sang responds with a simple, "Oh, really?" Seo Sang says that the man with glasses looks like he doesn't believe him at all. The man with glasses states that he has a younger sibling who's seriously ill. The man with glasses explains that the medical bills are outrageous, which is why he tried to mine treasure. He adds that being stuck in a hospital bed. The man with glasses continues, saying that it means Seo Sang is trapped. He adds that if that monster breaks through the military's defense lines and goes near the hospital, Seo Sang says that any way for those people to survive. If he had the power, he's sure he'd try to stop the monster, defeating that monster. The man with glasses thinks that it would be the surest way to protect his family. The man with glasses thinks that it's definitely right. If the military fails to get rid of that monster, his sister will be in danger too. Ultimately, the man with glasses thinks that it's a fight he'll have to. The man with glasses thinks that he's not fighting for those strangers who have nothing to do with him, people who just love to talk when they don't know anything. The reason for him to fight isn't for strangers. A bright smile illuminates the girl's face. Crimson eyes glow with fierce determination beneath the shadow of a hood. It's for his sister, he vows, for her, he'll fight. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, he'll fight. A colossal, segmented worm-like creature looms over the city's skyline. Two figures stand side by side, gazing up at the monstrous worm. The man with the glasses curses, frustrated. He exclaims that they should be fighting, not hiding. The woman in military fatigues responds that they have no choice. They're completely exhausted and need to take a breather. She wonders what they're going to do, as it just comes back to life even after being crushed to pieces. The man with the glasses admits that he thinks it might be impossible to beat. The woman retorts that he's wrong. A figure with spiky hair stands silhouetted against the night sky, declaring that of course there's a way. The two figures from before are seen walking down the street. The figure with spiky hair, now seen more clearly, states that it's actually not that difficult. A woman with blonde hair is lying down. The blonde woman sits up, rubbing her eye. Another person says, "Oh, you're up." Yunsu said that Taijun mentioned he had to take care of something and stepped out, adding that he'll be right back. The woman asks who he is. Taijun assures her that there's no need to be scared, stating he's an acquaintance of Taijun Lim. Yunsu says that Taijun is the one who asked her to stay with him. The woman asks why she should believe her. Yunsu says that they took a selfie together. She didn't tell her where he went. The woman asks Taijun how he knows her brother. Taijun says that he guesses they know each other from work. He thinks to himself if he could take him on as his apprentice. Yunsu asks if he's in construction too, wondering where he went. Yunsu tells her that she doesn't have to worry. He said he'll come right back. One of the men asks what he thinks, questioning what he's doing here. One of the soldiers asks what's with the attitude, saying he didn't do anything wrong, questioning if he's here just for fun. The man with glasses asks the hooded figure if he knows how to take that monster down, Taijun. He confirms that he does. He asks if there was a reason for something. Captain Shin stands beside him, while Taijun is in the background. It's easy to get stuck thinking about how to counter the monster. The actual monster is a tiny worm inside a red treasure. The huge monster is designed to face its main body. If the remnant side gets too far, it respawns closer to the main body, so it must still be around here somewhere. Captain Shin wonders if whoever has the treasure couldn't escape in time before the military surrounded the area. She asks the man with glasses what's wrong and why he's not answering her question. The man with glasses says he can guess the escape route based on where the remnant's facing, as he was a miner himself for over half a year. Captain Shin tells him to just hold that thing down for 10 minutes. Taijun asks what he can possibly do in that time. The man with glasses says he'll make sure it's gone. Taijun asks if he won't help them fight it together, and if he's sure he can get rid of it. Captain Shin asks if they buy him 10 minutes. The man with glasses says he's truly exhausted, but he thinks to himself that he still has 10 minutes left. The man with glasses asks to make it happen before time's up. He states that he trusts the other person's knowledge. The sounds of heavy breathing echo through the destroyed city. Taijun Lim is out of breath. Taijun asks Captain Shin if they can just keep running away like this. Taijun asks what Captain Shin means, as the captain explains that this disaster happened because of them. Captain Shin asks what about it, and if Taijun thinks the monster will just disappear if they turn themselves in. Taijun states that there's no crying over spilled milk, and that they should just worry about how to get out of there while the military's busy dealing with that thing. Taijun says that it's a cliché and that he never thought he'd actually hear it in real life. Captain Shin says that he means, but still. The man with glasses asks who they are. The man with glasses tells them not to worry, that he's not a soldier or a cop, and that he's not there to stop them from getting away, but to leave that red rock there. Captain Shin asks what he is, some nut job, and if he wants to take their treasure. He retorts, questioning why Taijun Lim is talking about keeping a code when mining itself is illegal. Taijun Lim responds that he is not here for money, his tone defensive. Captain Shin asks the hooded figure that if he is not here for money, what does he want, and to at least let them hear his reason. The hooded figure pauses, considering his response. The hooded figure says he will give them a short explanation. Taijun Lim, holding the red rock, is told that if he looks at it closely, he will see a tiny worm inside. The hooded figure explains that the worm is the actual monster. He continues, saying that once he breaks the treasure, takes out the worm, and kills it, the giant monster will also disappear. Taijun Lim scoffs, calling it all bull and asking how that makes any sense. Captain Shin says that is impossible. The hooded figure explains that the treasure is part of the monster, and once the worm dies, the treasure goes away. Taijun Lim asks if he is joking and that if he is going to lie, he should at least make it believable. He asks if he would just hand over the treasure after hearing that. The hooded figure says he sees, and that it is okay, as it is what he expected. The hooded figure thinks to himself that people are selfish by nature. Taijun Lim walks away. He advances, closing the distance between himself and Taijun. The construction worker lies prone on the ground, helpless as the hooded figure approaches. The hooded figure states that the construction worker's response is pointless. The hooded figure remarks that the situation is exactly as he imagined. Taijun, desperate, offers to share the profits from selling the red rock. Taijun pleads, claiming he is a victim of circumstance, having lost his job and accumulated debt. The construction worker continues to beg, saying that without the red rock, his entire family will be out on the streets. The hooded figure silences Taijun with a swift punch. The force of the blow sends the construction worker flying. Taijun lies defeated on the ground. He asks what the hooded figure wants him to do about it. Meanwhile, the hooded figure adjusts his hood, his expression unreadable behind the mask. A woman in military fatigues stands guard as a man with glasses faces a massive, shadowy creature. The woman in fatigues wonders if 10 minutes have passed yet, complaining that she is getting tired. The rocky hippo toad prepares to attack, declaring that they should just keep pushing a little more. The creature unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the ruined city. Captain Shin and Soo-hyuk Lee watch with shocked expressions as the creature prepares its attack. A blinding flash erupts as Soo-hyuk Lee unleashes a beam of pure energy, striking the rocky hippo toad with devastating force. The energy beam continues to bore into the creature, its form shimmering and distorting under the intense power. With a final, earth-shattering boom, the rocky hippo toad explodes in a shower of light and debris, its reign of terror brought to an abrupt end. The moon hangs high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the devastated landscape. Captain Shin and Soo-hyuk Lee stand amidst the ruins, the echoes of the explosion still ringing in their ears. The pair walk down the deserted street, the silence broken only by the crunch of their boots on the rubble-strewn ground. Captain Shin expresses her amazement, stating that she didn't think he'd actually do it. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders how he knows all these strategies, remembering the time at the dungeon. He thinks to himself that it must be related to the shadow of the dungeon. A building stands tall, its windows reflecting the sky. Inside, a computer sits on a desk, awaiting its user. The computer screen flickers to life, displaying a cryptic message, FWA. An update notification appears, its stark white letters against a dark background. Update available. Install update. The options, yes, and no beckon. The update message persists, the cursor hovering near the yes option. The decision hangs in the balance. The screen fades to black, revealing a simple message, the end of Season 1. Rain lashed against the city, blurring the skyline into a hazy gray. The red light of a traffic signal reflected in the rain-slicked streets, casting an ominous glow. Soo-hyuk Lee stepped into a puddle, the water splashing around his feet as a red energy circle appeared beneath him. The treasure golem roared, its red eyes burning with fury. The treasure golem swung its massive arm, the air whistling as it cut through the space. Soo-hyuk Lee countered, summoning twin blades of shimmering blue energy. The treasure golem lumbered forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. The blue energy blades struck the treasure golem, causing a small explosion of rock and dust. The treasure golem roared again, the sound echoing through the rain-soaked streets. Cracks spread across the treasure golem's stony hide as it began to break apart. Water droplets hung in the air, illuminated by the city lights. Soo-hyuk Lee ran forward, determined to finish the fight. He throws a punch, the force of it creating a shockwave. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. The force of the blow creates a deafening boom. The ground cracks under the pressure. Soo-hyuk Lee stands amidst the rubble, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead. His eyes widen, reflecting the harsh reality of the scene. He stares at a poster for the Namsan Fireworks Festival, the rain blurring the edges. His expression is unreadable beneath the hood, but his eyes betray a hint of surprise. The poster advertises the Namsan Fireworks Festival. The poster details the event, including the location and time. Elsewhere, a man with glasses is seen in the background of a street scene. A woman sits at her computer, a can of soda beside her. Good, she exclaims then. What? A fireworks festival. He is told that she can't go because she has a deadline to turn in freelance work. She asks if he can't work something out, as she'd like to go with him, Sung-hee. She says it's nothing like that, but no one else can go, and it's weird to go to things like that alone. She adds that it won't be easy, but she'll try to speed up her work. The woman's superior states that she told him she can't go either, and asks if her words mean anything to him. Soo-hyuk Lee asks if there is anything he can do about it. He realizes that's what it is. The woman's superior states it won't be easy, but she'll try to speed up her work. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks that he is about to tell her he likes her. He thinks that there's no way she's never caught on for the past 13 years, and it's impossible she'd know all of a sudden. It's the day of the date. Soo-hyuk Lee states that it's really nice here. He wonders what that was, and if she caught on. Soo-hyuk Lee states that it's because he purposely made a reservation here since they can see the fireworks here too. The woman's superior says, wow, Soo-hyuk, she had no idea he had a taste for ambience. He replies that he's always had good taste. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks that it's going well so far. He just needs to show her his gift and confess his love for her when the first firework. He rustles around, but it's not here. A memory flashes of Soo-hyuk Lee using his gift, creating a boom. He wonders where he dropped it. The woman's superior asks if he lost something. Soo-hyuk Lee says it's nothing, but thinks to himself that he can't believe this. The woman's superior smiles. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks they're all grown up. The woman's superior asks what he means. She reminds him that he used to start throwing punches at anyone who picked on her, even just a little bit. The woman's superior says that he pulled himself together and studied hard to get into a nice college, and is even working as a tutor. Soo-hyuk Lee tells her that was a long time ago, and to stop embarrassing him. The woman's superior says that he used to get so mad whenever someone brought up her hair color. Soo-hyuk Lee admits he used to get very insecure about that and regrets it now. He remembers telling her not to fight again, calling her a thug. She remembers him trying so hard to fix her ways when they were in 6th grade. The woman superior says that, by the way, She's been meaning to ask him something. She asks why he cared so much about her back then. A memory flashes of Soo-hyuk Lee with a dark aura. The woman's superior says that it probably wasn't easy getting close to her since she didn't have a good reputation either. She says that at least he knew she had a bad reputation. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders what she was going to ask him. The woman's superior says that he said he had something to tell her today, right? She tells him to go on. Soo-hyuk Lee asks what. She says that he wanted to tell her something, which is why he got a reservation at a fancy place like this on the day of the fireworks festival. She tells him to go ahead and that she'll hear him out. Her hands tremble as she admits it's a little too abrupt, reminding Soo-hyuk Lee that she asked him a question first, calling him a dummy. A beam of red light shoots up into the sky. The woman's superior states that what he's about to tell her and why she kept bugging him are the same, as fireworks explode in the background. She asks if he wants her to spell it out for him. Soo-hyuk Lee confesses that he's always liked her, ever since they were placed in the same class 13 years ago. He admits he was thinking the whole time, I'm pretty sure she likes me too. The woman's superior reveals that she was going to ask him out just now, but she ended up asking him out first, laughing. They kiss. The woman's superior asks if he knows how long she's waited for him to tell her the same. They kiss again. A cup of coffee sits on the table. He asks if they are officially dating now. The woman's superior confirms that they are. She thinks it would be awkward if they weren't dating after having just kissed. They hold hands. The woman's superior says it's not too late yet and asks if he wants to come over. His phone rings. Soo-hyuk Lee apologizes and says he needs to take the call. He answers the phone, confirming that it is Mr. Yu. The woman's superior wonders what is happening now. Soo-hyuk Lee sighs, stating that he has no choice but to take care of it. The woman's superior asks who that was. Soo-hyuk Lee explains that it was Jinho Yu, the owner of a game company he's freelancing for. She wonders what they are making. He offers to show her what he's working on, asking what she thinks of it. Soo-hyuk Lee shows her a picture of an ordinary golem on his phone, explaining that Jinho Yu has been working on it since middle school. The woman's superior notes that the original draft was pretty interesting, so it's been fun working on it. The woman's superior asks why Jinho Yu is calling him now if he already finished that project. Soo-hyuk Lee says that there's something that needs to be fixed urgently. He then asks if she is going back home. She says that the office is close by and shouldn't take long, so she'll go there to finish it. The woman's superior seems sullen, and Soo-hyuk Lee says he understands and will take her there. She suggests going to her office together. Soo-hyuk Lee seems surprised by the offer. He recalls that he was looking for something at the cafe earlier, but dismisses it as nothing. As they walk, Soo-hyuk Lee asks what he was looking for. The woman's superior explains that she was planning to give him a gift when she told him how much she liked him. She reveals it was a necklace. Soo-hyuk Lee asks how much it cost. The woman's superior, enraged, slaps Soo-hyuk Lee across the face. She demands that he find it now. Soo-hyuk Lee, in pain, agrees to go find it. Soo-hyuk Lee says that he will come over as soon as he finishes his work. The woman's superior blushes. Soo-hyuk Lee, flustered, asks if she means it. He points in a direction. She says that she told him she was coming, but he needs to find the necklace first. She reminds him that he promised and better come. She thinks that men are all the same. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks that, in hindsight, he should have gone with her that evening no matter what. He cheers. They went with her that evening no matter what. She never came home that night. And the next day, the city disappeared. Off the face of the earth. He stood beneath the downpour, the Namsan Fireworks Festival banner a cruel reminder of happier times. Elsewhere, a woman spoke into her phone. She mentioned Jinho Yu, the owner of a game company she was freelancing for. Wherever she was, he would find her. The rain mixed with his tears as Soo-hyuk Lee walked away, determined. The construction crew stands surrounded by the monstrous creatures. Tae-jun Lim questions, isn't this too risky? Another worker responds, shouldn't we at least tell them? The man with glasses asks, the military now? What do you mean? Don't you know why we're doing this? Hyunji Bong states, complete this raid by ourselves so the union can have something to say to the government. He adds, I mean, union or whatever. One of the monsters growls, KRRK. A speech bubble above them reads, we're about to end up dead here. The monster prepares to strike, the air rushing around it with a whoosh. A massive foot slams down, the impact echoing with a resounding taka. The monster prepares to unleash a devastating energy attack, a blue glow emanating from its maw. The energy surges forth with a deafening SWOSH. The energy beam obliterates everything in its path, the sound of crack reverberating through the air as the environment shatters. The monster stands amidst the destruction, its red eyes gleaming. Tae-jun Lim and the other workers watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with fear. A golem roars, its voice echoing through the battlefield. Crouching low, a member of the Namsan Response Committee prepares for the next attack. Two construction workers stand alongside the Namsan Response Committee, their faces etched with concern. A massive explosion erupts, sending debris flying in all directions. The Namsan Response Committee member braces against the shockwave, their stance firm amidst the chaos. Dust and smoke fill the air, obscuring the battlefield as the Namsan Response Committee member surveys the scene. Two members of the Namsan Response Committee stand amidst the rubble, their eyes scanning for any remaining threats. A member of the Namsan Response Committee stands ready, their posture reflecting a mix of vigilance and determination. A member of the Namsen Response Committee salutes, reporting, "We've confirmed there's no golem in a 100-meter radius, sir." Captain Yunha Shin receives the report, as Jin Young Seo stands nearby. A construction worker asks, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She glares at the two men. "Is that right? I'm glad to hear that. Then as of now, you will be put under military arrest for intrusion and illegal military activity. Do you have any objections to that?" "Of course we do. Don't you think that's way too harsh?" "What's harsh about it? Sungo 1 and Dongwook Moon have no problem fighting the golems, but the military doesn't even give us a chance to prove ourselves. Whenever we find a chance to fight, somehow you guys come too. Stop us and lock us up. You're just trying to cut out the competition. Cut out. Do you even realize that all of you were about to die? Well, that's, they want at least mine to provide for their families. How could the government stop that? It's no different than a greedy guild that monopolizes a hunting ground." "A hunting ground? A guild? Don't you think you're mistaken about something? Does this feel like a game to you? Because you keep using terms like mining, raid, and mob. Wake up. There are tens of thousands of people who die or get hurt each day. The golems aren't mobs in a game. They're a real-life disaster. I need you to understand that we're not monopolizing." Wo Hee-kang's platoon leader started going off with her speeches again. "I'm getting hungry." He thinks to himself that it is just a game, though no one else knows it. Tai Jun Lim, a special platoon member and temporary sergeant, tells everyone they did great work again today. Minwo Beck, also a special platoon member and temporary sergeant, expresses his hope that they can all celebrate the successful completion of their mission by going out to eat. He asks if everyone can make it. Another member exclaims that it sounds great and suggests grilling up some meat. Minwo declines, counting himself out. Minwo is asked if he has something important going on. He replies that he doesn't. Another member asks why he doesn't hang out with them at least once, noting that he always leaves early. Minwo states that he has no reason to hang out with them. Another member questions what's wrong with building camaraderie, but is told to forget it, as he'll never change. The member pats Minwo on the shoulder. Another member tells the masked man that he must be dying to get personal information, even though it isn't required to join the platoon, and that he uses a fake name and wears a mask. The masked man is silent. The member asks what the masked man just said. The masked man replies that it happened 3 times just today. The member asks what he means. Sergeant Seol-yu says that's how many times she had to cover for him because he didn't finish his job with the golems. She states that the speaker made sure to put a hole in each of the golems' stomachs. Well, someone asks if the other is not trying. Another responds that they just need their power, but is told to shut their mouth if they have a functioning brain at all. The man in the foreground says that instead of wasting time building camaraderie, we're trying to get media attention. That is. A hand slams the table. Someone thinks that the person is an asshole and is always acting like he's all that. Someone says that he's not acting like it. Kyung-ko asks what the speaker means. She continues, asking who amongst them, including the captain, is a better fighter than Chulsu. Sung-kyu-kwan agrees with what she just said. He continues, stating that while they train and fight according to what's in the strategy notebook, Chulsu is different, and there's no hesitation when he reacts to the golems. It's as if he's some sort of a game expert. Someone says that he automatically responds to any type of attack pattern. A golem falls to the ground with a thud. Having enlisted himself, he reflects on his dungeon raids. There are no levels here, but Sung-kyu-kwan has learned there are a lot of benefits to attacking a dungeon. The skill marble is obtained every time he takes down the boss that exists on every floor. Most of the marbles disappear later, and there aren't too many of them around, but it's a huge advantage to use the skill of a dungeon boss. It's like magic in this reality that has no levels like a game. A boss monster doesn't regenerate. According to his calculation, this should be the 26th floor. So Sung-kyu-kwan wants to attack as many boss monsters as possible before others catch on to their existence. Sung-kyu-kwan hopes it never happens, but maybe that's enough for the day. Perhaps one day, he might fight that mysterious man again. Meanwhile, the apartment building looms in the night. Sung-kyu-kwan sighs as he enters his apartment. The door creaks as he closes it behind him. He sits down at his computer. Maybe, before he sleeps, Sung-kyu-kwan will review the dungeon he's attacking tomorrow. He pauses, a thought striking him. An update is available, the screen prompts, asking if he would like to proceed. The question hangs in the air. Would he like to update? His eyes widen, a flicker of memory igniting within. He recalls the day he chose the first update, a decision he's regretted ever since. The screen persists, the disastrous days caused by his reckless choice flashing before his eyes. He vows to himself that he'll never make the same regrettable choice again. And why did he make that choice? There's no way, he thinks as he sleeps. The entire world's fate will change, the screen declares, the update complete by the choice of someone like him. The city street bustled with the mundane energy of everyday life. A collective murmur rippled through the crowd as they gazed upward, their faces etched with confusion and unease. What is that? One asked. A colossal, egg-shaped structure loomed over the city, its surface cracked and scarred, a gaping black void at its center. The crowd continued to stare, their apprehension growing with each passing moment. The void pulsed with an ominous red light, as if the structure itself was blinking. The onlookers exchanged nervous glances, their unspoken questions hanging heavy in the air. From the depths of the void, monstrous figures emerged, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The boss guard dog unleashed a deafening roar, its jagged teeth bared in a terrifying display of aggression. Chaos erupted as the monsters descended upon the unsuspecting crowd, their massive forms scattering people like bowling pins. Screams filled the air as the boss guard dogs swarmed the streets, their rampage leaving a trail of destruction and terror in their wake. One of the boss guard dog lunged at a woman, its massive claws outstretched, a guttural snarl escaping its throat as she screamed in abject terror. The boss guard dog unleashes a concentrated beam of energy from its maw, the force of it enough to vibrate the air. Sergeant Seol-yu raises her shield just in time, the energy beam impacting against it with a resounding boom. Nearby, a man stammers, barely able to get out. It's. The special forces descend from the sky, rappelling down the sides of buildings to engage the monsters. The treasure golem stands amidst the city streets, a looming threat to the populace. Seol-yu barks, "Keep your eyes on the monsters. We can't miss a single one." One of the NSO members questions, "Is she serious? How could we not miss any in this chaos?" Another NSO member snaps, "Shut up and stay focused. We've no choice." Seol-yu grits her teeth, thinking, "We're in the middle of the city. One lost monster could lead to a huge disaster." An NSO member confronts the treasure golem, stating, "I don't remember seeing this kind of monster in our strategy notebook." Another NSO member asks, "I've never seen these either. Do you know anything about them?" The other replies, "No. Even you don't know what they are." The NSO member's eyes narrow, a grim determination settling over his face. "I've really never seen these monsters before. I've fought countless different types of monsters since this golem situation broke out, but this is the first time I'm facing monsters that never appeared in the game before. Just what the heck is going on? It's as if the pendulum is swinging in a new direction. It can't be. The update. That's impossible. I clearly didn't click the update. The update was applied to the world." He clenches his fist. "Oh, then could it be? Regardless of my game. If that's really the case. Hey, but isn't that rock a little strange? That means what was that red light shining from that hole earlier? Don't know. How to defeat them? Just how in the world? Am I supposed to fight them?" Sound effects. He is bombarded by a hail of rocky debris launched by the treasure golem. The impact rings against his armored vest. His eyes widen slightly. He narrowly avoids another barrage, the treasure golem's fist whistling past his face. The treasure golem's face contorts in a snarl. With a resounding boom, Seol-yu's foot connects with the treasure golem's chest. He thinks to himself, well, maybe it's because they're still monsters from the same game. Their appearances and motions might vary, but their attack patterns and timing are similar. Dodging another attack, Seol-yu narrowly avoids the treasure golem's swipe. The treasure golem's massive hand closes around him with a resounding chwapa. His face trembles with a mix of fear and determination. Trapped in the treasure golem's grasp, Seol-yu thinks, "It seems like the other members are able to handle monsters of this level. I guess it's fortunate." With a resounding bam and a sickening crack, Seol-yu retaliates against the treasure golem. One of the team members notes that they won't need to worry about losing the battle, but there is a problem. Seol-yu wonders what the light is and why it keeps bothering him. A bad feeling washes over the group as the red glow intensifies. Another team member states that they have no information about it, so they are not sure. The woman suggests that they should stop that thing before it completely turns red. It seems to be growing brighter as time passes. Sergeant Seol-yu prepares to strike. Seol-yu realizes that something needs to be done to stop it from getting any bigger. He thinks that at least he would have designed it that way if he created this game. He decides he has to try something now, as it's about to happen. The object begins to fill up, and cracks start to appear. A flash of light erupts from the object. Seol-yu rushes forward. He strikes the object with a powerful blow. A voice wonders how one would feel if they came across this type of monster. A gigantic monster made out of rocks is revealed. The ground trembles as something massive descends. A man in a black suit looks up, the city buildings dwarfed by the scale of the approaching threat. A colossal foot, adorned with a golden anklet, crashes down, sending tremors through the earth. A blinding flash illuminates the face of the beast, a grotesque visage with glowing red eyes and jagged teeth. Towering over the city, the monster clutches a massive stone pillar, its form a terrifying fusion of rock and rage. A sign declares the creature's identity, Boss Rock Ape. The boss guard dog's massive foot descends, the weight of its body crushing a parked car beneath it. Two NSO agents stand in the street, staring in disbelief at the colossal creature. One of them exclaims, what on earth?" A close-up reveals the monster's grotesque face, its red eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The boss guard dog hefts a massive chunk of concrete, the debris sparkling with dust as it prepares to hurl it. The monster takes a step forward, each footfall sending tremors through the ground. The NSO agent in the foreground braces for impact. An NSO agent clenches his fist, ready to engage the monstrous threat. An NSO agent slides across the ground, sparks flying as they prepare to attack. The sound of destruction echoes through the city. The boss guard dog hurls the chunk of concrete towards the city. The monster's arm swings, the force of the throw immense. The monster's face contorts in a roar as it unleashes its attack. The concrete slams into a building, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion that rocks the entire skyline. The boss guard dog swings its massive arm, the force creating a shockwave that sends debris flying. An agent notes the monster's every move is devastating due to its size and attack range. Another agent asks if everyone is all right. One of the agents replies that they are all right for now. Another agent asks Captain Shin if they shouldn't retreat first. Captain Shin refuses to retreat, asking who will protect the innocent civilians. She insists they must at least buy some time for them to flee. The monster's attack slams into the ground with a deafening boom. Captain Shin orders the agents to get everyone out of here. An agent confirms the order. The agents move to protect the civilians until they get to safety. The monster continues its assault, the agents struggling to defend. Another attack from the monster impacts the ground, causing a massive explosion. An agent wonders how they are planning on stopping the monster. Captain Shin states that their strategy worked on the smaller ape monsters earlier. Captain Shin orders the team into an anti-Cyclopes formation, instructing the forward team to help the rear team get back. She considers their options. That's not a bad call, she thinks. The Cyclopes-type golems are one of the few giant-sized field monsters. Their large size definitely makes them formidable. But they are also easy to fight since their attack pattern is simple. It's easy to take them down if the forward team provides a distraction, allowing the rear team to attack from behind. These golems have no rear side attack pattern either. She realizes that the same strategy should work on another giant-type golem like this one. However, Captain Shin orders the rear team to get in position and wait. No wonder she's the ranking officer here. The boss guard dog swings its massive arm. Captain Shin has an idea. Someone says they trust her and will go with her plan. There's been a change in plans. Captain Shin orders Chulsu will take care of the front side alone. Everyone else, go behind the monster. Needless to say, try not to get hurt. The boss guard dog attacks. The NSO agents run. The boss guard dog says he's a little nervous that he hasn't fully analyzed its pattern. But, shall he get started? Sheathing himself in a burst of speed, Soo-hyuk Lee lunges forward with a shout. The agent notes that the monster's attack patterns are reminiscent of the Cyclopes. The NSO agent's kick lands squarely on the boss guard dog. The force of the blow sends the boss guard dog staggering back. The agent continues his analysis. Blurring into motion, Soo-hyuk Lee moves too fast to track. The boss guard dog swings its massive weapon, leaving a trail of destructive energy in its wake. The agent is sent flying. Landing hard, Soo-hyuk Lee kicks up a cloud of dust. The agent observes that the Cyclopes never possessed a weapon like that. It swings the thing around pretty fast. The boss guard dog swings again, its attacks capable of causing widespread damage. Without fully understanding its patterns, more than a few soldiers will get caught by its attacks. The agent realizes it's better for him to be the only one. He realizes that distracting the boss guard dog is proving more difficult than anticipated. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks that maybe he should have sent Dong-wook away, as there's no way he could read its pattern. One of the NSO agents thinks that Soo-hyuk Lee will need their support. Another agent, Sergeant Chulsu, believes that he'll be fine and can handle it on his own. The agent thinks that Soo-hyuk Lee wouldn't volunteer unless he was certain. He questions his own assessment. A massive explosion throws Soo-hyuk Lee backwards. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks that this is harder than he thought. Another explosion sends Soo-hyuk Lee flying through the air, and he cries out in pain. He reflects on his uncertainty. Soo-hyuk Lee realizes he's trying to take down a boss monster on a first attempt without learning its pattern first. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders if he played too many games. Soo-hyuk Lee faces the boss guard dog. He is blasted away by another explosion. Soo-hyuk Lee reflects that he trusted himself too much and wonders if he has lost his sense of reality because, like the captain said. A woman shouts, "Look out, Chulsu!" The boss guard dog prepares its attack. Chulsu is sent flying through the air, crying out in pain. The attack lands with a deafening boom. Chulsu is blasted away by the force of the explosion. Debris rains down as the man wearing the NSO-labeled tactical gear stands amidst the wreckage. He thinks to himself that this is the pattern he's been waiting for, but he's not quite ready yet. The manhole cover sits innocuously in the street. With a burst of speed, the man leaps into the air, deciding that he has no choice. Falling through the air, he resolves to grab whatever he can, wondering if this will be it. With a click, he activates a device on his wrist. A blinding explosion erupts. From the light, a towering golem-like figure emerges, its red eyes glowing menacingly. The golem stands tall, its massive form radiating power. The man falls through the air, the golem, now fully formed. The treasure golem stands tall, unfazed by the previous attack. The ground around it is cracked and broken from the force of the impact. The soldiers watch in stunned silence, the exclamation mark above them mirroring their shock. The soldier with glasses exclaims, "WH! Impossible! He just took on that giant golem's punch." The soldiers continue to observe the treasure golem. The soldier with glasses asks, "Huh? Captain?" Instead, Captain Shin prepares to act, her expression determined. The soldier with glasses wonders, "What is it?" He guesses, "I'm guessing that monster's got a weakness just like all the other giant monsters." The soldier with glasses continues, "That's right. Based on my experience, it's probably those 4 horns on its face." He then asks, "Even if that's true, how are you gonna attack what's on its head?" Captain Shin replies, "No, there's no need. I will." The soldier with glasses asks, That huge thing? How? He continues, I can't tell you that. The soldier with glasses asks, what? Aren't you used to this by now? He continues, okay, fine. But you're certain? The soldier with glasses asks, you can bring it down? He continues, if you don't believe me, you don't have to go with my plan. You're the captain, aren't you? It's your call. Captain Shin's expression hardens, her resolve unwavering. She thinks to herself, bring him down. The treasure golem lies prone on the ground, its massive form still radiating power. A voice declares that they will proceed with the planned strategy, focusing on taking down the monster. The speaker affirms their readiness to handle the rest. With a burst of speed, the team surges forward, closing the distance between themselves and the downed treasure golem. One of the team members grits their teeth, determination etched on their face as they prepare to strike. Another team member narrows their eyes, their gaze fixed on the treasure golem as they move into position. A team member's expression hardens, their focus solely on the task at hand. A team member draws back their fist, preparing to deliver a powerful blow to the treasure golem. The treasure golem remains motionless, its red eyes glowing ominously as the team closes in. A resounding impact echoes through the air as a team member's attack connects with the treasure golem's armored body. With a unified battle cry, the team leaps into the air, launching themselves towards the treasure golem. One of the team members looks on with concern, their expression a mix of worry and determination. Another team member advances, their movements precise and deliberate as they prepare for the next phase of the assault. A team member strikes the treasure golem, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. A sudden whooshing sound fills the air, suggesting a rapid change in location or environment. The sensation intensifies, as if hurtling through space at an impossible speed. Hey! A voice, unfamiliar yet their own, echoes in the forest clearing. What is this? The voice continues, laced with confusion. They are sweating profusely. Are they sure they can keep going? And who is this? I am okay. I can walk, just, a little, tired. But what? This isn't my voice. No, really. I'm fine. Let's keep going. Something sounds oddly familiar. What kind of a situation is this? I don't understand what's going on at all. Is this a dream? Or did I transport into another world, or something? A heavy thump reverberates through the ground. A hulking, ape-like creature with golden adornments and a skull strapped to its back looms into view, an exclamation mark punctuating the sudden danger. I'm in danger. A deafening kaboom erupts, sending shockwaves through the forest. The monstrous ape grunts, the sound like rocks grinding together. He demands to know what someone is doing. Waving a smoking torch, someone shouts for another to get over there now, urging them to hurry. A figure calls out, beckoning Jinho-yu to come that way. A pain cry echoes. A figure in an NSO uniform stares wide-eyed, a red mask covering their lower face. Looking down, the figure in the NSO uniform is relieved that someone is awake. Two figures in NSO uniforms are present, one kneeling beside the other. One of the figures in the NSO uniform asks what the other wanted to ask. The other responds that the monster shot out a huge light as it imploded. A voice explains that the four who saw the light, including the captain, were knocked unconscious. The figure in the NSO uniform asks what happened to the other. The figure in the NSO uniform states that they have no clue, and that they passed out at the same time, just the members who were directly involved at that. More importantly, they wonder what that dream was all about. The figure reflects that it felt too vivid for it to be a simple dream. She looked like she came straight out of a fantasy novel, and the monster looked like the golem he just fought. He couldn't see his own face. Jinho-yu's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he considered the situation. That girl had clearly called him, but to what end? The initial test shows everyone to be normal. None of you suffered any major injuries either. The woman superior asks if there is anything bothering anyone or if anyone is feeling any pain. One of the men says he feels fine. The younger sister agrees. One of the men says that nothing in particular is bothering him either. Jin-young says he feels completely normal. Jin-young says that the dream was too vivid while he was passed out. The woman superior wonders if it was a dream. Yoon-soo asks if by chance there was a woman dressed like a wizard in their dream. Seo-sang asks if a monkey-like giant monster didn't appear in their dream. Yoon-soo says yes, and that he had the same dream too. Jin-young says that's impossible and asks if they all had the same dream. He says it seems like it. Jin-young wonders if everyone had a dream of being Jinho and asks what is going on here. The woman superior states that, from what everyone is saying, it seems like everyone had the same dream. She asks if Jin-young and Tae, and even Chulsu, had the same dream as well. The woman superior sits at a table with a masked man. The woman superior thinks that every member who lost consciousness had the same dream. The woman superior exclaims that it's incredible, wondering if something infiltrated their minds. She adds that for now, there just isn't enough information to guess what the cause is. She'll look into it a little more, but she thinks they can all go home for the day. A group of people sit at a table, listening to the woman superior. The woman superior tells Sergeant Chulsu to talk to her for a second before he goes. Sergeant Chulsu yawns as he walks down a hallway. Seo-sang asks Jin-young what he thinks about Sergeant Chulsu. Jin-young responds with huh. Seo-sang asks what about him, referring to when Sergeant Chulsu took down that monster. Jin-young asks if Seo-sang really thinks it's humanly possible to block that powerful of an attack using just a car door as a shield. Seo Sang agrees, stating that it doesn't make sense at all. He states that he doesn't think it's possible. An unknown figure wonders if Chulsa Kim uses magic or something, adding that it's not just one or two things that are suspicious about him. The figure in military gear notes that every piece of information about Chulsu's personal life is a secret, and he's never shown his face to his own platoon members. They question why they need to know his face, as it's not like he's getting in their way or anything. The woman in the hoodie argues that Chulsu is far more superior than them, and that there's no way he's a civilian like them. Jin Young asks what Chulsu is then, suggesting he might be a military android designed by the government. That's interesting. An unknown figure stands at a vending machine. The woman's superior asks what the hooded figure wanted to talk to her about. Captain. The hooded figure says that no one ever comes around here, so they can speak comfortably. The woman's superior says that she just wanted to talk to him about that dream earlier. There's something that's been bothering her. The woman dressed like a wizard looked at you, and the hooded figure is identified as Jinho Yu. She recalls that the name is the same as the white-haired guy was asking about, the guy she knew from before. The masked man asks if she is right. The woman's superior confirms that she has heard his name before. The more she thinks about it, the more she thinks it has something to do with Jinho Yu. The masked man is asked to tell her more about Jinho, based on that look on his face. To all this, Jinho. He was a friend of mine from middle school. He was in my class, and our seats were close. Naturally, we quickly became friends. Even in middle school, he said he wanted to get into video game development. He started learning how to program in high school and eventually went into that field. The woman's superior asks if he made games and what kind. She listens as the masked man explains that Jinho launched 3 PC-based games, and one of them sold pretty well. The woman's superior realizes it was a video game. The masked man thinks to himself that it wouldn't take long for her to find that out anyway. The woman's superior asks the masked man if he has contact with Jinho. She questions why he isn't close to him. The masked man states that he hasn't been in contact with him at all since Namsan was destroyed. He recalls being frustrated with not being in contact with Jinho and digging up a few things about him recently. Jinho is already dead. Meanwhile, the night sky hangs over an apartment building. Jinho sits at a computer in his apartment. Elsewhere, a news report details monsters that came out of a rock. The news report shows a close-up of the monsters. Seo Sang looks at the news report about the monsters. He thinks these monsters are. Seo Sang looks at his phone. He stares at his phone, a picture of the treasure golem displayed on the screen. He thinks, I knew it. Seo Sang continues to look at his phone, thinking about the files he found in Sunghee's computer while investigating her disappearance. The phone displays a group of monsters. The text reads that the number of variations has been growing, and they all look just like her designs. The phone displays a destroyed city. The text reads that the city disappeared into that gigantic hole along with every employee in it, and there were no survivors. The man with glasses asks, Did you ask for me, union leader? The man with glasses continues, Yes. I heard the miners from our union discovered something just a while ago. Is that right? Based on his investigation, the company Jinho was working for. The man with glasses says, If this world is the manifestation of Jinho's game into reality, who could be responsible for updating this game? He continues, Then why don't we create an investigation team from the guilds we've been subcontracting? The man with glasses says, But why the subcontra? He continues, If they succeed in their mission, we can take credit. He adds, In order for us to win public support, it's crucial we avoid bad press right now. A voice says, We must play this game with caution to secure our victory. The door creaks open as Taijun enters, announcing, I'm here. Aram's eyes narrow with concern. Wait, hold still. She stares intently at Taijun, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. Aram insists, Just hold still. Taijun stands in the doorway, trying to brush off her concern. Oh, come on. I'm not hurt. Leave me alone. Aram's voice rises with emotion. No, I need to check thoroughly. You fought a terrible monster today. Do you know how shocked I was when I saw the news? Taijun sighs, trying to reassure her. I just came back from getting a checkup at the military hospital. Aram's expression softens with relief. Is that right? I'm relieved then. Taijun's gaze drifts off, a shadow of concern crossing his face. Aram reaches out, her hand hovering near his arm, a silent offer of comfort. She asks, What is it? Taijun dismisses her concern, replying, It's nothing. Aram looks at him with worry, asking, Was everything okay while I was gone? She assures Taijun that she's been fine, admitting that she's just worried about him. Taijun asks if Aram has settled into the new place yet. It's fine, but a wide shot shows Aram and Taijun standing in their new apartment. Taijun admits that it feels lonely when he's there by himself. The narration reveals that Yunha Shin was the one who got them this place. A flashback shows a struggle after what happened that day. The building where key military figures stay, and for that reason, security is tight. Taijun reflects that out of all the things Yunha did for him, he's most grateful for this one. He thinks to himself that he had to pay for it out of his own pocket, but Taijun's phone rings, displaying the contact, Mr. Lee. Taijun looks at the phone with a questioning expression. The question lingers in the air. What could he be calling about? The woman superior stands with her arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on her face. The woman superior's eyes widen slightly. Oh, she murmurs. The text bubble reads, No. Based on the fragments of this white rock, It's the same as the other golem fragments. It's just an ordinary rock. The text bubble reads, "Isn't it strange? Before it was crushed to pieces, there were clear indications it seemed to be composed of something extraordinary. Takes greater damage from close combat attacks than long-distance weapons that use gunpowder. Hardness and strength that cannot be found in simple stones. In some cases, it changes its shape by absorbing surrounding stones. It turns into ordinary stone as soon as it's crushed. How does that make any sense?" Yonhee stands with her arms crossed, listening intently. "Right? I think the same," she replies. The text bubble reads, "Perhaps I keep finding errors because I'm trying to scientifically prove something that was never meant to be scientific." The woman superior gestures with her hand, explaining, "I know it sounds odd for a scientist like me to say this, but just pretend I'm speaking gibberish from lack of sleep and listen." Yonhee listens, her expression thoughtful. "You know how much I like playing video games, right?" Yonhee continues, "That's only during my break. Anyway, I've been thinking about this lately. But you know how monsters and items pop up in games? And each of them have their own attributes and effects. Above, a status screen displays the attributes of a destroyed monster or item, showing that they are gone. Below, a question arises about why game mechanics are being discussed. Yonhee stands in the lab, facing the woman superior. She asks what she is trying to say. The woman superior explains that she is saying the entire situation is the manifestation of someone's creation and design. She gives the example of the fragment they implanted to harness the golem's powers. The woman superior continues, stating her theory that it's an item that exists in a creative work manifested in reality. Yonhee adds that the powers are limited to how it functions in that specific creative work. The woman superior says it's just as she said it, to continue. The woman superior asks if Yonhee remembers how, during initial tests, she implanted a fragment into a rat. The woman superior continues, explaining that after that, she tried implanting a few more fragments on different parts of the rat's body. She asks if Yonhee forgot, but nothing happened. It didn't matter which rat she tried. The golem's fist only appeared at the same locations. The woman superior states that it's just like how only their right hands transformed. Yonhee agrees. The woman superior explains that the work has been specifically engineered. The woman superior continues, explaining how to turn only a specific part of a body into a golem. The fragment's effects will also be limited only to that specific part. The woman superior concludes that they implanted a fragment on Yonhee's thigh too, but she suggests that the creative work could be a novel or a comic. Soo-hyuk mentions that he has been running a small mining team. Mr. Lee states that they came upon a great, totally confident member. Soo-hyuk thinks that Mr. Lee has no idea about the power he gained or that he is in the special force. He thinks that he's purely asking him this as a favor. Something about this is bothering Soo-hyuk. Mr. Lee asks Soo-hyuk to tell him a little more about the job. Soo-hyuk is confused. It doesn't make sense to him. He could just decline as he normally would, but there's something bothering him. The woman superior states that she's offering him this job out of nowhere, despite his lack of experience in mining. She guesses it is a little last minute. Mr. Lee says that he's not supposed to say this, but he can trust Soo-hyuk, right? He asks him to promise not to tell anyone, Tae-jun. Soo-hyuk asks if he's heard about that big floating rock on the news, the one that spewed out a bunch of monsters. Tae-jun Lim says that he's just a newbie with no. The woman superior states that their mission is to investigate it and destroy it. Mr. Lee says that even if a battle breaks out, Soo-hyuk can just support the miners from behind, and they'll take care of all the fighting. Soo-hyuk can't believe another rock showed up this fast. If it's the same kind of rock, will it also function the same? Smaller monsters first, a delay, and then a boss monster? If the same type of rock keeps appearing, I need to collect as much data as possible. I can't find out from the game anymore. Even if unknown monsters come out, like last time, I'm sure I can figure out a way to beat it if I utilize the items I found in the dungeon. Jin Young thought to himself that he better not tell the truth this time. He didn't want to go through the same thing again, with everyone dreaming about Jinho. Since he had no idea what the dream might show, he better stop any information about Jinho from spreading. Soo-hyuk, his eyes closed, responded, "Okay, Mr. Lee." It's his first time mining, but Soo-hyuk thinks he can help. He hoped everything goes well. The older woman asks Tae-jun Lim if she can ask him for a favor. He asks what it is. Tae-jun thinks to himself that he was hoping no one would find out he's doing mining work, since it's illegal. The older woman says that she can do that for him. She thinks to herself that she'll just use a different name when she reports who'll be working on this job, and it'd be great if she could use a fake. The older woman tells Tae-jun not to worry, as she's the only one who knows anyway, and she'll just tell them he's her nephew. Tae-jun thanks her, saying he'll look forward to working with her. He asks when it is anyway. The older woman says that they never know when the monsters might emerge from that rock, so she was hoping to leave first thing tomorrow morning. Tae-jun thinks to himself that tomorrow morning is too soon, but it's an urgent matter. Tae-jun decides he better tell Yunha he's taking the day off tomorrow. Elsewhere, a woman recalls that there was a huge rock floating in the sky, and it was incredible. The bandaged man recounts his experience. He just stood there, staring at it, since it wasn't a danger zone or anything. Then, these monsters just started pouring out. There was no chance to run. Several experts showed concern that this incident occurred despite safety measures. Sang-shik Lee reports that the incident was due to the government's ban on private efforts to fight the golems. These experts are also proposing to legalize civilian groups to fight the golems and ensure the safety of their own regions. The woman's superior reflects on the situation, hoping to prevent incidents like these in the future. The residential area was clearly separated thanks to the special forces' hard work. With this new zoning plan, they were able to restore a safe residential area. There is a lot of essential infrastructure in the area. Either their livelihood hasn't been restored yet, or they can't let go of the sweet temptation of getting rich quick. The woman's superior thinks that either way, money is their true motivation, and sure, money is important, but every month, several people still die because of the golems. Are they really prepared to take that big of a risk? The woman's superior reflects that their families also depend on them, but still, her phone rings. The phone rings, and the woman's superior answers. Taijun's voice comes through the speaker, asking, "Taijun, what's gotten into you? You never call me first." Taijun's voice continues, requesting, "Let me take tomorrow off." The woman's superior, still on the phone, retorts, "I told you we have to be on 24/7 standby, since we never know what'll happen next." Taijun replies, "I'm sick. Can you just report that I'm sick, and I'll be staying home tomorrow?" The woman's superior responds, "You sound completely fine. How are you sick?" Taijun explains, "I have an ingrown toenail." The woman's superior explodes, King A***. Meanwhile, a young man holds his phone up to his ear. The young man is on the phone. He says, "All right, thanks for taking care of it." He then hears something on the other end and asks, "What?" You dash before the call ends. The young man sits on his bed, looking at his phone. He thinks to himself, "I should think about the things I need to figure out tomorrow." First, he needs to determine if that white rock can even be destroyed, since that's what he's been hired to do. He also needs to see if there's a way to destroy it before the monsters come out, and if doing so will cause any side effects. He'll have to find a way to shut down that timer before the boss monster arrives. It's possible that there's no way to prevent it. Lastly, once things are wrapped, he wants to know if anyone has dreams of Jinho again. He needs to check for all of these things. He has to get through this entire mission without having anyone find out about his powers. He should note if there's anything different this time because of that change. If the rock could be destroyed in time, or if they stop the boss monster timer, they won't have to fight the boss at all. He feels like his head's about to explode. He really hopes not. Other variables show up tomorrow. Please, nothing. A group of people stand together. The group is standing together. A figure with blonde hair, wearing a blue cap and a black mask, stands in the city. The man with glasses observes, noting that despite the covered face, the physique, blonde hair, and blue eyes point to Seol-yu from the special force. An older man states that this is the first time meeting his nephew, who will be helping out for the day. Mr. Lee expresses his reluctance, not wanting Seol-yu to look at him. The masked figure and Mr. Lee stand side by side. The masked figure stands in the city, the sun shining behind her. Daijun Lee introduces himself, wondering if Seol-yu noticed him. Mr. Lee thinks that he should have covered his face, perhaps doing the opposite today. Someone remarks that it's her first day too, noting that she's filling in for someone. Someone asks for the name of Mr. G, who got injured. Chul Sikim, fake name, is mentioned as the masked figure stands nearby. Someone asks Ms. Young-hee why she is covering her face like that. Mr. Lee remarks that she sounds a little sick. He continues, noting her hair color and blue lenses. Mr. Lee looks at Seol-yu, concerned. Seol-yu explains that she dyed her hair and is wearing colored lenses. Mr. Lee seems surprised by her explanation. Mr. Lee thinks it's odd that someone with her personality would show up here. The narrator states that Seol-yu's strengths are all balanced and well-rounded. The narrator compares Jin Young Seo to the type to lead the group with the quiet confidence of an older brother, while Seol-yu acts like an older sister. The narrator describes her as a sister who supports them from behind the scenes. Seol-yu walks with the group. Seol-yu wonders why on earth she is doing this. The narrator wonders what is mine. Seol-yu listens intently to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee explains that the guild he works for has a pretty big job this time. He adds that they're short a member due to an injury. Seol-yu is asked if she can help them out a little. Mr. Lee asks if she is serious, reminding her that her job is to stop people like him. He then pretends he didn't hear anything and suggests she should quit that job before she gets into trouble, hinting that she might be the one to arrest him. Mr. Lee acknowledges that Seol-yu is in the special force, but urges her to come on. He knows she needs the money these days to pay for her mother's hospital bills. Seol-yu is asked if it isn't hard paying for all that with just her military salary. Mr. Lee says he can't disclose all the details, but they're not going there to mine either. He adds that the pay isn't as great since they're not mining, but he bets she could really use the money. Mr. Lee says he's not trying to pressure Seol-yu, but she should be taking opportunities like this whenever they come her way. Seol-yu hesitates. Seol-yu relents, agreeing to do it just this once. A figure in a hoodie and mask declares that this is the first and last time they're doing this. An aged building stands against a backdrop of trees and a cloudy sky. 3 figures ascend a flight of concrete stairs. The man, presumably Mr. Lee, stands in a doorway, questioning, "Is it here?" 2 figures gaze up at a large, cracked, egg-shaped object embedded in the wall. The backs of the 2 figures are visible, both wearing backpacks. A voice booms, "Like I told you yesterday, stay in the back and be ready if anything happens, Daejun." The man, Mr. Lee, speaks to the figure with glasses. A voice thinks, I'm sure he's saying this because he's concerned about me, but the figure with glasses, holding an axe, thinks, it'd be better for me to join them to maximize our chance. A voice thinks about destroying that rock. There are two big differences between the team members who dreamed about Jinho and those who didn't. Those who came in close contact with the monster kept their distance. Dajun Lee states that he should ensure the same conditions as last time for accurate analysis. Mr. Lee questions what he is trying to destroy. Someone mentions that they have brought some dynamite. Another person questions if that would be dangerous, as they are inside a building. The egg-shaped object looms. Someone asks what they should do, stating that it is a little too high for them to strike directly. Mr. Lee asks Dajun Lee how he plans to do it. Dajun Lee says he will borrow something. He states that he would prefer not to stand. Dajun Lee says that he has no choice now. He thinks that they will probably put him at the front. Dajun Lee strikes the egg with a pickaxe. The pickaxe hits the egg. The pickaxe continues to strike the egg. He slams his golem fist against the egg, the force of the blow sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. The sound echoes through the cavern. Mr. Lee watches with bated breath, his expression a mixture of hope and apprehension. Sung Oh-ha and Hyunji Bong exchange worried glances, unsure of what the outcome will be. Another strike lands, the impact reverberating with a deafening bam. Debris explodes outward as Dajun Lee continues his relentless assault. The cavern trembles with each blow, the sound echoing like a thunderous boom. Mr. Lee's eyes widen, his face etched with concern as he witnesses the futility of the attacks. The golem fist, a symbol of immense power, remains unscathed despite the repeated impacts. Dajun Lee strikes again, but the egg remains stubbornly intact. He thinks to himself, I hit it with my golem fist, but there's not even a scratch. A voice echoes, questioning how someone could move like that, likening it to a movie. Dajun Lee explains to Mr. Lee that he's been exercising lately. Dajun Lee stares up at the massive egg. A voice notes that with the egg floating so high, it will be difficult to keep striking it continuously. Another voice agrees, stating they didn't prepare enough since they were short on time. Dajun Lee stands with Mr. Lee and another individual, all looking towards the egg. A close-up reveals a character wearing a blue cap and a black mask, their green eyes peering out. Mr. Lee suggests they have no choice but to go with Plan B. Dajun Lee asks if that means fighting the monsters once they come out, and if there's a plan for that. Mr. Lee explains that it's not a detailed plan, but he was thinking they could pair up attackers and defenders while surrounding the rock, as a hand sketches a diagram. A voice suggests that this way, they'll get all the monsters without missing any. Another voice adds that since someone is acting as support, they can stay behind. Mr. Lee tells Dajun Lee to see who needs help. Dajun Lee wonders how they should divide up the whole team instead. A hand draws a diagram of the plan, with defenders, attackers, and support surrounding the rock with a hole in it. A voice confirms, yes, like this. He questions the necessity of the current approach, his brow furrowed in thought. Why do they need to do it this way? Dajun Lee explains that he saw it on the news, holding up a small device to show Mr. Lee. He elaborates, stating that the monsters come out of this hole. Dajun Lee points to a diagram, explaining the monster's path. He suggests that since it'll be harder for them to turn around, they should attack them with full force from behind. Dajun Lee states that it seems more effective than Mr. Lee's plan. He continues, saying that this way, they only need supporters on the defender's side. Dajun Lee adds that they can also put their remaining members near the entrance to form a second line of defense. Mr. Lee looks surprised by Dajun Lee's explanation. Dajun Lee reassures him, stating that he only made slight changes to the plan that Mr. Lee already came up with. He adds that it's a more effective strategy, but he mainly just wanted to test his theory with the same conditions as before. Dajun Lee explains that his guess is that their distance from the boss monster and the amount of contact they have with it are the deciding factors, pointing to a diagram illustrating this. Dajun Lee concludes that with his plan, he can check for each of these conditions. The older man is stopped by someone calling out, "Wait, uncle." Mr. Lee asks, "Would it be alright if I joined the attackers?" Jinho responds, "We should have as many attackers as possible. I'll be behind." The text reads, "The monsters anyway, so it should be safe. That's my excuse to join them, but I have only one reason." The text reads, "Attacking will give me the greatest chance at having a dream about." Mr. Lee says, "Let's do it." Jinho replies, "Okay, thank you." Mr. Lee states, "Good. Let's get in position and wait, everyone." A figure says, "You're a defender just like me. Is that okay? Or do you want me to ask you to be a supporter instead?" Another responds, "It's fine, don't worry." The figure says, "I think some people are suspicious about who you are. Are you sure about this?" The text reads, "I'll try not to stick out when I fight them. It'll be fine." He and the others waited, some sitting on makeshift cushions, all clad in green jackets. One of the men wondered when the monsters would come out. Jinho agreed, saying it was making him even more nervous. Another man hoped that if they were going to come out, they would get there quickly. The man with glasses recalled that last time, by the time they arrived, the monsters were already pouring out. He noted that the rock had been there for at least a day already. And still nothing. The man with glasses thought this was strange, wondering if they were somewhere else. Another man exclaimed, telling him to look. The camera focused on the rock. A flash of light emanated from within. The rock began to crack open. Something emerged from the rock with a shwoo sound. Two of the men looked surprised. It began to emerge, a grotesque head pushing through the fractured rock. The boss guard dog fully broke free, its monstrous form unleashing a deafening roar. Its massive feet slammed against the ground with a resounding boom. With a resounding crash, the monster was sent hurtling into the wall. The force of the impact sent tremors through the chamber. It smashed against the wall again, the impact echoing through the cavern. Mr. Lee and Jinho watched with wide eyes, shielding themselves from the debris. Soo-hyuk Lee knelt amidst the rubble, his head bowed. His eyes glowed with a fierce determination. He thought, I should fight at full force even if some of them become suspicious. He vowed, I'll crush every single monster that crawls out of that rock. A large, modern building stands under a clear sky. Captain Shin sits at her desk, a laptop open in front of her. She thinks to herself, Jinho Yu has released 3 games so far, and I've checked them all, but I can't find anything related to the current incident. Captain Shin, flanked by 2 subordinates, considers the situation. He was always interested in game production, and he ended up going that route. Do you think his game manifested in reality? Elsewhere, Taijun Lim's eyes glow with an ominous red light. He wonders, or is there something Taijun still hasn't told me? Captain Shin continues her train of thought. Come to think of it, didn't Seol you suddenly take the day off too? She questions, is it just a coincidence? I doubt they know each other or anything. Captain Shin's expression is one of deep contemplation. A tall building stands against a clear sky. Taijun Lim prepares to strike, a whoosh sound accompanying his movement. Taijun attacks a monstrous figure, the impact creating a fiery explosion. The attack lands with a resounding kaboom. The battle against the massive beast continues, multiple figures launching a coordinated assault. One of the fighters is sent flying as the boss guard dog retaliates with a savage blow. He retaliates, swinging his weapon with brutal force against the monster's thick hide. The monster's clawed hand looms large, a terrifying display of raw power. Its massive foot comes down with crushing force, pulverizing whatever lies beneath. Taijun Lim continues his assault, striking the beast with a resounding impact. A close-up reveals Mr. Lee's nephew, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. One of the observers exclaims, Whoa, Mr. Lee's nephew sure knows how to fight. Another voice chimes in, he's been working out, but that's amazing. A masked figure watches intently, their green eyes narrowed in concentration. He grits his teeth, realizing this fight is proving more difficult than anticipated. The golem's movements are swift. It seems that he expected apes to appear, as they had before. Another, completely new golem emerges. Taijun swings his weapon, though he's not used to fighting with handheld weapons, and now he has to deal with a new golem. But what makes it harder is, the golem delivers a powerful punch. And that girl, Taijun swings again, thinking he knew some people would be suspicious of him, at least. But he doesn't want that coming from his own platoon member. He thinks to himself that he's not throwing punches with his right hand. Chulsa hopes she won't realize it's him. Taijun strikes the golem with a resounding boom. Taijun thinks to himself that he shouldn't worry, but then he curses under his breath. The treasure golem prepares to strike, emitting a powerful gust of wind as it moves. The golem's attack lands with a deafening boom. Debris explodes outwards from the point of impact. A figure in a blue cap and green jacket blocks the attack with a shield, the impact ringing out with a metallic clang. The treasure golem continues its assault, stomping forward. The figure swings the heavy metal shield with a whoosh. The shield connects with a resounding crash. Taijun and 2 other men observe the fight. Taijun wonders what the reason could be, thinking that they'll be suspicious of him too if he's not careful. One of the men comments on how an ordinary person can swing a heavy metal shield with just one arm. He then wonders what would happen if it ever gets out that special force members like them were out here mining. The figure thinks to himself that he'd better finish this off as quickly as he can before they get any more suspicious. Rock begins to light up fully. A voice echoes, emphasizing the urgency to eliminate all the golems pouring out before time runs out. Another voice admits to not considering it during their first encounter. A crushing sound reverberates. A metallic clang rings out. A figure with glasses declares that this is their second time, and they'll be able to confirm it this time. A modern building stands tall against the city skyline. Inside a spacious office, a man stands by the window, while another waits near the desk. The man by the desk asks about the assistant union leader and the progress of the White Rock investigation. A man reports that they found one of the better performing subcontractors. A voice states the need to take care of it. He states that he hopes to hear some good news. The other man replies that, like he told him before, it is based on the success of this mission. The man with glasses is told that the union's position could change. The man with glasses is told to make it a clean success. Taijun swings his scythe. The environment is destroyed. The man with glasses thinks that he is starting to get tired. It is stated that they're smaller scale golems, so it's not hard to defeat them individually, but the treasure golem stands tall. It is stated that there are just too many of them, and that there weren't as many apes last time. The man with glasses is told that the rest of the attack team are getting tired too, and he doesn't blame them. Taijun swings his scythe. The treasure golem roars, its maw glowing with an intense, fiery light. Taijun's strike lands with a resounding thwack, as he shouts for the golem to stop. He grits his teeth, realizing he doesn't have enough strength. A blinding light fills the area. Taijun grips his hammer tightly. Swinging the hammer, Taijin wonders if he got all of them. Or is it the timer? A wave of energy washes over the scene. The light is intense. Taijun shields his eyes from the brightness. The light intensifies, reminding him of the giant ape. Did he fail? Will another boss monster emerge? Now, as strength is completely drained, the sound of footsteps echoes on the cracked ground. This is going to be a real big mess, as a blinding flash erupts. The group shields their eyes from the sudden burst of light. What? Where am I? A cave? A dungeon? It looks a lot like the Namsen dungeon. It's pitch black here. A girl holds a glowing staff, illuminating the cavern. She's the... Watch your step. Meanwhile, Jinho is seen with another man. I knew it. I'm dreaming of Jinho again. Two figures make their way through the rocky terrain. The figure in the lead holds up a light, illuminating the path ahead. She notes that it's pitch black. A voice calls out, warning Jinho to watch his step. Jinho walks alongside the woman with the light. Jinho stammers out a thank you. A voice assures him not to worry, that they are watching him carefully from behind. Jinho's expression is unreadable. A voice encourages Rise to focus and keep moving forward. The woman with the light makes a sarcastic remark. Jinho replies, his tone dripping with sarcasm, that it really makes him feel safe. A voice asks Rise if she forgot why she was put in the back. The scene flashes back to Rise stumbling over every trap when she was in front. Someone declares that as a mage, they are leading the group to keep everyone safe, confident in their ability to dodge any traps. Aram Shin yells out, but it's too late. A heavy boot presses down on a pressure plate, the stone grinding against stone with a sharp kiss chichge. The group continues forward, unaware of the danger they've triggered. The younger sister says something. Aram Shin asks what someone did this time, as a loud thump echoes through the dungeon. The camera focuses on the younger sister. Jinho Yu asks if the others hear something behind them, a growing unease in his voice. A deep rumble vibrates through the stone floor. The word rumble is displayed. A massive, stitched-together mass of flesh and stone plummets from the ceiling. A scream pierces the air. The sound of the rock echoes as the group runs. The group stops to catch their breath. Sung Oh-ha says that they have to dodge a huge boulder at least once to say they've done some adventuring together. Someone tells him to shut his mouth before they burn his tongue off. Aram Shin says that the map is now useless since they have no idea where they are after running from that rock. Sung Oh-ha asks if he can see it for a second. Someone says that they don't think it's that complicated. He studies the map, brow furrowed in concentration. Jinho states that he has a sense of where they are. Aram Shin looks at Jinho, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. She asks if he's serious. Jinho confidently declares that he can lead the way. Aram Shin reminds Jinho that he's always been good at finding his way around, adding that this is nothing for a hardcore gamer. Jinho explains that as a gamer, like himself, one just needs to learn how to read maps. Aram Shin, followed by Jinho and Sung Oh-ha, walks ahead. Aram Shin remarks that the occupation Jinho calls gamer must be an amazing job, wondering if it's like being a scholar. Jinho counters that his mom would yell at him to study instead of playing games if he were in that line of work. Aram Shin asks if he means he has to study more even though he already knows so much. A foot steps down onto the rocky ground with a TK sound. Aram Shin states that it should be here according to the map. The group has reached a dead end. The group stands before the dead end, pondering their next move. She questions if they're sure it's here, asking if he even knows how to read a map or if he's just trying to look cool. Jinho asks what she takes him for. Jinho stands in front of the room. Jinho adjusts his glasses, peering at something. Jinho looks down at the ground. Jinho asks if Aram sees the tracks on the ground. Someone suggests that the tracks may be from the boulder earlier. The wall is made of stone. Someone asks if they don't think it's odd. Someone asks what is. Jinho points out that if that rock made these tracks, it should be right here in front of the wall. Aram suggests that maybe it got smashed and broke apart. Jinho agrees that it is strange, asking what she thinks happened. Someone states that they can see and touch this wall, but Jinho counters that in a game, you can't always trust what you see and touch. The group continues forward. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk Lee is thrown against a wall with a resounding boom. He reaches out, his hand making contact with the solid surface. Sliding along the ground, Soo-hyuk Lee struggles to regain his footing. The sound of footsteps echoes as the group regroups. One of them wonders aloud who would have thought this was a spell of illusion. Jinho exclaims that the gamer job must be something amazing, as they saw right through this magic. Younger sister replies that it's not like that. The group looks up, their eyes widening in surprise. A magical symbol glows above a large, red object. Someone exclaims, "There it is." A voice echoes, speaking of the Eye of the Wise. The younger sister asks if it's real. Another replies that it better be, after all they've been through to get here. A massive, unseen presence looms. The younger sister stares up in awe and fear. A voice cries out, wondering what it is. The group stands before the looming presence, their expressions a mix of apprehension and curiosity. The massive figure roars, its eyes glowing with intense heat. Jinho is startled by the sudden roar. A man says, "Oh, you're up." The man continues, saying he thought Jinho was seriously hurt or something. Jinho wonders if he awoke from that dream, saying it was so. The memory felt vivid. Jinho steeled himself. He asked, Uncle, what happened to the white rock?" The man admitted, I'm not exactly sure. The monsters stopped coming out. The man looked off to the side, a concerned expression on his face. Jinho wondered, how about that gigantic monster we saw on the news? It never came out. The man replied, no, it didn't. Jinho thought to himself, the boss monster never came out? Was I right then? He wondered, was there anyone who fainted besides me? Someone stated, the entire attacking team did, and Younghee over there too. Jinho thought, I better. He thought, to be honest, I didn't think all my theories would be proven true like this. Jinho mused, I've gained so much from this trip. I should thank the miners' union. With everything that's happened, I almost feel bad. He thought with a sinister grin, while I've successfully achieved everything I wanted, I'll make sure everything you're trying to achieve fails miserably. He wore a slight smile, a subtle curve of his lips hinting at the machinations brewing within. The dilapidated building stands against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. Taijun Lim, Jinho Yu, and another man walk away from the building. Mr. Chung is asked if he filmed the fight. Taijun exclaims that it proves they did their job. Taijun assures them that he got it on camera and not to worry. Jinho states that he already sent it. Mr. Chung replies that it is a great job. Jinho realizes he left his wallet back there, addressing Mr. Lee as uncle. Jinho insists on going back on his own. The group continues to walk away from the building. Sure thing. I'll see you soon. A figure asks, nothing about the White Rock site yet. A voice responds, oh, I just received the report that everything went well. The voice continues, does that mean they've successfully destroyed it? Another voice answers, no, they didn't get a chance to destroy the rock itself due to circumstances, but resolved it by fighting the monsters. The figure asks, by fighting the monsters? A voice confirms, do you mean they fought off all of the monsters that came out of the rock? Yes, that seems. Mr. Lee states that the case is to be based on the report. The voice on the other end of the line mentions that there were lots of monsters. The voice asks if the other person thinks an irregular was among them. The voice requests that the video be sent as soon as it is shared. Mr. Lee states that it seems like there's been an issue with that. The voice on the other end of the line asks if there is an issue. The voice on the other end of the line says that they said they sent the video, but the voice on the other end of the line states that they didn't receive any video. Jinho holds his phone. Jinho apologizes, stating that no video will be sent over. Mr. Chung is shown on the phone. Jinho states that he knows Mr. Chung put in a lot of effort to film the entire fight on his phone, but Mr. Lee examines the piece of wood, recalling the spell he placed on it to deceive someone. He remembers using a magic potion he found in the dungeon. The purpose of the spell was to make someone recognize the wood as their phone. Mr. Lee laments that the potion disappears after a single use. Something about this job struck him as odd. From the very beginning, they didn't let anyone outside know, even after they found the White Rock. And instead of taking care of it themselves, they hired a contractor to take care of it. Why? Well, it's obvious. They want to cut off all ties. If the mission was successful, the Union would take the credit, and if it failed, they'd deny knowing about it. That means ruining their plan is quite simple. Mr. Lee resolves, I'll make it so that this entire incident never took place. He snaps the wooden pieces in two. He thinks the Union was planning to tell the world about the mission only if it was successful. Otherwise, they would have invited the media to accompany them on their raid. Without a video, they have no proof that they're the ones who solved this incident. But what do I do about these White Rock fragments? He looks down, lost in thought. He reaches into his bag, retrieving a glowing purple orb. Extending his arm, he holds the skill marble aloft. Skill marble. Swallow shadow. The marble cracks, energy spiderwebbing across its surface. Shadows begin to gather, swirling like ink in water. A whooshing sound fills the air as the shadows converge. With a final shwoo, the shadows are swallowed, leaving behind only the White Rock fragments. The room stands empty, save for a dark, viscous puddle staining the floor. He approaches the scene, his expression unreadable. Soo-hyuk Lee holds a pickaxe in one hand and a glowing purple orb in the other, ready to erase the remaining traces. He thinks to himself, evidence destruction. The task is complete. Night has fallen over the city, the building lights twinkling in the darkness. Back in his apartment, Soo-hyuk Lee wipes the sweat from his brow, the events of the day weighing heavily on him. He collapses onto his bed, sighing, so comfortable. He reflects, until a few days ago, I had no reason to get in the Union's way. The implications of another White Rock incident occurring without his knowledge weigh heavily on his mind. He realizes he would miss the chance to gather information about Jinho. He thinks to himself that he must never let that happen. It would be better if only the special force is allowed to fight the golems. Jinho's dream. To be honest, he still doesn't quite understand what the dream is all about. It doesn't make sense at all to think that it's real. He thinks that he should, well, seeing as monsters have already emerged from the heart of Seoul. He muses that it's ridiculous to assume that the dream is too unrealistic. Even if the dream is happening in reality, there's another problem. There's no way to tell if what he saw in the dream is happening now or in the past. It could be a coincidence, but the monsters that appeared in Jinho's dream looked similar to the monsters that came out of the White Rock. And the location he saw in the dream. The cavern's entrance looked eerily similar to the dungeon in shadow of the dungeon. He wondered if he should check it out. A few minutes later, Soo-hyuk Lee stared intently at his computer screen. He knew it. It looked almost exactly like the dungeon on the 27th floor in the game. Soo-hyuk Lee hadn't found any hidden rooms in the game, but that might be because his game wasn't updated. Who knows? Soo-hyuk Lee stood at the edge of a cliff, the wind whipping around him. If reality was updated, but not his game, it's possible the room doesn't exist at all, but he figured there was only one way to find out, and jumped. A blinding light shines from above. The light pierces through the darkness. The sound of something opening echoes. A foot steps forward onto the rough stone. The light beckons from the exit. Soo-hyuk Lee walks towards the light. He considers his options. He thinks to himself, last place I fought. He continues in his thoughts. In the game, I can go back to whichever floor I want, but he thinks, in the real world, the dungeon takes me back to the last floor I was on no matter what. Soo-hyuk Lee realizes, the 32nd floor to the 27th floor. I gotta go back 5 stories. He continues his descent, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Even if he studied the entire dungeon, it'd be easy to get confused. He thinks to himself, one step at a time. These stairs crumble once I step on them. That stone statue pushes the user off the cliff once they get close. The spikes come up here. The arrows come flying here. And here. A system notification flashes before him. Log. He clutches at his head, a sharp pain lancing through his skull. Soo-hyuk Lee looks around, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He thinks to himself, I've gone through these before, but I'm still amazed at the variety of traps installed. He wonders aloud, is this the right way, Jinho? Do I have to get past these traps? Before him stands the treasure golem, its red eyes glowing menacingly. He steels himself, muttering, fight the golems while I'm at it. The ground above cracks, and rocks begin to fall. He plummets downward, the air rushing past him. A memory surfaces. I had someone I could trust by my side. A figure with white hair stands beside him in the memory. The memory continues. It is much easier fighting in a group rather than by myself. He continues to fall, the darkness swallowing him. His eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders if he's becoming complacent because he's been fighting in a group lately, his hand scratching the back of his head. He thinks it hasn't even been that long, and he shouldn't get used to it, reminding himself that he has no friends. No matter how difficult things got, he reflects, he'd been doing just fine on his own, his fist clenching. He resolves to just keep being fine by himself as he pushes forward. Footsteps echo as he continues onward. Meanwhile, a sign reads, Platoon Captain. A woman with dark brown hair says, you helped. The blonde woman asks about the mining union, acknowledging that she knows she's not supposed to do that, but the woman with the bob cut listens intently. The blonde woman explains that she had to make money to cover her mother's surgery cost, admitting that she knows what she did was wrong. Her eyes are closed, a look of regret etched on her face. She states that she'll take whatever punishment she deserves, before asking what made the woman superior come forward with it on her own. The woman superior responds that she wasn't asked about it. Captain Shin explains that what they were mining this time was a rock that looked just like the white rock from last time. The woman superior figured she should report it since their mission was to investigate it and destroy it. The white rock had 8 monsters come out of it last time, but a different kind of monster came out of it this time. The woman superior wonders if they fought golems. Captain Shin asks if anyone was injured. She wonders if the strategy was well thought out or if the monsters were weaker this time. Captain Shin states that the mission was completed without anyone suffering any major injuries. The two women continue their discussion. The woman superior says that this is the part she wanted to report. Captain Shin says that it seems that if you defeat the golems that come out of the rock quick enough. The report came in. The big golem didn't show up. The woman superior's eyes widened in surprise. Leaning back in her chair, she asked, are you sure? Captain Shin replied that she couldn't be certain, but the giant golem didn't emerge this battle. The woman superior brought a hand to her chin. I see then. She wondered if it worked like a timer, but even without a giant golem. Captain Shin interjected that it would have been difficult for ordinary citizens to take care of all the other golems. Captain Shin added that at least she covered her face, but asked if she was sure she didn't participate too much during the fight. The captain continued, stating that to tell the truth, there was another man there who took on most of the golems. He was the one who came up with the strategy and took the lead. The aftermath of the battle was a scene of destruction. Captain Shin looked down, lost in thought. She speaks, but hesitates. But Captain Shin wonders aloud. By chance, is Chulsu Kim's real name Dejun Lee? The woman superior's eyes widen in surprise. Who the heck is that? She thinks to herself that was the man's name, and she was wondering if he was Chulsu. Captain Shin responds, looking apologetic. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you any personal information about him. But I'm sure you're right. The captain continues, explaining that he made a specific request to keep his personal information private. You understand, right? Captain Shin assures her, sure. I'm sure that's what he requested. The woman superior thinks to herself, but his movement and voice felt like Chulsu. She continues her internal monologue. It's entirely possible since he took the day off too, but I shouldn't keep. She stands before Captain Shin, who is seated in his office, likely asking him about something. Captain Shin states that he believes he has told her everything she needs to know and asks to be excused and to be informed once she makes a decision. The woman's superior stands firm, her expression unreadable. Captain Shin explains that what she did was clearly illegal, so it shouldn't go unpunished, but it won't be too harsh. The woman's superior is being harsh, considering that she came forward herself and brought information that could help the platoon. The woman's superior asks that it not happen again. Oh, by the way, the woman's superior and Captain Shin stand together, the woman's superior asking if she fainted like last time. She replies that she did lose consciousness. The woman's superior and Captain Shin face each other, the woman's superior stating that it happened this time around too. Captain Shin asks if she had another strange dream. It felt like she was inside a fantasy novel. It must have been Jinho's dream. The woman's superior speaks. I don't mean to pry, but... She asks, could you tell me about that dream in more detail? A wall of rough stone looms. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks, I don't see that mark on the floor, but... He thinks, this is it. The wall I saw in Jinho's dream. Soo-hyuk Lee clenches his fist, a determined glint in his eye. I'm about to find out. He slams his fist into the wall. The impact echoes with a resounding boom. Soo-hyuk Lee stands before a massive, craggy wall, its surface uneven and dark. He recognizes the wall from Jinho's dream. Soo-hyuk figures he's about to find out if it's real. Soo-hyuk Lee draws back his fist, the motion creating a gust of wind. His arm extends, muscles coiled and ready to unleash their power. Soo-hyuk thinks to himself that he will punch through this wall, whether it's real or not. His fist slams into the rock face. The wall cracks under the force of the blow, the sound echoing through the cavern. Reeling back from the impact, Soo-hyuk Lee steadies himself. Soo-hyuk's expression is one of determination. He stares at the damaged wall. The wall shatters, revealing a glowing portal. Soo-hyuk realizes it's really here. Actually, it existed. What was it called? The Eye of the Wise. He thought back, recalling the time he fought the 8 monsters. Maybe it was supposed to be the monster that came out after he fought off all the golems that poured out of the rock. That means he gets to take this thing. Without any obstacles, Soo-hyuk Lee approached the item. Is this a sort of dungeon item? He reached out. Grabbing the item, his hand glowed with a golden light. What is this? He had never seen anything like it before. Soo-hyuk Lee examined the gauntlet on his hand. He swung his arm experimentally, testing the weight and feel of the new power. Tapping the gauntlet, he tried to trigger some kind of response. Extending his hand, Soo-hyuk Lee activated the ability. The Eye of the Wise. Activate. He stood ready, waiting to see what would happen. Soo-hyuk Lee wondered how he was supposed to use this thing. He thought that if this were a game, it would have at least come with a simple explanation. Reality, he mused, was a bit more frustrating when it came to these things. With a whoosh, a large door began to open. The heavy door continued to slide open, revealing something massive behind it. With a resounding dun, a large stone golem lumbered into view. A deafening boom echoes through the cavern, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The force of the blast sends Soo-hyuk Lee hurtling backward, his body ragdolled by the unseen shockwave. Bracing himself, Soo-hyuk Lee thinks, I was hoping things would go a little easy this time. His right eye flares with a violet light, the Eye of the Wise activating. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks, wait a minute. All I did was look at the monster, yet, information I had never known is flowing into my mind. The level, 47 Cyclopes golem advances, its massive stone feet thumping against the cavern floor. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression hardens with determination. Its belly is the weak point, he wonders. He realizes, weak points are usually only found in boss monsters. He throws a punch, the force of it creating a powerful gust of wind. Soo-hyuk Lee steels himself, thinking he has no choice but to continue the attack. He declares he'll punch the treasure golem right there and see what happens. The treasure golem's arm moves to block, but it's too late. The punch lands with a resounding BAM. The treasure golem is sent flying backwards, crashing through the dungeon. Soo-hyuk Lee is taken aback by the power of his own punch. Whoa, this is... He mutters. He thinks to himself that it's almost cheating. Meanwhile, a man with white hair and glasses stands in a doorway, telling Haejung-bae that it's time for their lesson. Haejung-bae stands beside the man, listening intently. Haejung-bae thinks it's hard to make a lot of money these days, no matter how much you study. She decides to forget about studying. Haejung-bae, holding potato chips, declares she'll join the special forces. The man with glasses stares ahead. The man says his goodbyes. Haejung-bae insists that he can't leave, reminding him that he is her tutor and is supposed to stop her. The man asks if they can try being a normal student and study, telling her to focus. Haejung-bae announces that she is home. She wonders why her sister is home early today. The man with glasses peeks out from a doorway. A voice asks why she doesn't come out and say hi. Another voice realizes that she has. Haejung-bae and the man with glasses sit at a desk. A voice apologizes. A voice tells them to please get back to their lesson. The man with glasses looks off to the side, a thoughtful expression on his face. Haejung says, can you work on this question? Let me get something to drink. She pauses, then confirms, huh? Sure. The man with glasses looks at Haejung, who is standing in the doorway. The man with glasses says, I have a question. He asks, do you have a moment by chance? Haejung looks back at him, a slightly surprised expression on her face. The man with glasses and Haejung walk together outside at night. Haejung looks down, a pensive expression on her face, as the man with glasses looks at her. The man with glasses looks at Haejung, who is looking down. Haejung says, "The game." The man with glasses asks if it's about the shadow of the dungeon. A voice declares that they know what they are about to be asked. Two men stand in a park, engaged in conversation. One of the men asks if it's about the shadow of the dungeon. The other confirms. The man with silver hair and glasses looks on. A voice states that the person being addressed is the only one left now, implying that everyone else who worked at Jinho Yu's company is gone. A man with a bowl cut stares pensively. The man with the bowl cut thinks that it was definitely a bit strange that day. Since a deadline was around the corner, almost every employee was already working at the office. Later, Jinho called everybody in, including everyone who went home, to fix something urgent. And that night, Namsan, where their office was located, disappeared. It was Jinho who called everyone in. Jinho confirms that, to his knowledge, it is true. A flashback shows Seo Sang thinking about Sunghae, realizing they need to fix something urgently. He explains that he happened to get in an accident that day and couldn't get there. The camera focuses on someone walking. He continues, saying that when he saw the news the next morning, Jinho looks at his phone, his expression troubled. It was shocking enough that his work had completely disappeared overnight. Seo Sang and Jinho walk together, the weight of the situation heavy in the air. Seo Sang asks if Jinho has ever considered telling someone about what happened. The screen displays the title of a game, Shadow of the Dungeon. Jinho reveals that what's coming out was created in a game his studio was working on, but he never told anyone. The two men walked side by side, the crunch of gravel underfoot the only sound. Jinho explained that he only worked on the music for the game, knowing nothing about game balancing. He looked off to the side, lost in thought. Seo Sang wondered if there was any data left from the game. Jinho stated that it wasn't even finished, and all the game developing data was on their work computers. Seo Sang admitted there was something he had been wondering too. He asked Jinho if he had decided to be Haejung's tutor, implying that was the reason for their meeting. Seo Sang wondered why Jinho hadn't asked him anything. Jinho looked surprised. Seo Sang adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. He closed his eyes briefly. Seo Sang revealed that at first, he thought Jinho was the updater, then asked what that was. The world had been constantly changing ever since Namsan was destroyed, leaving a wake of chaos and destruction. It was changing into what the shadow of the dungeon was supposed to be. He stated that it was just a theory of his. But let's say an incredible technological breakthrough has made it possible for data to be transformed into reality. The original drawings of monsters were now a reality. Someone must still be making it happen, right? Seo Sang had decided to name the person the updater. Jinho wondered if his theory was a bit too unrealistic. The man with silver hair stated that it was possible at this point. They needed to think past what they thought was realistic. Seo Sang thought he was this updater and wanted to find out more. The city sleeps under the watchful eye of a crescent moon. Seo Sang begins, admitting that on top of finding nothing suspicious in Jinho's daily routine, he doesn't believe they are capable of causing so much harm to others. It's evident, he continues, from the fact that Jinho has been volunteering every week with the Namsan disaster survivors. Jinho explains that his plan was to keep an eye on Seo Sang and find evidence if he was the updater. But now that Seo Sang is certain Jinho is not the updater, he decided to talk to him and see if there was anything else he knew. Seo Sang apologizes for not having anything helpful. Jinho assures him that he has helped a great deal and thanks him. Jinho mentions he's stopping by the convenience store before returning. He asks Yunji if she wants to join. Seo Sang agrees that they can go together then. Jinho apologizes and says he sees. He recalls that he told all his employees to go to the Namsan studio the day of the disaster. Seo Sang wonders if it could really have been a coincidence, feeling it was too planned to call it that. He questions if Jinho knew what was about to happen, why he brought everyone in instead of running away. It's as if, Seo Sang thinks, Jinho's intent had always been to kill his entire staff. Yunha stands on a rocky outcrop, overlooking a vast, dark expanse. The size of this hole always amazes her every time she sees it. Captain Shin answers her phone. "Hello? Yuni?" she asks. Yunha asks, "Where are you? I didn't see you at the office." The phone rings as Yunha stands at the Namsan hole. "What? What are you doing there again? Don't you know it's dangerous there?" Captain Shin asks. Yunha replies, "I was getting a headache from being stuck in the lab for too long. I came to get some fresh air." Captain Shin says, "Worry. I brought my personal firearm just in CA-. Captain Shin asks, "What was that sound?" A whooshing sound echoes through the air. One of the men asks if the other is trying to tell the whole town that they're stealing from the ruins. The other man tells him to forget it and just look for anything they can sell. One of the men points out something. It's the rock they saw on the news. One of the men exclaims that it looks just like it. The man with the brown beanie asks if they should report it. The other man asks if he's nuts, saying they can't call the police when they're stealing, asking if he wants to go to jail. A woman appears, pointing a gun at them and identifying herself as part of the Namsan response committee, ordering them to stop right there. The woman with the gun thinks that they seem like small-time thieves and tells them to stay quiet. One of the men asks what that's doing here. Suddenly, the woman is struck, crying out in pain. A man in a black jacket shouts, accusing someone off-panel of being out of their mind for attacking a soldier. A sickening thud echoes as a man is struck with a bat. He thinks it's better than going to jail. The woman from before lies prone on the ground. Two men flee, one exclaiming that he had nothing to do with this, the other agreeing and urging them to run. Meanwhile, a large, egg-shaped object hangs suspended from the ceiling, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. With a resonating hum, the egg-shaped object's cracks widen, and two crimson eyes ignite within its dark core. The ruined cityscape sprawls, a testament to a forgotten battle. Cracked asphalt stretches into the distance, marked with the scars of conflict. The ground is littered with debris, a silent reminder of the devastation. A blinding light erupts, bathing the area in an ethereal glow. Soo-hyuk Lee gazes out over the ruined city, the glow reflecting in his eyes. He steps onto the rooftop, the sound echoing in the desolate landscape. Soo-hyuk thinks, the same location every time. The city stretches out before him, a dark and silent panorama. He examines his hand, a faint light emanating from his palm. Soo-hyuk thinks, luckily, it doesn't show when my arm's a human arm. He sighs in relief, thinking, the eye of the wise. What a relief. I was a little worried at first. Soo-hyuk Lee muses, I almost got an involuntary tattoo on my wrist. The day had been rough. He figured he should get home fast and rest. A voice echoed, questioning whether he would really not call the cops if something bad happened. He wondered who they were, if they were looters. The thought of calling the cops and something bad happening lingered. His eyes narrowed, considering the possibilities. Soo-hyuk Lee dismissed the thought, deciding he was too tired to deal with it. Meanwhile, a phone began to ring inside a nearby warehouse. The ringing echoed around a woman lying prone on the floor. She let out a soft groan. The ringing continued, insistent and unanswered. Her head throbbing, the woman groaned, a wave of dizziness washing over her as the ringing of a phone echoed nearby. She knelt on the concrete floor, her glasses lying discarded beside her. The ringing grew louder, insistent. She answered, her voice still thick with sleep. Hello. A sharp voice snapped back. Hello? Are you out of your mind? You followed some random noise inside a danger zone. The voice continued its tirade. A death wish? It could have been a monster. I was going to run if it seemed dangerous after checking it out. Roaming around there is dangerous enough, you idiot. Can't you see? The woman mumbled, sorry. The voice softened slightly. All right. Did anything happen? A chill ran down her spine. If something bad is about to happen. She looked up, her gaze drawn to a massive, egg-shaped object suspended from the ceiling. The voice on the phone cut through her thoughts. Hugh, forget it. So are you. What? What are you talking about? It's probably around now. A monstrous, spider-like creature with glowing red eyes lurked in the shadows. She is still on the ground, looking up at the massive spider-like creature. The woman screams into her phone. The person on the other end of the line demands, what's going on? Aram, answer me. The person on the phone shouts, Aram Shin. Meanwhile, a street lamp illuminates the night. Two men walk along a brick path. One of the men thinks, come to think of it. The other man asks, how do you know that? The first man replies, oh well, I've seen you before actually. The second man waves his hand dismissively, saying, no, I didn't meet you in person or anything. The first man continues, I've seen you in the game, The Shadow of the Dungeon. A character design is shown. The man exclaims, whoa, what's this? A character design is being reviewed. She and Taijun Lim look at the screen. The woman's superior notes that the main character never needs to take his helmet off. She knows, Sung-hae just drew it for fun. She adds that it's her friend's face. The woman wonders if her friend is Korean. The narrator notes that his hair color definitely stands out. Meanwhile, Jin-ho Yu says that's how he recognized Sung-oh-ha right away. Sung-oh-ha calls him friend. Jin-ho asks if he's looking for her. Sung-oh-ha confirms that's right. To be honest, Sung-oh-ha says that things aren't looking very good right now. Someone is praying for a miracle. Two figures walk along a street. The design was just a first draft. Only the helmet version was included in the game's final release. Sung-oh-ha and another man walk together. Sung-oh-ha realizes that the drawing never made it into the actual game. The woman's superior looks at a computer screen. The graphic designer at the time didn't want it to go to waste, and so they modeled it. Soo-hyuk Lee looks off to the side. But if you dig into the data, there's a face under that helmet, and it's your face. Soo-hyuk Lee is shown wearing a helmet. The woman's superior aims her gun at the approaching monsters. Damn it, she realizes she's out of bullets. It's too late for her to run away. She's sure Yinny knows she's in danger since their phone is still active. How is she supposed to survive 10 minutes out here? The question echoes in her mind. The woman glances nervously to the side. The boss guard dog roars, its red eyes burning with predatory intent. Rumble. The monster approaches, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. A piercing shriek tears through the air. Covering her face with her arm, the woman's superior screams in terror. The sound of impact echoes through the cavern. The boss guard dog's massive fist hurtles towards her. Soo-hyuk Lee throws himself in front of the woman's superior, intercepting the blow. The woman's superior stares in disbelief at Soo-hyuk Lee's sudden intervention. The city skyline is a graveyard of shattered buildings, a stark reminder of the cataclysm that reshaped the world. Soo-hyuk Lee trudged along the cracked pavement, the weight of the day pressing down on him. I had such a tough day today, he thought. He quickened his pace, the thought of rest spurring him onward. I better get home fast and res dash. A nagging voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, you're really not going to call the cops? What if something bad happens? Soo-hyuk Lee's expression hardened. Who are they? Looters. The voice persisted, questioning his inaction. Call the cops. Something bad. He sighed, dismissing the thought. Forget it. I'm too tired. His footsteps echoed on the desolate street, each step a testament to his weariness. The voice countered, suggesting someone else would handle it. Sure, someone will figure it out like he said. Soo-hyuk Lee paused, his gaze sweeping over the devastated cityscape. The silence was broken only by the whisper of the wind through the broken structures. The voice grew more insistent, painting a picture of potential danger. If they're debating whether they should call the cops, it must mean something serious happened. He steeled himself, a sense of responsibility washing over him. It's highly likely it's got something to do with golems in this danger zone. That means, if I ignore it now, something even more problematic might happen later on. A hand taps impatiently. Two figures run, panting heavily. A man in a hat pleads to stop, unable to breathe anymore, suggesting they take a break. Another man, shrouded in a hoodie, agrees, stating he's tired too. The hooded man offers to help the other get some rest. A fist connects with a resounding bam. The hooded man stands over someone. The thought of calling the cops crosses someone's mind, but they dismiss it, having done this before. The hooded man stands over the man in the hat, who is now on the ground. The hooded man reveals his strategy. He beats people up a little before asking questions. The hooded man tells the man in the hat to let him know whenever he feels like talking. The younger sister, Aram Shin, fires her weapon at the approaching treasure golems. The treasure golems continue their advance, their red eyes glowing menacingly. One of the treasure golems rumbles closer to Aram Shin, its massive form casting a shadow over her. A piercing scream echoes through the chamber. Aram's face contorts in fear as she braces for impact. The sound of a heavy blow reverberates through the air. The treasure golem's fist connects with Aram, sending her sprawling. Dazed and disoriented, Aram cries out, Taijun. Soo-hyuk Lee intervenes, grabbing the treasure golem with a surge of power. He stands protectively in front of Aram, his expression grim. Damn it, he thought. He didn't expect someone he knew to be here. Another. A question hangs in the air. Why do these white rocks keep appearing so often? A cluster of treasure golems stands menacingly, their red eyes glowing. Is the game running out of ideas? A close-up reveals an eye, glowing with an inner power. The treasure golem looms, the text above it declaring, no apparent weaknesses. A voice considers the situation. These golems don't seem too tough to beat, but there are too many of them. There's no way I can fight them on my own. A hand reaches down, grasping a jagged rock. Aram Shin flinches, recoiling from an unseen threat. A sharp cry pierces the air. Eek! A thought echoes. I better get out of here first. Soo-hyuk Lee leaps into action, striking a treasure golem with a resounding blow. Clinging to his back, Aram Shin asks, Are you sure we can just run away? What if they go into the residential area? A grim assessment is made. We'll only end up being slaughtered if we stay here and fight. They won't reach the residential area. A crucial detail is revealed. There's a time limit to how long they stay active. A map of the city is shown, with the words Taka written over it. A speech bubble indicates someone is wondering what will happen if Yuna comes, and that their phone was destroyed while talking to her. Aram Shin, wearing a black cap, asks if someone ran out of there. Taijun Lim confirms that they had to run. Someone expresses their gratitude, stating that the other person is the reason their sister is safe and sound. Aram Shin looks concerned as she listens to Soo-hyuk Lee. Someone wonders what they are going to do now, as the little monsters will stop being active soon. It's mentioned that a boss golem doesn't have a time limit. Soo-hyuk Lee states that he doesn't plan on letting a boss golem roam around. He reveals that he took a golem fragment with him. A disembodied voice wonders what a fragment is for. A voice notes that a boss monster appears, and the white rock starts to glow. It's observed that the smaller golems and their fragments all disappear when that happens. The younger sister realizes that the fragment starts to disappear. A voice confirms that they'll know the boss golem has arrived. The younger sister says to move out to fight when it disappears. A voice asks if they should move out now. Soo-hyuk Lee says no, they should fight it with just the two of them this time. The younger sister asks why. A voice says that they see, then they can. It might take too long to bring them over. Soo-hyuk Lee states that he saw the white rocks timer earlier, and it was already past the half-point mark. He adds that they can't afford to waste any time. A voice says they are waiting for everyone to arrive. If they do that, A voice says they'll miss their chance to attack it early on. The younger sister looks up, her expression thoughtful. She wonders if it wouldn't be better to have more people on their side. Soo-hyuk Lee listens intently. He thinks that it's highly probable that the boss battle is a gimmick combat. He explains that the fight is basically won when they've found the boss monster's weakness and destroyed it. Soo-hyuk Lee continues, saying that means they don't need too many fighters. Like last time, having one damage dealer and one tanker is plenty. The younger sister, Yunha, and Soo-hyuk Lee stand together. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks that a part of him is insisting on this because he wants to keep Jinho's dream a secret from other people, but he asks if he has convinced her. The younger sister says okay, and that they should go with his plan. She agrees that they'll fight the monster on their own, as he suggested. She was about to face a powerful foe, but Soo-hyuk Lee needed to be sure. You don't have a problem with that, do you? He asked. Aram Shin reassured him. No, no problem. A flash of light suddenly illuminated the room. A hand materialized, holding a glowing object, its light casting eerie shadows. Aram Shin, standing with Soo-hyuk Lee and another woman, observed the phenomenon. It's disappearing, which means. The group stood before an abandoned warehouse, its dilapidated structure hinting at the dangers within. A massive claw, sharp and menacing, scraped against the ground. The claw extended from the shadows, reaching towards the ceiling. The full form of the monster was revealed, a grotesque amalgamation of rock and malice. Two burning red eyes pierced the darkness. The text identified the creature, Boss the one hiding in the EGG. The building stood silent, the air thick with an unsettling stillness. What was this? It was too quiet. One of the group wondered if the boss golem had even emerged. The other was sure of it, stating that the fragment had disappeared. Another member of the group questioned if it had already gone somewhere else. The group member stated that they didn't see any signs of that either. One of the group members suggested that they go check it out first. The pair peered into the distance, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A chain-link fence stood between them and the unknown, hinting at something beyond. One of the group members exclaimed, wondering what the heck that was and if it could be the white rock. A close-up revealed an eye glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. An egg that's never been incubated sits in the middle of the room. It doesn't look like a golem, but it still shows HP 17,000. It'll take all day to break it. Soo-hyuk Lee says he better check inside first. Soo-hyuk Lee and Captain Shin approach the egg. He knew it. It looks like an ordinary rock up close. Soo-hyuk Lee peers closer at the egg. A black slime with glowing red eyes slithers out of the egg. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen in surprise. The slime's red eyes glow menacingly. The slime lunges forward, attacking. Soo-hyuk Lee exclaims, "The hell is that?" Captain Shin stammers, "S-slime." Soo-hyuk Lee wonders aloud why slime came out of the egg, as he thought it only contained golems. Captain Shin points out the slime's edge, questioning what it is. The slime monster looms, its rocky protrusions glinting in the dim light. The slime monster attacks, its form blurring as it lunges forward. Captain Shin questions if this is for real. The slime monster continues its assault, the air whistling as it moves. Soo-hyuk Lee watches the slime monster's movements, his expression grim. The slime monster emits a squelching sound. A narration box states that its name is unknown with a level of 67. The slime monster's skull-like core is revealed, and a narration box states that it has no HP, and that must be its weakness. Captain Shin exclaims that the golem's head is inside its body. Soo-hyuk Lee questions the golem's head. A narration box states that the golem's head is its weakness. The slime monster continues its attack, the air whistling as it moves. The slime monster attacks with a sweeping motion, the sound echoing through the building. It sent Captain Shin flying backwards, the force of the blow staggering her. Her eyes widened, a flicker of disbelief crossing her face as she looked up at the looming figure. A voice cried out, "Over there!" With a surge of adrenaline, Captain Shin retaliated, her fist connecting with the slime monster's amorphous form. She struck again, her knuckles cracking against the monster's rocky hide. A guttural roar echoed from the depths of the slime monster, its red eyes burning with fury. Captain Shin's expression shifted to one of shock, a silent question hanging in the air. The air crackles with energy as the battle intensifies. Soo-hyuk Lee slashes at the slime monster with a blade of pure energy. A voice calls out, "Thanks." Soo-hyuk Lee stands alongside Woo-hee Kong, both wary of their monstrous opponent. A voice echoes, "You better be careful. It's hard for me to fight it alone too." Another voice adds, "Damn it. I wanted to sneak up and destroy its weakness." Soo-hyuk Lee's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The slime monster's grotesque skull face looms, a voice booming. "The bastard dodged my punch." The slime monster oozes, its form shifting as it declares, "Well, I think I figured out how to attack it though." The slime monster's red eyes blink ominously as a voice thinks, "If I could draw it out to grab us one more time." The slime monster emits a low, guttural growl. The slime monster towers over Soo-hyuk Lee and Woo-hee Kong, its form menacing. The slime monster unleashes a devastating attack. The slime monster's glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, a silent promise of destruction. A massive, stone-like foot descends, each step a thunderous echo in the confined space. A voice, laced with disbelief, whispers, "No freaking way." Soo-hyuk Lee and Woo-hee Kong exchange a look of stunned apprehension, the gravity of the situation settling upon them. The full horror of the monster's visage is revealed, a grotesque parody of life and stone. Soo-hyuk Lee stares, his mind racing. What is this? A transformer? That's definitely unique. Woo-hee Kang's voice is tight with concern. The real game must be starting now. We better be careful. A sudden realization dawns on her. I can see its name now. The one hiding in the egg. Soo-hyuk Lee recognizes the foe. That's the boss golem. Its weakness is the same, but the problem is. The boss golem stands in its entirety, a towering figure of dread. A voice echoes, "It just put on." Driven by a primal instinct, Soo-hyuk Lee and Wei Kong turn and flee, the ground trembling beneath their feet. An ominous message appears, an armor with a durability score of 17,000. The treasure golem's massive arm swings down, closing in fast. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders how he's supposed to draw it out. The treasure golem's attack continues its descent. It's too late to dodge, Soo-hyuk realizes. His eyes widen in shock. He considers using the wind bracelet, but decides against it. He can just block. The treasure golem's attack connects with a resounding bam. Soo-hyuk is sent crashing into a brick wall with a thud. The force of the blow sends him hurtling into the brick wall. The treasure golem looms over the downed Soo-hyuk Lee. The treasure golem raises its arm for another attack. Soo-hyuk realizes he doesn't have any choice. A foot lands on the ground, the sound echoing in the space. A cracking sound resonates as a pair of eyes widen in shock. A figure plummets from above, their descent framed by the warehouse's exposed rafters and brick walls. A voice calls out, "Yunha." The falling figure's face is partially visible, her brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. A large, clawed hand descends rapidly, a red mark glowing ominously on its palm. The air crackles with unseen energy. A man looks up, his eyes widening in alarm as he spots the approaching threat. The alleyway seems to shrink around him. He grits his teeth, a desperate thought forming in his mind. I don't have any choice. I need the wind bracelet. TKH. His foot slams against the ground, the impact sending a jolt up his leg as he prepares to move. Another figure, a woman in a cap, moves with practiced speed, her gloved hands raised in a fighting stance. The sound of her foot hitting the ground echoes the man's. The woman's expression is a mask of grim determination, her brow furrowed as she focuses on her unseen opponent. The air crackles with anticipation. Whoosh. Bam. The sound of impact reverberates through the alley, a sharp, brutal noise that cuts through the tension. Yunha's leg connects with brutal force, sending her target flying through the air. The force of the blow is evident in the man's contorted posture. From the distance, a voice cries out, "Yunha." The sound is filled with urgency and concern. Thump. Slam. The man crashes against the brick wall, the impact echoing through the alley as he crumples to the ground. Dust and debris rain down around him. Soo-hyuk Lee grits his teeth, a curse escaping his lips as he faces an unseen threat. A massive, stone-like hand lunges towards him, the air displaced with a sharp SHF sound. The hand crashes through the brick wall, sending shards of debris flying. The impact resonates with a deafening boom, the force of the blow palpable. Yunha, her expression etched with concern, calls out, "Hey, are you okay?" The treasure golem looms over Soo-hyuk Lee, its red eyes glowing menacingly as it prepares another strike. Another strike lands with a resounding bam, the ground trembling from the force. Soo-hyuk Lee stands beside Yunha, both of them surrounded by the destruction caused by the treasure golem. Yunha questions, why do these monsters move around like they've got broken motors? Soo-hyuk Lee and Yunha stand together, their faces reflecting a mix of concern and determination. The treasure golem's hand slams into the ground, sending tremors through the area. The impact explodes with another boom, the force of the blow shaking the very foundations of the area. The treasure golem staggers back, reeling from the force of the previous blow. Soo-hyuk Lee closes the distance, a blur of motion against the dungeon's gloom. He clenches his fist, preparing to strike. The treasure golem continues to stumble backward, its heavy form struggling to regain balance. Soo-hyuk Lee lunges forward, his eyes fixed on his target. He moves with increasing speed, the air whistling around him. The hunter throws a punch, a surge of energy crackling around his fist. His fist connects with the treasure golem's head, the impact echoing through the chamber. The force of the blow sends tremors through the golem's stone body, sparks flying from the point of impact. The punch lands with a resounding thwack, the sound reverberating off the dungeon walls. The treasure golem's face contorts in a silent scream, its red eyes widening in shock. The treasure golem cries out, "Taka!" He slams a kick into the treasure golem, the impact echoing through the chamber. Staggering back, Soo-hyuk Lee lands on the ground, a grunt escaping his lips. "You don't need to worry about me yet," he says. Yunha watches the treasure golem. "Anyway, what are we supposed to do with that thing? Break through its shell?" The treasure golem stands silently, its red eyes glowing menacingly. A text bubble indicates that Soo-hyuk Lee tried punching the shell, but it's not going to be easy to crack. A status window appears, showing that the treasure golem's HP is still around 17,000, and there's no damage to its outer layer at all. Soo-hyuk Lee throws a punch at the treasure golem, but it actually blocked to protect itself. Am I missing something here? The treasure golem's red eyes glow brighter, a silent warning. The treasure golem lumbers forward, each step shaking the ground as it closes in on Soo-hyuk Lee and Yunha. Soo-hyuk Lee grits his teeth. Damn it, it's coming again. Yunha looks at Soo-hyuk Lee, a hint of desperation in her eyes. What do we do now? If we can't attack or defend, are we supposed to go inside it or something? She looks to Soo-hyuk Lee, her expression thoughtful. The treasure golem stands menacingly. An explosion rocks the area near the treasure golem. A voice declares that it's a great strategy and they should go with it. Soo-hyuk Lee turns to Yunha, a question in his eyes. Someone asks what the strategy is. The treasure golem continues its advance. Yunha runs, explaining that she was just thinking out loud. She points out that the treasure golem is made of slime, and in cartoons, one would melt if they went inside something like that. Soo-hyuk Lee reassures her not to worry, stating that she's fine even after the treasure golem took a bit of her arm earlier. Yunha concedes that he's right. She suggests they try it his way, but asks how they should actually attack. Soo-hyuk Lee responds that he'll get it to open its mouth somehow. The plan is to open its mouth somehow. The treasure golem's head is shown, and a voice declares that it's the right moment to jump inside, certain that the golem head has nowhere to run. The plan was simple: destroy it from the inside. Yunha affirmed that she understood the plan, ready to get it done. With a shout, Yunha and Soo-hyuk Lee charged forward. Soo-hyuk Lee reached the treasure golem's mouth. The treasure golem loomed, its red eyes glowing menacingly. He prepared to swing his hand forward. The treasure golem's maw waited. He had to act before it closed its mouth. His hand moved swiftly. He just needed to put it in. Then, the treasure golem's mouth begins to close. Soo-hyuk Lee shouts, "Now!" He dives into the treasure golem's mouth, declaring, "I'm on it." Yunha Shin falls. The treasure golem's mouth snaps shut with a resounding crunch. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks, it's too late to close your mouth now. A fatal foreign object. Yunha Shin continues to fall, as a text box states, has already entered inside you. Yunha's eyes widen. The treasure golem's head floats in the air. A voice echoes, "There it is." Yunha declares, "I won't miss you this time." Her fist connects with the treasure golem's head. A voice booms, "I'll crush you." Arms outstretched, Haejung Bae plummets through the air. Her descent continues, the ground rushing up to meet her. Below, the treasure golem floats, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Determined, Haejung Bae clenches her fist, resolving, "I'm not gonna miss it this time." The treasure golem's skull face contorts, its red eyes blazing as it snarls, "I'll destroy you." The treasure golem's eyes flare with intense, malevolent energy. A dark, viscous mass erupts from below, engulfing Haejung Bae in its shadowy embrace. The dark mass writhes, its red eyes gleaming within the darkness. The treasure golem, seemingly surprised, wonders, what? Did just the main body escape? With a final, resounding thud, Haejung Bae emerges from the collapsed mass, victorious. She grunts, exhausted but alive, ugh. She looks up, her expression a mix of determination and concern. Taijun Lim stands beside Haejung Bae, questioning if she couldn't destroy its weak point. Holding a piece of the golem, Haejung Bae notes that it dodged too quickly and that she almost missed. The treasure golem reacts with surprise. The treasure golem looms over Haejung Bae and Taijun Lim, roaring. Haejung Bae looks up at the treasure golem, ready to fight. The treasure golem declares that if it's that important to her. The treasure golem shouts that she should have taken better care of it. The treasure golem attacks, its fist flying towards Haejung Bae. Haejung Bae destroys the treasure golem with a single punch. A slime monster makes a noise. A flash of light illuminates two figures. A light shines out of a building. Around a campfire, three figures sit. A character holding a book asks what the book is supposed to be. By the campfire, one of the figures reads a book. A figure looks on. The figure with the book says that the events are the exact fulfillment of what's written in the book, but no matter how much he looks at it. The figure with the book says that it's a book of prophecy with pictures. The voice echoed, stating that they used to think that too until recently. The narration continued, describing how the kingdom of the seven dwarves disappeared into a giant hole underneath. The voice stated that things written in that book started to happen in real life. A hand pointed towards a book with foreign writing on the cover. The voice exclaimed, questioning if the other person had read it themselves and caught on. A woman lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. The man with glasses asked if the other person didn't remember what happened to them, stating that it was written in the book. A voice responded, guessing that you could say that, but... Taijun Lim sat by the campfire, reading the book. Haejung Bae stood nearby, asking if it was of prophecy too. Haejung Bae replied that it was the only one. Taijun Lim wondered if what was written in the book was manifesting in reality. A voice suggests that it's possible the book isn't a prophecy. Haejung Bae listens intently. Another voice chimes in, stating they've heard people make that claim. Haejung Bae exclaims that if someone is behind all this. A voice continues, saying that person is capable of destroying a kingdom, summoning people from another world. The voice adds that they are creating new monsters. Haejung Bae considers if that's possible. A voice declares that they can't be human, suggesting they should call that person a god or a devil instead. Taijun Lim looks concerned. Taijun Lim clutches his head, complaining that Jinho's dream also gives him a massive headache. A low groan escapes someone's lips. Haejung Bae lies sprawled on the ground, disoriented. Taijun Lim leans over, concern etched on his face. Hey, are you okay? He asks. Haejung clutches her head, wincing. No, I got a splitting headache. She struggles to sit up, Taijun watching her with worry. I better get going now, she says. Suddenly, Jinho Yu speaks up, his expression thoughtful. Wait a second. Jinho looks at Haejung, a question in his eyes. You saw that dream too, didn't you? Haejung nods slowly. I did. Taijun's brow furrows, a sense of unease washing over him. A voice echoes, recounting a past event. They said strange things started to happen after a huge hole was formed. The voice continues, drawing a parallel. Doesn't that sound way too similar to our current situation? A simple so is the reply. The voice concludes, hinting at a deeper connection. They were also talking about how everything happening to them was written in a book. She is asked what she is getting at. The thought bubble suggests that if whatever is happening in the dream world is the same as what's happening to them. Haejung's expression hardens, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. If that's true, she bets she knows what the original story is. The man's internal monologue reveals that the monster's movements seem random at first, but there's an easy way out of this, and she's proved it several times already. Taejun asks if she is right. Haejung's expression darkens, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. She knew Yunha was too quick. She thinks to herself that she is pretty sure she can trust Yunha, but Taejun's expression is unreadable. He states that they already agreed that he doesn't have to share any information he had before joining this army. Haejung, kneeling on the ground, admits that she figured as much. Her eyes narrow, a hint of disappointment in her gaze. She figured. Taejun turns away, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the air. She lies motionless on the ground. Taejun stares down at Yunha, his expression unreadable. Yunha's eyes are closed, her face pale against the gray concrete. The infirmary stands bathed in the pale glow of the night, its windows like watchful eyes in the darkness. A sign clearly marks the entrance to the infirmary. Haejung Bae lies in a hospital bed, her face etched with pain as she recovers from her ordeal. Soo-hyuk Lee and Captain Shin stand beside her bed, concern etched on their faces as they watch over her. Captain Shin asks if she went inside the slime. Someone wonders if something toxic entered her body, and if she can be cured. Soo-hyuk Lee looks on with worry. A voice assures that there's no need to worry, the poison's already out. Haejung Bae rests in the hospital bed, bandages wrapped around her arms. And 4 Drip stands beside her, a silent testament to the damage her organs sustained when exposed to the poison. It'll take several days for her to recover. She lies in the hospital bed, seemingly asleep. Soo-hyuk Lee and Yunha stand nearby, watching over her. Yunha remarks that Haejung Bae hasn't been getting much rest lately. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression is grim as he listens. Haejung Bae's arm is wrapped in bandages. Soo-hyuk Lee looks away, his face shadowed with concern. Yunha glances back at Soo-hyuk Lee, her expression unreadable. Yunha says she'll do whatever she can to create a chance for Haejung Bae to run away. She adds that neither of them can say they're not responsible at all, and that they should take responsibility for the dead by protecting. A disembodied voice asks if there is a reason for that. Yunha says it's not difficult for her to tell him, but Yunha suggests that maybe they can talk outside so Haejung Bae can rest peacefully. A can clunks into the vending machine's dispenser. Soo-hyuk Lee and Yunha walk away from the vending machine. Soo-hyuk Lee asks if Yunha knew Haejung Bae was deployed overseas before. Shortly after she became a lieutenant, Haejung Bae was put in charge of a platoon that was sent out on active duty. There were constant battles where she was deployed. She had to carry out many missions that were extremely dangerous. Whether through luck or skill, she successfully completed all her missions. Haejung Bae started gaining recognition from the top brass for her accomplishments. It's sure she was filled with confidence in those days. She was certain she could take on any mission with success. And that confidence, in the end, the battlefield became a poison to her. Yunha tells Soo-hyuk that Haejung Bae was recognized for her accomplishments again and promoted. But in the process, she lost 2/3 of her platoon. A wall of framed photos of soldiers stands as a silent testament to the fallen. Yunha continues, explaining that Haejung had always been the responsible type to begin with, but since then, she's become practically obsessed with it. She'd often push the same sense of responsibility onto others too. Soo-hyuk listens intently, his expression thoughtful. He says that it pretty much answers his question, but Yunha thinks there's more to it though. Yunha tells Soo-hyuk that there is more to it though. Yunha's expression is serious as she considers the past, or more accurately, her life, ever since a soldier died to save her. She seems like she wants to say something, but hesitates. Die saving someone else's life too. The building looms, a silent witness to the events unfolding within. The man stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unreadable as he gazes out the window. I brought him as you asked. 2 men in uniform stand side by side, their faces etched with concern. I was told you wanted to see me? Please don't be nervous. I just had a few things to check regarding the last job we. From what I heard. In the office, the men stand, the city sprawling outside the window. She listened intently as Mr. Lee spoke of overcoming a dangerous situation. Mr. Lee continued, adding that she had managed to bring everyone back safe and sound, which was quite an achievement. Mr. Lee looked at her with a concerned expression. A voice chuckled, stating that luck couldn't fight off monsters, and that skill and ability were needed. Mr. Lee stated that she had proven herself to be as powerful as the Namsen Special Force. Mr. Lee admitted that there was just one disappointment. Mr. Lee asked if she really had no video record of it, referring to her amazing accomplishment. Mr. Lee looked at her expectantly. A voice responded that it was puzzling to them as well. Another man spoke, stating that the file itself didn't exist when. A voice stated that they checked later. Mr. Lee asked if she remembered their contract, didn't she? Taijun hears that there will be no compensation if there's no footage of the work. The voice on the other end suggests that he think carefully before answering. In an office, two figures stand as one asks if there is really no footage. Taijun appears concerned. Unfortunately, the voice says. The person on the other end gestures with their hand. Mr. Lee says that it's not good for the union's image to hire someone and not pay them either. He adds that they'll lose people's trust that way. The voice continues, saying that they even have circumstantial evidence that. The voice says that the white rock appeared and then disappeared. The person on the other end asks how about this. Someone says that they heard there's a certain guild member. The conversation turns to who was particularly brilliant in that battle. The question is posed if they mean Taijun. The man in sunglasses is asked why he wants to meet him. The man in sunglasses states he has a few questions to ask Taijun. Someone says that after they get their answers and an internal review, they'll pay what was promised. The gray-haired man asks what the other person thinks. The response is that it doesn't sound like a bad deal, does it? In an office, one of the men mentions hearing about a certain guild member. The voice continues, noting that this guild member was particularly brilliant in that battle. One of the men states that he'd like to meet him. The other wonders if he means Taijun. Another man asks why he wants to meet him. The first man replies that he has a few questions to ask him. He continues, saying that after he gets his answers and an internal review, he'll pay what they promised. The man reiterates that he'll pay what they promised. One of the men asks what the other thinks. The response is that it doesn't sound like a bad deal. The man repeats that that's what he said and asks if the other is willing to meet up with him. Taijun is on the phone. Sitting on his bed, Taijun wonders what he should do. He thinks to himself that there's no reason for him to meet the union leader on his own. He had reported himself as the team lead's nephew anyway, but it's entirely his fault that the whole team's not getting paid. Taijun contemplates the weight of his responsibility. A woman suggests asking his nephew to go, since that's how it was reported originally. Taijun admits that he gave it some thought. He is sorry, but he thinks it'll be difficult. Taijun apologizes, saying it will be difficult. No matter how much he considers it, he can't do it. Taijun says he's not like Yunha. He thinks there's nothing he can do about that then. He also thinks that since they said it'd take just a simple verification before paying out, if the team ends up never getting paid, he'll somehow wire money to the team anonymously. Yunha says okay, she guesses theirs. During this time, she'll be unable to carry out her duties. Captain Yunha addresses her team. Sergeant Jinyoung Seo will be taking her place temporarily. Captain Yunha asks if she received general training for the role. However, in case of a battle with the golems, Sergeant Chulsu Kim's orders should come first. Captain Yunha asks if there are any other questions. Someone has a question. One of the soldiers asks why the command orders should change in case of a battle. Captain Yunha states that she's just giving the instructions. Captain Yunha looks on. The man with the scar on his face tells someone that if they still have an issue with it, they can take it up with the captain themselves. Captain Shin dismisses the team, telling them if there's nothing else, they're all dismissed. Meanwhile, a building stands under the night sky. A man sits at his computer. He thinks that there's no information whatsoever about Shadow of the dungeon. A thought bubble asks if he did not intend to release the game at all. He thinks that he was acting strange immediately before Namsan was destroyed. He thinks that there are too many other things he's done that seem suspicious besides just that. A man in a hoodie and mask thinks that the surest way should be to ask someone who's had direct contact with Jinho. Even if he wanted to, there was no way for Soo-hyuk Lee to contact him. Every time Soo-hyuk Lee ran into him, there was no time to ask him for his number. Soo-hyuk Lee glanced at his phone. The alarm read 5 a.m. It was time to get ready for tutoring. Soo-hyuk Lee decided to get out of here and get some fresh air first. He would think of a way to get in. Meanwhile, people walked along the sidewalk. A girl enjoyed a lollipop. More people walked along the sidewalk. Soo-hyuk Lee looked at a building. A voice exclaimed, "Whoa." Two girls looked surprised and exclaimed, "Ah." Yoni grins, playfully warning, "Hee. You should always watch your six, Yoni." Soo-hyuk Lee asks, "Are you on your way home?" Yoni replies, "Yeah, I don't have to go to cram school today." Yoni sighs, "I'm so jealous. I have tutoring today." Soo-hyuk Lee offers, "I'll make the sacrifice and skip it for you today." Yoni dismisses the idea, saying, "Don't be ridiculous." A man's voice booms, "What are you skipping today?" The man's face is contorted in a yell, "Ah." Yonhee protests, "Well, this won't do. I shouldn't be stuck getting tutored while." Soo-hyuk Lee interjects, well. Yonhee insists, "You don't want to waste the tutoring money, do you?" Soo-hyuk Lee thinks, paying for it anyway. She looks down, thinking, "Look at you." Yonhee and Soo-hyuk Lee walk together. Yonhee says, "Oh, that's right. Say hello to my tutor. Mr. Lee, this is my friend." Mr. Lee greets, "Hello, I'm Yonhee." Soo-hyuk Lee says, "It's not like I'm Soo-hyuk Lee." Yonhee says, "I'll see you later then." Yonhee, looking concerned, questions why Soo-hyuk Lee wouldn't go with his tutor. Mr. Lee agrees, but hesitates. Mr. Lee stands with Yonhee, a thoughtful expression on his face. Mr. Lee asks Yonhee if he can walk with her if they're going in the same direction. Mr. Lee admits that with everything going on, he's a little hesitant. Mr. Lee looks earnest as he speaks. Mr. Lee says that he shouldn't let a student like Yonhee walk home alone. Mr. Lee tells Yonhee that she can do whatever she's comfortable with. Yonhee says that Mr. Lee is right and they should go together. She adds that he's not a weird guy at all. Mr. Lee says that he sounds like he's actually weird. Then, he asks if he could ask Yoni to walk with him just halfway. Yoni looks thoughtful. The apartment building stood tall against the backdrop of a vibrant sunset. Having arrived back at his apartment, Soo-hyuk Lee pulls down his face mask. He glances out the window, the warm hues of the setting sun painting the sky. Soo-hyuk Lee wonders if Yeonhee is not back from school yet. His gaze falls to his feet, clad in blue and white sneakers. He considers waiting for her outside to make sure she's safe. A sign indicates they are in the infirmary. Dongwook asks why she gave that kind of order. Dongwook asks what she means. Jinyoung looks at him. Dongwook is told that he told them to follow his direction first if a battle breaks out. Dongwook and Jinyoung face each other. Jinyoung asks what about it, stating that's how they've always been fighting and that they always followed his plan whenever they expected a fight. Dongwook is reminded that she made the final decision. Dongwook is told that she was the one giving orders too, and things are different now. He thinks that stubborn guys like Dongwook would never follow direction. Dongwook recalls that once they found out he was the one coming up with battle plans. Jinyoung states that Dongwook won't act out so easily. Dongwook is asked if it wouldn't be better for Jinyoung to command the battles too then, to which he replies no. The unseen speaker questions the reasoning. The response emphasizes the gravity of the situation, stating that people's lives are at stake. Jinyoung's expression is serious as she listens. Dongwook listens intently. The unseen speaker expresses trust in the other's judgment, explaining that they listened because a soldier sacrificed themselves to save her. The unseen speaker acknowledges the information, stating that they understand. Meanwhile, Dongwook arrives at his apartment building, announcing, "I'm home." He looks into his apartment. Dongwook's expression is troubled. He admits to himself, "I'm a little worried." The camera focuses on a pair of sneakers. He considers waiting for her outside. Dongwook pauses, a slight frown creasing his brow. His phone rings. It's Aram. He answers, "Yes, Aram. What's going?" Dongwook listens intently, his expression shifting to one of shock. He demands, "What did you just say?" His eyes widen in disbelief. Meanwhile, a cityscape is bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. A small crowd gazes upward, their faces etched with awe and concern. A colossal white rock, cracked and fractured, looms over the city. One of the onlookers whispers, "The white rock." The man with glasses grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He thinks to himself, "Damn it, if it's the same thing we saw on the news." A voice booms out, urging action. There's no time to stand around and watch like this. The man with glasses and another person look up, their faces etched with concern. The voice continues, "That's great. Now let's get out of here." Someone shouts, "You too, Yoni." A voice echoes, "Before the monsters come out of that thing." The man with glasses stares up in horror at a massive, rocky monster looming over the city. He clenches his fist, muttering, "Damn it, already?" He thinks to himself, "What do I do? I'm not sure about using my power here." With a determined stomp, he prepares to unleash his power. A blinding blue energy blast erupts from his foot, accompanied by a deafening boom. The man with glasses and Yeonhee watch as the energy surges towards the monstrous figure. A figure walks past a building, their destination unknown. The man's eyes dart around, hidden behind a red scarf and a black cap. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression is unreadable behind his glasses. Yeonhee urges Soo-hyuk to run. Soo-hyuk resolves to get the kids to safety, at least for now. The group moves along the street, the setting sun casting long shadows. A woman calls out, "Appa." Someone wonders what Yeonhee is doing with Soo-hyuk. The man's gaze is intense, focused on an unseen threat. He thinks to himself that he should focus on getting rid of these monsters first. The man punches the monster. He counterpunches its head. The voice mused that even though it didn't break, it must be a pretty durable type. Barely coming out, a hulking, rocky beast emerged from a newly formed portal. With a burst of speed, Soo-hyuk Lee moved to intercept the creature. No matter how slow it is, the punch landed with a resounding bam. The voice thought that if he didn't get rid of them fast enough, they'd keep piling up. Soo-hyuk Lee stood ready, facing the rocky beast. Another punch connected with a thumping impact. Soo-hyuk Lee stood ready, facing the rocky beast. The voice thought that this was risky, that they were in the middle of the city. Soo-hyuk Lee stood ready, facing the rocky beast. He glances up, realizing more of the golems are arriving. He thinks to himself that he must get rid of at least one. Soo-hyuk Lee dashes forward. He moves with incredible speed. The hunter glances to the side. A powerful blow lands. Soo-hyuk Lee kicks one of the golems. The golem crashes to the ground. The golem lies defeated. Soo-hyuk Lee looks down at the fallen golem. He wonders why these golems aren't as aggressive. Unlike the other monsters, they fight as a team. They're helping each other systematically and know how to fight as a group. An explosion rocks the area. The golem's chest glows with a red energy. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen as he observes the golems. 3 golems surround Soo-hyuk Lee, their red eyes glowing menacingly. His brow furrows, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Damn it, what do I do now? Damn it, what to do now? These guys are highly durable and know how to work together as a group. It'll be dangerous if too many of them make it out. Every kill counts. He strikes a boss guard dog. He strikes a boss guard dog. A boss guard dog falls. He thought that when he targeted just one of them, the rest would rush to cover, but this wasn't easy, unless the other. One of the boss guard dogs is struck, as it thinks that the members should hurry up and help it. The boss guard dog falls. The boss guard dog is on the ground. Now there are 4. This is some serious danger now. Soo-hyuk Lee stands ready. A boss guard dog moves quickly. 2 boss guard dogs approach Soo-hyuk Lee. One of the boss guard dogs is hit, and it exclaims in pain. Soo-hyuk Lee faces one of the boss guard dogs. He dives to the left, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow that pulverizes the ground where he stood moments before. The attack slams into the ground with earth-shattering force. Soo-hyuk Lee continues his desperate dive, the air whistling past him as he tries to escape the monster's wrath. He grunts, feeling the shockwave of the attack even as he evades it. The boss guard dog rears back, preparing to strike again with its massive, stone-like fist. The monster's fist slams down, creating a cloud of dust and debris as it connects with the earth. The force of the blow reverberates through the air, a tangible wave of destructive energy. Bracing himself, Soo-hyuk Lee prepares for the inevitable impact. He curses under his breath, realizing he can't avoid the attack. Knowing he can't dodge it, Soo-hyuk Lee steels himself for the hit. He grits his teeth, ready to endure the full force of the monster's attack. The blow lands, a deafening impact that sends shockwaves through the air. He crouched low, the sound of his movement echoing softly. He looked up, a question forming in his mind. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He stood near the white-haired man, both observing the scene before them. Wasn't that? The white-haired man smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Like the best timing ever? The white-haired man stood atop the rocks, looking down at him. He was in the same situation as me. When I couldn't handle even just one. Rocks and debris litter the ground. His power is out of this world. Taijun, masked in red, stands alongside a man with white hair and glasses, observing the scene. Taijun. Has he caught on? Well, I guess. We should focus here. Taijun and the man with glasses move forward. A blade flashes as Taijun swings his sword. Taijun stands ready, his eyes focused. The man with glasses is struck by a powerful kick, the force of the blow sending him flying. An exclamation hangs in the air as the impact resonates. Taijun delivers another kick, this time against a hulking, rocky creature. Taijun's expression is grim as he faces his opponents. He kicked? It doesn't seem like he suffered any damage either. He pushed that rock with his foot. The man takes a step forward. Someone observes, there's definitely something different about him. Elsewhere, a voice calls out, "Look over there." Another one is crawling out. The masked man stands next to Taijun, watching him. The man with the mask thinks, okay, I better stay focused. It looks like the timer's almost up. Considering the timing between each golem's arrival, that must be the last one. The masked man and Taijun stand side by side. The masked man thinks, the other members of the troupe should be coming soon. If this fight drags on for too long, they'll find out about the power you and I have. Is that okay with you, Soo-hyuk? The golem thinks, I haven't thought that far. I wouldn't like that, no? Right. But there's a way to prevent it. How? If they get rid of all these monsters. Before that red light completely fills the rock, the big monster won't come out, and everything will be resolved. He'll end up having Jinho's dream too then, but if he can't get him to help, unnecessary damages might occur. If the golems start to spread out into the city, Yeonhee, who is nearby, could also be in danger. I have no choice. The man with glasses and Taijun stand ready. I see. Then before the troop comes. He thinks, we better take care of them now. W8. Rumble. Taijun throws a punch. The treasure golem rumbles. An unknown man thinks he's about to fight all 3 monsters at once. The unknown man thinks when he couldn't even handle one of them. But why? Yet there's no doubt in his mind. The treasure golem falls from the building, that he'll win. The treasure golem hits the ground with a boom. The boss guard dog's massive feet pound the pavement, each step a tremor in the concrete jungle. A low rumble echoes through the city as the boss guard dog continues its advance. With a shout, Soo-hyuk Lee throws a punch, the force behind it blurring his fist. The boss guard dog is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. The massive form of the boss guard dog crashes through the air. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression is one of grim determination. The punch connects with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves through the air. Landing on top of the downed beast, Soo-hyuk Lee prepares to finish the fight. The boss guard dog groans as the weight of Soo-hyuk Lee bears down on it. With a final, crushing blow, Soo-hyuk Lee ends the battle, the sound of cracking stone echoing through the city. Feet grind against the asphalt, the sound echoing in the tense air. The sound of something heavy being dragged intensifies. He grips the boss guard dog's arm, muscles straining with the effort. The boss guard dog's arm is pulled taut. Soo-hyuk Lee continues to pull, his grip unyielding. Determination etched on his face, Soo-hyuk Lee prepares to unleash his full strength. The air rushes as the boss guard dog is lifted. With a mighty heave, Soo-hyuk Lee hoists the boss guard dog high above his head. The hunter stands silhouetted against the sky, the boss guard dog a helpless weight in his grasp. Meanwhile, a masked figure watches with rapt attention, an exclamation mark punctuating their silent observation. The boss guard dog slams into the ground with bone-jarring force. Soo-hyuk Lee stands triumphant, the battle concluded. He sends a punch downwards towards the boss guard dog. The punch connects with a resounding boom. The impact sends debris flying. Soo-hyuk Lee rides his motorcycle, preparing for another attack. His fist is ready to strike. He winds up another powerful punch. The punch lands squarely on the boss guard dog. The force of the blow sends shockwaves and debris outwards. Chunks of rock and debris scatter across the ground. A figure watches the battle unfold. More debris falls. The figure thinks to himself, proud of his growing power and confident enough to take on the challenges ahead. Multiple enemies at once. A low rumble echoes in the distance. If he ever had to fight that man again, could he beat him? He thought to himself. Soo-hyuk Lee asks, I got rid of every enemy in sight. Is the situation over now? The masked man replies, yes, the battle's ended at least. He thinks to himself, you just need to get some sleep and wake up. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He asks, what? What do you mean? The masked man stands silently as a bright light flares. A blinding flash of light erupts. A single footstep echoes through the silence. Finally, a voice whispers, filled with relief. A figure finds another lying prone on the ground. I found you, he says. The two figures stand in a dimly lit cavern, the air thick with anticipation. The Grand Prophet, Ruamith. Ruamith's gaze is heavy with concern. He says, I'm glad I got to see you before the book's finished. The first figure asks, now tell me, how did you know about the future written in this book? Another voice chimes in, and how can we avoid the future recorded here? He stands tall, his gaze unwavering. Taijun, his brow furrowed, wonders if the end hasn't been reached yet. The others look on with concern. Aram asks if he really means it, her eyes wide with worry. A hand presents a worn book, its pages filled with secrets. Ruamith states that 2/3 of humanity will be annihilated. He continues to stand, his expression grave. Ruamith's gaze pierces through them. Taijun, taken aback, questions the statement. Ruamith clarifies that he is not a prophet, but merely a storyteller. The storyteller's expression hardens. He declares that no storyteller will stop his story in the middle. Ruamith raises his hand. He continues, stating he has never even considered the possibility of avoiding it. Given his position, anyone trying to silence his story is his enemy. A character grits their teeth in anger. The character questions Ruamith, exclaiming that real people are dying as they speak, and he never thought to put a stop to it. The character's face is contorted with rage. Ruamith stares back, unfazed. The character, eyes wide with fury, mutters that there is a problem. The character shouts, calling Ruamith a madman. The character draws a sword, preparing to strike. With a battle cry, the character swings the sword. Taijun's expression is one of shock. Ruamith states that he wasn't supposed to be seen yet. He continues, saying that his story didn't include any events like these. A voice declares that he will be given a suitable penalty. A glowing blue magic circle appears. Ruamith is now riding a large, mechanical rhino. The mechanical rhino stomps its foot, sending dust and debris flying. The mechanical rhino towers over Taijun. Ruamith says, next time please. Taijun's eyes widen in disbelief. A voice echoes from within the glowing blue magic circle. Find me at the correct moment. The camera focuses on the torso of a figure wearing a dark robe with gold trim. Ruamith's eyes are wide with anticipation. A phone displays a news article with the headline, A hero saves innocent lives all by himself. Jin Young holds a phone, her expression thoughtful. She recalls someone saying it felt burdensome giving orders to the platoon members. Taijun stands in a hospital room, facing Jin Young, who sits on the bed. She tells him to take care of himself because he didn't want to give orders anymore. A voice declares that they just took too long to arrive, that's all. Taijun listens intently, his expression unreadable. A voice declares that they weren't fighting alone either, and that someone else was fighting by their side. Jin Young looks up, questioning. A voice admits to being the one who prevented that information from leaking, stating there's no need to misunderstand. Taijun stands before Jin Young, who explains that she's not trying to take all the credit, and that he requested to remain hidden. He notes that there must have been a few witnesses since the fight took place in the middle of the city. Jin Young asks how he prevented the information from spreading. Taijun replies that it was simple, there were barely any witnesses. Jin Young asks what and how. She continues, stating that the civilians were evacuated to safety. She adds that this was also the cause for the platoon's late arrival, which is her suspicion. Taijun asks if it was the mining union. Jin Young asks what makes him think that. She continues to listen to Taijun. Taijun says that he can't know what their motives are. He states that they're about the only organization out there that's against them. Jin Young says that he's right about that. He admits that it's possible, but Jin Young tells Taijun that if it weren't for him, things could have been a huge disaster. Jin Young continues, saying that they'd use it against them to threaten them again, and that might have hindered their work. Jin Young tells Taijun that the people are lucky to have him, and their platoon is lucky to have him too. Taijun thanks her. Taijun says that he doesn't deserve to hear such a compliment, adding that Soo-hyuk was the one who fought practically the entire battle. Soo-hyuk's superhuman power and his willingness to sacrifice himself for the sake of others are on full display. Jinho is the one who deserves to be called a hero. Besides, what he saw immediately after he woke up from Jinho's dream was someone groans, acknowledging a headache. The masked figure wonders if the other platoon members are still not here. The man in the red scarf asks, "Are you okay, Taijun?" Taijun replies, "Oh yes. What happened? I think I lost consciousness when a light flashed suddenly from the rock." Taijun continues, "I don't exactly know why, but the same phenomenon occurs when the white rock disappears." The man in the red scarf asks, "Really? Is that also true for the dream?" Taijun waves his hand dismissively. "What? Dream? And no, never mind." He thinks to himself, "I feel strange sharing what I just dreamed about." Taijun continues to think. It felt a little like a childish fantasy story. He thinks he wouldn't know he was dreaming as Jinho unless someone called Jinho's name in the dream. Taijun thinks, about Jinho, "I feel bad, but I won't tell him anything. He'll probably just assume it was a very vivid dream that doesn't mean anything." The man in the red scarf says, well. The man in the red scarf states, "I better get going before the others come." Taijun thinks, "I don't want more people to know. I wanted to talk to you more about a bunch of things if we had more time, but..." He says their timing never works out. Taijun trusts the other man can take care of the rest from here. The man with the red scarf confirms that he got it. The two walk away together. Taijun looks out over the city, thinking that things would be different if he hadn't shown up today. Things would have gotten dangerous, and they wouldn't have been able to stop the giant golem from appearing, at least. The man with the red scarf is special, even among those of them who also have the golem power. Taijun wonders how he became so exceptionally powerful. The man with the red scarf thinks to himself that he will see something more. He wonders if he should use the Eye of the Wise. Taijun stands with a glowing circle behind him. The man with the red scarf stares intently. He wonders what this is. After he got the Eye of the Wise, he tried it on everyone else too, but there wasn't anything different. Taijun recalls that he only saw more information when he scanned the monsters or dungeon items. He thought the Eye of the Wise only worked on things from the game, but how is it that? Taijun wonders how. Another man is seeing stats. He wonders if it's from that man. Someone shouts, "Hey." A woman asks a man if she can call his name. The man replies that there are just a few things. The woman asks if he's done reporting here and if there is anything else. She says, "Really? Okay, then I'll get going now." Taijun sits on the edge of the hospital bed, listening intently. The camera pans to a building at night, the stars twinkling above. Elsewhere, a man with white hair lies in bed, staring up at the ceiling. The camera zooms in on the man in bed. His expression is thoughtful as he gazes upward. "I thought it was just a random dream at first, but it was just too vivid for me to forget about it." According to the dream, there seems to be a world in which a certain author's story was coming true in reality. It's just like how in this world. The screen displays the title, Shadow of the Dungeon. Jinho's game is becoming true in our reality. Could this be a coincidence? Taijun said he'd fall asleep every time the white rock disappeared. Does that mean he had a similar dream each time? The man's expression is unreadable. The next day, a look of concern washes over the woman's face. The man with glasses declares, "I'd like to join the force." The woman listens intently. The man with glasses clarifies, "Special force, that is." The man sits at his desk, reviewing something on his laptop. The man leans back in his chair, his expression unreadable behind dark sunglasses. A knock echoes from the door. A voice announces, "Sir, your appointment is here." The man replies, "Oh, please let him in." A man with dark hair stands nervously in the doorway. The man in the doorway asks, "You wanted to see me?" A voice replies, "Welcome. Thanks for coming all the way here. How about we take a seat there and talk?" The man in sunglasses smiles, gesturing towards a seat as the other man enters the office. Mr. Lee sits across from Seiho Sang at the table, the atmosphere thick with unspoken questions. Seiho Sang looks up, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. He asks what the reason for the meeting is. Mr. Lee pauses, considering his words. "There's no..." He continues, telling Seiho Sang that there's no need to be so nervous. Mr. Lee explains that he just wanted to confirm a few things before paying him for the job he did for them. He adds that his uncle told them that Seiho Sang came up with most of the strategies for the operation, asking if that's right. Sweat beads on Seiho Sang's brow as he listens to the questions. He responds that it's just about right, adding that his uncle already clued him into this question. Mr. Lee continues, noting that Seiho Sang fought off the monsters on the front line all by himself. He asks if he had any mining experience prior to this. Seiho Sang thinks to himself, wondering why he's asking so many questions and admitting that he's getting nervous. He asks if that's a problem, then quickly adds that it's no problem and apologizes if his questions upset him. Mr. Lee simply replies, "No." He explains that he's just trying to understand the entire situation. He sits across from Seiho Sang. A close-up shows his hands clasped together. Mr. Lee asks if there is anything else. Mr. Lee looks at Seiho Sang. Seiho Sang apologizes for getting distracted for a moment. Seiho Sang begins to speak about what happened after the battle. Mr. Lee says he'd better get going now, and we'll see Seiho Sang next time. Mr. Lee walks away from Seiho Sang. The man in the suit walks away. A close-up shows the man's mouth. The man thinks to himself that it wasn't him, that's for sure. The man thinks to himself that he's not the irregular he's looking for as he looks at a laptop screen. Soo-hyuk, Lee introduces himself. He smiles. Soo-hyuk is a newer member, but since their platoon is comprised entirely of civilians. Captain Shin said that there is no hierarchy between the members here and that everyone should be treated equally. One of the members clicks his tongue, thinking that Soo-hyuk should be their subordinate since he came in 3 months after them. Another member questions why he is picking a fight with Soo-hyuk all of a sudden. He apologizes for being heard. Soo-hyuk smiles. He stands near a vending machine, seemingly contemplating his decision. Soo-hyuk Lee is seen with an officer. Yunha remarks that the facility looks great overall. A voice asks what changed his mind. Yunha points out that he's been wanting to hide his identity the entire time. Yunha asks why he decided to enlist all of a sudden. Yunha assures him that they can be frank with each other, as they're all equal in this platoon. He responds that he's all for it. Yunha explains that he didn't quite change his mind, and that his objective has always been the same. He says that he wanted to avoid attracting a lot of attention while achieving that objective. Soo-hyuk Lee states that he only decided to enroll in this platoon because it'll help him get what he wants. The top of a vending machine is shown. He asks what the other man's objective is. The masked man replies that he cannot reveal all the details, but he is looking for a certain person. The man with the mask states that he is also looking for him, but he is not his primary objective. The masked man's words hang in the air. Does that mean finding Jinho will help him achieve his final goal? Soo-hyuk Lee listens intently to the masked man's explanation. Chul-soo Kim wonders what that has to do with joining the service. Soo-hyuk Lee continues to listen to the masked man. The masked man states that Soo-hyuk Lee has the most to do with all of this. A finger points accusingly. The masked man says that Soo-hyuk Lee is one of the only people who knows anything about Jinho. The masked man removes his mask, revealing his face. Chul-soo Kim reveals that he had no idea that Soo-hyuk Lee was Chul-soo Kim from the Special Force. He explains that once he figured it out, he thought it would be in his best interest to be as close to Soo-hyuk Lee as possible. Chul-soo Kim asks if Soo-hyuk Lee has a few secrets of his own. Soo-hyuk Lee asks Chul-soo Kim to tell him what he knows about Jinho. Soo-hyuk Lee realizes that Chul-soo Kim is not giving him any options and that he can't just avoid the situation. Chul-soo Kim states that he'll tell Soo-hyuk Lee just as much as he told Yunha. Chul-soo Kim explains that Jinho and he used to go to the same middle school. Chul-soo Kim continues, saying that they were pretty close and stayed friends after they grew up too. He adds that they had tea together before the disaster happened, but that's all. Soo-hyuk Lee demands that Chul-soo Kim not lie, insisting that there had to have been more than that. Chul-soo Kim asks what makes Soo-hyuk Lee say that. Chul-soo Kim assumes that Soo-hyuk Lee knows Jinho you had something to do with the disaster to begin with, adding that if that's all there was, Soo-hyuk Lee would have no reason to hide any information. Soo-hyuk Lee thinks to himself that he should have been more careful, realizing that Chul-soo Kim is sharper than he thought. He wonders if Chul-soo Kim doesn't already know about it. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen. The question burned in Chul-soo Kim's mind. How did he know the name of the game? He debated whether to tell Soo-hyuk Lee that he knew about the game and share information. Or should he pretend not to know anything? Everything was changing so fast. The two men stood in the room, the tension palpable. Chul-soo Kim resolved to press him a little more. A message went out to all platoon members. Soo-hyuk Lee listened intently as Chul-soo Kim relayed the emergency. The message declared that the White Rock had appeared. The question hung in the air. Didn't he already know about it? Taijun Lim stood in the room, facing a figure with spiky black hair. The words "Shadow of the Dungeon" echoed. The figure with spiky black hair watched Taijun, a silent command to observe his reaction. A voice mused about pressing him a little more. Taijun's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of unease crossing his face. A booming voice declared an emergency, ordering all platoon members to listen up. The figure with spiky black hair watched Taijun, his expression unreadable. The order rang out. Quickly put on your gear and form up. High above the city, a colossal, cracked egg hung in the sky, its dark center a gaping void. The announcement concluded. It had appeared. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. No freaking way. Chul-soo and his comrades stare ahead, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. One of them questions, human. A disembodied voice expresses concern. That many golems. Emerging from the cracked earth, plant-like golems rise. There forms a grotesque fusion of vegetation and stone. A voice cries out, filled with disbelief. This is impossible. The eyes of a soldier reflect the chaos unfolding before them. A voice muses, contemplating the situation. In a way, this battle felt like. A voice reflects on the situation. Soo-hyuk's test. I had never seen these plant-type golems before. The plant-type golems stand amidst the ruins of the city, their presence a silent testament to the devastation. The narrator explains the origin of the plant-type golems. The little rocks that emerged from the White Rock dug themselves into the ground and turned into bud-shaped rocks. From the buds, out came these stems that resembled the slime from the last time. And then, the plant-type golems began attacking people. Two figures in uniform stand side by side. One remarks that he couldn't think of a battle strategy at all since he had never seen this type of golem before. They decided Soo-hyuk and he should try taking them on. They should take them on alone and figure out their attacking patterns. But from the very beginning, he had no need to figure out their patterns at all. He thought, come to think of it, after my parents passed away. He continued to reflect. I had never felt like I was the main character of my own life. He thought, I just tried to survive each day with my sister, by chasing and being swayed. By money and people all the time. But when this golem disaster happened, everything changed. Plant-type golems, with glowing red eyes, advanced relentlessly. With information only known to him, he had the greatest advantage among everyone in the world. The screen displayed the title, Shadow of the Dungeon. Press any key. He was the most useful person in the world. People started to rely on him, too. Sure, it was burdensome, and he didn't like it, but at the same time, he felt like he became the main character of a story. He found it exciting from time to time, but after seeing him, and every time he witnessed his incredible power, he'd hear a voice in his head. Even in this story, am not the main character. Well, he had no desire to be one in the first place. Two soldiers stand in the city, looking up at a tall building. Meanwhile, the scene fades to white. A bright flash fills the area. The scene fades to white again. Elsewhere, a figure yells out in the darkness. A monstrous plant with a toothy moss sits in the cave. A figure stands before the plant, swords drawn. The figure exclaims, just a little more. Another figure stands behind the first, looking concerned. The second figure says, you go ahead first. The second figure looks worried. The second figure says, you said we're almost. The pair continues deeper into the cavern. Taijun says, so you hurry up and go on. She replies, don't worry about me. We don't have much time left. Taijun starts to say, but dash, before she cuts him off, yelling, stop bothering me and go. Hurry up. Her face is contorted with worry. Taijun looks down, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Taijun's feet shuffle forward. She thinks, but don't die, okay? They continue to run through the cave. Taijun says, sure, don't worry. A large plant whips a tentacle towards them. An exclamation point hangs in the air, signaling danger. He sprints forward, propelled by an unseen threat. Yonhee strikes the rocky hippo toad with a powerful blow. A voice echoes, I'll make sure it never gets to you. Just look forward and run. Yonhee and Taijun continue to run. The rocky hippo toad gives chase. Taijun pauses, catching his breath in ragged gasps. He mutters, according to the map. The voice continues, must be it. The altar of resurrection. He approaches the altar, the stone steps leading upwards. Taijun ascends the steps, his gaze fixed on the altar ahead. He peers into a well-like structure, filled with a glowing liquid. According to the ancient text, he can bring someone back to life. As long as the soul of the dead hasn't left yet. Taijun turns away from the well, a thoughtful expression on his face. He holds up a vial filled with the glowing liquid. He can bring her back to life. Just as what it says in the book. A tall building stands against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. On the computer screen, a cloaked figure battles a monstrous creature in a desolate landscape. The man considers the altar of resurrection. It's not here, he thinks. Last time, he found the Eye of the Wise because he was familiar with the map, but this time, the place in his dream was completely new to him. He had never seen it in the game or at Namsan. That means it has either not appeared in reality yet. It exists. On a level he hasn't been to. Truthfully, he has yet to clear every level of the Namsan dungeon. This is because he chose not to go with the last update. There is a new update. Would you like to update? Yes or no? His game hasn't updated, but the one in reality has. The cityscape sprawled beneath a hazy sky. There were levels at Namsan that didn't exist in his game. Soo-hyuk Lee's expression hardened. Clueless. He had cleared all the levels in his version of the game. Soo-hyuk lay in bed, lost in thought. The altar of resurrection? This dream he had. And the one before it, they both looked a lot like. The dungeon underneath Namsan. He didn't bother because it seemed unlikely that anything survived under there. And that's understandable because the place is filled with traps that would instantly kill anything caught in. The thought of them lingered. In this game, the traps inside the dungeons are vicious and fatal. He recalled the dangers. No matter how much the thought of it keeps nagging at him. It's a different case with the traps. Any mistake on his part could lead to an immediate and crushing death. He had never cleared more than 5 levels at once because he might lose track of them. But attempting to clear a level he knows nothing about? He's not ever going to do something that crazy. The thought continued to nag at him. He should give up on the altar of resurrection. It'd be possible for him to clear the dungeon if he were really determined, but there's no reason for him to take on all the pain and suffering that would come with such a decision. But if these dreams are relevant to reality somehow, connects them, he lay still, his eyes closed, lost in thought. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes snapped open, the lingering images of his dream still vivid in his mind. He considered, pay a visit to the dungeon from time to time. A voice apologized. I'm sorry I made you worry. The woman in the military uniform stood tall, her expression firm. I'm fully back on duty. She continued, starting today, I look forward to working with you again. You've all done a great job while I was gone. The captain stated, I'd like to especially thank Jin Young. Another voice added, and Chulsu. The captain finished, I'm sure it wasn't easy commanding the platoon in my place. She receives praise for her great work. Someone thanks Yunha. A man grits his teeth, looking displeased. Captain Shin dismisses the team, her tone curt. A general announcement is made. urging everyone to stay alert for the next emergency. The white-haired man and the masked man stand together, seemingly in deep thought. The white-haired man asks if he can talk to the other for a second. The white-haired man looks expectantly at the masked man. The masked man states that he'd like to continue their conversation from last time. The masked man reveals that he knows about the shadow of the dungeon, referring to it as a game. The white-haired man thinks that he might be better off exchanging information with him rather than avoiding talking about this topic. The masked man agrees. A sign indicates this is a break room. A speech bubble says, "Let's go somewhere else." The man with the black hair and red scarf stands in the break room with the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man responds, "You can say that." A second speech bubble says, "First of all, I want to hear exactly how you came across Shadow of the Dungeon." The man with the red scarf stares intently. The silver-haired man continues, "So you're admitting that you know about the game too?" The man with the red scarf replies, "Sure, you can say that." The silver-haired man says, "Well, that was easier than I thought. What made you admit it this time?" The man with the red scarf responds, "We should be honest with each other if we want to share crucial information together." The man with the red scarf looks directly forward. He continues, "How do you know about the game?" The man with the red scarf stands with his hands at his sides. Meanwhile, an exterior shot of a building is shown. He remarks that the other man's girlfriend was the character designer. Jinho asks how the masked man knows about the game. The masked man's eyes narrow. He repeats the question, asking how Jinho knows about the game. Jinho looks surprised. The masked man says that they made it together. Jinho is shocked. Jinho recalls that the masked man said his girlfriend saw Jinho's drawings from middle school. The masked man corrects him, saying that those drawings were probably his, not Jinho's. The masked man explains that Shadow of the Dungeon is a game he and Jinho thought up together when they were in middle school. He continues, saying that he ended up choosing a path far from video game development, so he never got to be directly involved in creating the game itself, but he was at least aware that Jinho was working on it. The masked man concludes that this is how he knows about Shadow of the Dungeon. "I won't tell him I have the actual game just yet. It might cause a problem later." The masked man states that it's not confirmed yet. "You said the main character of the game should have your face, right?" The masked man adds that Jinho should take it with a grain of salt, since your girlfriend might still be alive. If the game's content, a very low chance. The officer in the police uniform states, "Your girlfriend might still be alive." He responds, "Although it is a very low chance." A voice demands, "What are you talking about? Give me more details." The two embrace, a mixture of hope and disbelief hanging in the air. A voice exclaims, "Sung-hee? Sung-hee is alive." He says, "Calm down, I just told you." The voice continues, "The chance is very low." A voice recalls, "Like I said earlier, Jinho and I." A voice reflects, "At that time, we had many ideas about how the world was shaped, a digital landscape teeming with monsters and the promise of adventure. For the game to truly begin, the main character needed to enter the dungeon first, a descent into the unknown. A figure clad in armor and a green cloak ventured into the depths of the dungeon, the entrance a gaping maw in the rock face. The dungeon, by design, was filled with monsters and traps, a gauntlet of challenges awaiting any who dared to enter. There needed to be some sort of justification to voluntarily go to a place like that. Two figures sat at desks, deep in discussion. They weren't good at coming up with a plot, so they thought. The girlfriend became lost in the dungeon, a damsel in distress awaiting rescue. They also decided that the girlfriend is rescued at the final stage, a triumphant climax to the adventure. They weren't good. Maybe the main characters, Taichin. If I'm somehow recognized as the game's main character. Because of that drawing in the game. The figure with the red scarf looked on. The major premise of the game is revealed. Taijun's eyes widen at the prospect. His girlfriend might still be alive. A figure in a blue uniform stands silently. The possibility echoes in the air. She might be alive? Taijun's voice trembles as he asks if it's really true. A woman with orange hair looks hopeful. Sung-hee could be. The thought is almost too much to bear. A figure in a blue uniform and red mask stands silently. A wave of emotion washes over someone. It's almost too much to feel. A figure with black hair and a red mask feels a pang of guilt at seeing another so happy. It can only be true if Jinho didn't change the plot they came up with in middle school. And if you really are the main character of this game in reality. He thinks to himself, "That's good enough for me." He reflects, "I've been feeling like I've been wandering in the dark." The world around him seems to reflect his inner turmoil, a desolate landscape under a weeping sky. He continues, his thoughts echoing the bleakness, a deep, dark cave without any light. A new voice emerges, filled with a fragile hope. But now, finally, the voice continues, a sense of relief washing over the words. "I'm seeing a ray of light." The speaker smiles, a genuine warmth spreading across his face. The light of hope. Back in the present, Taijun's expression is unreadable. His eyes are closed, his face a mask of quiet contemplation. He thinks to himself, "That's good." He thought the recent events were ridiculous. Taijun's companion listened intently. The man with dark green hair asked what Chulsu had done. He agreed, stating that Chulsu didn't do much in the last battle either. Taijun scoffed, saying it was that new guy Suhyuk who did everything. He continued, saying that Suhyuk doesn't like working with other people and acts like he knows everything all the time. The man with dark green hair nodded in agreement. He exclaimed that they were better than Suhyuk. Taijun insisted that if they really wanted to, they could do better. He declared that he was sure they could fight much better than that bastard. The man with dark green hair glared, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Taijun finished, saying that they were being completely taken for granted. He grins, a scar visible on his cheek. Taijun declares that they will show everyone what they are capable of. The unknown man agrees, stating that they need to show the others who the real players in this platoon are. Meanwhile, Suhyuk Lee and Yeonhee walk together down a tree-lined path. Yeonhee insists that she can manage going to the convenience store on her own. Suhyuk replies that he happens to need something from the store, that's all. He thinks to himself that he is definitely overprotective. Suhyuk reflects that since the last White Rock incident, he started to pay more attention to Yeonhee's safety. He thinks that he has been too complacent and that the world is filled with monsters. Suhyuk thinks that his mistake could have led to a huge disaster, and he is relieved Yeonhee is safe and well. Yeonhee asks if Taijun knows something, noting that he seems to be guarding down again. The topic shifts to the white-haired guy who joined their platoon. Yeonhee mentions that he went to a good school, emphasizing that he's smart and can fight. The conversation continues, with someone remarking on how well-rounded he is, calling him a real golden boy. Taijun appears thoughtful. Someone is at a computer, expressing a desire to check if the main character's face is really Suhyuk. The person at the computer couldn't take off his helmet as expected, but even without checking the character's face in the game. The person thinks it's a very probable story that Suhyuk is the main character of the game. The person recalls scanning Suhyuk with the eye of the wise. Suhyuk's status. He wondered why he could only see Suhyuk's status and not the others. It made sense if Suhyuk was the main character of this game. If Suhyuk was chosen as the main character of the game, perhaps he was being recognized as part of the game, like the monsters. And if Suhyuk really was a part of the game, as he was assuming, Suhyuk's girlfriend was probably also recognized as part of the game. Recognized as part of the game regardless if she's alive. So if both of them are a part of this game, what will happen to them once this whole thing ends? After the game is cleared and everything goes back to normal? Well, there's no way to find out, no matter how much he thought. But looking back, he should have thought about it more deeply. If he had. A grand structure stands against a pale sky, its pillars reaching towards the heavens. When it really mattered. He held the blue bottle, his expression clouded with regret. He would have given it a little more thought. I thought about it more. No, actually, I'm still not so sure. Even if I had pondered more on that situation, would I have made? Taijun holds a jar, his expression troubled as he considers the weight of his decisions. 3 days ago. Seriously, it never lets up. That damn White Rock. A colossal, cracked egg-like object hangs suspended in the air, dwarfing the surrounding buildings. 3 figures in tactical gear stand shoulder to shoulder, their attention fixed on the anomaly in the sky. One of the figures remarks, "Luckily, the report came in early this time around." Another member of the team scans the surrounding cityscape, his expression grim. The voice continues, "The fact that this is a residential area?" The speaker adds, "There are people right outside the defense perimeter. There's even a school nearby. Stay alert at all times." The team remains vigilant, their eyes constantly moving, assessing the potential threats. A voice confirms, "That's right." A close-up reveals a figure wearing a black beanie and a red mask, their gaze intense. A disembodied voice states, "Right near here is..." The camera focuses on a school building, a sign identifying it as Yeonhee's school. Inside the school, Yeonhee stands by a window, her gaze lost in the distant sky. A fist clenches, knuckles white with resolve. A voice declares a firm intention, "Not a single golem will pass." The speaker's eyes narrow behind a red mask, a promise of unwavering defense etched on their face. The masked figure vows that nothing will get past them. The team gathers around Captain Shin, ready to receive their mission briefing. Captain Shin explains that they can never be sure what kind of golem will emerge from the rock. The strategy must be fluid, adapting to match the golem's characteristics. The captain outlines the initial plan, forming 4 pairs. The team will create a defense line in every corner, with the rest fighting on the front line alongside her. If they're fast-moving golems, the defense teams will handle any that the front line misses. If the golems are less mobile, everyone will join the front line and fight together. Captain Shin asks if everyone is following along. The team responds affirmatively. Captain Shin states that they will divide up the teams. The first team will be Sungo 1 and Dongwook Moon. Team 3 consists of Jinyoung Seo and Woohee Kong. Woohee clicks her tongue, disappointed. She guesses she's not on the front line. Woohee looks off to the side, a hint of frustration in her eyes. Lastly, the frontline team is Chulsoo Kim and Suhyuk Lee. Chulsoo stands next to another team member, a red scarf covering the lower half of his face. Chulsoo looks surprised, his eyes wide. Chulsoo places a hand on his chest, a concerned expression on his face. Someone asks, "What's wrong, Chulsoo?" He says he's just been feeling a little stuffy since earlier. The man asks, "Stuffy? What is it? Are you nervous?" He replies, "I'm not sure why either, but I don't think I'm nervous. Here they come." He shouts, beckoning something to come. A large, cracked egg hangs in the sky, ominous and alien. Below, the man watches with anticipation. The insect-like monsters emerge, their red eyes glowing menacingly. One of the monsters descends rapidly, leaving a trail of displaced air in its wake. Chulsu, eyes wide with alarm, turns to flee from the descending horror. More of the insect-like creatures swarm the city, their movements swift and predatory. A voice cries out in disbelief, questioning the nature of these terrifying beings. The monsters descend upon the city streets, their numbers overwhelming. Chulsu continues to flee, realizing the sheer scale of the threat. There are too many of them. His eyes dart around, searching for an escape. A voice urges calm, assessing the situation. Though numerous, their movements are simple, and their defenses are weak. Standing over a fallen insect-like monster, Chulsu prepares to face the swarm. He steels his resolve, thinking this won't be too hard. A voice echoes, declaring that they have been focused since the beginning, and that they should just fight. The insect-like monsters advance on Chulsu. An attack strikes Chulsu. Another blow lands, cracking against his defenses. Chulsu blocks an incoming attack with a burst of blue energy. He is struck again, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Another attack hits, the impact echoing through the air. Chulsu thinks to himself that things are going smoother than he thought. He shouts, declaring that they just need to keep going. A heavy thud echoes. Someone stomps down, rocks scattering from the impact. Dongwook's name hangs in the air, a question. Dongwook stands alongside Sergeant Chulsu, a wry smile playing on his lips. An unseen figure demands to know what Dongwook and Sungo think they're doing. Chulsu and Sungo stand at attention as the unseen figure barks that he didn't order them to join the front line. Dongwook apologizes to the boss, explaining that he figured it was obvious they'd need more help than just Chulsu and the new guy. Dongwook states that he decided he had no choice but to join them. The unseen figure shouts Dongwook's name in anger. The unseen figure orders them to shut their mouths and get back to their positions now. Sungo nervously points out that the boss isn't joking around and wonders if they should go back. One of the soldiers speaks with confidence, stating that they shouldn't be scared and that this is a good opportunity to show off their skills. Another soldier observes the monsters, noting that they are on the weaker side, but there are many of them, seeing this as a chance to boost their kill counts. A soldier thinks to himself that he'll never miss out on a chance like this. A soldier stomps forward, ready for battle. One of the soldiers comments that they're out of their minds. A soldier expresses frustration, stating that everything is wrong and they won't listen no matter what he says. A soldier's face is shown in close-up, revealing a determined expression. Chulsu and Suhyuk are called out. A soldier orders the team to move to Team 1's area. Another soldier responds positively. A soldier shouts to form a defense line. A soldier grits his teeth, ready for action. A soldier declares that it's time for him to shine, stomping forward. A crack forms on the treasure golem's rocky exterior. A voice echoes, noting that the solution should be in the strategy node. He stands alongside Suhyuk Lee, the ruined cityscape looming behind them. The treasure golem's eyes glow red, the word flash emblazoned across its head. A voice declares, "We must break their heads." The disembodied voice continues, stating that this is the only way for these golems to die. Debris rains down, the sound of destruction echoing through the city. The ground trembles as more chunks of concrete are blasted into the air. One of the soldiers grimly observes, "Man, there's really no end to this." A voice booms, "No matter how many we kill, don't stop swinging." Another soldier points out the obvious, "You're missing more and more monsters." The soldier with the scar on his cheek grits his teeth. At this rate, the defense line won't be able to contain them all. A soldier swings his weapon, striking one of the insect-like monsters. The blow connects with a sickening whack. A female soldier's eyes widen in alarm. She shouts, "Dongwook." The female soldier stands amidst the insect-like monsters, the city skyline looming behind her. A swarm of the insect-like monsters advances, their red eyes glowing menacingly. A voice cries out in frustration, lamenting that there are too many enemies to stop them all. The woman with her hair in a ponytail looks on with concern. The city skyline looms in the background. A soldier is blasted backward by an unseen force, the impact throwing him off his feet. Another soldier looks on in confusion, unsure of what is happening. Two soldiers are caught in another blast, the force sending them flying. The shadow of something large looms overhead. A close-up reveals a soldier's wide eyes, his face partially obscured by a red mask, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A voice whispers in disbelief, stating that this can't be happening. A source of red energy cracks and shatters, the destruction spreading outward. A blinding flash of light fills the area. The soldier looks up at the sky, the buildings around him casting long shadows. A booming sound echoes through the city as something approaches at high speed. A large, orange stinger-like object streaks through the cityscape. The massive form descends, casting a long shadow. A colossal insectoid monster takes to the sky, its red eyes gleaming. The insectoid monster, antagonist the Worshipped One, flies over a building, dwarfing it in size. A soldier looks up, his face etched with frustration. "Damn it, we couldn't stop that giant monster from showing up in the end." Another soldier shouts, "What the hell is that thing anyway? It's flying in the air. How are we supposed to take it down?" It lets out a piercing shriek, the sound vibrating through the air. A beam of pure energy erupts from the creature's form, aimed directly at the city below. The beam streaks through the sky, a roaring torrent of destruction. The soldiers watch in horror as the energy hurtles towards them. The beam slams into a building, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. The explosion rips through the structure, consuming everything in its path. The force of the blast throws a soldier to the ground, the shockwave rattling their bones. Dongwook shouts out, calling for Sungo 1. Debris rains down, the remnants of the destroyed building scattering across the ground. The soldiers' eyes widen in disbelief, the scene of devastation unfolding before them. The energy beam continues its destructive path, leaving a trail of ruin in its wake. A soldier glances down, startled by a heavy thud nearby. The one hiding in the egg towers over another soldier, its presence casting a long shadow. The soldier is sent flying through the air by an unseen force. The one hiding in the egg prepares to unleash another devastating attack, its form radiating ominous energy. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. More soldiers are hurled into the air, their bodies ragdolling from the force of the unseen blows. The one hiding in the egg stands amidst the chaos, an implacable figure of destruction. Another soldier is struck, the impact sending him crashing against a nearby building with a sickening thud. One of the soldiers, his face etched with concern, calls out, "Suyuk? Chulsu?" The soldier with white hair asks, "Are you okay, Chief?" He starts to reply, but is interrupted by a distant thump. The one hiding in the EGG looms over the city. The soldier with the red mask exclaims, "Damn it, a flying type? This will be a pain in the ass." He continues, "We should have finished it right then and there." A voice says, "It touched the ground just now." The voice continues, "I'm sure the game designer made it possible for a user to defeat it somehow." The soldier with the red mask clenches his fist. He pauses, then asks, "Huh?" The one hiding in the EGG unleashes a devastating attack. The soldier with the white hair asks, "What are you doing?" Considering his options, Chulsu wonders if he should stop throwing rocks at it, but quickly dismisses the thought. The man's expression hardens with determination. A voice shouts encouragement, urging him to keep going. Chulsu winds up and throws a rock with practiced ease. "Okay," he shouts. The rock connects with a resounding crack and boom. More rocks fly through the air, propelled by Chulsu's relentless assault. The creature's red eyes glow intensely. A high-pitched beeping sound emanates from the creature as it flashes brightly. Chulsu throws another rock, his face grim. A pained "Q" escapes the creature. Propelled by an unseen force, the one hiding in the EGG rockets away, leaving a trail of glittering particles. The creature accelerates, a whooshing sound echoing in its wake. Two figures in tactical gear raise their arms, bracing for impact. The air crackles with anticipation. A chunk of rock lies on the ground, the silent culprit of an unseen attack. The air rushes with a whoosh, the sound of something hurtling through the air at terrifying speed. A sickening splash echoes as blood splatters across the ground, painting a grim tableau of violence. The unknown slime prepares to unleash a devastating attack, its tendrils glowing with ominous energy. With a deafening roar, the slime unleashes a beam of crimson energy. Chulsu and another figure dive for cover, narrowly avoiding the destructive path of the beam. The red beam continues its destructive path. The intensity of the light blinds Chulsu, leaving him disoriented. His vision blurred, Chulsu grits his teeth, knowing he has to act fast. He glances down at the wind bracelet, realizing he has no other choice but to rely on it once more. With a flick of his wrist, Chulsu activates the bracelet, a faint glow emanating from its surface. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into him. The impact sends him crashing to the ground. Gasping for air, Chulsu struggles to regain his bearings, pain searing through his body. Through the haze, another figure peers through binoculars, his voice laced with concern as he calls out, "Well?" He wonders what could be the reason for all of this. A whooshing sound echoes through the air. An unseen danger is present. A figure in black fires a beam of energy. The figure calls out for Yunha. The figure clutches their arm, blood seeping through their fingers. The force of an unseen blow sends the figure flying backwards. A pained cry escapes their lips. The figure lies on the ground, clutching their bloodied arm, a grimace of pain etched on their face. A monstrous figure looms over the fallen form, its shadow casting a pall over the scene. The figure gasps. He swings his arm with tremendous force, the air displaced by the sheer speed of his motion. The blow connects, a surge of orange energy erupting as Sergeant Chulsu strikes the insect-like creature. The creature is sent flying backward from the impact, its armored body absorbing the brunt of the attack. Chulsu grabs the creature without thinking. It wasn't hard at all. Can he grab the other parts that light up with his bare hands too? Chulsu grips the insect-like creature tightly, the sound of straining metal echoing in the air. He charges forward, his boots pounding against the ground as he maintains his hold on the strange being. A sharp tack sound pierces the air as Chulsu continues to hold on. With a sudden burst of power, the insect-like creature launches itself into the sky, leaving a sonic boom in its wake. The insect-like creature soars higher, its red eyes gleaming as it ascends. What is that? And no, it's about to. A figure orders someone to shoot out the creature's beam. The same beam caused the huge explosion earlier. It shoots out beams. This one's got all sorts of tricks. The man stares intently. It's already in the sky. What am I supposed to do? Oh, maybe. Suhyuk. Throw rocks at it. Another man looks on. He clenches his fist around a rock. Its wings. Suhyuk throws the rock with great force. The rock hurtles towards its target. The rock impacts the insect-like creature. Strong enough, I was trying to break its wings off. He clenches the rock in his hand, considering his options. How should he proceed? With a grunt, Suhyuk Lee hurls the rock with all his might. The rock hurtles through the air, a crude projectile aimed at the insect-like creature. The rock strikes its target, a resounding crack echoing through the air. The creature plummets from the sky, its descent a chaotic tumble. The insect-like creature crashes into the ground, a cloud of dust erupting around it. The sound of the impact reverberates through the air. As long as they've got it on the ground, it should be easier to deal with, since its attack patterns are limited. The insect-like creature prepares to unleash another attack, red energy crackling around its form. Suhyuk Lee's eyes widen in alarm. He realizes, with a surge of adrenaline, that the boss guard dog can still fire its energy beams. Before it can unleash another blast, Suhyuk Lee prepares to strike. The boss guard dog prepares to fire a beam of energy. The beam shoots forth, arcing through the ruined cityscape. Suhyuk Lee clenches his fist, determination hardening his gaze. He explodes into motion, a blur of speed as he closes the distance. A devastating blow connects, erupting in a blinding flash of light and force. The boss guard dog shatters into pieces, its reign of terror brought to an end. Suhyuk Lee stands amidst the rubble, the red mask obscuring his expression. He's seen him do something similar several times already, so this doesn't even shock him. A voice calls out. I knew he'd come to the rescue again. A ruined cityscape stretches towards the horizon, buildings scarred and broken. A low, guttural sound escapes the warrior's lips. The blond man, Ruinmuth, stands on the cracked earth. The auburn-haired warrior stands over Ruinmuth, sword raised. He says, I'd love to pierce your heart with my sword right now, but... The warrior continues, if I kill you, it'll prove the plot of the book to be true. I know that's exactly what you want, so I won't do it. The warrior offers a sword to a blue-haired figure, saying, take this. I'll leave the rest to you like I told you before. The blue-haired figure replies, okay, I can take care of it. A hand grips the hilt of a sword. The warrior hands the sword to the blue-haired figure, who is accompanied by a bespectacled companion. Ruinmuth is asked why he is stopping them. Jinho suggests that they should just follow what the book says. The group stands in a rocky clearing, the path ahead uncertain. One asks if they should follow the book's plot. The red-haired woman turns, her expression fierce. She questions if they are serious about letting that bastard get what he wants. The man with glasses wonders if they didn't agree to finish this their way. He admits that he knows it's not like he wants to follow what the book says. When asked why, he admits he's scared. The dark-haired woman looks towards the cave entrance. A voice asks what she is scared about. A hand draws a sword with a tack sound. A voice admits that they hate to admit it, but they've also benefited from this story throughout their journey. The man with glasses says that they've experienced miracles. The dark-haired woman states that they've even been resurrected from death. Taijun speaks, acknowledging their initial death was part of the story, but the thought of losing everything they've worked for by refusing to follow the plot fills someone with dread. Yunha insists that it's not just about their adventure so far, but about their future too. According to the book, all the damage suffered by this world will be recovered by a white rock that they'll get after eliminating that guy. Taijun asks if there's any guarantee that they can attain that rock without following the story. If they can't get it, they may never recover any of the things that were sacrificed for them. Someone declares they don't want that kind of a future. The group stands together in the cave, the weight of their decision hanging heavy in the air. Aram states that she believes they should stick to what they first decided. Taijun addresses Aram. Taijun says that it's not just about taking revenge on that bastard and refusing to do what he wants. Yunha states that if they just follow the plot, this entire situation may never end in its true sense. Yunha asks what that means and why it wouldn't end. Aram says that she can't tell them exactly how it happened. Aram continues, saying that previously, she met someone who called himself a wise man from another world. According to him, the same thing happened. Aram says that it happened in his world too. Aram states that people in that world went through the adventure written in the book just as they did. Aram continues, saying that they even succeeded in taking down the culprit who created this mess, but Yunha questions what she means. She states that something came out of that enemy's body. Taijun mentions friends. The friend who was affected went missing not too long after that, Taijun explains. What was that thing? What went into him? Aram knows, but whatever that thing was, the wise man believed that's what caused this whole thing. Taijun asks how she can believe that, a wise man from another world. What do you mean? You came from another world too, Aram replies. Taijun guesses she's right, but still. Aram states that she has to, because she can see it too. She can see it with the eye of the wise in her. The eye of the wise in her. Aram can see something hiding in Ruinmuth's body. Does that mean it'll transfer to one of us later, according to what he said? I'm not sure about that just yet. It's possible it could still happen even if we refuse to follow. In the worst-case scenario, we might not defeat the enemy nor restore our world. Three figures stand together, contemplating the gravity of their situation. Well, what should we do? Ichin and GH. You're up. You can rest a little more. We've been told to wait. Assess the damage? Oh, that's right. There must have been tremendous damage this time. The masked figure's gaze is intense, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. If that dream really took place, and if something went inside a person to wreak havoc like this, it must. Boom. The masked figure stands amidst the rubble, the sound of destruction echoing around him. He sits amidst the destruction, the weight of the situation heavy on his shoulders. Jinho, you. A sinister grin spreads across a face, pink energy crackling around him. Yes, it must be Jinho. The masked figure stands in front of the city, the buildings looming behind him. Whether he wished for this or not, I think that's the most likely case. Now, my question is what his party chose in the end. The masked figure stands with another person, the two of them discussing the situation. Stay calm and listen, Chulsu is told. The reports on the damage assessment are coming in now. A high school was hit with the initial beam attack. No, this can't be. Yoni's name is on the victims list. The world fades as a memory surfaces. Appa, I can't live if you die. Appa. A young girl stands, her expression unreadable. Ow, ack. A symbol appears. An exclamation mark punctuates the silence. The next day arrived. A hand reached out, fingers closing around an unseen object. Yonhee lay in the hospital bed, barely breathing. Chulsu stared at her, a grim resolve hardening his features. Chulsu spoke with the doctor, his expression tight with worry. There's no telling when she might stop, the doctor said. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. He thought to himself, should be prepared. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. No matter what it takes, he vowed. The words echoed in his mind. Keep her alive. The memory surged, a promise made in desperation. In 3 days. 3 days. He plummeted downwards, the world a blur of stone and sky. His resolve hardened, fueled by a desperate plea. Find a way to save my sister. In 3 days, doctor. The union leader stands atop a ruined building, surveying the devastation. The union leader, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, stands with his hands behind his back, a picture of calm amidst the chaos. The vice leader approaches. There you are, union leader. The union leader acknowledges him. Oh yes, vice leader. The vice leader states, I came to give you the report on what you've asked for. The vice leader begins his report. First, about the massive damage suffered during the last golem attack. He continues, as per usual, we made a deal with the media to report that the cause of all this is the special troops' complacent response. The union leader nods. You did good. The vice leader shifts the topic. If you're talking about the video. The vice leader explains, it seems that, since the military has been so strict, no one's been successful at filming despite our full effort to dig up information. The vice leader presents a phone. We were able to find this single photo that could be useful. The union leader glances at the screen of his phone, a knowing glint in his eyes. I see. A close-up reveals the vice leader's confident smile. I must say, I've been expecting this. The vice leader continues, his voice laced with anticipation. I think the man I'm looking for. The union leader and the vice leader stand side by side, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. The union leader gazes down at the chasm below. Is down there. The edge of a cliff reveals a dark and foreboding drop into the unknown. The cavern floor stretches out, a labyrinth of shadows and unseen dangers. A voice cries out in pain as they descend into a forest of razor-sharp spikes. I'm getting pierced. Arrows fly through the air, whistling past as they strike their targets. The sound of rocks falling echoes through the cavern. Huge rocks plummet from above, threatening to crush anything in their path. He lands hard, the impact jarring his bones. Unable to stop his momentum, he slides down the steep rock face. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He grunts in pain. His leg is badly cut, blood staining the rough stone. Every time he takes a step forward, unexpected peril comes for him. Thanks to the experiences and training he's had, the union leader manages to barely dodge sudden death. But he's still getting scraped and wounded. His legs feel like they weigh a ton, and he's scared to keep going. Despite the pain and fear, he presses on, his hand finding purchase on the cold, unforgiving rock. Today, the dungeon feels darker than ever before. But no matter what, he must keep going. The union leader's expression hardens with determination. He thinks of Yonhee, knowing he has to save her. Yonhee's name echoes in his mind. But he's worried. His footsteps echo in the cavern. He wonders if that altar actually exists, and even if it does, can he make it there alive? The union leader continues his descent, his footsteps echoing in the darkness. And if he does survive, will he find a healing? Potion in time. Get the potion in his hand. Will it work? No matter how nervous he is, he must keep pushing forward. The union leader continues deeper into the dungeon, where a figure awaits. He wonders if he is facing a person, questioning how that is even possible. The union leader notes that the figure doesn't look like a golem, and he wonders what it could be. A whooshing sound fills the air. The sound of an impact echoes through the dungeon. The union leader expresses his surprise that the other person could actually dodge. A fist slams into the stone wall, cracking it. Jinho remarks that the Union leader's physical stats are much stronger than he expected. Jinho admits that he is a bit surprised. The Union leader's eyes widen. The Union leader asks, "Are you Jinho? Are you really alive?" Jinho replies, "Uh-huh. You know what Jinho looks like. That gives me even more assurance." Jinho declares, "Now I'm certain you're an irregular." He is struck by a blue, golem-like fist. The Union leader wonders what the hell is going on. His eyes widen in disbelief. He realizes that the left hand is a golem's hand too. The Union leader thinks that it only worked on the right hand of a person. Jinho continues his assault. The golem-like hand slams into the Union leader. The Union leader questions what that was, and if it is really Jinho. He wonders if it's really Jinho and why he's attacking him. Jinho mutters about irregulars. Irregulars are not allowed, he thinks as he attacks. The Union leader hears Jinho repeating, "Irregular, irregular." He looks up, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The Union leader demands, his voice laced with anger, "What the hell are you talking about?" Without warning, the Jinho golem attacks, closing the distance with unnatural speed. The blow lands with a deafening bam, sending debris flying. The Union leader, reeling from the impact, mutters, "Oh darn." The Jinho golem explains, "I wanted to end it while you still thought I was Jinho, but your reactions are much quicker than I thought." The Union leader, his face contorted in confusion, asks, "Does that mean you think that fast too? What are you?" The Jinho golem smirks, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Sure, I might as well tell you." The Union leader retorts, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "As you can see, I'm not Jinho." The Jinho golem reveals, his tone devoid of emotion, "I'm just a human-type golem, made to look like him." The Union leader, his eyes wide with disbelief, stammers, "A human-type golem?" The Jinho golem finishes, his voice hardening. "It's because of people like you." He voiced his confusion. His eyes were obscured by dark smudges. Jinho declared that they were like bugs, and he would cut to the chase. He muttered that they must be eliminated for this world to operate properly. "I'm a bug." Two figures stand facing each other, the tension palpable in the air. One of them agrees, "That's right." The figure with brown hair states, "You were supposed to be like an NPC in this game." He continues, "Result, the main character of the game wasn't able to." The brown-haired figure says, "Reach the level they should have by now." The figure with black hair responds, "But I'm not the only one with that kind of power." The brown-haired figure says, "Like I said, you've done many of the things the main character should have done." He continues, "With those achievements, you also took the benefits." The figure with brown hair states, "To summarize, you are responsible for the weakness of the current main character." The figure with black hair responds, "Suhyuk isn't as powerful as he's supposed to be?" And, who? A voice wonders who else is involved. The figure with obscured eyes stands calmly, listening. The figure with black hair questions if the main character, Suhyuk Lee, is on their side. A voice explains that Suhyuk Lee has no idea and considers them his enemies. The voice continues, stating that they want Suhyuk Lee to fight and conquer them. The voice declares that this is the correct flow of the game. The figure with black hair is told that Suhyuk Lee would do whatever they want him to do. A voice explains that in the worst-case scenario, Suhyuk Lee could die after failing to complete the game. The figure with obscured eyes listens intently. A voice states that this is how he's been designed. The figure with black hair questions if Suhyuk Lee isn't human, given that he's designed. A voice clarifies that Suhyuk Lee is human, but the game's plot has been designed. According to the game's design, he has to come fight them. Suhyuk Lee appears concerned. Suhyuk's searching for his girlfriend, though it was me who told him about the possibility that she might still be alive. Even if it weren't for me, there must have been clues for him to find her. If I'm a bug as you say I am. Suhyuk asks why he was allowed to be this way the whole time. If you had leaked the game to someone, but we had no idea who. We just didn't know. We knew Jinho how. That's why I was created, looking like. We wanted to find out who responded to Jinho's appearance out of everyone we suspected to be an irregular. And today, we found out it's you. 1. Jinho gave me the game. Regardless of what they wanted. 2. There is no network between the monsters where they share their knowledge. If there were one, they would have found me already. Suhyuk Lee asks if Jinho is done with his questions. To be honest, I still had many questions left, but Jinho states that he is done now and can't drag this out any longer. Jinho's expression hardens. I must find that medicine as quickly as possible. Then, without further ado, Jinho prepares to draw his sword. He draws the blade, a blue light emanating from its edge. The sword is swung. He takes a forceful step forward, the impact of his footfalls echoing through the cavern. Jinho's expression hardens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. He strikes, a surge of blue energy crackling around his fist as it connects with Suhyuk Lee. Suhyuk Lee recoils from the blow, his movement dull. Jinho is confident that this fight won't take long. Orange energy flares around Jinho's hand as he prepares another attack. Jinho realizes that he has already hit his limit. Suhyuk Lee is struck, and Jinho realizes that he has never faced a human-type golem before either. The force of the blow sends Suhyuk Lee staggering backward. Jinho realizes that he has no choice but to use what he brought in case of an emergency. Suhyuk Lee's eyes glow with a purple light as he prepares a counterattack. This has to work. Jinho braces himself against the force of Soo-hyuk Lee's attack, a steel dog's breath. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen, a silent exclamation escaping him. Jinho braces himself, preparing to unleash an unseen force. He clutches a glowing, purple orb in his hand, the energy thrumming in the air. A question hangs in the air, unspoken. Soo-hyuk Lee watches intently, his expression a mix of concern and anticipation. Jinho thinks to himself, this isn't a steel dog's skill marble. Jinho unleashes the shadow swallow, a dark, swirling vortex of power. The air crackles with unseen energy as the shadows surge. Soo-hyuk Lee observes, you're a human type. You think and speak. Jinho retorts, you can be tricked too then. Jinho says, I see. How impressive of you to think of it on the spot. A voice booms, but it's too early to relax. I know who you are now. A dark puddle sits on the cracked earth, reflecting the bleak sky above. Jinho's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he takes in the scene before him. A voice whispers, urgency lacing every syllable. I better hurry. He strides forward, determination etched on his face. I gotta find that medicine, he mutters to himself. After a long search, a hand grasps a bottle filled with a shimmering, light blue liquid. The medicine. Jinho clutches the bottle, his expression a mix of relief and concern. In his hand, the medicine is for someone lying in a hospital bed, an oxygen mask covering their face. He looks down, his features softening with a mixture of worry and affection. A soft, questioning voice echoes in the sterile air. The same voice calls out, a touch more insistent. Jinho looks down, his expression unreadable. A voice, laced with concern, asks about his face. He gently embraces the figure in the hospital bed, a wave of emotion washing over him. A muffled voice, weak but present, asks what's wrong. Jinho's face is etched with a mixture of exhaustion and relief as he looks at his sister. A wave of relief washes over him. He holds his sister close, the weight of his worries momentarily lifted. Jinho had almost forgotten something important in that moment. He is relieved because of his fatigue and how relieved he was to see his sister alive. Jinho hadn't realized something important in that moment. His younger sister lies in the hospital bed, her head wrapped in bandages and a breathing mask covering her face. He was able to see her status. The apartment building stood tall against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. Dongwook cautioned Yeonhee as they entered the building, reminding her to watch her step. Yeonhee insisted that she was completely fine now. She added that Dongwook was being too cautious, making her feel uncomfortable. The pair continued down the hallway. The narration confirmed that Yeonhee had been completely cured without any aftereffects. Dongwook admitted that it was just that something worried him a little. A close-up revealed a strange, glowing symbol in Dongwook's eye. The narration ended with a focus on Yeonhee. The unseen superiors declare that they don't need to explain. The meeting continues, with Captain Yunha Shin facing a panel of stern-faced superiors. One of the superiors addresses her directly, calling her Captain Yunha Shin. Yunha Shin stands at attention, her expression unreadable. She replies that she understands clearly. One of the superiors admits that much of what happened was beyond her control. Another superior wonders how anyone could stop laser beams shooting down from the sky. The superiors remind her that innocent civilians and soldiers were lost under her watch, and she should expect some disciplinary action. Yunha Shin accepts that she will accept any kind of disciplinary action given to her. Meanwhile, the building stands tall against the night sky. Back in her office, Yunha Shin is asked if she will be punished. Anyway, Taijun didn't come today either. Yunha is on the phone. It's been a week already. The woman superior asks about Taijun's sister. The woman superior says she called to check on her, and they said she was discharged today. Yunha thinks to herself that it's a good thing, but wonders why so soon. Yunha sits at her desk, looking at a laptop. Yunha recalls that she was in a critical condition beyond recovery. Everyone in the hospital has been talking about it, saying she rapidly recovered, suddenly, after the third day. Yunha wonders if she recovered that quickly and if Taijun did something. In a world where monsters attack people, and people use the monster's power, there could be a way to heal someone, but Yunha wonders if they aren't relying too much on things that aren't from their world. Well, in a world where Yunha remembers seeing an interview one day. If they possess a similar power to the monsters, wouldn't that basically make them monsters too? A voice echoes in the darkness, questioning, are we sure? The same voice continues, the question hanging in the air, we're humans? Soo-hyuk Lee sits at his computer, the glow of the screen illuminating his face. He mutters to himself, the fact that I'm seeing status on Yeonhee. Another voice chimes in, might not be a big deal. I can see status on Soo-hyuk too. A figure recalls a conversation, thinking, but that human-type golem said he was human. Soo-hyuk's brow furrows. What worries me a little is that. He continues, his gaze fixed on the screen. Besides her level and other stats, I can see something else on Yeonhee's status. A woman with flowing blonde hair muses. It must have something to do with the resurrection potion. A ding sound emanates from the computer as Soo-hyuk wonders, why couldn't she be healed without any lingering effects? He sits before his computer, a stark update notification dominating the screen. The prompt asks if he would like to update. The update notification looms large, the yes and no options presented with equal weight. Soo-hyuk's expression is one of concern as he stares at the screen. His eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise or apprehension flickering across his face. An update. He moves his hand to the mouse, his thoughts swirling. I thought I wouldn't see another update. Soo-hyuk wonders to himself, since I skipped the last one? The update notification persists, the glowing text a silent challenge. It happened unexpectedly, so I wasn't sure if I was thinking straight. He thinks, if the world gets updated no matter what I choose. Soo-hyuk clicks the mouse, a decision made. He rationalizes his choice. The right thing would be to update my game so I'd at least get a chance to play ahead. With a rush of energy, the scene shifts. Meanwhile, the camera pans up the side of a tall apartment building at night. A sprawling cityscape stretches out beneath a network of glowing lines. The screen displays a message. The update has been completed. Press any key. He declares that he will start from the levels he hasn't gone to yet. He states, let's get started. A full moon hangs in the night sky, partially obscured by clouds. A man lies in bed, his arms behind his head. According to Jinho's dream. If the plot doesn't move along as written. 3 figures stand in a dimly lit dungeon. They might not be rewarded by the story, if that is true, and if she warns not to follow the designed flow of the shadow of the dungeon, fearing she might never see Sung-hee again. He remains unsure if she is alive, or if he is simply the main character of this game. He knows he needs to look into everything. To be honest, as soon as he learned about the possibility that Sung-hee might be alive, he wanted to head to the dungeon right away, but due to the white rocks, urgent calls to action kept him occupied. He also had to visit Haejung at the hospital. Injured during the ant golem incident, he had no time to do so. But after seeing what he saw in that dream, he can't delay this any longer. Who knows what could happen while he keeps wasting time like this? Before it's too late. This is how the game ends. If everything follows this plot, when the game ends in reality. Damn it, why the hell did he put these things in the end? This is the worst case scenario for me. What should I do? He thinks, I must do everything I can to stop the game from ending. Starting tomorrow, he resolves, He thinks, I better clear the dungeon. Shadow of the dungeon. An update is available. Would you like to update? Has been updated. The new update included the game's ending. And that's what made him feel apprehensive. He reached for his backpack, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. If the game's ending happened in reality, anything could happen to Yoni. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. After seeing the ending, he opened the door, the hinges groaning in protest. He headed to the Namsen dungeon again. The dungeon called to him, a siren song of danger and responsibility. Anyone from taking down the final boss. To safeguard the dungeon from any intruders, a strategic defense is crucial. A strategic spot must be selected. But the problem is, in order to set up at that location, a boss monster must be killed first, so until he gets there, he must conserve his energy as much as possible. He should avoid battles and traps for now, and find the shortest route. He continues his ascent. He propels himself upward with a burst of speed. He hangs momentarily from a rocky overhang. He pulls himself up, continuing his climb. He walks forward on the dungeon floor. A voice echoes, stating that they managed to climb down a level. A young man's face is shown, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the camera pans to a modern building, its windows reflecting the clear sky. Captain Shin states that she has relayed all the information she came to deliver. Around a large wooden table, several figures sit in a meeting, their expressions serious. One of the men notes that the white rocks haven't been showing up lately. Captain Shin instructs everyone to stay alert at all times, dismissing them after mentioning that Taijun is absent again today. Captain Shin's expression is stern as she delivers the news. Elsewhere, Captain Shin walks down a hallway, thinking that she expected Taijun to be absent, but even Soo-hyuk didn't come today. 2 figures wonder if they are together somewhere. Someone recalls that when they first met Soo-hyuk, he seemed like he had something against Taijun. Captain Shin considers that there haven't been any issues between them. He thinks he's probably overthinking things. Jin-woo exhales, steeling himself for the fight ahead. His breath comes in ragged gasps. The boss-infected stone snail lurks in the depths of the cavern. Jin-woo surveys the monstrous form of the boss-infected stone snail. A tentacle of the boss-infected stone snail looms. He recalls his strategy, remembering that he got rid of all the other weak points on its tentacles. Only one is left. The boss-infected stone snail prepares to strike. Jin-woo launches himself forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he closes the distance. He continues his assault, a determined glint in his eyes. The infected stone snail lashes out, its grotesque tentacles tearing through the air with alarming speed. A menacing green crystal glints at the tip of one tentacle, promising a painful impact. He narrowly avoids the sweeping attack, the wind whistling past his ear as he throws himself out of the path. The hunter realizes his dodge was too slow. He needs to grab something, anything, to defend himself. Summoning what little strength he has left, Jin-woo focuses his energy into his fist, a faint blue aura crackling around it. He steels his resolve. It's risky, but he has no other choice. He has to try it. With a desperate cry, Jin-woo throws his fist forward, meeting the tentacle head-on in a resounding parry. The green crystals, dislodged by the impact, scatter across the cavern floor. The infected stone snail, enraged by the successful defense, unleashes another furious tentacle strike. This time, the attack connects, sending a shockwave through the cavern as the tentacle slams into the wall. A wave of relief washes over Jinwoo. He did it. He acknowledges that he has achieved his first goal, at least. There's a reason he decided to set his defensive line here, near the light pillar. The Namsen dungeon's special characteristic is that the player can re-enter the dungeon to the last light pillar they used. Once he's out of the dungeon, the traps and monsters reset. He can deal with the traps and monsters on the levels above more efficiently. Another reason for choosing this location is that, starting from the 72nd floor, and the skill marble from the stone snail is an added bonus. Anyway, Jinwoo thinks to himself, he's too tired from just getting here. He decides he should go home and rest. The next day, Jinwoo steps forward. He stands in front of the light pillar, ready to leave the dungeon. Every monster, except for the boss monster, should be reset once he leaves this dungeon. His eyes widen as he takes in the scene. No remains of the monsters should be seen either. But why? Is that stone snail shell still here? He stares at the massive shell, a sense of unease creeping in. This can't be. The ordinary monsters' remains are here too. This means this dungeon is in the same state as he left it yesterday. There could only be one possible explanation for this. He stands on a glowing platform, the air crackling with purple energy. Someone else must have been here too, and that person must have stayed inside the dungeon this whole time. A low rumble echoes through the dungeon, a sound that sends a shiver down his spine. He paused, a faint sound reaching his ears. It seemed to be coming from somewhere nearby, perhaps even from the level right above. Deciding caution was the better part of valor, he sought cover behind a large rock formation. There. If this mystery person had been navigating the dungeon since yesterday and had only just reached this level, it meant they had started from a floor much higher than this one, and they had managed to come this far in a single try without getting killed. Someone who's capable of doing this must be. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on Jinwoo's arm. He knew it was Suhyuk. Taijun looked surprised. Suhyuk stands in a cave with another man. The man had a hunch, but the man thinks to himself that he can't beat Suhyuk if he takes him straight on. The man apologizes for attacking Suhyuk out of nowhere, explaining that he thought he was a monster. Suhyuk stands with the man. The man asks if Suhyuk is here to clear the dungeon too. Suhyuk and the man stand in the cave. The man thinks to himself that he can't waste any more time if Sunghee is alive. He then says that he is trying to clear this dungeon too. He stands in what appears to be a dungeon, listening intently to the silver-haired man beside him. The silver-haired man proposes, "How about we do this together?" Suhyuk replies, "That sounds good to me, but why are you doing this?" The silver-haired man responds, "I thought your sister barely recovered a few days ago after being injured pretty badly. Where'd you hear that from?" Suhyuk's expression hardens. The silver-haired man explains, "The student's I tutor is her friend." Suhyuk says, "Oh, Yonhee did mention it before." Suhyuk thinks to himself, "I just couldn't let this go on anymore." He continues to think, if the game content hasn't changed much from the initial design. The silver-haired man asks, "Is that convincing enough?" The two men stare intently at each other. He inquires about Yunsu's sister. Yunsu admits that he has no choice but to believe him. Yunsu suggests that they should do it together, feeling safer with Suhyuk. The two stand side by side, ready to face whatever lies ahead. Suhyuk thinks to himself that he somehow got Yunsu to believe him. A close-up shows Suhyuk and Yunsu, their expressions serious. Yunsu reveals that while he did believe Suhyuk at first, he could wait for an opportunity to utilize them. Suhyuk's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. With a determined stride, they move forward, ready to confront the challenges ahead. The path ahead is dark and uncertain, filled with unknown dangers. Their footsteps echo in the cavern as they venture deeper into the unknown. After thinking about it for a second, Suhyuk realizes that it's a bit strange. He is told that he claimed Yunsu was a monster, and that's why he attacked him. Yunsu grabs Suhyuk's arm, questioning his real reason for the attack. Yunsu points out that Suhyuk used his bare hands. He continues, saying if he really thought he was a monster, he would have used his golem power. Suhyuk looks down, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Yunsu accuses him of clearly knowing he was attacking a human being. Yunsu asks if his real reason is that he's trying to take the dungeon for himself. He then asks if that's why he even mentioned his sister and lied to him. Suhyuk clenches his jaw, his expression hardening. Yunsu declares that Suhyuk got it all wrong. Suddenly, Yunsu launches a swift attack. Yunsu states that, first of all, he's not trying to take the dungeon for himself. The attack connects with a sharp crack. Yunsu declares that he's just not letting anyone clear it. A voice declares that people will continue to be victims of the monsters if the dungeon's not cleared. Suhyuk Lee and Yunsu exchange blows, the sound of their impacts echoing through the air. Suhyuk asks if that is what Yunsu wants. Yunsu throws a punch, the force behind it evident in his strained expression. The punch connects with a resounding thwack. Yunsu stands over Suhyuk, who is on the ground. Suhyuk states that it makes no sense at all. A man asks why someone would want this to go on. The man continues, thinking about the Suhyuk that he knows. A voice describes Suhyuk as righteous and altruistic. A woman explains that she told him about Yonhee's condition. A voice wonders if he'll give up trying to clear the dungeon for her, but doubts it. A voice declares that they weren't lying when they said He states that he is doing this for his sister. Soo-hyuk Lee holds a potion in his hands, indicating it is to save her life. It's revealed that she is being kept alive thanks to the effect of that potion. It is stated that her life will be in danger once the potion is gone. The man with silver hair asks if they will work anymore once this dungeon is cleared. It is stated that to his knowledge, there's a high chance of that happening. Soo-hyuk Lee recalls the way Jinho and he designed this game. He thinks to himself that he won't tell him he has the game in his possession, as he doesn't want to cause any misunderstandings. The silver-haired man replies that he understands his reason. Soo-hyuk Lee and the silver-haired man continue their conversation. The silver-haired man asks how long Soo-hyuk Lee is planning to keep things the way they are. Soo-hyuk Lee replies that he's not sure. A close-up of a mouth is shown. He declares that he must tell him he's clearing this dungeon. Tae-jun stands before Soo-hyuk, listening intently. Tae-jun states that it's nothing personal. Tae-jun's expression hardens. Tae-jun explains that he learned something after getting through that disaster with the ant golems. Tae-jun continues, saying that they can't prevent all the damage just by taking care of the enemies as they appear. Unless this entire situation comes to an end, they'll only end up suffering more and more damage as time passes. Tae-jun explains that means there will be many more victims and people who lose their loved ones just like him and Soo-hyuk. Soo-hyuk says he understands where Tae-jun is coming from, but he can't let countless people suffer for the sake of his sister. Soo-hyuk's eyes narrow, his expression hardening. Soo-hyuk states that he didn't expect much from Tae-jun anyway. Soo-hyuk throws a punch, the impact echoing with a resounding bam. It is revealed that Soo-hyuk has no idea. He continued to sprint forward, Tae-jun following closely behind. Tae-jun thought to himself that even the famous Soo-hyuk would have to be injured this time. Soo-hyuk ran ahead, unaware of the danger that awaited him. Suddenly, his foot landed on a pressure plate, triggering a hidden mechanism. A massive stone gate began to descend, sealing off the path ahead. Reacting quickly, Soo-hyuk leaped backward, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Tae-jun, witnessing the event, wondered what had just happened. The heavy stone gate slammed shut with a resounding thud. Soo-hyuk, now separated from his companion, muttered in disbelief, "No way." The full picture revealed the trap. Soo-hyuk stood on one side of the closed gate, while Tae-jun remained on the other, now pondering if he knew about the trap. Jinwoo's fist connects with Jinho's face. The force of the blow sends Jinho reeling. Jinwoo follows up with a swift kick. He continues his assault, throwing another punch. The punch lands squarely on Jinho's jaw. Jinho grits his teeth against the pain. Another kick sends him flying. Jinho crashes to the ground. Jinwoo lands gracefully, ready for the next attack. He grits his teeth, realizing how tough this is. He hasn't had much one-on-one fighting experience at all. Jinwoo's expression hardens with determination. Meanwhile, Jinho is using both hands and his feet skillfully. Jinho thinks to himself that the difference between their combat abilities is overwhelming. With a shout, Jinho unleashes a powerful kick. Jinwoo realizes that, as he suspected, he has no chance at winning this fight, facing him head-on. The kick swings through the air with incredible speed. Jinho thinks he must wait for a chance. The kick lands with a resounding impact. Jinwoo and Jinho face each other, the tension palpable. Jinho plans to trap him. Jinwoo's expression hardens, ready for the next attack. He swings his arm, attempting to strike Jinho. Jinho falls to the ground, reeling from the blow. Jinho quickly recovers and runs forward. He continues to sprint ahead. The Union leader maintains his pace. Jinwoo follows closely behind, pursuing Jinho. He thinks to himself, "Good. This is the perfect distance." A narration box reveals there's a trap ahead that drops acid when someone walks underneath it. Jinwoo calculates, based on our running speed and the timing of the acid drops, they should hit Soo-hyuk before me. He glances down at the trap mechanism. Jinho thinks, there it is. I just need to press it. With a resounding bam, the acid trap is triggered. A sudden exclamation pierces the air. From behind, someone shoves Soo-hyuk. A choked gasp escapes him as he's sent stumbling forward. He falls, propelled by the unexpected force. His hand reaches out, landing precariously close to a hidden trap. Jinwoo's eyes widen. What was that, he wonders. The back of Soo-hyuk's head is visible as he falls. Jinwoo recalls, I already knew about Soo-hyuk's incredible athletic ability. Jinwoo's expression is one of concern. He thinks, what really throws me off now is... The thought continues. He's acting as if he knows where all the traps in this dungeon are, even the spike trap from earlier. Does he really know about these traps? Jinwoo's eyes narrow as he observes Soo-hyuk. If that's true, how? He wonders. He wonders if it's possible that Soo-hyuk also has a copy of Shadow of the Dungeon. Someone observes that he's actively utilizing the traps once again. It's as if he knows where all the traps are. How is that possible? Does Tae-jun also have? Someone thinks to himself, let me ask you. Just one thing. It seems like you've been in here since yesterday. What floor did you start on? Soo-hyuk looks surprised. How did you know I've been here since yesterday? Based on what he just said, the possibility that Soo-hyuk might own the game is... His mana is very low. It means he doesn't understand this dungeon system. It also means he doesn't have much experience with this dungeon in the game or reality, Soo-hyuk Lee thinks. It would be a response if he had studied the game. Then how did Soo-hyuk know about the traps? Soo-hyuk Lee thinks he should focus on something. He thinks about how he can get him out of here for now. If traps don't work on him, he has no other option left besides the boss monster's skill marbles. He thinks he can only use them once, but it should be worth it. The thick fog swirls, obscuring everything. He launches a kick at the obscured figure, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen. This is... A voice echoes through the fog, identifying the source. Rocky Hippo Toad's skill, thick fog. Jinwoo narrows his eyes, assessing the situation. A thought crosses Soo-hyuk Lee's mind. It can't make an illusion in the fog like the original, but a hand materializes, clutching a glowing yellow orb. Soo-hyuk Lee peers through the fog, his expression tense. The obscured figure stands opposite Soo-hyuk Lee, shrouded in the swirling mist. The figure swings a weapon, the motion blurred by speed and fog. Soo-hyuk Lee's eyes widen in realization. I got you. That was a decoy. The sound of a heavy impact echoes through the fog. He is sent tumbling backwards. Soo-hyuk Lee crashes to the ground. Jinwoo looks on, a question mark floating above his head. Soo-hyuk Lee stands over Jinwoo, declaring that tricks won't work on him. From the map of South Korea, Namsan. A gaping hole now occupies the space where the mountain once stood, the city sprawling below. The disappearance occurred just 3 days ago. A monstrous roar echoes through the air. Jinwoo sprints away from a hulking, rock-like monster, the ground shaking with each of its steps. Jinwoo sits alone in a dimly lit room, catching his breath. No other monsters. He wonders aloud if something is chasing him. Jinwoo decides to take a breather. Along with Namsan's disappearance 3 days ago, contact was also lost with Sung-hee. Before she disappeared, the last place Sung-hee went to was a game company. The woman explains that the location was near Namsan, so there's a high chance she also got swept up in the disaster. Even if that's the case, he thinks he has to find something. If he can't even find that, Jinwoo's expression hardens with determination. He thinks that he'll never be able to have closure. That said, it's not easy to keep searching. Jinwoo walks past 2 soldiers. It's no different than being thrown into the middle of a war, he thinks, as a monstrous presence looms behind him. The boss guard dog slams its fist into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the ruined landscape. The monster roars, its gaping maw revealing rows of jagged teeth and a glowing red core within its chest. Jinwoo's eyes widen in alarm. 2 soldiers stand guard, their expressions grim. One of the soldiers turns to face the monstrous threat. He knew he had to evade the attack, but his body wasn't responding fast enough. With a burst of speed, he managed to narrowly avoid the boss guard dog's snapping jaws. The monstrous canine remained close, its red eyes burning with predatory intent. A metallic sphere hurtled through the air, spinning rapidly. The grenade detonated, sending a shockwave of fire and rock fragments in all directions. Dust and debris filled the air as the echoes of the explosion faded. Are you out of your mind? You gotta check if anyone's there before you throw it, a voice shouted. Another voice replied. I am sorry, I thought it was an emergency. Jinwoo's face was covered in blood, his expression one of pain and shock. A wave of cold washed over him. He had to find Sung-hee now, but he couldn't move his body. Sung-hee. He must find Sung-hee. He jolts awake with a gasp, sitting upright in his bed. He wonders if this is his room. He questions how he got here, wondering if it was all a dream. But everything felt so real. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. He wonders what is happening. His hand is covered in a strange, dark substance. That was the day he received the golem's power. Back to that desolate place. But its advantage is that there is no limit to the number of deaths, and all the experience gained stays. A chilling thought crosses his mind. His enemy is actively trying to kill him. The vice leader's expression hardens, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He reminds himself that no matter how powerful they may be, his victory is inevitable. Soo-hyuk's gaze is cast downward, a shadow of doubt flickering across his face. The vice leader senses that something is clearly strange about this situation. He recalls Soo-hyuk's uncanny ability to dodge the traps. The way Soo-hyuk countered his attack just now, it was almost as if he had predicted it. The vice leader thinks to himself that this is clearly not normal. It's not like he is a game character. The vice leader stares intently at Soo-hyuk, his suspicion growing. He wonders how Soo-hyuk knows to dodge. Most of the times when Soo-hyuk seemed suspicious were the times when he should have been seriously injured. He thinks to himself that he is just guessing, but if Soo-hyuk Lee has some kind of special ability. Soo-hyuk's eyes narrow. Then there's only one thing I should focus on. I'm not giving up just yet. Soo-hyuk attacks. The vice leader asks if Soo-hyuk doesn't get it already. The vice leader states that tricks like these are useless against him. The vice leader's hand clenches. Soo-hyuk states that the vice leader can't anticipate what he's about to do if he doesn't intend to attack him. Soo-hyuk attacks again. The vice leader wonders what this is. He explains that the talisman is for emergency dungeon escape. The talisman allows one to escape a dungeon instantly. The vice leader continues, saying that if one uses it to leave the dungeon, one will have to start over from the pillar of light they entered through. Soo-hyuk's expression hardens. The vice leader says Soo-hyuk's name. A flash of light erupts. The vice leader looks concerned. Soo-hyuk lies on the ground, unmoving. A voice echoes, questioning if they must start all the way from the beginning again. The man sits, gazing out at the horizon. The voice continues, noting that this isn't the same as a continue, something never experienced before. The voice admits that Taijun won this round. The voice warns not to get too relaxed. Taijun admits it, stating that he never learned how to give up. The man thinks that he is used to it. The voice concludes that he is starting something over. The setting sun casts long shadows over the city, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Jinwoo sits on the edge of his bed, his posture reflecting a deep weariness. He thinks to himself, I barely managed to outmaneuver Suhyuk today, but... His brow furrows, a hint of concern etching itself onto his face. Jinwoo's thoughts continue. Judging by his pace, we'll be crossing paths again soon enough. Suhyuk's image appears in his mind, his expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. I'll need a strategy. I can't overpower him physically. Jinwoo's eyes narrow, a flicker of unease passing through them. He recalls Suhyuk's uncanny ability to evade fatal blows. He always manages to avoid taking a fatal hit. The memory of Suhyuk dodging his attacks flashes before him. How's that possible? If I don't find out, I can only do so much to fight back. A sigh escapes Jinwoo's lips, his shoulders slumping slightly. He admits to himself, I'm tired. Images of past battles flood his mind, a montage of relentless combat. It feels like I've been fighting a war. He reflects on the past several days without a break. Rest no longer feels like rest. He wants to rest. A memory surfaces, his younger sister. Aram smiles brightly. Enough with the useless thoughts, Jinwoo decides. Right now, he needs to focus on Suhyuk. His phone begins to ring. He stands. A voice on the other end asks, what brings you here all of a sudden? Jinwoo listens intently. Yunha calls out to Jinwoo. The camera focuses on their feet. Yunha wanted to check in and see how he was doing. Jinwoo knows that this is about Special Force. Jinwoo listens intently to Yunha. Yunha says that she is not here to talk about that. She wanted to tell him that she is sorry. Yunha explains that what happened with his sister was all because of her, because she chose the wrong people. Jinwoo listens to Yunha. Yunha admits that there were a lot of mistakes in their strategy too. Yunha says that to be honest, that's not all. Yunha thinks back now, and thinks that she just wanted someone to work. She stood with her back to him, the sunset painting the sky with vibrant hues. Yunha admitted that she needed someone to fight alongside her in this mess, as she couldn't handle it alone, but it was... She continued, saying she was busy doing everything but protecting what's most important. Jinwoo asked what she was really there to say, because he wasn't in the mood for a confession. Yunha stated that bringing him in wasn't right, but... She explained that since she started it, she still planned to take responsibility for their team going forward. If she could keep their trust, she really wanted to help the team. Jinwoo listened intently as Yunha spoke. He stated that it applies to her too. Yunha said that if he could trust her, she wanted to help him. Jinwoo responded that she had helped him as much as he'd helped her. Yunha offers her assistance, stating that if there's anything Jinwoo needs, like someone's help, she's available. She expresses that she would appreciate it if he could rely on her. Yunha tells Jinwoo that that's all she came to say. Jinwoo responds that he'll get going now. Elsewhere, an unknown man remarks that Captain Shin's got a softer heart than she lets on. The man's expression hardens. He muses that teammate must feel very encouraging to hear. The man wonders how someone could be swallowed up by the shadow. He recalls telling someone before that he's closer to a golem than human. The narration states that as long as the creator has the will, identical beings can be made as many times as desired. He attempts to calm himself, but the warning is clear. He is only there to give a light warning. Jinwoo's expression hardens. Taijun speaks. What I hear since today. You've started to really get in our main character's way, Taijun. He continues. I suggest you stop. Jinwoo is shocked by the warning. Taijun smiles. He states, I'll explain the reason now. Taijun gestures with his hand, his expression serious. He says that he loves stories. The scene shifts to a cave. A man with gray hair says, that's why he enjoys bringing stories to life and my creator, exploring more realistic psychological states through the experiences of the characters. He raises a finger, emphasizing his point. What's important, he thinks, is that these stories someday end. Thanks to that, our creator never gets tired of stories. When one story ends, the next one begins. Taijun smiles, a hint of something unsettling in his eyes. Then he'll get tired of the same story? It's like a movie that never ends. Imagine that. Taijun gestures expansively, his expression intense. Everyone would leave the theater at some point, right? Jinwoo listens intently, a thoughtful expression on his face. From leaving after a story ends? A finished story always leaves something behind in the reader's mind once it's been fully told, but a story that's forcefully cut off leaves nothing. It ends completely in the reader's mind. A world that leaves nothing remaining. The words hang in the air, heavy with implication. It means the end of that world. He stammers, questioning what is even being discussed. The man with glasses asks if he is expected to believe such a thing. A voice declares that even for their creator, suddenly destroying a completely unrelated world is definitely impossible. The words echo over a monstrous visage, stating that this has been happening for quite a long time now. The two look up, their expressions unreadable against the backdrop of the sunset. A voice urges someone to think carefully. The question hangs heavy. Is it worth the erasure of this entire world? His eyes widen, a flicker of understanding or perhaps fear crossing his face. A voice echoes, urging careful consideration. Two figures stand in a courtyard, their conversation unheard. A question hangs in the air. Was the reason for interfering worth the erasure? The man's expression is unreadable, his gaze distant. The question lingers. What of this entire world? His jaw tightens, a flicker of determination in his eyes. The two figures walk on, their destination unknown. A voice cuts through the silence, requesting to ask a question. A swirling vortex of crimson and violet energy pulses with an unknown power. The words echo. In the end, the final boss takes back all the power he once gave to the world. His brow furrows, the weight of responsibility etched on his face. Whose lives depend on that power? What becomes of that power once it disappears? A man with brown hair and glasses looks off to the side, a concerned expression on his face. A speech bubble poses a question, a useless question. Don't you already have an idea? Isn't that why you've been getting in the main character's way? A man in a dark hoodie stares forward, his expression unreadable. The words, "the trolley problem," are displayed in blue text. A train with broken brakes hurtles down the tracks towards 5 people tied down ahead. The text describes a scenario. 5 people are tied down on the current track. To save them, you'd have to switch the train onto another track. However, it'd end up killing the person tied to the other track. The question is posed. In this situation, would you switch the track? The options are presented. Yes or no, or leave it be. A woman is tied to the tracks, her expression determined. She declares, "I'd never switch." A man sits alone on a bench, head bowed. The text reads, "This is a different story." No matter which choice is made, Yeonhee is destined to die. The weight of the decision presses down on him. I was just hoping I was wrong. All hope has crumbled. The world will be destroyed if I try to save Yeonhee? It sounds so ridiculous that it doesn't even feel real. He clutches his head, the impossible choice weighing heavily on him. The sliver of hope. Save the world? But I don't. His eyes widen, a flicker of desperation in their depths. Need a world without her. He looks up, startled. Are you worried about something? Even so? Yeonhee asks, why are you staring at me? She stands before Jinwoo, her expression unreadable as he sits on the park bench. Jinwoo looks up at Yeonhee, a question hanging in the air. She asks him why he came out. Yeonhee presses him, her voice laced with concern. Why had he been gone for several hours after saying he'd be back soon? She wonders if he's going to say anything. Jinwoo remains seated, his gaze lowered, lost in thought. Yeonhee asks if he's going to keep sitting there. Jinwoo thinks to himself that there's nothing to think about anymore. A close-up of Jinwoo's eye reveals the turmoil within. He believes it's impossible to consider sacrificing Yeonhee. Yeonhee looks away, her expression troubled. She wonders what if the only way to save the world was to let the person you love most die? Yeonhee turns back to Jinwoo, her voice soft but firm. She asks him what he would choose, her eyes searching his. Yeonhee continues, adding that on top of that, even if you save the one you love, in the end, everyone would die as the world ends? Yeonhee's voice rises in disbelief. What kind of cruel choice is that? She accuses him of agonizing over some choice that sounds like it was made up by a stupid teenager. Jinwoo looks up, a nervous smile on his face. He stammers that of course not. He's just talking about the plot to a game. Yeonhee wonders what kind of game has such an evil plot, admitting she has no idea who made it. She muses that the one she loves dies either way, questioning if she should at least choose to save the others. He agrees that any normal person would choose that path. Yeonhee points out that it would be a terrible ending either way, wondering if there's a genie in a lamp or something in that game. The text describes an invincible item that grants a wish. The text mentions an item called the White Rock that could recover all the damages recovered by a white rock that they'll get after eliminating that guy. The title screen for Shadow of the Dungeon appears. The text questions why Jinho didn't make an item like that here. Jinwoo's eyes widen, a flicker of realization crossing his face. His eyes widen further, a sudden thought striking him. He thinks that Jinho would have at least set up a mechanism. The text describes restoring the damage once everything was over, questioning if something was already controlling his mind when he was making this game. A voice declares that it's impossible, stating that Jinho was himself at least when he handed the game over. He could assume Jinho didn't bother to create one, but it went so far as to oppose his friend's plan for the sake of people in a different world. It's even stranger to think he didn't come up with any plan at all. He's lost in thought again. Yeonhee watches Jinwoo, a concerned expression on her face as he contemplates the situation. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face. But the effect of the potion goes away once the boss is taken down. In the game, after the final boss is defeated, he reclaims all the power he had scattered across the world. A knight in shining armor stands in a desolate landscape, his hand outstretched as if reaching for something. Into another world. Based on the setting, he probably takes back the power to repeat what he did in another world. No matter which ending the character reaches, the damage done to the world is too great. Everyone whose life is sustained through the resurrection potion dies. Why would Jinho come up with this kind of a scenario for his game? At first, he thought he just wanted to give it the flavor of dark fantasy, but what if he had another plan behind it? Jinwoo's eyes widen in realization, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The implications of the game's plot sink in, leaving him speechless. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. No way, is that it? Jinho, did you by chance intend to? Meanwhile, the city street is quiet, the buildings looming in the twilight. Yeonhee walks along the brick sidewalk, lost in thought. I only wanted to give him a simple apology, but, so, if there's anything you really need, I'd appreciate it if you could rely on me. She covers her face, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. I think I did a little too much. How embarrassing. He probably thinks I'm. Yeonhee clutches her phone, her cheeks flushed. Huh, Taejun. She stares at her phone, a mix of apprehension and hope in her eyes. Is this good timing or bad? She spoke into her phone, asking if the person on the other end remembered telling her to ask for help if she needed it. A voice responded with a questioning tone, wondering if the person was serious. A desperate plea echoed, begging for help. Yeonhee walked away with another person. The building stood tall and imposing. Inside, a group of people gathered around a table. Two individuals sat at the table, waiting. The reason for this sudden meeting was about to be revealed. A man with white hair looked on. Because Chulsu had something important to say. The man began, thanking everyone for coming before revealing that his name was not Chulsu Kim. He adjusts the scarf around his neck, a nervous tick betraying the weight of his confession. My real name is Taejun Lim. He continues, his voice barely a whisper, and I wanted to tell all of you about. One of the people around the table wonders if a game is the reason for something. Another asks if that is his hobby. Yunho wonders why he just told them his real name, since no one asked. The person thinks. Yunho looks concerned. The man seems surprised. The person is in disbelief. The man states that there is a game inside of the flash drive. The person states that everything that happened after Namsan fell has to do with this game. The group sits around the table, listening intently. Taejun explained that he told them everything he knew about Shadow of the Dungeon. Everything, that is, except about Suhyuk. Honestly, this is all happening so suddenly that he can't even keep up. You're telling me this whole mess is part of a game, and if we don't clear it, the world's gonna end? Taejun looked thoughtful. If a game can be brought into reality, Yunha considered the implications. If what you're saying is true, why didn't you warn everyone about the game sooner? Yunha and Taejun exchanged a look. The reason I didn't inform the world about the game was, he wanted to keep all the information to himself. The team gathers, the weight of their shared secret hanging heavy in the air. There's a special lock placed in this flash drive. He continues, I don't know if it's magic or what, but no matter what I try, I can't move or copy any of the data inside. A flashback shows a towering golem. If I rushed to reveal the game and they took this away, he thinks, I'd lose my only way to figure out how to fight back. That would also mean I'd lose one method I finally found to make some real money. He wanted to avoid that at any cost. A clash of fists echoes in the past. Another voice rises, laced with accusation. You wanted it for yourself? To make money? If you'd just shared that information, the military might have been able to stop the disaster a lot more effectively. The woman with the spiky hair, her expression fierce, declares that countless lives were lost. Woo-hee Kong, her brow furrowed, is told that she is going too far. A voice threatens to report assault if pushed any further. The spiky-haired woman, now with her eyes closed, is told to take her fighting elsewhere. A voice accuses someone of trying to keep the game to themselves. Yunha asks why they are coming clean now. A voice questions why they are being asked to be criticized. The man with the black hair says that they are all dead if they can't figure this out. Yunha states that realistically, there's just no way she could do it on her own. A man with spiky black hair asks to clear the game together. Captain Shin asks if the other woman knew anything about this. Yunha says that she only found out yesterday herself. She closes her eyes. Captain Shin explains that the main point of the briefing is that they are free to take part in the operation or not. Strictly speaking, the mission is about protecting civilians from monsters. Given how urgent this is, Captain Shin would like everyone to make their decision by tomorrow. Captain Shin needs to plan the operation with the members who are willing to take part. A woman suggests giving something a thought tonight. A man dismisses someone for the day. Two men and a woman stand in a room, engaged in conversation. One of the men asks if they can talk alone for a second. The two men stand in front of a vending machine. One of the men says that this might be the last time they come here to talk like this. One of the men asks what the other wants to talk about alone. A man's chest is visible. One of the men asks if the other wants to cut to the chase. The two men stand close to each other, engaged in conversation. One of the men says that he prefers that anyway and asks to be asked straight. One of the men asks what made the other change his mind. The crisp collar of a dark blue uniform shirt. A man with spiky black hair faces a man with white hair. The white-haired man asks what the other is talking about. The man with white hair continues, stating that there's no need to play dumb, as the other man had said it himself in the dungeon before. A young woman in a school uniform stands with her back to the viewer. She is accused of trying to stop anyone from clearing the game in order to save her sister. The white-haired man asks if the other is now abandoning his sister and choosing to save the world. The man with spiky black hair thinks that's ridiculous and asks if the other doesn't agree. The two men stand facing each other, the tension palpable. A close-up of the man with spiky black hair's eyes reveals his determination. The man with spiky black hair concedes that he shares a lot of things in common with Yunha, so? The man with white hair states that he should be honest with the other. If he ever had to choose between the world and his sister. The white-haired man states that if this operation succeeds, he won't have to choose between the two. The white-haired man stands in a hallway with Jin-woo, stating that he can't share the details just yet. The white-haired man asks if Jin-woo is sure he can trust him. The white-haired man's expression is serious as he awaits an answer. Jin-woo tells the white-haired man to do whatever he wants, stating that he's being completely honest with him. The two men stare intently at each other, a silent tension hanging in the air. The two men stand side by side, their backs to the viewer. The black-haired man says that he'll just mention one more thing. The black-haired man states that the white-haired man said earlier that the world won't be risking anything even if they fail, but Jin-woo's expression is serious as he listens. Jin-woo says no, of course not. Someone comments on Soo-hyuk's speed. A close-up reveals Soo-hyuk's serious expression. He wonders if he looks like someone who would sacrifice himself, declaring that he is not part of everyone who will be saved as a result of this operation. The woman superior asks if they all gave it some thought last night. Anyone who declines to participate in this operation is free to leave this room now. The team sits in silence, considering the offer. The woman superior stands near a bookshelf, waiting for a response. One of the team members responds, "Yes, ma'am." The woman superior looks on. One of the team members thinks, "I'm still upset about Chulsu, but I'll deal with him once all this is over." The woman superior says, "Thanks for that." Then Tae-jun will explain what we must do from now on. Tae-jun states that, as he said yesterday, they must clear the dungeon to finish the game. He continues, revealing that the dungeon's location is. The camera pans out, showing the Namsan sinkhole, a massive crater in the middle of the city. Soo-hyuk exclaims that it's Namsan. Tae-jun reveals that there's a dungeon beneath the Namsan sinkhole. He understands that they're skeptical, up until now. The text explains that the military attempted to investigate the sinkhole many times before, but failed. It adds that Soo-hyuk can also testify to the Namsan dungeon's existence, not just him. Yoon-soo looks surprised by this information. The text states that he was swept into it before too. Tae-jun asks if that's true, and if Yoon-soo has seen it too. The text explains that the dungeon was only about 20 floors deep at first, but it kept updating over time. A diagram shows the dungeon's floors, labeled 1F, 2F, and 3F. The dungeon scale was now immense, plunging 100 floors deep into the earth, filled with monsters and traps. Two hulking monsters stood guard, their eyes glowing with malevolent red energy. A voice declared that clearing the entire dungeon in a single day would be impossible, even with everyone working together. Fortunately, the boss monsters had already been cleared down to the 70th floor. The goal should be to clear 10 floors each day, a voice stated. Someone wondered if they were on the brink of doomsday. Soo-hyuk Lee stated that without any signs leading up to it, he didn't think the world would actually end in the next 10 days. A voice warned that it would be more damaging to rush and lose manpower. Yeonhee added that clearing 10 floors a day wasn't slow at all. A voice admitted that even with all the information they had, they couldn't get through more than 5 floors a day. Yeonhee listened intently to the conversation. Someone stated that they knew they wanted to move quickly, but for now, they should be cautious as they cleared the dungeon. Jin-woo asks if they don't already know where the traps and monsters are. Jin-woo states that they should have no problem getting through 10 floors as long as they follow him, right? One of the team members expresses feeling bad, but says that they can't go with them. When? Jin-woo explains that if you wish to come back to this dungeon, it automatically starts you up at the last floor you left from. Jin-woo says that this means he has to go backwards from the 70th floor to meet up with them, but that's a lot more dangerous than starting from the first floor. Jin-woo explains that Soo-hyuk is on the 10th floor now, and he is on the 70th floor, so it's explained that they'll need to clear 10 floors without them on the first day. Soo-hyuk thinks that in the end, it'll be an entire week before all of them meet up in the dungeon. Technically speaking, he could just reverse course and join them on the first day, but Jin-woo says that he'll show them a video of how he cleared the first 10 floors from the game. Jin-woo tells them that based on what he's explained so far, they should watch closely until they've learned every portion of it. Yeonhee says that they can ask her to play the game themselves. She wondered what the others would do in the week before they joined her. Jin-woo thought he would be creating more tutorial videos for them. He would also prepare to challenge the 70th to the 100th floors. Jin-woo knew it sounded like he was just goofing off playing games all day, but he didn't want them to get the wrong idea. This was actually important. No one said anything. That's how they started to challenge the dungeon. Jin-woo was nervous about how the rest of the members would fare on the first day, but with Soo-hyuk joining them on the second day, he could focus on building strategies without worrying so much. To be honest, this game was designed to be a single-player game. Because of that, he'd been coming up with solo-based strategies. Rewriting the strategies with 8 people in mind had been challenging, to say the least. Particularly difficult obstacles to solve. The bridge would have collapsed before the first person even made it across, and every spare moment he had while he was strategizing. He had been secretly going in and out of the dungeon. But 6 days after they entered the dungeon, there was an item he had to replenish despite the risk. Jin-woo thought he should be joining the troop by tomorrow. He knew he'd prepared thoroughly, but he should check again just in case. Knock knock. A voice called, asking if she could come in. Yeonhee stood at the door. She asked if that wasn't what he was supposed to say before she came in. Well, here. Jin-woo looked at the red gift box. A hoodie? What's it for? He holds up a dark-colored hoodie, examining it. Yeonhee asks if he forgot that it's his birthday. Jinwoo, holding the hoodie, tells Yeonhee that he didn't buy it with the allowance she's been giving him. He explains that he bought it with his own money from a part-time job. Yeonhee thinks to herself that she wants him to stay her kid's sister forever. Yeonhee tells Jinwoo that he's still in school and should focus on studying instead of worrying about money. Yeonhee exclaims, urging him to come on. Yeonhee thought she'd, but still. Jinwoo thanks Yeonhee, admitting he forgot it was his birthday. Yeonhee tells him he is very welcome and that she'll cherish it. Jinwoo thinks to himself that he's not a kid anymore. He thinks to himself. Yeonhee smiles, asking if he has everything he needs. Yeonhee stands in the doorway, beaming. Come, I made you seaweed soup for your birthday. Yeonhee and Jinwoo stand together, looking at each other. Even without me now. Yeonhee asks, you can make it on your own, right? He questions, what is it? Why'd you just call me? Yeonhee looks at him with a concerned expression. Jinwoo asks, the seaweed soup. It's edible, right? Yeonhee retorts, you want me to make it not edible? The next day, he joined the rest of the troop. Together, they worked together, battling the monsters that stood in their path. And finally, they reached the 99th floor. Together, one of the team members remarks that he has seen it in the game already, but there are a lot of them. Another member says that it's overwhelming to see them all in real life, but it makes sense because this should be the final battle. A seemingly endless horde of monsters stretches into the distance, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. The sheer number of enemies is overwhelming. Captain Shin stares at the horde, a flicker of concern in her eyes. She asks, you sound so confident. You got a secret weapon or something? Chulsu confirms, that's right. Yunha presses, really? What is it? Her eyes widen in disbelief. Are you seriously kidding me right now? The two stand side by side, the tension palpable. Chulsu states, I trust your judgment in assessing the situation and taking responsibility for the team. The captain's expression is unreadable. Yunha thinks to herself, it doesn't seem like he's lying, but something feels very awkward about him, a thought echoes. Ever since the day he called for help, something has been off. How? Should she say it? He's been too honest and cooperative. I think I see a pathway behind them. Does it lead to the boss hall? Through it. Comes after finishing this battle. As soon as anyone steps inside, the boss battle starts right away. The soldier looks concerned. If that happens, the entrance to the hall disappears. You can't come out until the boss battle ends. Then it'll put both sides in danger, the one fighting the boss battle and the side fighting this huge battle against all these golems. Sure, I get what you're saying, so enough talking, let's just get started. The team stands ready, clad in tactical gear, prepared for the challenges ahead. The dungeon echoes with the sounds of battle as the team engages the monstrous horde. Swords clash against chitinous armor, each strike a desperate attempt to break through the enemy's defenses. A monstrous claw descends, but she raises her shield, the impact reverberating through the chamber with a deafening clang. Her eyes widen as she gazes up at the towering form of a hulking beast, its shadow casting a pall over the battlefield. The ground trembles as the monstrous hand descends, each step sending tremors through the stone floor. The air crackles with anticipation of the impending assault. A deafening explosion rips through the chamber, sending debris flying in all directions. The air fills with the acrid smell of smoke and the echoes of destruction. Standing amidst the wreckage, she surveys the fallen beast, the silence broken only by the dripping of water and the rasping of her own breath. A voice cuts through the tension. Don't mention it. The path forward lies through a dark gate, guarded by grotesque creatures. The team steels themselves, ready to face whatever horrors await beyond. The voice in his head echoed with a desire to move forward, but first, he knew he had to deal with the enemies standing in his path. Taijun, flanked by monstrous figures, continued toward the dark opening of the cave. A bead of sweat trickled down his face, betraying the tension he felt. The hulking figures surrounded Taijun, their red eyes glowing menacingly in the dim light. His expression hardened, a mix of determination and regret etched on his face. A guttural growl rumbled from one of the golem-like creatures, the sound echoing off the cavern walls. Taijun's voice wavered, barely a whisper. His eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his features. From a higher vantage point, Taijun's name was called out. He spoke, his voice laced with remorse. I'm sorry, guys. To tell you the truth, the entire process has been set up for this. Taijun's gaze remained fixed, his jaw clenched tight. His thoughts drifted to his true motive. He just wanted to get in here the easiest way possible, knowing dodging all those golems without suffering damage was practically impossible. A powerful blow lands with a resounding thud. He acknowledges using the team, but Taijun's expression hardens, a silent promise etched on his face. Don't worry. Matter what. Footsteps echo in the distance. Taijun's gaze remains fixed, his resolve unwavering. The sound of footsteps grows louder. Walking down this long corridor to the boss hall alone reminds him. The corridor stretches ahead, the shadows playing tricks on the eye. Back then, he was just being reckless for personal reasons, trying to make money however he could. In fact, even now, as he's trying to save the world, he still lacks any altruistic motivation. Wanting to make a lot of money back then, and trying to save the world now? Another step echoes, the sound sharp and distinct. He surveys the stone corridor, its aged walls stretching into the distance. The corridor is constructed of aged stone. Taijun's expression is unreadable. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Taijun speaks, questioning the nature of the greeting. He looks down, a slight smile playing on his lips. The man with glasses stands opposite Taijun. The man with glasses greets Taijun, inquiring about his well-being after a long absence. Taijun responds, questioning if he would have come all this way if he had been well. He glances to the side, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The man with glasses replies, stating that Taijun is killing him here, seriously. He smiles, admitting that he feels very bad about that. He listens as the man with glasses explains that Taijun wouldn't have had to take on such a dangerous journey if he hadn't handed him that game. The man with glasses admits he'd actually been wondering if Taijun knew he was possessed by something. He continues, asking why he made Shadow of the Dungeon and why he gave it to Taijun, knowing the game would manifest in reality. The man with glasses asks if Taijun knew this once he completed it. The man with glasses explains that the Shadow of the Dungeon was already being made before he crossed over to the other world. After it possessed him, he couldn't fight the urge to make it. He was tormented by this obsession, as if he'd die if he didn't create something. The man with glasses reveals that giving Taijun the game was the smallest act of rebellion he could manage. Taijun asks, rebellion? While he was making the game, elements started coming together in the real world. If he left it alone, he felt like everything would start playing out exactly the way it intended. The man with glasses looks on, awaiting Taijun's response. If he's seen his past, the man with glasses thinks, just following the storyline wouldn't be enough. The man with glasses recalls that he added a bit of chaos while he still had the chance. Taijun hears that the chaos is him. Taijun asks how it went, and if the man with glasses figured out why he designed the game this way. The man with glasses has an idea, but he'll need to test it out and see if he's right. The chaos that doesn't know about it yet understands his mind very well. No matter how much he thinks about it, Taijun thinks it's ridiculously dumb. That sounds out of this world. Let's try it now. Two figures stand facing each other in a stone courtyard. A voice declares, once it starts, I won't be myself anymore. The man with glasses appears concerned. A voice warns, don't be shocked or flustered. Nothing shocks me anymore. The man in the helmet says, it's just that. The man with glasses responds, I need to check one thing. The man with glasses says, in reality, you're already dead, right? The man in the helmet is seen from a low angle. The man in the helmet stares forward. The man with glasses stares forward. He admits that he forgot to tell the other man something. The man in glasses explains that he only exists inside the system that inherited Jinho's memories. The guard acknowledges this. The man in glasses continues, stating that the real Jinho disappeared into that hole along with Namsen that day. A close-up of the guard's helmeted face. The man in glasses says that he already knew this. A close-up of the man in glasses. The guard says, let's get started. A shot of the guard's legs and feet. The man in glasses says, all right, let's do this. Show me what you got. A speech bubble appears, saying, show me your plan. The guard leaps into action. He swiftly dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding an unseen attack. His eyes widen, scanning the environment. Another beam of energy streaks past, forcing him to contort his body to avoid it. He leaps forward, momentum carrying him through the fog. Sliding low to the ground, he evades another laser blast. Unlike before, there's no real boss monster behind this fog. The only way to deal damage in this phase is to reflect its own laser attacks back at it. He thinks to himself that he must wait until the right beam attacks him. He continues to weave through the deadly beams, each pass a desperate gamble. The hunter repeats to himself, I just have to keep repeating. Falling, Taijun barely manages to avoid another beam. He slams against the wall with a resounding thump. His eyes widen as he realizes, can't dodge anymore because of this pillar. The air crackles with energy. He prepares for the inevitable. This beam. He barely dodges another beam while falling, thinking, different when it was shot. The hunter steels himself. This is it. Taijun clenches his fist, the metal charm on his wrist glinting. Lying on the ground, he prepares to reflect the beam. The beam connects, and a deafening boom echoes through the chamber. The reflected beams surge back from whence they came. A beam of energy is reflected upwards with a powerful surge. The reflected energy courses through the cavern. The beam strikes its target with a deafening explosion. Taijun breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he suffered no damage during the first phase. But a massive claw slams down, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The real battle begins. The claw settles, its shadow looming over the battlefield. A monstrous creature, bristling with spikes and glowing red eyes, towers over the soldiers. Taijun's eyes widen in alarm. He thinks to himself, it's much bigger than he thought. The creature's immense size causes the surrounding rock to crack and crumble. The soldiers engage the monster, their weapons clashing against its armored hide. He charges forward, a blur of motion against the stone floor. An unseen force slams into the treasure golem, sending sparks flying. The woman superior watches, muttering, damn Taijun. I can't believe he went in alone. A voice echoes, I should have been more cautious. When I saw the boss monster in the game, it didn't seem like any human being could take it on alone. The treasure golem looms, its red eyes burning with malevolent energy. The woman superior grits her teeth. Damn it, I can't stay focused. A man's voice reassures her. You don't need to worry so much. Her eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The woman superior replies, I know what must be on your mind. A voice responds, I feel the same way too. But knowing Taijun, he wouldn't do something like that without a plan. The man looks forward, his expression a mix of concern and determination. A voice declares, he's definitely not the type to sacrifice his own life for someone else. Another voice agrees, that's true. You're right. The woman in tactical gear looks back, questioning. She states that they should focus on winning the battle in front of them. Her intention is to punch Taijun's face after. The woman rushes forward. She accelerates, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. A voice explains that every boss battle in the Shadow Dungeon feels like a gimmick, just a matter of hitting the weak spot. The voice continues, stating that the same applies to the final boss. The voice adds that the heroine is sealed in its tail, and as soon as the weaknesses are destroyed, the boss round is cleared. The screen displays, bad end. A stone statue of a woman is shown. She must be the girlfriend Suhyuk mentioned before. She admits that she already lied to Suhyuk to come here alone, and she can't get his girlfriend killed on top of that. She throws a punch. The treasure golem looms over a fallen figure. The boss guard dog unleashes a deafening roar, the force of its breath creating a visible shockwave that tears through the air. The wind slams into him, sending Jinwoo staggering backward, a pained grunt escaping his lips. A metallic screech echoes through the cavern. A massive blade hurtles towards Jinwoo, its trajectory a blur of deadly intent. The blade continues its relentless approach, closing the distance with terrifying speed. He grits his teeth, knowing he can't evade the incoming strike. I can't dodge this one. The blade pierces through his body, a sickening wet sound accompanying the brutal impact. The world fades as the blade continues its deadly work, impaling him completely. Taijun coughs up blood. The treasure golem stands over him. The treasure golem towers over the fallen Taijun. The treasure golem slams its massive claw down on Taijun. Taijun lies on the ground, defeated. He feels the pain. Coughing up more blood, Taijun thinks that he can't focus at all. His hand is covered in blood as he thinks he is dying for sure. The treasure golem stands over Taijun, ready to strike again. The treasure golem is certain. Death hangs heavy in the air. The sound of something powerful echoes through the chamber. The treasure golem stands amidst the rubble, seemingly unharmed. Yunha stands over the fallen golem, her expression grim. The team surveys the scene. The treasure golems remain scattered around them. Yunha stares at the wall, her brow furrowed. Forget about it. The door still hasn't appeared. Jinwoo looks on, concerned. It's been a while since Chulsu. Taijun went inside, right? Did something go wrong? Yunha hopes not. But if something did go wrong with Taijun, the boss round, it would have ended, and the door would have opened for a new round. So the fact the door hasn't appeared again means something falls into a hole. The treasure golem is still in progress. Taijun thinks, I really could have died just now. He continues to think, no, my body would be teetering on the edge of death. A discarded water bottle lies on the ground. Taijun reflects, this is why I risked my life. And even retraced the dungeon, step by step. The boss guard dog lets out a ferocious roar. The monster's red eyes glow menacingly. He must be angry. Now, if that bastard wants to perfectly recreate the original story. A bead of sweat trickles down Taijun's face. It's his only option. Up until a moment ago, he didn't have to beat me. The boss guard dog lunges forward, claws extended. If he was ever defeated, then, just like in the original story, he could reclaim all the supernatural powers that had been scattered across the world. After retrieving them, he would possess the body of the one who brought him down, then move on to another world. But if it was me, someone with the resurrection potion, then what would happen? As soon as he takes away the powers of this world, I'd die. If that happens, he'll be left with no body to possess. But if, in the end, he'll be forced to either give up his powers or give up my body. This strategy isn't revealed in the game. The game's protagonist revives by default, so revival potions don't work on them. So they probably never imagined a situation like this. Bam! KSHHHK. An ice shield materializes. This is what he believes Jinho would have wanted. He formulates a plan that avoids the original story while saving as many people as possible. With a burst of speed, Jinho dashes forward. The attacks grew fiercer. The force of the attack intensifies. But the attack lands with a resounding impact. Jinho declares, die anymore for you. He's been feeling power surges through his whole body since earlier. He lets out a battle cry, KIGH. A blinding flash erupts as the treasure golem unleashes a concentrated beam of energy. The beam hurtles forward, a destructive force aimed directly at Jinho. A gust of wind explodes outward as Jinho activates the wind bracelet. He thinks he understands now, since he was resurrected with the potion. I became part of the game, just like Yonhee. Jinho grits his teeth, his arm outstretched. The wind bracelet gleams on his wrist. The 10 minutes are up. Jinho cries out as the barrier fully activates. And as he became, the wind barrier slams into the treasure golem's attack, stopping it cold. The game's experience flashes before one's eyes. All the experience Jinho has built up. Until now, converted into. Jinho screams. The treasure golem attempts to crush him, declaring that he will be destroyed. Reacting quickly, Jinho leaps away from the treasure golem. The treasure golem attacks. The attack lands with a boom. A woman looks on in shock. A woman with blonde hair stands looking out a window, a question mark floating in her thoughts. She places a hand over her heart, feeling its rapid beat. My heart's pounding for some reason, she thinks. Turning, she asks, is everything all right, Appa? A man in a black hoodie stands against a backdrop of blue sky and scattered clouds, his expression unreadable. The man's feet are shown standing on what appears to be water. The man looks around, wondering, is this place? A voice echoes, this is the world inside your mind. Two men stand side by side against the blue sky. A man with glasses smiles. The voice mused that the other party understood his intent very well, even better than he expected. Jinwoo looked on, his expression unreadable as the other man asked if he would die. The man with glasses stated that Jinwoo suffered some serious damage, but it wasn't enough to kill him. The man with glasses continued, saying that figuring out how to hurt him this badly was a huge win. The voice added that, on top of that, since he gave up taking back the powers, the ones set up before the dungeon raid, will remain safe. The man with glasses smiled, stating that was all he wanted. The ones saved by the resurrection potion. Jinwoo looked to the side, asking where he was going. The voice stated that he was just a lingering thought, something left over in his mind. He stands with his back turned, wearing a yellow shirt. The man in the yellow shirt speaks, your body in the real world has probably already finished the transfer. The man continues, now wearing glasses, I hope you take courage, regardless. I hope the warrior who'll end up taking you down will find a way to break this damn cycle. Jinwoo smiles. The man with glasses says, I hope to see you again one day. Goodbye. He walks through tall grass, the sound of rustling filling the air. Jinwoo falls to the ground, wondering, am I? He stands between two trees, a faint light emanating from his belt buckle. His eye widens in disbelief. Wow, no way. He was right. Jinwoo stands on a hill overlooking a vast city. It really is a whole other world. That day, in another world somewhere, a new demon king came down. The end. We'll be back next week with the epilogue. Tears stream down his face, reflecting the harsh reality of his situation. He looks up, a question forming in his mind as he takes in his surroundings. He kneels on the ground, his hand outstretched as if searching for something lost. Standing tall, he gazes into the distance, a determined look on his face. He was right. It really is a whole other world. 2 years later, the landscape has changed, but the memories remain. A pentagram glows on the ground, a sign of the magic that permeates this world. Boots tread on the grass, a journey beginning anew. Two figures stand side by side, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Is this where he reincarnated? The two figures stand on a hill overlooking a city, the question of reincarnation hanging in the air. He holds a glowing rock in his hand, examining it closely. The mana detector is responding. One of the women speaks. All right, shall we go then? We'll finally finish it this time. But the demon king might be. He continues to examine the rock. The demon probably isn't Jinho anymore. A woman's legs are shown, with a sword at her side. The sky is blue with white clouds. A city is shown. A building is shown. The doctor began. Your last checkup results came in, and the patient waited with bated breath as the doctor continued. Nothing wrong at all. Everything looks just fine. The doctor smiled, holding the clipboard with the patient's results. She reassured her, you have nothing to worry about. The patient's face lit up with relief. Really? What a relief. The doctor explained, even the organs that were unstable 2 years ago. She added, if these results are anything to go by, then I can't say for sure, but even without that strange resurrection potion magic, I think you'll be just fine, the doctor concluded. The patient's eyes widened in surprise. The doctor advised, well, you should still probably keep up with the checkups, just in case. The patient looked at the doctor with a hopeful expression. The patient exclaimed, oh, so does that mean I? A voice expresses gratitude, saying, sure, thank you very much. The door creaks open as the younger sister stands in the doorway, facing Yunha. Yunha, wearing a cap and a jacket, states, this is right for me. Yunha offers, you're going home, right? I'll give you a lift. The car starts up and pulls away from the curb. Yunha, driving, asks, how's college life? Is it going all right? The younger sister sits in the passenger seat, looking thoughtful. The younger sister chuckles, huh? A diligent student like you always ends up working harder than others. The younger sister continues, anyway, that thing, it still makes me feel weird. A flashback begins. The mission was led by my brother and conducted without public knowledge. After about 10 days of operation, a memory surfaces. The monsters on the surface were completely wiped out. The car continues its journey, the skyline of Namsan coming into view. A hand grips the steering wheel, guiding them forward. She reflects on a return she never thought she'd see. Yunha and Aram see Namsan again. 2 years have already passed since then. Over the past 2 years, the city has rebuilt. Aram never thought she'd. Except for the people who could never return. A figure stands with his back turned, a somber mood permeating the air. Yunha asks if Aram donated to the foundation again. Aram understands how she feels, but that was the money her brother saved up for her. She smiles, stating that it's fine to use the money for something more personal. She insists that she has more than enough for herself and is getting by just fine. The narration explains that ever since that day 2 years ago, Yunha has been working with former members of the Special Force and created the Namsen Recovery Foundation, an organization dedicated to helping victims who fell through the cracks and whom the government couldn't reach. Aram looks at a bank book, commenting that her brother left too much money for her. She expresses how incredible the foundation is doing, stating that it's not much, but she'd like to help. Aram is sure her brother would have been happy to know his money went toward helping people. The two women are seen in a car. The car speeds down the road. Yunha states that she highly doubts it. The sky is visible through the car's windshield. Aram thanks Yunha for the ride. Yunha dismisses it, saying it's nothing as they arrive at a building. She exclaims that she heard Soo-hyuk's getting married. A voice wonders if the other heard the news as well. Another voice confirms that he finally proposed, as a man kneels holding a ring box. The man sitting in the chair thinks that it seemed to be a success. The two men smile at each other, happy for the couple. The two men continue to smile, sharing a moment of joy. The two men's faces are close together, sharing a moment of happiness. A voice reflects that everyone's finding their own path to happiness, one way or another. Yunha stands in a park, lost in thought. She thinks that they should do the same. Yunha looks towards a woman standing near a car, contemplating her own path. She stands in the park, the sunlight dappling through the trees. Yunha agrees, a small smile playing on her lips. Yeah, I guess you're right. She bids farewell to the unseen person. Well, I better get going then. I'll see you next time. Sure, Yuni. Please take care. She begins to walk away, her footsteps echoing softly on the pavement. The sound of her shoes tapping against the ground grows fainter as she moves further away. Yunha continues down the path, the trees providing a canopy overhead. Later, she sits on her couch, a thoughtful expression on her face. I promised I'd live well and be happy on my own, so my brother wouldn't worry. Doing just that, but still there are times. She lies on the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling. The space he left behind feels too big to ignore. A voice echoes, promising not to die. The memory of Jinho's touch lingers. Hugging herself tightly, Yunha wonders what the point of not dying is if she can't see him. The sound of the doorbell pierces the silence. Yunha looks up, startled. Who's that? Delivery, she wonders. She doesn't remember ordering anything. Who is it, she asks herself. Yunha approaches the door, a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise or concern etched on her face. The demon probably isn't Jinho anymore. Two figures stand in a field, their purpose unknown. A subtle smile plays on a woman's lips. She steels herself, a determined glint in her purple eyes. Even still, Yunha knows what she must do. Another figure resolves to act. Yes, they've been trying to figure out how to kill that bastard till this very day. A door comes into focus. Knocking echoes through the space. A hand reaches for the door handle. A man's face is shown. A voice asks why the person is in such a rush, warning that they might trip and fall like that. A woman cries, tears streaming down her face. A hand reaches out. Two people embrace. That day, in another world, the demon king finally fell. And the one who had crossed over made it back to his world safely. The end. Choi Hwan-sung, the author of Golem Dungeon Rush, addresses the audience. The author reflects on the comic, acknowledging its flaws and the challenges faced during its creation. He expresses gratitude to the readers who continued to read and support it. Choi Hwan-sung expresses heartfelt gratitude to Kakao Page for helping him finish the story as he imagined it, and to every single reader who stayed with him along the way. The author acknowledges that the ending may feel rushed or incomplete to some. He expresses his hope that the characters went on to find their own happiness, bringing some comfort to the readers. Even if the conclusion wasn't everything you hoped for, the author admits to having a lot of regrets, realizing he might just be making excuses. Choi Hwan-sung promises to take everything he's learned and return with a story that's better prepared and better crafted, acknowledging that saying goodbye is hard. With Golem Dungeon Rush until the very end. You, and I love you. The characters walk away down a tree-lined path,